Chapter 1. Traversing the Beast Realm. Bang! Beneath the crimson moon, accompanied by the sound of gunfire, Yin-Yang plummeted down the cliff. Ding! Host match detected. Initiating time-space conversion. Location: Beast Realm continent. Yin-Yang's consciousness began to blur. She only registered a sudden flash of light before the sensation of weightlessness intensified. Bang! Yin-Yang fell heavily onto the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood as crimson liquid gushed from the wound near her heart caused by the gunshot. Just as she thought she was on the brink of death, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Host's life detected in extreme danger, initiating self-rescue mode. Yin-Yang's body stiffened momentarily, her gaze turning vacant. Then, as if pain were a distant memory, she rose, her golden, blood-soaked nails unhesitatingly plunging into the bleeding wound to extract a silver bullet. She inhaled the surrounding scents, then swiftly set off in a particular direction. After traversing approximately 100 meters, she encountered an orc lying on the ground, gasping for breath, his body marred by several deep claw marks from wild beasts. Beside him lay the corpse of an enormous tiger. Yin-Yang wrinkled her nose. The stench of the tiger's blood was overwhelming, yet the orc's blood was oddly enticing. She leaned over the orc, revealing her bloodlines, sharp fangs, and sank them into the nape of his neck. After gulping down several mouthfuls, her crimson pupils abruptly transformed to gold, only to revert to their original hue moments later, as her wounds began to heal rapidly. Ding! Contract with Beast Husband successful, acquiring 10,000 points. Having regained most of her strength, Yin-Yang's rationality gradually returned as she stepped away from the pallid orc. "I'm not dead." Yin-Yang stood unsteadily, licking the blood from the corner of her lips, glancing down at her tattered, blood-stained white garment, her expression darkening. Aside from the tumultuous days of war, she had mostly led a life of luxury, and it had been many years since she had felt this wretched. Who would have thought that she, the esteemed Eastern Blood Clan queen, would fall prey to a traitor's scheme? Indeed, at times, one must not grow too comfortable. Who could have imagined that a love-stricken Blood Clan member would fall for a werewolf? In a bid to remain with her beloved werewolf, she had been lured out, only to be conspired against and nearly killed. After 3 days and nights of fierce battles, Yin-Yang had exhausted all her strength and was struck down the cliff by the werewolf. Her heart brimmed with resentment. She must return and exact vengeance on that despicable traitor and the werewolf. However, upon looking up, her expression darkened in an instant. There were 3 suns in the sky. Yin-Yang felt absurd and overwhelmed. One sun was already bothersome enough. Now there were 3. If her beloved little bloodkin were to stand beneath these suns, they would surely suffer. Suddenly, she felt a flicker of relief that it was she who had traversed, for as the last pure blood of the Blood Clan, she was not afraid of sunlight. Yet simultaneously, she realized a disheartening truth. She was no longer in her original world. Oh, whoa. Suddenly, Yin-Yang heard distant wolf howls. Werewolves were the Blood Clan's natural enemies. Every time she heard a wolf's howl, her vigilance spiked. Without hesitation, Yin-Yang unfurled her unique black feathered wings of the Eastern Blood Clan to flee. It was then she discovered her wounds had nearly healed. This blood was quite extraordinary. Yin-Yang greedily licked her crimson lips and flew toward the other side of the forest. After her departure, 6 or 7 white wolves arrived at the side of the ailing Bai Zhu, following the scent. They transformed into human form and anxiously looked at Bai Zhu. "Bai Zhu, oh my, look, Bai Zhu has a beast mark on his chest." One wolfman pointed to the area near Bai Zhu's heart, where a pair of black feathered wings was imprinted. The wolfmen exchanged bewildered glances. When did Bai Zhu acquire a partner? Benna wanted to contract Bai Zhu as her beast husband now. That is no longer possible. Regardless, we must take Bai Zhu back. The tiger's corpse here will soon attract the fallen beasts. Bai Zhu was a blue-tier orc, a rare warrior in the tribe. They needed to bring him back and consult the shaman about his chances of survival. The orcs ceased to ponder the beast mark and transformed back into wolves, carrying Bai Zhu back to the tribe. Meanwhile, Yin-Yang sat perched on a branch of a great tree, having established contact with the system. "Welcome to the Beast Realm. Host, I am Amal System 001. Here, I can exchange anything for you." Yin-Yang recalled hearing this voice as she fell from the cliff. Was it this system that brought her to this world? Indeed, during the host selection, the system detected you and, due to your perilous situation, I regretfully initiated the time-space conversion without your consent. I do not blame you. Without you, I might have truly perished. Though the Blood Clan possesses eternal life, it does not imply invincibility. Can I return? If I could bring her here, surely it could send her back. Of course, but it requires a substantial amount of points. How much? The system opened a virtual panel for Yun Yang, unveiling an item in the exchange area. Time-space stone. Points, 1,001. Yun Yang pursed her lips. The points required were daunting. Host, do not despair. System points can be acquired at any time and place. The system then expanded the panel. Check in at Beast Realm locations. Each unlocked location grants 100 points. Collect the Beast Realm Flora and Fauna album. Each type collected grants 10 points. Hunt fallen beast. Points awarded based on difficulty, starting from 100 points. Ding. Automatic check-in mode activated. Host detected in Misty Forest, acquiring 100 points. Approached ancient birch tree, acquiring 10 points. A hint of a smile finally curled at the corners of Yun Yang's lips. The system was not deceiving her. She was long-lived. This brief time would not deter her from accumulating points. Yet, she couldn't help but worry about her little blood kin. Would they cry upon realizing something had happened to her? System, may I exchange for a few items? Of course. This was the host's first request, and the system was determined to showcase its prowess. I wish to bathe and change into a new outfit. Yun Yang disdainfully glanced at her tattered, blood-stained clothing, which bore not only her own blood, but also the foul scent of werewolf blood. She had worn this attire for 3 days and nights. She felt as if she were marinating in a stench. In dire circumstances, she could endure, but now that she was free from danger, she could not bear it for even a minute. Determined to impress the system. 1 minute later, a refreshed Yun Yang sat comfortably on the branch, her blood-stained clothes replaced with a cool, light blue dress of jellyfish silk. Yun Yang nodded in satisfaction. This cleansing charm is truly effective. It was exceedingly friendly to her mild obsession with cleanliness. Warning. Yellow tier fallen beast detected approaching. Please exercise caution, host. Chapter 2. Yearning for special abilities. As soon as Yun Yang heard the system's alert, the next moment, the tree trunk was violently struck, nearly causing her to lose her balance and fall. Looking down, she saw a black boar beast with sharp tusks and crimson eyes forcefully ramming into the trunk. Oomph. The boar beast retreated a few meters, then charged at the trunk once more with its tusks. Yun Yang could distinctly hear the sound of the tree trunk cracking, and she immediately spread her wings to take flight as the tree she had just leaned against toppled over. Thank goodness she could fly. In the next instant, Yun Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. A gust of wind stirred, and the boar beast kicked its hooves, leaping into the air, charging toward Yun Yang. The boar beast could fly? What on earth? Yun Yang swiftly dodged, flapping her wings to ascend higher. However, the raging wind hindered her movement, and she accidentally sustained a gash on her calf from the tusks. The boar beast crashed into a nearby tree, the sturdy trunk snapping in half upon impact. Yun Yang had no doubt that had she been struck directly by the boar beast, its sharp tusks would have pierced her and inflicted severe injury. Host, the boar beast is not truly flying. It possesses wind element abilities, allowing it to utilize the wind to lift itself. Yun Yang internally marveled at the astonishing revelation this fallen beast possessed abilities. Even she, the Blood Clan Queen, lacked such powers. Her blood-red eyes narrowed as the boar beast charged at her. Once more she lured it toward another tree, and as it collided with the trunk, she extended her sharp golden claws and fiercely slashed at its back. Yet, upon contact, her claws met the boar beast's hide as if striking iron, only leaving behind a few shallow scratches. Not only did it possess abilities, but the layer of the boar beast's hide was as sturdy as a copper wall. In her past, a single swipe could have severed a werewolf's arm. Yun Yang's understanding of the creatures in the beast realm was once again profoundly challenged. System, did you not claim that you could exchange anything? How about giving me a bomb to test? She was incredulous. Surely a bomb could not fail to rupture its outer layer. Apologies, but the advanced technological products cannot be utilized in this world. Yun Yang scoffed at that. Was this truly a system capable of exchanging anything? It seemed rather inadequate. However, the system can graciously bestow upon you a weapon as a token of welcome to the beast realm. As soon as the system's voice faded, a bow radiating with a white glow materialized in Yun Yang's hands. Grasping the longbow, she barely dodged a charging boar beast. While evading the beast's assault, she shouted, "Where are the arrows?" A bow without arrows? Could this system not manage even the simplest of tasks? Host, drawing the bow will conjure lethal arrows. Yun Yang cursed the system internally and swiftly drew the bow, aiming at the boar beast to release an arrow. An arrow, glowing with white light, coalesced on the string and upon her release, shot straight into the beast's abdomen, piercing it cleanly. With a thud, the boar beast collapsed. After a few futile struggles, it lay still. Subsequently, the system's notification chimed and she had slain a yellow-tier fallen beast and earned 400 points. Yin Yang was astounded. This bow was remarkable. One shot and it was down. She conceded that her earlier complaints had been premature. Indeed, this is a divine artifact, unparalleled in existence. With the host's current prowess, any fallen beast of green tier or below could be handled with ease. Yin Yang could even detect a hint of pride in the system's tone. It was peculiar. Though the system's marketplace lacked technological items, yet embraced the arcane. This bow and arrow are formidable, yet they make the master seem rather feeble. Yin Yang mused, already feeling fatigued after merely releasing one arrow. Holding the bow and arrow, she prepared to seek a resting place. Wait, host! Retrieve the yellow-tier beast crystal from the fallen beast's abdomen. Consuming it will enhance your abilities. Yin Yang paused, surprised by such a boon. Accumulating points while augmenting her strength felt akin to leveling up in a game. System, do you have gloves? This fallen beast reeked of blood and decay surely. It was not unreasonable to desire a pair of gloves. At that moment, she couldn't help but reminisce about the little bloodkin. If only they were here, she would not need to dirty her hands. Ah, how melancholic. Perhaps she could recruit a few minions in the beast realm to assist her. System. Thus, Yin Yang exchanged for a pair of gossamer beast skin gloves. Donning them, she reached into the boar beast's wound and groped around until she extracted the beast crystal. Observing the yellow crystal smeared with filth, Yin Yang exchanged for a cleansing talisman from the system, washed it clean, and devoured it with a satisfying crunch. Once the beast crystal entered her stomach, warmth spread through Yin Yang, revitalizing her with newfound vigor. System, can you detect other fallen beasts nearby? Yin Yang felt invigorated, brimming with energy to hunt a few more fallen beasts. Affirmative. After marking the misty forest, Yin Yang acquired a map that revealed various colored light points, indicating the locations of fallen beasts of differing tiers. With her wings unfurled, Yin Yang ventured deeper into the forest. Simultaneously, as she flew, she also gathered points from the plants she brushed against. She couldn't afford to miss any. Yin Yang began her relentless hunt for fallen beasts, extracting beast crystals and consuming them to replenish her energy, continuing her slaughter. True to its name, the misty forest grew denser with fog. The deeper she ventured, reducing visibility. Approaching a green, she spotted a green-tier wolf fallen beast drinking by the lake. Without hesitation, she drew her bow and released an arrow. It pierced the vile wolf's neck, just as she descended to claim the beast crystal. Host, be cautious. Yin Yang barely registered the system's urgent warning when a massive green serpentine tail lashed out from the lake, sending her flying. The giant serpent emerged, devouring her slain beast in one gulp. Having lived for so long, this was her first experience of having prey snatched away mid-hunt. Her killing intent surged, and she drew her bow again, aiming at the serpent. The serpent was struck, but merely sustained a wound, its blood dripping onto the grass, exuding a noxious aura that withered the plants instantly. What is this? Was the blood toxic? It is a blue-tier nightmare beast. Host, flee. Infuriated by the arrow, the giant serpent went berserk, lunging at Yin Yang with its gaping maw, moving with such speed that she nearly failed to evade. Realizing the imminent danger, Yin Yang attempted to take flight, only to be intercepted by the serpent's fiery breath, nearly igniting her wings. Another supernatural ability. Yin Yang longed to possess such powers herself. She wondered if the system could help her achieve that. Dodging and searching for an opportunity, she finally shot an arrow straight into the serpent's eye. With a hiss, the serpent, now blinded in one eye, thrashed wildly, its massive tail flailing about as it spewed fire. Yin Yang was caught off guard, struck by the serpent's tail, crashing to the ground, her insides feeling as though they had shifted. She spat blood, glancing at the approaching flames, and hurriedly flapped her wings to escape. Chapter 3. Where is the other beast husband? Even so, her wings were singed by the supernatural flames, yet her shimmering silk dress remained unscathed. A fierce glint flashed in Yin Yang's eyes as she wiped the blood from her lips, fixating on the serpent spewing flames everywhere. Today, one of them must perish. Enduring the pain in her wings, Yin Yang soared into the air and shot an arrow into the serpent's gaping mouth. Boom! The serpent collapsed, spewing forth crimson-black blood, thrashing in a final fit of defiance. Yin Yang was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. She shot out the serpent's remaining eye. Then, she unleashed 3 arrows at its heart, successfully piercing through its scales and striking its vital organ. Boom! Exhausted, Yin Yang fell from the air, panting heavily, her hands trembling. She gazed at the now motionless serpent, finally allowing a victorious smile to grace her lips. Yet, suddenly, a faint glow emanated from the serpent's body. Host, run. It is about to self-destruct, its beast crystal. Yin Yang's face paled instantly. What kind of nonsense was this? Did it intend to take her down with it? She staggered to her feet, but lacked the strength to escape. Despair washed over her as if the heavens were conspiring against her, when a massive black serpent burst forth, swallowing her whole and whisking her away. Bang! A deafening explosion nearly ruptured Yin Yang's eardrums as she caught the scent of sweet blood within the serpent's maw. This serpent rescuing her must have been affected and likely sustained grave injuries. Only when they fled into a cave did the black serpent release her. The black serpent then transformed into a humanoid figure, kneeling on the ground. The orc possessed deeply chiseled features and a robust, powerful build, his muscular contours flowing with a sensual grace. However, a layer of frost clung to his back, and his skin was marred and torn, rendering his complexion rather dire. Are you all right? Yin Yang was taken aback that this unfamiliar orc would risk so much to rescue her. Stay away from me. Mo Hen was drenched in sweat, his face ashen, and patches of black serpent scales had emerged around his temples. Host, he has expended a significant amount of extraordinary abilities to counter the serpent beast's self-detonation. And now his consciousness is in turmoil, desperately requiring your reassurance. Otherwise, he will succumb to the fate of a fallen beast. How can I provide reassurance? You will soon find out. Yin Yang furrowed her brows, and despite her desperate calls to the system, silence enveloped her. In her urgency, she took a couple of steps closer and inquired of Mo Hen. How can I assist you? Mo Hen gasped for breath, his brown eyes fixed intently on Yin Yang, a flash of crimson flickering within them. The remnants of his rationality dissipated the moment she spoke. He abruptly yanked Yin Yang into his embrace, impatiently tearing at her garments. The delicate fabric of her dress was instantly reduced to tatters. What are you doing? A troubling thought flickered through Yin Yang's mind. Could the system's notion of soothing imply something else? Mo Hen's eyes glowed a fierce red as he tore the hide from his waist, akin to a beast unleashed from its cage, completely liberating the suppressed desires within. A gasp escaped her lips as the heat of his breath cascaded over her shoulder, pain piercing through her senses. Yin Yang wished to push him away, yet the strength of her opponent was overwhelmingly greater. Infuriated, she contemplated using her golden nails in defiance. But her hand instead encountered the mangled flesh of his back, rendering her unable to strike. This orc had been gravely injured because of her. Moreover, he had allowed her to leave moments ago, a choice she failed to take. What has transpired cannot be undone. Killing him would serve no purpose. After living for so many years, she had long ceased to care about her innocence. Yin Yang gradually relinquished her struggle, realizing Yin Yang's submission. Mo Hen's actions became increasingly frenzied. Yin Yang let out a muffled grunt, feelings of both shame and anger swirling within her. Yet, she found herself involuntarily swept away, succumbing to the allure of the moment, only to unleash a torrent of curses upon her adversary. Yin Yang, utterly exhausted and devoid of temper, had shouted until her voice became hoarse, yet her adversary remained vibrantly energetic. Her weary body, overwhelmed by the strain, succumbed to slumber before the ordeal reached its conclusion. When she awakened once more, she found herself reclined upon a stone bed, clad in a black animal skin skirt, which revealed a glimpse of her fair waist. The memories of the orc's actions towards her filled Yin Yang with an overwhelming sense of shame and indignation. Host, are you all right? Yin Yang heard the voice of the system, and her heart was ablaze with indignation. This system never intervened when she was being bullied. Host, this system comes equipped with a privacy protection feature. It automatically shields inappropriate scenes. What on earth is happening? Host, male beastmen experience a tumultuous upheaval in their consciousness upon awakening their extraordinary abilities. Fortunately, females possess a unique capability to soothe beastmen. There are two methods of consolation, one through mental fortitude, and the other through the bond of companionship. However, Mo Hen has already shown signs of beastification, which cannot be quelled merely by mental strength. Host, by contracting a beast husband, you gain 10,000 points. Did you not desire to recruit followers and acquire extraordinary powers? You have achieved both. Upon hearing the system's words, Yin Yang realized that perhaps she had not lost out after all. On her very first day in the beast realm, she had already witnessed the strangeness and peril of this world. Venturing forth alone would indeed lead to her demise. With this thought, Yin Yang accepted the notion of having a beast husband. Have you awakened, my female master? Mo Hen entered the cave, dragging in a small deer, his voice tinged with trepidation. It was exceedingly difficult for a wandering beast man to find a companion, especially when he found all the females unappealing. Mo Hen had even steeled himself for the possibility of succumbing to the upheaval in his consciousness, but to his astonishment, on his way to forage today, he encountered a female brave enough to confront a blue-tier nightmare beast. In the beast realm, females were traditionally protected, and Mo Hen was instantly captivated by this decisive female. Even knowing the peril of life, he still rushed to save her when the nightmare beast self-destructed. I'm Mo Hen. I just returned from hunting. Would you care for some? Mo Hen stood at the cave entrance, somewhat apprehensive. Yun Yang's nostrils flared slightly. The scent emanating from Mo Hen was exceptionally sweet, suggesting that his blood would be quite delectable. As for the little deer, its aroma was rather ordinary, and apart from blood, everything Yun Yang consumed lacked flavor. Would the host care to try? A mere 1,000 points for a permanent sense of taste. Yun Yang's heart stirred, and she responded with enthusiasm. All right. This was not only an answer to Mo Hen but also to the system. I shall prepare at once. In a flurry of activity, Mo Hen hastily retrieved a bone knife and began to skin the young deer, envisioning the tanned hide he could create for his partner. He was no longer a solitary beast. He had to take good care of his female mate from now on. As he worked on the hide, he inquired, "My lady, where is your other beast husband? How could he allow you to remain alone in such a perilous place as the Misty Forest? That is utterly irresponsible." Without hesitation, Mo Hen voiced his disdain for the unknown beast husband. Yun Yang? What another beast husband? Chapter 4. Demotion. Am I not the only beast husband you have? Mo Hen looked at Yun Yang in confusion, yet when I bathed you, I distinctly noticed another beast mark on your lower back. Yun Yang suddenly turned her head, and indeed discovered a wolf's head beast mark on her lower back. No, she had just come to terms with having a husband, and now she was confronted with the revelation of another? Moreover, judging by the appearance of the beast mark, this other husband was a wolf. Yun Yang's heart sank. She and werewolves were natural adversaries. Although this wolf was not the same as the one she had encountered before, she found it difficult to accept the situation at this moment. System, what on earth is happening? Host, do you recall when you first traversed into this world and consumed the blood of a beast man? He's your savior wolf. Yun Yang's expression shifted. Could it be that by consuming the blood of an orc, she would forge a bond with a beastly husband? Is it truly so? Upon receiving the system's response, Yun Yang could not help but curse inwardly. How could the precious rations have turned into beast fodder? What was to be done? From now on, foraging for food would need to be approached with utmost caution. As for the female master, Mo Hen noticed that Yun Yang remained silent for an extended period, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Had he inadvertently offended the female master in some way? Yun Yang regained her composure. I am Yun Yang. You may simply call me by my name from now on, and refrain from referring to me as mistress. That title feels rather peculiar. May I call you Yang Yang? Mo Hen inquired tentatively. That is perfectly acceptable. I have no objections, Yun Yang replied nonchalantly, her thoughts still preoccupied with the matter of future provisions. Yang Yang. Mo Hen felt a surge of joy. Yun Yang had yet to mention the existence of another beast husband. He was eager to ascertain the whereabouts and capabilities of this rival. Yun Yang furrowed her brow slightly, and I too was at a loss. Mo Hen looked at Yun Yang with a puzzled expression, perplexed by her ignorance. How could anyone be unaware of the circumstances surrounding their beast husband? Could it be that this so-called beast husband is a wayward beast man who has forced Yang Yang into this predicament? Yun Yang observed Mo Hen's fluctuating expressions, even catching a glimpse of a sympathetic gaze. Do not let your imagination wander, she said earnestly. This is simply due to a unique contract method inherent to my race. In essence, I consumed the blood of an orc, and thus formed a pact with him. It was indeed the first time Mo Hen had encountered such an extraordinary mode of contracting. Yun Yang shrugged, pondering how she could possibly know. It was all the doing of the system. But what race was Yang Yang? Why did she crave blood? Mo Hen recalled the first time he encountered Yun Yang. She possessed a pair of black wings. It is worth noting that in the beast realm, females do not have a beast form, nor can they manifest even a single claw. I am of the blood clan, Yun Yang declared with a hint of pride when speaking of her lineage. After hearing this, Mo Hen murmured, fond of the night, averse to sunlight, and sustenance derived from blood, it does bear some resemblance to the Bat clan. Yun Yang bared her sharp fangs, admonishing not to mistake our bloodline for those timid little bats that prefer to lurk in the shadows of the night. I am nothing like them. The bloodline, in ancient times, was of demigod lineage. Realizing Yun Yang's displeasure, Mo Hen repeatedly apologized, acknowledging his fault. But what of your other kin, Yang Yang? Yun Yang, deflated and somewhat melancholic, reflected on the distant separation. Mo Hen, feeling frustrated by his inability to articulate his thoughts, softly reassured, Yang Yang will eventually reunite with her kin. Yu Yang smiled. Of course, she was determined to return. She could never part with those little bloodlings who delighted in playful antics, sought her out for amusement, and came to her with their grievances. Wherever Yun Yang goes, I shall follow. I will always be by her side. Let us talk about it later, Yun Yang murmured. Mo Hen paused in his task of peeling the beast's hide, his gaze fixed upon her with a lingering intensity. Is Yun Yang considering abandoning me? I am her beast husband, bound to her for all eternity. If she finds me distasteful, she might as well erase my beast mark now and free me from this life. Yun Yang was taken aback, not expecting such a strong reaction from Mo Hen. I merely have yet to discover a way back. It is not my intention to abandon you. She spoke as if she were a heartless traitor. Although she had contemplated whether there was a means to dissolve the contract, she had never intended to erase Mo Hen's beast imprint, regardless of his fate. Host, there is no method to the beast imprint. Yun Yang, very well. Then let us find a way to pack it up and take it with us. Yun Yang glanced at Mo Hen's face, which was quite handsome, and his blood was sweet and fragrant. The work itself was rather pleasant as well. Mo Hen lowered his gaze. Upon hearing Yun Yang's assurance of not intending to abandon him, He was uncertain whether to believe it, yet he gently nodded in response. They had just become partners. And it was only natural for Yun Yang to be indifferent towards him. One day, he would surely find his way into her heart. Ahem. Mo-hen. To alleviate the awkwardness of the moment, Yun Yang remarked, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Then, does Yun Yang wish to drink blood? Mo-hen promptly extended his hand towards her, saying, please drink from me. From now on, let it be only my blood. Do not partake from any other beastmen. He hoped that this would not result in an additional rival for his affections. Observing Mo-hen's earnestness, Yun Yang felt a sense of comfort, after all. He was a beast husband, and she intended to take him wherever she went. Yun Yang revealed 2 pristine fangs, sinking them into Mo-hen's wrist. The sweetness of his blood causing her to involuntarily squint with delight. She swore that this was the finest blood she had ever tasted throughout her years of existence. Mo-hen's chest rose and fell with each breath, the punctured area tingling, even inducing an astonishing sense of pleasure. Yet, simultaneously, he could perceive his energy gradually dissipating as it was drawn from his veins. Could Yun Yang truly absorb energy through blood? This was a sight he had never witnessed before. Suddenly, in shock, he withdrew his hand. Have I fallen to the blue tier? What? Yun Yang, savoring the blood at the corner of her mouth, wore an expression of bewilderment. Mo-hen gazed at her, his words laden with complexity. I have devolved from a purple tier beastman to a blue tier beastman. After becoming a blue tier beastman, he had diligently suppressed his energy to prevent a disturbance in his consciousness. However, upon bonding with Yun Yang, he ceased this suppression in a bid to grow stronger to protect his mate, instantly ascending to a purple tier beastman. Yet, within less than half a day after his elevation, he found himself demoted due to merely a few sips of blood. Yun Yang blinked, realizing why, after consuming blood. She felt invigorated throughout her entire being. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she thought to herself that it was quite acceptable to drink the blood of other creatures. She could make do with the blood of ordinary animals and supplement her energy by consuming a couple of beast crystals. But how could that be permissible? I am Yang Yang's beast husband. I cannot allow you to settle for less. This would be the greatest failure of a beast husband, despite Yun Yang's willingness to drink. I can replenish my strength with beast crystals. Do not ever think I would compromise. Mo-hen immediately extended his hand back towards Yun Yang. Wait. Mo-hen suddenly realized he had overlooked something. Yun Yang could consume beast crystals to restore her energy? Chapter 5. The Majestic Mount. Yun Yang nodded slightly, pondering. What is the matter? Mo-hen gazed at Yun Yang with a puzzled expression. In the beast realm, females cannot directly absorb beast crystals. They typically strengthen their bodies by indirectly harnessing the energy of beast crystals through union with their beast husbands. This is one of the reasons why females are inclined to engage in such intimate relations with their partners. Yun Yang raised an eyebrow, pondering, is that truly the case? It appears I am indeed an exception. Subsequently, she mused internally. No wonder after becoming bonded with Mo-hen, she felt somewhat fatigued yet utterly unperturbed. Her mental state had significantly improved. Could it be that one truly can supplement the yang with the yin? Mo-hen was equally perplexed in the beast realm. There were no blood clans, nor any females capable of directly consuming beast crystals. Yun Yang appeared to be unlike any creature from the beast realm. Upon this realization, Mo-hen's heart raced. If Yun Yang did not belong to the beast realm, how did she arrive here? Regardless of the circumstances, he was resolutely committed to Yun Yang. Mo-hen rummaged through a corner of the cave and retrieved several beast crystals. Yun Yang, these are for you. If they are insufficient, I shall venture out to hunt more. Previously, without a female partner, he had not accumulated such crystals. I am no longer hungry. You may keep them for now. Mo-hen's ears subtly flushed crimson. Did Yun Yang imply that he should assume the role of the chief steward among the beast husbands? I will take good care of them. Mo-hen quickly concealed the beast crystals and then hastily organized the deer meat. However, he suddenly encountered a dilemma. Feeling utterly at a loss as he addressed Yun Yang. I apologize, Yun Yang, but I fear I cannot roast the meat for you today. I lack firestones. As a solitary beast, particularly a snake beast, he had never been fond of fire. He would devour wild game raw without the need for cooking. Unlike females who required cooked food. Fire? Yun Yang paused momentarily. It's all right. I can handle that. Just prepare the firewood. In the forest, firewood was in abundance. And Mo-hen promptly ventured outside to gather a sizable pile of wood back to the cave. Yun Yang directly exchanged a fire talisman from the system and ignited the kindling. Now, she could roast meat. Mo-hen stared at her intently. Yang. What did you just take? A fire talisman. Yun Yang had already inquired with the system about the possibility of revealing its existence to Mo-hen, as he, being her beast husband, would easily sense something amiss. The system's response permitted her to inform her beast husband. Thus, Yun Yang disclosed the matters regarding the system to Mo-hen. You mustn't tell anyone else, Yun Yang insisted. Rest assured, the system is inherently restricted. Your beast husband cannot divulge it. Mo-hen's eyes sparkled with understanding. I will keep it a secret. Such a miraculous system. Was Yang truly favored by the beast god? Mo-hen felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered such an exceptional female like Yang. He skewered the venison for roasting, then turned to Yun Yang. Can this system exchange for salt? Indeed. Yun Yang exchanged a large bag of salt from the system and handed it to Mo-hen. If you need anything else, just let me know. Mo-hen, eager to witness the prowess of the system, requested some seasonings, honey, and a table. Thankfully, he was merely too lazy to cook, rather than entirely inept. Otherwise, he would have felt utterly humiliated before his female master. The cave was now equipped with numerous items, finally resembling a habitable space. The system mused, who understands? I thought I could showcase my abilities, only to be utilized by the host and her beast husband as a means to exchange for daily necessities. As Mo-Hen roasted the meat, he awkwardly remarked, I apologize for the cave's simplicity. I haven't prepared the essentials for a female. Tomorrow, I shall hunt a fallen beast and exchange its beast crystal at the market for some items for you. Yun Yang pondered the market. Although everything could be exchanged via the system, she was still curious about what the world's market looked like. All right, I will accompany you to hunt the fallen beast. No, there's no need for that. I can go alone. How could I allow Yang Yang to handle such matters? Yun Yang gazed at him with disapproval, asserting, I can slay even a blue-rank nightmare beast, so there is no need for you to worry about my safety. Do not regard me as a fragile female. Mo-Hen recalled the image of Yun Yang drawing her bow and shooting, and his heart fluttered slightly, involuntarily revealing a hint of a smile. Very well. Let us go together. He prepared the most tender portion of the venison, roasting it to perfection, and presented it before Yun Yang, watching her with eager anticipation. Yang Yang, do give my culinary skills a try. Yun Yang inhaled the fragrant aroma of roasted venison. He took a small bite, and a flavor distinct from that of blood erupted within his mouth. Yun Yang's eyes sparkled with delight. The food was exquisite. She had always harbored a curiosity about the taste of different foods, yet as a member of the blood tribe, her palate had been deprived of such experiences. Now, she felt truly grateful to the system for fulfilling a long-held desire. Observing Yun Yang relish the meat he had roasted, Mo-Hen felt a surge of happiness. If you enjoy it, indulge yourself. If it's insufficient, I shall hunt again. No need. I merely wish to savor the flavor. I am not hungry at the moment. For the blood tribe, consuming such fare did not replenish energy. Thus, she was content with merely tasting. You eat, and once you finish, we shall venture outside. Mo-Hen glanced at the encroaching dusk outside. The misty forest would be perilous at night. I am of the blood tribe, and I prefer the night. In the past, I always undertook my endeavors under the cover of darkness. After a moment's hesitation, Mo-Hen nodded in agreement, choosing to accompany Yun Yang. I will remain by your side. Yun Yang had always favored nocturnal escapades. She could not allow her concern for him to alter her habits. Mo-Hen swiftly consumed the remaining venison and then led Yun Yang outside, transforming into a massive black python. The wounds on his back had significantly healed after consuming the beast crystal. He spoke with clarity, Yun Yang, climb on. I shall take you out directly. Yun Yang gazed at the colossal serpent, exhaling a breath of turbid air. It was her inaugural experience riding such an imposing mount. The scorching season was upon them. Although the sun was nearing its descent, the outside world remained suffused with heat. Yet, perched atop Mo-Hen, she felt an invigorating chill enveloping her. According to the system, the beast realm comprised 36 months, each month containing 48 days, divided into 6 months for each of the warm, scorching, rainy, and cold seasons. Currently, the sweltering summer had yet to pass its midpoint, indicating that the heat would intensify. However, with Mo-Hen possessing the elemental power of ice, staying by his side felt akin to being next to a mobile air conditioner, alleviating any concerns of heatstroke. Yun Yang activated the system map, directing Mo-Hen towards the location of the fallen beast. Though Mo-Hen could not perceive the system's map, he harbored no doubts about Yun Yang. Swiftly advancing with his serpentine form, the beast tamer was indeed commendable, guiding them with precision. However, shortly after Yun Yang and Mo-Hen departed, a black serpent concealed within the mountains emerged, flicking its dark tongue to sense the pheromones lingering in the air. Chapter 6, Nightglow Grass. As twilight gradually descended, the misty forest grew increasingly eerie, shrouded in a veil of fog. The night was a domain for Yun Yang, while sunlight diminished the strength of the bloodkin. In the darkness, Yang Yang could unleash a power far greater than that of daylight. Upon reaching the vicinity of the fallen beast, Yun Yang unfurled his ebony wings and gracefully detached himself from Mo-Hen's back, inching closer to the hyena. Mo-Hen's gaze remained fixed intently on Yun Yang. Should anything amiss occur, he would spring into action without hesitation. Yun Yang wished to experiment with the extraordinary power acquired from Mo-Hen. She drew her bow, concentrating to form an icy arrow. Her gaze sharpened as she aimed at the hyena and released the bowstring. In an instant, the hyena let out a piercing cry. Its neck pierced through. The chilling essence of the ice arrow enveloped the creature, encasing its fur in a layer of frost, enhanced by the extraordinary ability. Its potency surpassed that of the past, yet it also demanded greater energy. It seemed prudent to refrain from employing such powers against weaker fallen beasts in the future. Yun Yang smiled with satisfaction, directing Mo-Hen to gather the remains of the lone green-tier hyena. With deft precision, Mo-Hen extracted the beast crystal from the hyena, his gaze towards Yun Yang brimming with pride. Behold, she is his female master. No creature in this beastly realm can compare to her. As for the hyena's hide, he left it untouched. Hyenas are social animals, and Yun Yang had merely dispatched a solitary one. Many more lurked nearby. The hyena's final cry would undoubtedly summon its kin. Yet, Yun Yang remained utterly unperturbed. According to the system's map, the nearby pack of hyenas was of a relatively low tier, presenting an exquisite opportunity for hunting. There was no need for her to search for fallen beasts elsewhere. Perched upon a branch, the moonlight filtered through the lush foliage, casting a silvery glow upon Yun Yang. Her blood-red eyes faintly shimmering in the darkness. Though the serpentine beast possessed relatively weak night vision, Imohen, as a blue-tier beastman, had only slightly diminished sight compared to his peers, which would not hinder their performance in the night. One by one, the hyenas arrived. Drawn by the scent of their fallen comrade, emitting strange, guttural calls from their throats. One hyena licked the blood from the corpse, while others eagerly approached to tear at the remains, attempting to partake in the feast. Host, eliminate those few fallen beasts first. They possess special abilities and require careful caution. Yun Yang drew his bow and shot an arrow, striking down the marked fallen beast with precision. With a swift whoosh, a cerulean tier hyena let out a mournful cry before succumbing to its fate. The most formidable member of the hyena pack had perished, causing the remaining hyenas to wail incessantly and scatter in disarray. Yun Yang once again drew his bow, this time infusing it with the essence of ice, achieving a remarkable feat of dual purpose with a single arrow. Imohen also sprang into action, transforming into his beast form, and with a swift flick of his tail, he grievously injured several fleeing hyenas. However, he opted not to deliver a lethal blow directly, instead incapacitating the hyenas to await Yun Yang's finishing strike. As a beastmaster, Imohen would earn points for slaying corrupted beasts, albeit at a reduced rate when Yun Yang was present. Thus he endeavored to allow Yun Yang the opportunity to reap the rewards. As the final hyena fell, the air became saturated with the stench of blood, further enhancing the eerie atmosphere of the misty forest. Imohen began to conclude their endeavor, meticulously extracting the beast crystals from the hyenas and skinning their pelts for trade at the market. Once dismissive of such practices, he had come to recognize the significance of frugality and resourcefulness. While the system could exchange for countless items, it was not the role of the female protagonist to sustain him. Such a notion was far from masculine. Yun Yang gazed at the numerous animal hides, pondering for a moment before inquiring of the system. If you can extract items, then surely you can also store them? Indeed, for 10,000 points, I can provide you with a space for growth. Deal. After Yun Yang acquired the system's space, he placed the collected animal skins and beast crystals inside. Imohen couldn't help but marvel at the system's wondrous capabilities, seemingly omnipotent. Let us proceed to the next location, Yun Yang said, stowing away her longbow as she gazed at Imohen. A mere pack of hyenas was sufficient for her to hone her skills, transforming into a colossal python. Imohen transported Yun Yang to a new site, where they dispatched over 100 fallen beasts during the first half of the night. All the nearby fallen beasts were thoroughly exterminated. However, their current location was merely on the outskirts of the misty forest, where the overall level of fallen beasts was relatively low. Throughout the night, they did not encounter a single blue-tier fallen beast. The blue-tier nightmare beast she encountered earlier seemed to be merely a stroke of misfortune. Host, nightmare beasts are indeed creatures that emerged after the beast god vanished, appearing in the beast realm for merely a century. Today's encounter was simply a matter of bad luck for the host. In the future, should the host come across a nightmare beast, exercise utmost caution. Nightmare beasts are not akin to those mindless and brutish fallen beasts. What exactly is a nightmare beast? As Yun Yang listened, the system abruptly delivered a lengthy discourse, seemingly harboring a certain trepidation towards the night beasts. She could acquire double points for slaying a single night beast of the same rank. After a moment of silence, the system elucidated. Initially, there were no night beasts, only a mass of night chi. It was the contamination of night chi that transformed into creatures, gradually allowing its spread and amplification. Furthermore, beastmen are also susceptible to the influence of night chi, which can severely impair their rationality, rendering them dominated by primal desires. In extreme cases, they can devolve into night beasts themselves. Alarmingly, the night beasts born from beastmen can still retain their human forms. These creatures do not entirely lose their intellect. Rather, they are unable to control the insatiable cravings instigated by the night chi, and once an opportunity arises, they will hunt and devour the living beings around them. In summary, night chi resembles a virus, insidiously ravaging the beast world continent. Should the host vanquish a night beast, they would earn double points. If the host can locate and eradicate the source of the night chi, the points accumulated would be sufficient to exchange for the time-space stone. Yun Yang was astounded. The source of the nightmare energy was valued at an astonishing 100 points, which already illustrated the magnitude of this challenge. With such a significant upheaval in the beast realm, where had the beast god vanished to? The system coldly replied, unknown. My ultimate task is to eradicate the nightmare energy. Yun Yang fell into silence, contemplating the matter of the nightmare aura for another time. At present, she was struggling to contend with a blue-tier nightmare beast and lacked the capacity to dispel the nightmare energy. Perched atop the giant python, she wearily consumed a green crystal to replenish her energy when suddenly she noticed a faint glow in the distance. What could that be? Yun Yang gazed at the distant shimmer. It is called luminescent grass, a unique plant of the misty forest that emits light and dispels the surrounding fog, explained Imohen. Would you like to go see it, Yang Yang? If you fancy it, We could gather some to cultivate in our cave. Yes, let us go take a look. The cave they currently resided in was rather dark, and planting some luminescent grass would surely improve the ambience. Though she belonged to the Blood Clan, Yin-Yang did not particularly relish the inky blackness of the night during her time on Blue Star. She had grown accustomed to the brightness of evenings illuminated by countless lights. Yin-Yang arrived at an expanse of luminescent grass. Marveling at the plants that resembled wolf-tail grass yet emitted a soft glow. Chapter 7. The virtuous man. Yin-Yang felt perplexed. Previously, encountering plants had only yielded 10 points. How could this time amount to 1,000 points? Could it be that the luminous grass possessed some extraordinary quality? Host. The luminous grass has the ability to dispel nightmare energy to a certain extent. Yin-Yang's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, there was something unique about it. Imohen remarked that these luminous grasses could disperse the miasma. We must hasten to gather some. What a delightful surprise. Really? Imohen's demeanor instantly turned serious. Although nightmare beasts were still relatively rare, having lived on the beast continent for many years, he had encountered numerous nightmare beasts and was well aware of their formidable capabilities. Even the death of a nightmare beast could continue to pollute. Any wild beast that unwittingly consumed the corpse would be assimilated. Nowadays, the only means to combat the miasma was the purest form of light elemental abilities. The system would not deceive him. Besides, the system was counting on him to locate the source of the miasma and eradicate it. Then I shall begin digging now. Yin-Yang, you may simply observe. As he spoke, Imohen produced several red beast crystals, offering them to Yin-Yang to savor. He was not particularly fond of such menial labor, but she kindly exchanged a hoe for him. Once the digging was complete, Yin-Yang stored the luminous grasses into her spatial realm and returned with Imohen to the cave, assisting him in planting the luminous grasses both inside and outside. When the planting was finished, Yin-Yang nestled against the cool Imohen to sleep. Imohen, hesitant to be too bold, dared not move much. He was accustomed to coiling as a serpent within the cave, and suddenly lying straight on a stone bed covered with a thick layer of beast hides felt quite unfamiliar. Yet, as he sensed Yin-Yang's gentle breaths, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. Yin-Yang fell into a deep slumber, only to awaken the following afternoon. Upon regaining consciousness, she discovered that Imohen was absent from the cave. In fact, Imohen had ventured out early to hunt the fallen beasts. As Yin-Yang stirred, she could still hear the system's notification chime indicating her accrued points. Concerned for her comfort, Imohen had even gone so far as to arrange a substantial block of ice within the cave to keep her cool. Yin-Yang lazily stretched her limbs and noticed a small pile of red fruits sitting on the wooden table, accompanied by a tiny bowl filled with ice. She took a seat at the table, picked up one of the fruits, and took a bite. The skin was thin, bursting open with a delightful gush, revealing a sweet and tangy jam within. The refreshing chill added to the experience, causing Yin-Yang to blissfully squint her eyes in pleasure. How wonderful it is to have taste, and how delightful it is to have a considerate beast husband. Yin-Yang stood outside the cave, casting a glance at the luminescent grass planted the previous night. Half of it had already withered, leaving only a slightly higher survival rate within the cave. If the host could contract a wood element beastmaster, cultivating any desired plants in the future would pose no challenge. Yin-Yang clicked her tongue inwardly. On only her second day in the beast realm, the system was already suggesting that she contract a third beast husband. The beast realm was fraught with peril, and the system was merely acting in the best interest of its host by making such a proposal. Moreover, each beast husband could earn her a staggering 10,000 points. Yin-Yang resolutely refuses to casually bond with a beast husband merely for the sake of gaining points. Such an act would not only be irresponsible towards herself, but also towards the beast man. Although she could easily forge a contract with a mere bite, once the bond is established, the beast man would be bound to her for life. Yin-Yang longs to return home, reluctant to shoulder excessive responsibilities. She would rather earn points through the slaying of fallen beasts. Yang, have you awakened? Imohen returned, dragging 2 little lambs, their skins expertly removed and tanned outside into leather. Subsequently, as if seeking praise, Imohen presented a vibrant red fox pelt, which he had unexpectedly encountered while hunting the 2 lambs, the fur of which was exceptionally fine. Do you like it, Yang? Yin-Yang held the soft pelt of a fox, expressing her fondness and gratitude. There is no need for thanks, replied Imohen. I am your beast husband, and it is my duty to provide for you. Shortly thereafter, Imohen produced a bone needle from some unknown source, inquiring if Yin-Yang intended to fashion the fox skin into a skirt. I can do it, he offered. However, wearing fox fur now would be too warm. We can discuss it later. Upon saying this, Yin-Yang suddenly realized something and looked at Imohen in surprise. Are you going to make it? Imohen nodded with an air of certainty. Of course. The skirts for our female lords are always crafted by their beast husbands. Any male who cannot make one is not worthy of the title. Yin-Yang felt it was all right to postpone wearing it, deciding instead to store the pelt in her space for the upcoming cold season. Imohen stroked his chin thoughtfully. If we are to make garments for the cold season, 1 fox pelt may not suffice. I shall hunt a few more foxes in the coming days. Are you hungry? He asked, extending his hand. If you are. You can drink some of my blood. Perhaps not. Yin Yang replied. What if drinking your blood causes your cultivation to regress? I can suffice with beast crystals. In truth, the blood of the wild beasts in this world was quite palatable, far superior to the hormone-laden, feed-fed livestock blood of Blue Star. In modern Blue Star, humans had long ceased to consume human blood, as it was tainted with various preservatives and additives, rendering it less pure than that of livestock. The blood consumed by the Blood Clan was exclusively from naturally raised livestock on farms. The wild beast blood here met her standards. Yet after having tasted the fragrant and sweet blood of the beast men, anything else seemed a compromise. No, how can I let you suffer, Yin Yang? Emohen chuckled. I have consumed plenty of beast crystals while hunting the fallen beasts and have regained much strength. If it weren't for the excess energy that takes time to convert, I might have already returned to the purple tier. Consider it a means to siphon off my surplus energy. With this, Yin Yang felt no hesitation. After all, Emohen continuously exuded a delightful aroma, making it difficult for her to restrain herself. Yin Yang skillfully maintained a balance, refraining from drawing Emohen back into a lower tier. Do you still wish to indulge in roasted meat? I can prepare it for you, he offered. No. You may enjoy it yourself, Emohen replied with a nod, transforming into a colossal serpent and swiftly consuming 2 sheep-like beasts, followed by a beast crystal to replenish his energy. Subsequently, within the confines of the cave, Emohen retrieved the hide he had previously shed, utilizing a bone needle and a fine thread made from a special cotton-like material to commence his work. The skin fashioned from the serpent's shed was far more refreshing than that of a fox, and Emohen felt fortunate to have preserved the serpent's molt. Yin Yang gazed in astonishment at Xianfu as he deftly worked with needle and thread, marveling at the matriarchal customs of this world, where the status of females was undeniably elevated. In their Eastern bloodline, there was also a tendency towards matriarchy, where female bloodlines held a slightly higher standing, yet ultimately, power and lineage dictated one's rank. Individuals like Emohen, who possessed great skill and were willing to engage in domestic tasks, were a rarity among the bloodlines, unless they were deeply enamored with their partners. However, Yin Yang did not believe that Emohen could have developed such profound affection for her in merely 2 days. It was merely the result of the societal norms that had been established and the constraints of the beast mark. Emohen, let us hunt some fallen beasts this afternoon. I cannot bear idleness. We must find something to occupy our time. Very well, Emohen replied, ever obedient to Yin Yang's wishes. Chapter 8. Kneel before me, throw him out. Banish him from the tribe. Baina disdainfully regarded the pale and deeply affected Bai Zhu. Very well, my matriarch. Bai Zhu was promptly seized by several beast men and expelled from the tribe. Bai Zhu, do not hold it against us. We are Baina's beast husbands and must obey her commands. Bai Yin cast a sympathetic glance at Bai Zhu before producing a green crystal from his pocket and tossing it to him. For the sake of our shared upbringing, this is the only assistance I can offer you. Bai Zhu, now in such a pitiful state, felt a pang of sorrow. He clutched Bai Yan's hand and returned the beast crystal, declaring, I do not want this. I only desire the beast crystal left by my father upon his death. Bai Yin forcefully pried Bai Zhu's fingers away, exclaiming, forget it. You are no longer the sought-after blue-tier beast man in the tribe. Even he found it hard to believe that Bai Zhu had risked consuming a purple-tier beast crystal without perishing or ascending to the purple tier, instead regressing 2 levels to become a green-tier beast man. Who could say whether Bai Zhu had harmed his foundation, making advancement difficult? Furthermore, Bai Zhu had inexplicably gained a matriarch. Further enraging Baina, the daughter of the tribe leader, who had a keen interest in him. Had you agreed to become Baina's beast husband from the start, she might have even interceded with the tribe leader on your behalf to treat your father. Bai Zhu's mother had been taken away by a roaming beast and met a tragic end, while several beast husbands had succumbed to madness, transforming into fallen beasts. Though Bai Zhu's father had not directly become a fallen beast, he was already half beastified. Bai Zhu implored the tribe leader not to kill his father, who replied that if Bai Zhu could become a purple-tier beast man within a day, he would consider it. Bai Zhu had only recently attained the blue tier. Expecting him to advance in such a short time was nothing short of an insurmountable challenge, clearly a deliberate test from the tribe leader. Yet, driven by this slim hope, Bai Zhu ventured out to hunt fallen beasts and acquire beast crystals to ascend. By chance, he encountered a wounded purple-tier fallen beast and decided to take the risk. Shortly after Bai Zhu departed, his father lost control and fully transformed into a fallen beast, resulting in a death order issued by the tribe leader. The leader had never intended to spare Bai Zhu's father. Bai Yin clenched his fists. The leader had always harbored disdain for his father and himself. Before leaving, his father's condition had been stable. How could it deteriorate so quickly upon his departure? Had he been too naive? The leader never intended to spare his father's life. However, if you comply with Baina, at least your father's purple crystal might still be yours. You know what kind of female Baina is, don't you? Bai Zhu scoffed. Bai Yin recalled how Baina would mercilessly whip her beast husbands for the slightest provocation, even going so far as to erase the beast mark of a husband who lost an arm while gathering sweet fruits for her, resulting in that husband's tragic demise. He had no doubt that once he became useless, Baina would discard him without a second thought. He lowered his gaze, his throat tightening. At least we can obtain the best resources in the tribe. His aptitude was not as great as Bai Zhu's. Yet by virtue of being the tribe leader's daughter's beast husband, he had access to more resources than others and had finally reached the blue tier. You should leave now and seek out your matriarch. Bai Yin, nonetheless, pressed the beast crystal into Bai Zhu's hands, saying, the outside world is perilous. Take this to enhance your strength. Without looking back, Bai Yin returned to the tribe. Just as he was about to enter his home, a beast skin whip lashed out at him. He instinctively dodged, narrowly avoiding the strike. Bai Yin, do you dare to evade me? Kneel. Upon hearing the voice of the matriarch, Bai Yan's expression changed, and he humiliatedly knelt on the ground, not daring to evade the second lash. Baina glared at him menacingly. I am your matriarch, and everything must be surrendered to me. Yet you not only hoarded beast crystals but also gifted one to Bai Zhu? Bai Yan's heart sank as he glanced at a beast husband behind Baina, whose gaze flickered nervously. There was only one matriarch, and rivalries among beast husbands were inevitable. As Baina's sole blue-tier beast husband, it was not uncommon for others to resent him. Seeing him remain silent only fueled Baina's ire. She unleashed all her fury upon Bai Yin. Matriarch, do not tire yourself. We shall help you teach him a lesson. One of the beast husbands behind Baina grasped her hand. Baina tossed the whip to him, commanding, strike him with all your might. A spark of pride flashed in the beast husband's eyes as he swung the whip with full force. He was no delicate female. The lash tore into Bai Yan's flesh, leaving deep wounds. Bai Yan glared fiercely at the assailant, suppressing the urge to retaliate. If he fought back, Baina would only become angrier. As Baina reveled in Bai Yan's bloodied state, she felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, Bai Zhu was the only one who dared to defy her. Regardless of the talents of the other beastmen, they had no choice but to kneel before her, lest they face dire consequences in the next bout of madness. Bai Yin, do you realize your mistake? Baina loomed over him. Yes, I was wrong. But Bai Yin felt no regret for giving away the green crystal. It is good that you acknowledge your fault. As punishment, go and fetch me red berries. Bai Yan's head shot up, his face paling slightly. Upon seeing his expression, Baina slapped him in anger. What? You are unwilling? Bai Yin slowly lowered his head, murmuring, I am willing. That is more like it. If you fail to retrieve the red berries, do not return. Baina scoffed, turning to leave. The beast husbands following her exchanged delighted glances with Bai Yin, eager to curry favor with Baina. The red berries were a unique fruit found only in the misty forest, their sweet aroma attracting numerous fierce beasts. If Bai Yin were to encounter any misfortune, they would lose a formidable rival. Matriarch, do not be upset. Shall we visit the market tomorrow? You are still obedient. I shall reward you with a blue crystal. The beast husbands attempting to appease Baina concealed their disdain, feeling a surge of joy at her words. Bai Yin stood up and quietly made his way out of the tribe, where many beastmen had gathered to watch. Their gazes were a mix of schadenfreude and sympathy. Exiting the tribe, he found Bai Zhu had already left, probably to seek his matriarch the day before. Bai Yin smiled bitterly. He wondered what kind of matriarch Bai Zhu had. No matter what, she had to be better than his own. He looked at the beast mark on his chest, filled with regret. He should never have agreed to become Baina's beast husband for the sake of better resources. But it was too late for regrets. His fate was now firmly in Baina's hands. Bai Yin transformed into a wolf beast and headed towards the misty forest. Meanwhile, Bai Zhu, through the beast mark, sensed Yunyang's location, his heart filled with trepidation. Now that he was only a green-tier beastman, would his matriarch disdain him? Would his matriarch be like Baina? As he contemplated his drooping wolf ears, he realized that the female masters of the beast realm were accustomed to their elevated status, issuing commands with an air of superiority. He had little hope of changing that. It was indeed rare to find one like his mother, whose temper was gentle and who treated her mate with respect. He found it quite perplexing that, despite having lost consciousness, he awoke to find himself bonded with a partner. Chapter 9. Bai Zhu arrived. Bai Zhu hastened toward the misty forest, his heart racing. It was not so much concern for his female master that propelled him forward, but rather a frantic urgency to preserve his own life. The moment he sensed her presence within the depths of the forest, his heart nearly leaped into his throat. Should anything unfortunate befall her in the misty forest, he would meet the same grim fate as his father. Upon entering the misty forest and detecting that his female master was still deeper within, Bai Zhu felt a surge of anxiety. Were it not for the beast bond assuring him of her safety, he might have succumbed to sheer terror. Having inexplicably transformed into a green-tier beastman, he found it increasingly daunting to protect her in this perilous environment. The white wolf sprinted, deftly avoiding fallen beasts, until he finally sensed his female master's presence at the forest's core. She was nearby. To claim he was not anxious would be a falsehood. Bai Zhu cautiously surveyed his surroundings and, through the tall grass, spotted a figure. It was his female master. Stepping closer with trepidation, he suddenly noticed a wounded tiger lunging towards her, roaring with a gaping maw. The tiger's eyes were bloodshot, and a faint blue glow flickered upon its forehead. It was a blue-tier fallen beast. His expression changed instantly as he rushed forward, shouting, "Beware, my lady." Upon hearing that sound, Yun Yang caught a glimpse of a white wolf-like beast rushing towards her with astonishing speed, seizing her in its jaws and fleeing. No, she was in the midst of slaying a fallen beast. Mo Hen stood bewildered, observing the scene unfold. Yun Yang had intended to attempt the solo defeat of a blue-tier fallen beast, keeping watch from the sidelines, ready to intervene at the slightest hint of danger. Little did she expect that a wolf beast would carry her away. Mo Hen, sensing the lingering air of wind elements, grasped the situation. No wonder it was so swift. He promptly dispatched the severely injured tiger beast that Yun Yang had left behind, extracting its beast crystal, yet he did not rush to her aid immediately. He had overheard the words of the wolf beast. Female master. It was another of Yun Yang's beast husbands. So, this was the fortunate wolf. Having drawn a few drops of blood from Yun Yang, it had acquired such a fine female master. How fortunate indeed. A hint of jealousy stirred within Mo Hen. With the arrival of another of Yun Yang's beast husbands, his claim to her would no longer be singular. Clenching the beast crystal in his hand, he transformed into a serpent beast and pursued. Meanwhile, upon reaching a secure location, the white wolf gently set Yun Yang down. Yun Yang vigilantly fixed his gaze upon Bai Zhu, inquiring, "What are your intentions?" Should the other dare to act recklessly, Yun Yang would not hesitate to take action. "My lady, I am Bai Zhu," he declared, transforming into his human form. The formidable beast, a tiger of the blue tier, was here to rescue you. Bai Zhu genuinely feared that if Yun Yang were to perish, he too would face dire consequences. "Are you the wolf?" Yun Yang replied with a stern expression. Had he truly come searching for her so swiftly? Yun Yang has yet to determine the mindset with which to face Bai Zhu. She harbors an aversion to the appearance of Bai Zhu as a wolf, as it evokes memories of those feral creatures. However, it is undeniable that she was gravely injured and, in a state of delirium, ingested Bai Zhu's blood, thus binding herself to him. She must bear the consequences of her actions. The female lead, Bai Zhu, bows her head, feeling a twinge of anxiety within. Yun Yang silently pondered within her heart. She was a member of the wolf tribe, not one of those cursed werewolves. She could not impose collective punishment upon Bai Zhu for such a reason. Moreover, Bai Zhu could be considered her savior. With this thought, Yun Yang inhaled deeply and calmly explained to Bai Zhu, "I was just hunting a fallen beast, not encountering any danger." Bai Zhu stood frozen, akin to a bewildered goose. "My lady, what are you saying? Hunting a fallen beast? Surely you jest." The average female would cower behind her mate at the sight of a mere wild animal. Yet you claim to have hunted a blue-tier fallen beast? "I stated that I faced no danger," Yun Yang asserted, bow in hand. "I am not the fragile female you presume me to be. Given your good intentions, I shall overlook your misunderstanding." Bai Zhu still felt as though he had misheard. He gazed at his lady, sensing that she was unlike other females. Her spirit was vibrant, reminiscent of a towering tree, exuding vitality. While she seemed slightly displeased with his intent to take her away, she did not cast blame upon him. This distinction set her apart from those irritable females. A flicker of hope ignited in Bai Zhu's heart. Perhaps his lady truly was different. His expectations were modest. He merely wished for her to refrain from indiscriminately scolding her mate. Observing the dazed Bai Zhu, Yun Yang began to question whether this unexpectedly bonded mate was somewhat simple-minded. Yang. Bai Zhu suddenly noticed a massive black serpent darting toward them, nearly transforming into a beast to whisk his lady away once more. However, upon hearing Mo Hen's voice, Yun Yang turned first. "You have arrived." Noticing the familiarity in her tone, Bai Zhu slightly eased his guard. "Is this your mate, my lady? You have chosen a wandering beast man as your partner? These wanderers are often the most ruthless." Mo Hen reverted to human form, holding a blue-tier beast crystal in his hand. "Here you go, Yang." He had hastily rushed over, neglecting to skin the tiger beast. "He hasn't harmed you, has he?" Mo Hen inquired with concern. Yun Yang promptly stowed away the beast crystal, assuring, "I am unscathed. He is merely my unexpectedly contracted beast husband." It was only then that Mo Hen gradually shifted his gaze to Bai Zhu. "And I discerned that just before he had whisked you away, he had referred to you as mistress." With a hint of remorse, he addressed Yun Yang, saying, "It is entirely my fault. I was so focused on you that I failed to notice the approach of the beast man, thereby interrupting your battle with the fallen beast and dampening your enthusiasm." Bai Zhu felt a twinge of discontent. The serpent beast attributed the blame to him. Yet the words struck his ears as somewhat harsh. Moreover, did the serpent imply that mistress was indeed engaged in slaying the fallen beast at that moment? "Yes, I apologize, mistress. It was my oversight in grasping the situation." A flicker of guilt crossed Bai Zhu's eyes. His eagerness had blinded him to the true circumstances. Nonetheless, it was of no consequence, as he was unaware of the full context. Yun Yang then suggested, "Let us return for now. We can discuss this further at home." "Very well," Mo Hen replied, a wistful glint in his eye. "Transform into your serpent form, Yang." Mo Hen's brown vertical pupils regarded Bai Zhu for a moment, urging, "Come with us." If it were possible, he truly wished to leave Bai Zhu behind. Bai Zhu transformed into his wolf form, closely trailing behind. Upon returning to the cave, Bai Zhu surveyed the interior, questioning, "Is this truly where mistress resides? It seems rather rudimentary." Mo Hen was momentarily at a loss for words. then sheepishly acknowledged the cave's simplicity. I have wronged Yang. I once believed I was destined to perish in the turmoil of the sea of consciousness, never imagining I would encounter such a splendid mistress. I merely live day by day. Rest assured, Yang, I shall strive to hunt fallen beasts henceforth, earning points to exchange for better provisions. Please do not disdain me. Imohen's gaze towards Yun Yang was filled with remorse. Bai Zhu interjected. No, he merely spoke casually. Why has this serpent begun to seek sympathy? Chapter 10. The first beast husband. Seeing Imohen's self-reproach in response to Bai Zhu's words, Yun Yang hastened to offer comfort. How could I ever disdain you? Were it not for your presence, I would have perished in the explosion of the blue-tier nightmare beast. Yun Yang continued to soothe Imohen's heart. As for the cave, it was refreshingly cool, a quality I found delightful, and I could always arrange it slowly in the future. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Imohen's eyes. Good. After exhausting the sympathy ploy, Imohen turned his attention to Bai Zhu. Might I suggest you introduce yourself? Perhaps your beast rank? Imohen observed the faint green beast markings on Bai Zhu's forehead and comprehended immediately. A mere green-tier beast man? Hardly a cause for concern. Yet, he couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration. A green-tier beast man was indeed a stroke of misfortune. Were it not for Yun Yang's injury leading her to drink his blood, how would he ever qualify to be her beast husband? Furthermore, what provisions have you made for your female master? Male beastmen typically begin accumulating items for their future female partners upon reaching adulthood, or even earlier, to demonstrate their prowess. As a wandering beast man, he had never contemplated the prospect of a female master and had made no preparations. Yet what of Bai Zhu? Imohen noted that Bai Zhu carried little with him. Bai Zhu, feeling the sting of Imohen's barbs, fidgeted awkwardly, his hands clasped behind his back. I was originally a blue-tier beast man, but after an inexplicable encounter with a purple crystal, I transformed into a green-tier beast man. A furtive glance at Yun Yang revealed his shame. I was cast out from the White Wolf tribe, leaving me with nothing but a single green crystal, the one gifted to me by Bai Yin. I must be the most ineffectual beast husband, right? Will my female master, in a fit of anger, simply erase my beast mark? His complexion paled at the thought. My lady, please keep me. I shall strive to elevate my cultivation swiftly. I will also slay more fallen beasts. Please do not cast me away. Bai Zhu loathed his own inadequacy. The female master before him was the most amiable he had encountered, yet the truth of his ineptitude weighed heavily upon him. What if she grew weary of him? Ahem. Yun Yang cleared her throat. I believe I may have discerned the reason for your transformation into a green-tier beast man. What? Bai Zhu inquired. Bewilderment etched across his face as he regarded Yun Yang. Yun Yang recounted the incident of having consumed Bai Zhu's blood that day. It was precisely for this reason that he became bound to me. Yun Yang gazed at him with an expression of remorse. There is no need for you to feel sorry, he replied. Imohen was reluctant for Yun Yang to harbor any guilt towards Bai Zhu, as that would only grant Bai Zhu an opportunity to draw closer to Yun Yang. The blue-tier beastmen, having ingested the purple crystal, were utterly incapable of withstanding the energy contained within. The consequence of this was dire. Either their consciousness would descend into chaos, transforming them into fallen beasts, or they would perish. Thus, Yun Yang's act of consuming his blood was, in essence, a means of siphoning off the excess energy, ultimately saving him. It was merely an unfortunate case of overindulgence. In comparison to becoming a fallen beast or facing death, this was a far more favorable outcome. Bai Zhu murmured. So that is how it is. He clenched his right fist and placed it over his heart, bowing to Yun Yang in gratitude. Thank you, my lady, for your life-saving grace. Yun Yang waved his hand and said, You have saved me, and unexpectedly, I have also formed a contract with you. As long as you are not upset, that is sufficient. How could I be? I am immensely grateful to the mistress. It is an honor to be the beast husband of the mistress. I only wish for the mistress to retain me. Yun Yang perceived the trepidation and plea in his eyes and nodded. Since we have formed a bond, I am naturally responsible for you. If you wish to leave, I can grant you that freedom without severing your beast mark. Bai Zhu's heart raced. No female master would utter such words, offering him freedom while retaining his mark. Gazing into Yun Yang's eyes, he realized she was not jesting, nor was she speaking out of disdain. In that moment, he understood he had truly encountered a remarkable female master. I wish to remain by your side, to follow you for a lifetime. Imohen secretly smirked. Such an exceptional female master, no fool would willingly relinquish. This wolf had struck gold. Well, I understand now. Seeing Bai Zhu reluctant to depart, Yun Yang made no effort to expel him. Henceforth, you may accompany me. Thank you, my master. Bai Zhu exclaimed joyfully, rising to present his only possession. Master, this green crystal is for you. I promise to bring you more beast crystals in the future. No need, Yun Yang replied. Keep it for yourself. Bai Zhu felt a pang of anxiety. Did his master find him lacking? And these, he added, take them. It's better to enhance your own abilities first. Suddenly, several beast crystals appeared before him, stirring a peculiar feeling within. It was his first experience of a female master gifting beast crystals to a beast husband. A sensation akin to being cared for by his master. Yet, he felt no discomfort. Rather, a sweet warmth enveloped him. Master, I shall strive diligently. Only by growing stronger can I safeguard you. Imohen, witnessing Yun Yang's generosity, felt a twinge of envy. What about the beast crystals he had accumulated with Yang Yang? Just then, as he brooded, Yun Yang pressed a handful of beast crystals into Imohen's hands, a greater quantity and superior quality than those given to Bai Zhu. Imohen secretly smiled. Thank you, Yang Yang. I shall swiftly restore myself to the purple tier. Surely, Yang Yang must prefer him more. Although Bai Zhu was the first to become Yang Yang's beast husband, it was merely a fluke. Imohen believed he was the true beast husband, deserving of the title. Bai Zhu was merely a recipient of Yang Yang's sense of duty, lacking the genuine status of a beast husband. Contemplating this, Imohen's animosity towards Bai Zhu lessened somewhat. Yang Yang could not belong solely to him. The perilous beast world would not permit that. However, he aspired to be the first to enter Yang Yang's heart. Previously, Imohen had refrained from absorbing too many beast crystals for fear of a backlash in his consciousness. Otherwise, he would have long surpassed the purple tier. Yet now, with Yun Yang's support, he need not worry about overnutrition. He could simply let Yun Yang absorb any excess energy. Freed from the threat of a backlash, Imohen swiftly regained his purple tier status by consuming beast crystals. Bai Zhu, having suffered a 2-tier setback, temporarily returned to the blue tier. That evening, a serpent, a wolf, and a bloodkin delved deeper into the misty forest to hunt fallen beasts. It was then that Bai Zhu realized his master's words were indeed true. Watching his master slay a blue-tier fallen beast left him utterly astounded. In truth, with his current abilities, he could not even match his master. He needed to hasten his progress to catch up with her. You, go and strip the beast crystals or skins. Imohen unhesitatingly commanded Bai Zhu, wishing to assert his position as the first beast husband. Although Bai Zhu felt somewhat reluctant, he recognized he was merely a blue-tier beast man. It was best to work harder to impress his master. They slaughtered every fallen beast in the vicinity before returning to the cave to rest, preparing for a visit to the market the following day. Chapter 11. Is that not Bai Zhu? Yun Yang held an umbrella exchange from the system. Strolling through a quaint marketplace, they arrived in the afternoon. Although the sun was no longer as scorching as it had been at noon, Yun Yang still felt a sense of discomfort. Meanwhile, Imohen and Bai Zhu stood steadfastly at her sides, resembling guardian deities. Imohen emanated an aura of chilling ferocity that instinctively caused many orcs to keep their distance. Yun Yang, as a member of the vampire clan, possesses naturally fair skin, in stark contrast to the predominantly healthy, wheat-toned complexion of the females in the beast world continent. Her presence at the marketplace inevitably drew a considerable amount of attention. Some of the bolder beastmen, upon seeing Yun Yang, boldly approached her, hoping to become her mate. However, she had no intention of accepting such proposals. After rejecting their advances 7 or 8 times, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. The fervent enthusiasm of the male beastmen was indeed overwhelming, with some even unabashedly displaying their assets before her, which left Yun Yang somewhat taken aback. Yun Yang, overwhelmed by the commotion, poked at the resilient abdominal muscles of Imohen and softly implored, Imohen, please help me fend them off. The marketplace, to a certain extent, served as a matchmaking ground for the beastly realm, where numerous males sought to find their female counterparts. Imohen, already irritated by the throngs of suitors vying for Yun Yang's affection, knew that in this world, it was commonplace for females to gather mates. They had no authority to intervene. However, upon hearing Yun Yang request his assistance in blocking the advances, Imohen's heart brimmed with joy. No problem at all, Yang Yang, he declared, positioning himself to intercept the eager suitors attempting to approach Yun Yang. With his youthful talent, there were few single beastmen in the marketplace who could rival Imohen. As he stood guard, the other suitors dared not voice their displeasure. If you wish to be my female's mate, you must first pass my test. Should you be unable to best me, do not dare to approach. Imohen observed the surrounding beastmen with a cold gaze. Such a domineering mate you are. How can you prevent your own female from choosing her suitors? Indeed, do you not fear that she might cast you aside? Of course, their remarks were merely bravado. They did not truly dare to challenge Imohen. After all, the marketplace was not devoid of other females, and there was no need to provoke a violet-tier beastman. With Imohen standing resolutely in front, Yun Yang finally found the leisure to explore the marketplace. Initially, Yun Yang perceived the Orcish beings, adorned merely in animal hides, as emblematic of a primitive society, seemingly entrenched in backwardness. However, a leisurely stroll through the marketplace unveiled a reality far removed from her preconceived notions of underdevelopment. The beast realm had embraced the concept of currency, with not only animal skins and beast crystals serving as mediums of exchange, but also the introduction of gold and silver coins. The stalls showcased a relatively sophisticated array of ironware. Upon engaging with a pottery vessel, she earned 10 points and acquired a comprehensive method for pottery making. Yin Yang was taken aback. To her astonishment, she realized that by interacting with objects, she could actually earn points and even acquire crafting methods. How delightful! While she might not necessarily require the crafting methods, the points were undoubtedly essential to her. Thus, Yin Yang began to explore the items at the marketplace, touching this and that. Yang, do you wish for something? We can purchase it, Bai Zhu remarked, still somewhat perplexed by the mistress's actions. I will explain it to you later. She could effortlessly redeem these items within the system, so purchasing them seemed unnecessary. However, Imohen, possessing far greater insight than Bai Zhu, was already quite familiar with Yunyang's method of exploration. But for the points? He murmured softly. Yunyang exchanged a knowing glance with Imohen, who, in turn, took her hand and guided her through a leisurely stroll. After Yunyang departed from the stall, some vendors whispered among themselves that female's mate is utterly inept. I can exchange my grass basket for merely 2 animal hides, yet he cannot even afford that. The keen-eared Imohen overheard their remarks, his ears flushing with embarrassment. He wished to buy something for the female, yet she had declined his offer. Dear female, there's a shop ahead selling dresses. Shall we take a look? Imohen suggested as he brought Yunyang to the market, motivated by the desire to procure garments for her. Observing the exposed expanse of her fair waist, he realized many beastmen were casting glances her way. The female was strikingly beautiful and possessed a gentle temperament. Which beastman could resist her charm? Imohen harbored a longing to take Yunyang back to the forest, to live in seclusion forever. Yet, he understood the impossibility of such a dream. Thus, they proceeded to explore further. This was merely a modest market, with a limited assortment of goods, and Yunyang had already perused most of the offerings. Imohen led her toward a large wooden building. Esteemed female, please come in. A handsome male beastman greeted them, his long neck adorned with a flowing azure robe embellished with a crane motif. Strands of hair fell across his forehead, partially concealing faint blue beast markings. Upon seeing Yunyang, he was momentarily taken aback, then welcomed her with a warm smile. In the beast world, weaving techniques had already been established. The reason most male beastmen were clad only in animal hides was that they frequently needed to hunt, a process that often required them to assume their beastly forms. The hides they wore were originally part of their human guise, but donning clothing would be cumbersome and prone to damage. Hence, the majority of garments were tailored for females who lacked a beast form. What type of attire does this esteemed female desire? We offer animal hide skirts, cloth skirts, and exquisite silk skirts. Would you care to try on a silk skirt? It is a specialty of the merfolk. We happen to have one available. It requires only a purple crystal or 10 blue crystals. The beastman glanced at Imohen, recognizing him as a purple-tier beastman, who surely would not be unable to afford it. Moreover, his gaze discreetly fell upon the umbrella that Yunyang had tucked away. If he was not mistaken, the fabric appeared to be made of silk. Such extravagance was indeed remarkable. Yunyang murmured, a piece of purple crystal? This fish-scale fabric is rather valuable. She then glanced at Imohen, recalling that day when he had torn the fish-scale dress he exchanged from the system. Imohen, feeling guilty, averted his gaze. Do you want it, my lady? I currently lack purple crystals, but I could gather 10 blue crystals. Forget it. Yunyang had just begun to speak when a sharp voice cut through. I want it. Bai Zhu, upon hearing that familiar voice, froze momentarily, his expression darkening. Oh, isn't this Bai Zhu? Have you found your mate? A green-tier beastman like you, not even rejected? It seems your mate isn't all that impressive. Bai Shan, following Baina, immediately recognized Bai Zhu, who had been expelled from their tribe yesterday. Even from just a silhouette, he could identify him. His jealousy toward Bai Zhu was palpable. Bai Zhu, endowed with greater talent, remained indifferent to Baina's advances. Meanwhile, Bai Shan felt inferior to Bai Zhu, forced to curry favor with the female. Now that Bai Zhu had become a green-tier beastman, while he had just ascended to blue tier, it was only fitting that he mock him thoroughly. Bai Zhu. Baina's face bore a mix of pride and anger. She felt proud that even a green-tier beastman would deign to look at Bai Zhu's mate. Surely not as remarkable as herself. Yet she was furious that Bai Zhu would rather associate with someone beneath him than with her. I must see who your mate is. Chapter 12. Protectiveness. Baina attempted to grab Yunyang's hand rudely, but Yunyang deftly evaded her. Simultaneously, she took a moment to scrutinize Baina. She was not particularly attractive. Her skin slightly fairer than the average female, adorned with a few freckles on her face. If not for the evident malice in her eyes, Yunyang might have deemed her charming. The moment Baina laid eyes on Yunyang, jealousy almost ignited within her. Baina glared at Yunyang, demanding, which tribe do you belong to? How dare you covet the male I desire? Yunyang cast a fleeting glance at her, asserting that it was none of her concern. I am the daughter of the White Wolf tribe's chief. You have taken the males of our tribe. Therefore, I must intervene. If I cannot possess the male, why should this female have the right to? Bai Zhu's expression hardened. Though I belong to the White Wolf tribe, I possess the autonomy to choose my own female companion. Besides, I have already been exiled from the tribe. He continued, I was conversing with your female leader. What gives you the right to interrupt? Baina reached for the leather whip at her waist, intent on striking Bai Zhu. Just as he attempted to evade her, a fair hand appeared before him, seizing the whip. He looked up to find the female leader had caught the whip meant for him. Are you all right, my lady? Bai Zhu asked, anxiety etched on his face. He felt warmth in his heart as he realized he had been defended by her. Let go. Baina tugged fiercely at her whip. Very well, Yunyang replied, loosening her grip, causing Baina to stumble to the ground due to her lack of control. Are you all right, my lady? Bai Shan, who could have caught Baina, chose instead to wait until she fell clumsily before helping her up. See, not all beastmen tolerate Binna's foul temper, he thought, reveling in a moment of satisfaction. Not only Bai Zhu, but Binna's other beast husbands also refrained from assisting her immediately, underscoring the poor nature of her character. Enraged, Binna struck Bai Zhu, who was nearest to her. Are you useless? Your female leader is being bullied, and you won't teach her a lesson? Bai Zhu bore the slap quietly. His eyes shadowed with irritation. She is a female, we cannot lay hands on her. Females are precious. Harming one invites the wrath of the beast god, and no beast man would dare to do so. I did not instruct you to kill her. Binna seethed, her anger boiling over as she yearned to eliminate Yun Yang for the humiliation she felt. You wish to harm my female leader? Imohen scoffed, stepping forward to survey Binna's companions. Who? Among Binna's husbands, only Bai Zhu had advanced to the blue tier after consuming Binna's crystal yesterday. Faced with Imohen, they stood no chance. The mere sight of Imohen's purple beast markings rendered them silent. They had no desire to engage in conflict. The shopkeepers observed Binna and her entourage with furrowed brows. You useless lot. Binna fumed, consumed with jealousy over Yun Yang's association with a purple tier beast man. My lady, weren't you seeking a fish silk dress? Bai Zhu quickly appeased Binna, presenting a purple crystal. Why not use this beast crystal? Upon seeing the crystal in Bai Zhu's hand, Bai Zhu's expression shifted dramatically. That is my father's beast crystal. The lingering aura of his father was palpable on it. Bai Zhu smirked subtly, knowing Bai Zhu would recognize it. It was a perfect opportunity to embarrass Bai Zhu while placating Binna. The moment Binna noticed Bai Zhu's reaction, her fury subsided. Yes, this was given to me by my father. She laughed triumphantly. What, do you desire it? Bai Zhu clenched his fists, his face contorted with rage. Return my father's beast crystal. Binna scoffed. Then have your female leader kneel and apologize. I might consider it. This is my affair. It has nothing to do with my female leader. How could he ask his female leader to kneel for him? Very well. Binna gleefully tossed the beast crystal onto the table, demanding the soul fish silk dress. These paupers could never afford it. Truly lacking in insight. She shot a fierce glare at the beast man who had handed the dress to Yun Yang. The beast man remained unaffected, as the true lack of insight lay not with him. Why should he clash with money? He promptly fetched the fish silk dress for Binna. Upon receiving the dress she coveted, Binna noted that Bai Zhu's female leader had remained silent throughout, leading her to believe Yun Yang was afraid, further inflating her ego. She looked down at the despondent Bai Zhu and mocked. It seems your choice of female leader is not so remarkable after all. Before me, she dares not utter a word? Imohen furrowed his brow slightly. Had Yun Yang not discreetly pulled him back, he would have charged forward to teach that arrogant female a lesson. Imohen had no qualms about striking females, as long as they survived. The beast god would not punish him. Bai Zhu, lost in despair, had never contemplated that his female leader would defend him. After all, it was merely a matter concerning his father's beast crystal. Excuse me, may I exchange for that beast crystal? Yun Yang approached the beast man in the shop after Binna's group departed. The beast man was taken aback. Did this female leader wish to trade a fish silk umbrella and 10 blue crystals? Indeed, Yun Yang affirmed with a nod. Since Bai Zhu cared for that beast crystal, she sought an opportunity to reclaim it. With Binna relinquishing the purple crystal, the situation had become more manageable. This was the reason she had refrained from speaking earlier. Had she said too much and Binna decided against using the crystal to purchase the dress, she would have had to devise another method to acquire it. Although she could consider seizing it, a simpler approach was preferable. What was a little ridicule to her? However, this female leader would incur a loss. The beast man gazed longingly at the umbrella. No worries, it is merely an umbrella, I do not mind. It is just 500 points. Easily obtainable by defeating a few corrupted beasts. Alright, it's a deal. The beast man cheerfully handed Yun Yang the beast crystal. Yun Yang once again handed the beast crystal to Bai Zhu, saying, take it, this is your father's beast crystal. Bai Zhu stared blankly at Yun Yang, his eyes suddenly welling with tears. His mistress had endured the scornful taunts of Binna because of him, yet she bore no resentment. Rather, she went to great lengths to retrieve his father's beast crystal. How could he not be moved by this? His mistress was truly wonderful. From this moment forth, he would willingly lay down his life for her. Thank you, my mistress. I shall repay this kindness in the future. Yun Yang's gaze halted him. Well, since you are my beast husband, we are now family. There is no need for gratitude. She had always been rather protective of those close to her. As long as her companions remained loyal, her capacity for tolerance was quite profound, and she wished to shield them from any grievances. Subsequently, she remarked with significant implication. Those who are so arrogant will inevitably face retribution. Bai Zhu nodded emphatically, his eyes reddening, nearly rivaling Yun Yang's vampiric hue. Imohen felt a surge of warmth within. Behold, this is his esteemed mate. Chapter 13. Misfortune. By the way, I noticed that your wardrobe consists entirely of female attire. Do you have anything for males? Yun Yang stroked her chin, contemplating the purchase of 2 garments for her beast husband. The orc in the shop widened his eyes in astonishment. It was the first time he had witnessed a female master buying items for her beast husband. Indeed, these 2 beast husbands were fortunate to have such a gracious female master. Receiving the envious glances from others, Imohen could not help but puff out his chest. filled with pride. Esteemed female master, our humble shop is rather small and does not stock garments for male orcs, the orc remarked, quickly adding, however, if you wish to make a purchase, we can arrange for items to be delivered from other stores. This region was indeed quite remote, and there were hardly any clothed male orcs in sight. You have other shops? Yunyang casually inquired. Glancing at the clothing in the store and the other employees who were diligently at work, she surmised that a blue-tier orc was merely an ordinary employee in the shop, suggesting that this establishment must have some notable background. When Baina threatened to teach her a lesson, the orcs had exhibited a hint of malice in their eyes, as if they would intervene the moment Baina's beast husband acted. Indeed, esteemed female master, we have stores throughout the central district. You can find our shops in any marketplace you visit. The orc revealed, inadvertently displaying a sense of pride. I see, Yunyang pondered, then where is your main store? In the Beast King City, the orc replied with a smile. Yunyang nodded slightly, contemplating Beast King City. It sounds like an immense metropolis, one that I shall explore in the future. Dear guest, do you require anything further? Yunyang nodded, expressing her agreement. Very well, if there are any available. Please prepare several for me. In addition, Yunyang purchased a few dresses made of fabric, resembling the little camisole dresses she wore in her previous life. By patronizing their business, she also gleaned some information regarding the circumstances in Beast King City. Upon engaging with the textiles, she earned 10 points and obtained a textile crafting manual. Yunyang subtly raised her brow, finding the situation rather intriguing. Should she perhaps experiment with weaving? Perhaps Bai Zhu and Imohen could produce some fabric? However, this was merely a fleeting thought. The priority at present was to enhance her own abilities. Weaving could be set aside for the time being. Before departing, the orc in the shop handed Yunyang a silver token, adorned with the image of a winged tiger. Esteemed guest, no matter which marketplace you visit in the future, you may procure goods from our silver wing shop. We offer more than just clothing. With this token, you shall be regarded as our honored guest. Thank you very much, Yunyang replied as she accepted the token. The other orcs in the shop gazed in astonishment at the orc who had presented the token to Yunyang. Once she had left, they inquired, why did you give it to her? The orc smirked slightly. I have a premonition that this female is destined to be extraordinary, with a bright future ahead. Their Crane clan possessed a unique racial talent, granting them insights more precise than those of ordinary individuals. Although it could not rival prophetic abilities, it had indeed brought considerable fortune to their clan. After parting ways, Imohen glanced at the token in Yunyang's hand, noting its connection to the Winged Tiger clan. Yunyang looked at him in confusion. The Winged Tiger clan is the lord of the Beast King City in the Central District. This shop is backed by the Winged Tiger tribe. The clouds have cleared, revealing the truth. Once we have explored the misty forest, we shall venture to the Beast King City. A trace of tenderness flickered in Imohen's eyes, yielding to the will of the matriarch. They strolled through the market, eventually finding a place to exchange the pelts from their hunt for beast crystals. Coincidentally, this establishment was also owned by the Winged Tiger clan, further affirming the prowess of the Silver Wing trading post. Let us return to the misty forest. Yunyang contemplated. It was time to delve deeper into the mystical fog forest. Bai Shan, you utter fool. Yunyang suddenly heard Baina's voice filled with exasperation, and she couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips. It was merely a matter of holding onto my dress, and you managed to ruin it. Bai Shan's complexion turned pale as he retorted, Mistress, that orc deliberately bumped into me, attempting to snatch away the silk dress. I was merely trying to protect it. In essence, you are nothing but a failure. Baina, in her fury, struck Bai Shan across the face. A wave of humiliation surged within him as he bitterly replied, if it weren't for the mistress flaunting her purchase of the silk dress, how could the orc have set his sights on us? I was merely responsible for holding on to it. Why should I bear the blame? Well then, Baina exclaimed, pointing at Bai Shan's face, are you blaming me, your mistress? Have you lost your mind? If you no longer wish to accompany me, I can revoke the beast bond right now. Bai Shan's expression shifted, and he was compelled to lower his head, apologizing. I am sorry, mistress, it is all my fault. Baina scoffed coldly and declared, for the next month, do not even think of entering my chamber. You all, teach him a lesson. Upon hearing this, Baina's other beast husbands wasted no time in launching an attack on Bai Shan. Bai Shan had often bullied them in the past, and now that they had the opportunity, they would not let it slip away. As Bai Shan was beaten black and blue, he could not retaliate. He merely lowered his gaze, which flickered with a hint of malice. Yunyang gazed upon the farcical scene and remarked, I knew it, they would inevitably face retribution. And here it is. Retribution has arrived. With a fleeting glance from her enchanting eyes, she merely exchanged a basic misfortune talisman within the system to be applied to them, and to her surprise, the results were rather impressive. Bai Zhu felt an inner delight. They deserved it. Yunyang smiled gently. Let us return. At that moment, the sky darkened, and the marketplace began to disperse. The ink-like creature transformed into a serpentine beast, guiding Yunyang back to the forest. Upon their return to the cave, Yunyang retrieved the beast crystals exchanged at the marketplace. Although the animal skins were not particularly valuable, they possessed over 100 well-preserved specimens, which had yielded a single purple crystal and several blue ones. Yin Yang bestowed the amethyst upon Mo Hin and the azure crystal upon Bai Zhu. In truth, a thought lingered in her mind, albeit a rather audacious one. Yin Yang turned her gaze towards Bai Zhu. Yang, speak. I have faith in you. Outside. They referred to Yin Yang as the female sovereign, but in the absence of outsiders, she felt free to express herself more openly. Did you not consume an amethyst previously? Yin Yang remarked. Now that you are at the green tier, perhaps you could ingest an azure crystal. Should there be surplus energy, I can assist you by siphoning it away through blood absorption. However, the efficacy of this method remains uncertain. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Zhu replied, I will consume it. I trust Yang. His survival from the last ordeal suggested that this method might indeed be viable. Moreover, Bai Zhu yearned to ascend to the blue tier swiftly. Even if he could not catch up to the female sovereign, he did not wish to lag behind. Taking an azure crystal in hand, he consumed it without a trace of doubt. Previously, when the female sovereign was not present, he had dared to take the amethyst alone. How much more resolute was he now with her by his side? Witnessing Bai Zhu's unwavering trust in her, Yin Yang found it remarkable. Although the beast seal resided within her, their acquaintance had been brief, yet he exhibited such profound faith in her. In truth, Yin Yang was not engaging in recklessness. She had discreetly inquired with the system and was aware that this method was indeed feasible. Yet, before she could finish her explanation, Bai Zhu had already ingested the crystal. Was the beast seal truly so formidable? Chapter 14. The fallen beast of the purple tier. Soon after consuming the azure crystal, Bai Zhu experienced a wave of discomfort, an all too familiar sensation, indeed, for it was even more agonizing than when he had ingested the amethyst. It was a torment akin to a colossal energy surging chaotically within his body. Perhaps it was due to his past as a blue-tier beastman that this experience was not as excruciating as the last. As Bai Zhu struggled to endure, he called out to Yin Yang, drenched in sweat. Yin Yang promptly seized Bai Zhu's hand, drawing away the surplus energy within him. Bai Zhu's blood was indeed exceedingly sweet. A tingling sensation enveloped Bai Zhu's entire being, as the pain he had felt diminished significantly. He gazed at Yin Yang in a daze, suddenly experiencing a willingness to be entirely drained by him, as if surrendering completely. The moment Yin Yang released his hand, Bai Zhu felt a trace of melancholy. Was he unwell? If Yin Yang were aware of his thoughts, he would undoubtedly assure him otherwise. When the blood clan feeds on blood, their sharp fangs secrete a unique substance that renders the victim impervious to pain, even stimulating the production of dopamine. How about that? Bai Zhu gradually regained his composure, feeling significantly better, convinced that once the opportune moment arrived, he could restore his blue tier. Yin Yang nodded slightly, expressing her approval. That's good. Tonight, we shall hunt some fallen beasts. Perhaps that will suffice. As our energy accumulates sufficiently, practical experience will prove indispensable. How about we venture into the inner circle? Yin Yang proposed the idea of venturing into the innermost circle of the misty forest, to which Bai Zhu and Mo Hin responded in unison. No, Yang. The deeper you go into the misty forest, the more perilous it becomes. We cannot allow you to take such risks. Bai Zhu exclaimed hastily. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Hin added, I have never ventured to the very center of the misty forest either, but it is likely that most of the creatures within are of blue rank or higher. Now that I am a purple rank beastman, perhaps I should take the opportunity to explore it myself. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Yang conceded that, given her current abilities, she could manage to confront the blue tier fallen beasts. However, she stood little chance against the purple tier ones. Previously, in an attempt to gauge her own strength, she had engaged in a battle with Mo Hin, and without the aid of the system, she found herself utterly defenseless. Mo Hin breathed a sigh of relief. Recognizing that Yang had become quite formidable, it was likely that she would soon be capable of dealing with the purple tier fallen beasts, at which point they could venture forth to investigate. Thus, they resolved to embark on a quest to hunt the fallen beasts. Yin Yang still feels somewhat inadequate. Once a dominant force in the blue star, now in the beast realm, she finds herself vulnerable and easily at the mercy of others. Yin Yang learned from the system that the misty forest in the beast realm is not even considered the most perilous of places. If she cannot defeat the purple tier fallen beasts on her own, it would be prudent for her to remain here for the time being. Bai Zhu was taken aback by Yin Yang's words. The females in the beast realm generally seek comfort, and even the matriarch of their white wolf tribe is somewhat indulgent in pleasure. While females may join the gathering team, their numbers are few, and even the young males of the tribe exhibit greater diligence than they do. Yet, her matriarch is wholly focused on becoming stronger, challenging the purple tier fallen beasts. Such determination leaves Bai Zhu feeling inadequate. Clenching his fist in resolve, he thought, no, he too must strive to grow stronger. Mo Hin also felt a sense of helplessness regarding Yin Yang's fervent desire to hunt fallen beasts. Very well, let us set forth. If the matriarch wishes to slay fallen beasts, they shall undoubtedly accompany her. Yin Yang opened the map of the misty forest, heading toward the area teeming with fallen beasts. Mo Hin and Bai Zhu accompanied Yin Yang, vanquishing fallen beasts along the way, and before they knew it, they had drawn closer to the inner perimeter of the forest. Mo Hin, over there is a solitary purple tier fallen beast. Shall we investigate? A purple tier fallen beast? Mo Hin's expression shifted slightly. Have we truly ventured this deep into the forest? Not quite yet. There's merely a lone purple tier fallen beast. Yin Yang patted Imohen reassuringly. Let us go? I wish to test my skills against a purple tier fallen beast. Absolutely not. Imohen replied sternly. It is far too perilous. Imohen, it is a rare opportunity to encounter a solitary purple tier fallen beast, Yin Yang insisted. I wish to see if I can handle it with the aid of the system. Besides, you are here. Are you not capable of safeguarding me? Imohen, aware that this purple tier fallen beast was something Yin Yang had painstakingly located on the system map, realized that this was part of her carefully laid plan. If she were to disclose her intention to confront the purple tier fallen beast directly, Imohen would never have consented. With a hint of charm, Yin Yang's demeanor softened, and Imohen felt his resolve wavering. Bai Zhu, with his eyes gleaming a luminous blue in the night, gazed on enviously, wishing to hear his mistress call his name in such an endearing manner. Very well, I shall acquiesce. However, you must promise not to act recklessly. I value my life and will not place myself in peril. Moreover, I have 2 beastly companions. Should I find myself in trouble, they too would be affected. Yin Yang had not yet succumbed to impulsiveness. Imohen let out a sigh and cautiously proceeded in the direction indicated by Yin Yang. Even before approaching within 100 meters of the purple tier fallen beast, Yin Yang detected a foul, rancid odor, a telltale scent of the fallen beast's blood. If he was not mistaken, it seemed that the purple tier fallen beast had ventured out to hunt, feasting on some nearby fallen creatures. Imohen approached with utmost care. Passing by the mangled corpses of the fallen beasts, which were adorned with arrow-like spines, a clear indication of a porcupine. Upon getting closer, his suspicions were confirmed. Bai Zhu observed the porcupine's elongated quills for some time before whispering. These quills are rather extraordinary. They harbor a trace of elemental gold, exhibiting formidable defensive capabilities. This revelation underscored the formidable nature of the purple tier fallen beast endowed with such extraordinary powers. Yang, allow me to handle this. The porcupine poses a significant challenge. Imohen insisted, unwilling to let Yin Yang take unnecessary risks. Yin Yang hesitated for a moment. Challenging it alone seemed unrealistic, so she decided to join forces. Indeed, she required training, yet this was contingent upon their abilities not being too disparate. Ultimately, their primary objective remained the extermination of the fallen beast. Swiftly vanquishing this porcupine was of utmost importance. I launched my attack from above. This porcupine possessed the elemental prowess of gold, yet lacked the ability to fly. Thus I was relatively safe in the air. Imohen pondered for a moment before acquiescing. My speed was advantageous, allowing me to draw the porcupine's attention. Bai Zhu was equally unwilling to wait idly, eager to contribute his own share of strength. Yin Yang and Bai Zhu quietly conspired to devise a strategy before unfurling their wings and soaring towards the porcupine. In a bid to strike swiftly and catch the creature off guard, Yin Yang even harnessed Bai Zhu's elemental wind. She drew her bow, conjuring an ice arrow, its tip adorned with an explosive talisman acquired from the system. Indeed, while she was unable to exchange for bombs from Blue Star, she could procure talismans that bore similar explosive properties. It was merely a matter of nomenclature, which was quite absurd. With a resounding strike, Yin Yang combined the powers of Bai Zhu, Imohen, and the system. Boom! Flames illuminated the forest as the porcupine, in agony, leaped forward, its long quills shooting forth like arrows aimed at Yin Yang. Chapter 15, The Contaminated Lake Ding. The porcupine's metallic-hued quills pierced the tree trunk behind Yin Yang, embedding themselves deeply within. Yin Yang swiftly evaded, a cold sweat breaking out on her back. If struck, she would surely face dire consequences. Imohen also felt a pang of anxiety for Yin Yang. Go! Imohen squinted and addressed Bai Zhu. Bai Zhu's innate racial talent was speed, further enhanced by his wind elemental powers, allowing him to dart like a breeze. He weaved in and out before the porcupine, alternating between rapid bursts and slow movements, quickly disorienting the creature. To the porcupine, a wolf of lesser strength approaching it was merely an offering of sustenance. Yet, Bai Zhu was cunning, focused solely on evasion, leaving the porcupine in vain pursuit. Frustrated, the porcupine furiously rammed into the surrounding trees. With the remarkable vision afforded by his bloodline, Yin Yang observed with dismay that his recent arrow had inflicted minimal damage upon the porcupine. Aside from a few quills being dislodged, its skin remained unbroken. Indeed, it was a creature of formidable defensive prowess. Imohen also took action, transforming into a colossal serpent, his tail enveloped in a thick layer of frost for protection, and delivering a powerful strike upon the porcupine's back. True to his status as a purple-tier beastman, Imohen's tail, while not causing grievous injury, did manage to dislodge a considerable number of quills from the creature's back. The porcupine, with its limited intelligence, found itself tormented by a cunning wolf and now besieged by a serpent of equal stature. As it flailed in confusion, Imohen seized the opportunity to strike back with his tail, using the quills against him, while Yin Yang in the skies above readied another arrow. The porcupine, infuriated, spun in circles, roaring in frustration, unsure of where to direct its ire. Yin Yang pondered deeply, and with a sudden flash of inspiration, instructed Imohen and the others. You should take cover. Upon hearing this, Imohen and Bai Zhu quickly distanced themselves from the porcupine. Yun Yang exchanged a purple thunder talisman at the system and shot it with an arrow, striking the porcupine. With a crackle, violet lightning erupted, enveloping the porcupine in a dazzling display of electric light. The piercing cry of the porcupine echoed through the forest, while the keen-nosed Bai Zhu seemed to detect a whiff of scorched flesh. Such formidable power. With a slight smile at the corner of her lips, it seemed she had devised the right strategy. The porcupine, its entire body adorned with metallic quills, boasted an exceptionally high defense. However, metal conducts electricity. Utilizing a purple lightning talisman would yield remarkable results with minimal effort. As long as one is willing to think creatively, even an overwhelming battle could present a chance for victory. The porcupine, electrified to the point of confusion, rolled on the ground in a frenzy, its spines gradually becoming sparse. A splendid opportunity. Yun Yang has exchanged for the golden light talisman, a type of supportive rune that enhances the hardness of weapons and sharpens their edge. This time, Yun Yang successfully pierced through the coarse hide of the porcupine. Yun Yang was exhilarated as she once again drew her bow and released an arrow. The battlefield had transformed into her dominion, while Mo Hen merely restrained the porcupine, preventing its escape and occasionally landing a hit. Bang! With her final arrow piercing its throat, the porcupine finally collapsed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully hunting the purple tier fallen beast and earning 1,000 points. I have triumphed. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yun Yang smiled with genuine joy. The acquisition of these 1,000 points from slaying the purple tier fallen beast was no small feat. She had just expended half of her points using talismans. With the porcupine slain, a wave of exhaustion washed over her, as confronting a purple tier fallen beast had truly drained her energy and spirit. Consequently, her black feathered wings retracted automatically, and Yun Yang began to plummet from the air. Yang, Mo Hen, and Bai Zhu rushed over anxiously. Bai Zhu, the swiftest, caught Yun Yang effortlessly, allowing her to land upon his thick, wolf fur. Yun Yang gently stroked the fur of Bai Zhu, finding it remarkably smooth, unlike those werewolves, whose coarse and bristly fur repulsed her. Are you alright, Yang? Mo Hen felt a mixture of pride and concern for Yun Yang. As a female, she truly need not exert herself so fiercely. While other females sought strength through continuous contracts with beast husbands, Yun Yang chose to empower herself, refusing to rely on such partnerships. I'm fine, Yun Yang exclaimed, biting into a green crystal that instantly replenished her energy. Look, I have slain a purple tier fallen beast. This marked her first victory over a purple tier adversary. Mo Hen tenderly caressed Yun Yang's cheek, acknowledging her remarkable achievement in vanquishing a purple tier fallen beast. The rapid growth of Yun Yang left him astounded. Just a few days prior, he had been struggling to contend with the blue tier nightmare beast and had narrowly escaped death from its self-detonation. Yet today, Yun Yang was capable of slaying a purple tier fallen beast. Quick, bring forth the purple crystal from the porcupine. His crimson eyes shimmered in the darkness. All right, I shall fetch it immediately, Mo Hen replied, turning back to retrieve the porcupine's beast crystal and hand it over to Yun Yang. You must be weary, Yun Yang. Rest for a while on Bai Zhu's back as we make our way home. Yes, Yun Yang acknowledged, already succumbing to fatigue as he nestled against the soft fur of the wolf and drifted into slumber. Bai Zhu, wary of disturbing Yun Yang's repose, slowed his pace, prioritizing stability. Shortly after their departure, a black serpent emerged slowly, flicking its dark tongue and fixating its eerie gaze upon the lifeless porcupine. In the ensuing 2 days, Yun Yang relentlessly hunted fallen beasts, yet occasionally felt the unsettling sensation of being watched, as if unseen eyes were tracking her every move. Yun Yang turned back and found nothing amiss. Yun Yang, what troubles you? Mo Hen inquired. Yun Yang shook her head, dismissing it as nothing. Perhaps it was merely a figment of her imagination. Yun Yang continues to move forward, simultaneously collecting points. By activating the trigger, one can obtain 10 points. Uses, weaving fabric. Seeds for oil extraction. Yun Yang withdrew her hand and, upon discovering useful plants, gathered a handful of seeds to place within the space she had cultivated within the system, ensuring they would be available for planting when needed. She opened the map and noted that the high-level fallen beasts in the vicinity had nearly been eradicated. Just as she was preparing to conclude her work early, she noticed several flickering points on the map, which were impossible to overlook. What could this be? Host. It is a nightmare beast. Yun Yang's brow furrowed slightly. How could there be so many nightmares in that location? She glanced at the levels of the nightmares, noting they were rather low. If that were the case, then it was imperative to eliminate them to prevent any potential harm. Mo Hen, let us proceed in that direction. The system has detected several nightmares. We must address this issue immediately. They hastened to the scene, only to discover that it was the very same place where Yun Yang had previously vanquished the nightmares. Mo Hen, of course, recalled this location. Several nightmares lurked within the lake. Yun Yang spoke. Perhaps the self-detonation of the nightmares contaminated the lake with their tainted blood, and those that attacked must have emerged from this very water. It is quite possible that the lake had been polluted from that time. Chapter 16. Purification of the Nightmares. Bai Zhu gazed at the crystal-clear lake, teeming with fish that appeared harmless. Yet, to Bai Zhu's astonishment, A dark fish suddenly opened its tooth-filled jaws, swiftly dispatching a fish larger than itself. With the nightmares lurking within, how could they possibly locate them? Bai Zhu posed a query of the soul. Yin-Yang found herself in a predicament. The fish in this lake appeared remarkably similar, making it nearly impossible to discern any issues. Surely, they could not resort to capturing and killing all these fish, for that would be an arduous and time-consuming endeavor. System, do you have any solutions? She pondered. If the system was intent on having her resolve the issue of the nightmarish energy, it ought to provide her with some assistance. For what success could be achieved through mere blind efforts? The Eye of Truth could reveal the presence of the nightmarish energy, available for a mere 10,000 points. Yin-Yang clicked her tongue inwardly. It was evidently the system that desired her assistance in dispelling the ominous energy, yet it insisted she expend her own points. How generous. It was a wonder she refrained from chastising it as a profiteer. Do you not wish for the host? The truthful words could unveil all. 10,000 points were indeed a mere pittance. One must seize the opportunity. Without the willingness to sacrifice, one cannot ensnare the wolf. It was likely she would have further use for it in the future. Upon successfully exchanging for the Eye of Truth from the system, Yin-Yang commenced its operation. To her dismay, she discovered that utilizing the eye consumed even more energy than wielding the bow provided by the system. When she gazed into the lake, her expression darkened further. Through the Eye of Truth, she observed that the once crystalline waters had been tainted by a sinister black energy, and the fish, heavily contaminated, bore an ominous aura. What was to be done? The entire lake had succumbed to pollution. Given time, these fish would likely transform into nightmarish beasts. Should the creatures outside the lake consume the tainted fish, there existed a considerable risk of further contamination. Noticing Yin-Yang's troubled countenance, Imohen gently inquired, Yang, what troubles you? Yin-Yang took a deep breath. Having exchanged for the Eye of Truth from the system, I discovered that this lake had been tainted by the miasma. What about Bai Zhu and Imohen? I shall consult the system. System, you possess a solution, do you not? Host, you may exchange for purification pills in the marketplace, each costing 100 points. Yin-Yang was on the verge of losing her composure, yet again faced with the necessity of expending her precious points. Could the system not convey this information all at once? She exchanged, and exchanged. Having already traded her true eye, she thought it little loss to part with this purification elixir. As she spoke, a round, white elixir appeared in her hand, and without hesitation, Yin-Yang cast the purification elixir into the lake. As the elixir dissolved, the ominous black mist visibly dissipated. One elixir was insufficient. Thus, she redeemed a second and then a third. At last, after spending 500 points, the waters of the lake had returned to their former clarity, and even the tainted fish shed their darkened aura. Ding. Host has purified Night Beasts X4, earning a total of 800 points by restoring the contaminated water source. An additional 1,000 points are awarded. Yin-Yang finally let out a sigh of relief. Although the points spent were somewhat considerable, the rewards were equally high. There was no need to fish in a full pond. Spending a few points sufficed, which was quite commendable. The issue was resolved. Yin-Yang remarked as she turned around. Bai Zhu couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile. Yang was truly remarkable. He sighed, noting that the beast god no longer bestowed blessings, and the aura of nightmares had emerged. Many beastmen speculated that the beast world had been forsaken by the beast god. Perhaps the beast world had not been abandoned after all. Yang had come to save us. Yin-Yang smiled, saying, I have heard that the light element can also dispel the shadow energy. I possess only one, while there are multiple beastmen endowed with the power of the light element. It might be more prudent to entrust it to them. However, if we consider the system's expectations, Bai Zhu's thoughts are not entirely unfounded. Should the source of the shadow energy be eradicated by her in the future, she would indeed become a benefactor of the beast realm. Perhaps the system is, after all, sent by the beast god. Is there any connection between the system and the beast god? The system is solely appointed by the headquarters. The voice of the system in Yin-Yang's mind was chillingly devoid of any emotion. Yin-Yang refrained from asking further questions. It mattered little where the system originated. Her sole desire was to return to her own world. All I know is that Yang is truly unique, Bai Zhu remarked. In his heart, Yin-Yang was regarded as a divine gift from the beast god to them. Very well, let us return, he concluded. Yin-Yang did not contest this. In a sense, was she not unique as an individual from another world? As they made their way back, Yin-Yang expressed her desire to explore the inner depths of the misty forest. I have acquired sufficient ability to contend with the purple-tier fallen beasts. When shall we venture into the inner region, Imohen? Yin-Yang gazed up at the three blazing suns overhead, feeling utterly dazed by the relentless heat. Next time, it would be wiser to venture out later. The temperatures have risen significantly, making even the nights uncomfortably warm. Yin-Yang even contemplated spending the entire sweltering season within the cave, clutching a massive block of ice. Upon witnessing Yin-Yang's steadfastness, Imohen sighed, let us rest well today. Tomorrow, I shall venture into the inner regions to scout. If the dangers prove too great, and I cannot guarantee your safety, I shall certainly not permit you to accompany me. Very well. Yin-Yang nodded, relieved that there was room for discussion. Upon returning to the cave, Yin Yang comfortably settled in to doze off. The following day, Yin Yang eagerly brought up the matter of exploring the inner realms. Imohen, feeling helpless, first prepared some chilled fruits for Yin Yang, and then admonished, Yang Yang, stay at home and wait for me to return promptly. And do not attempt to follow me secretly. Imohen's expression was grave. Yin Yang touched her nose, contemplating the thought that had indeed crossed her mind. Through the system's map, she had discerned that the inner realm was teeming with violet and azure-tiered fallen beasts, with even more formidable creatures lurking in the shadows. I understand now. I shall not venture there again. Imohen turned to Bai Zhu, reiterating his advice. Take good care of Yang Yang at home. Moreover, keep a vigilant eye on her, ensuring she does not wander off. Yin Yang rested a hand on the table, savoring the chilled fruits prepared by Imohen. It remained uncertain who would protect whom. Bai Zhu felt a faint flush rise to his ears. Over the past few days, he had regained his blue-tier strength. Yet it was evident that he could not rival the female sovereign. He must strive even harder. Bai Zhu was Yin Yang's beast husband. Any need could be addressed by him. All right, go on. Yin Yang teased, biting into a berry. I realize, Imohen, that you possess quite the attributes of a steward. Or rather, a steward husband. It is my honor, he replied, yearning to be Yin Yang's beast husband and chief steward. I shall take my leave. Imohen transformed into a serpent beast and swiftly ventured inward. Upon seeing Bai Zhu standing upright, Yin Yang waved him over, inviting him to sit. Yin Yang offered him a sweet and tangy berry. Here, give it a try. This is meant for females, but I always eat it. Who says it's only for them? If I want you to eat it, then you shall. Without hesitation, Yin Yang popped one into his mouth. Thank you, Yang Yang. Bai Zhu felt a surge of sweetness in his heart. After a while, a fierce roar echoed from outside. Bai Zhu was taken aback. It was quite peculiar. The fallen beasts in the vicinity had been driven away and dared not approach, yet today one had ventured this way. Chapter 17. Why are you outside? Yang Yang. It seems a fallen beast has appeared outside. It's still bright out. I'll go take a look. Upon hearing that roar, which seemed to be quite close, Bai Zhu prepared to investigate for the safety of their cave. Yin Yang initially contemplated venturing outside together, but upon Bai Zhu's mention of the scorching sun, she relinquished the idea. Bai Zhu's speed and evasion was exceptional. She was confident in her ability to flee, even from a purple-tier fallen beast. Yin Yang harbored no concerns regarding this. She even took a moment to glance at the system's map, revealing a blue-tier fallen beast lurking outside. Yin Yang conveyed this message to Bai Zhu, urging him to exercise caution. It's nothing. I can handle it. Bai Zhu replied confidently. Very well, proceed with care. If you truly cannot resolve it, return, Yin Yang advised. That won't happen, Bai Zhu thought resolutely. He must confront the blue-tier fallen beast outside to demonstrate his prowess to the female master. Bai Zhu exited the cave and, 500 meters away, discovered a blue-tier golden lion fallen beast. The golden lion clamped its jaws around a wild boar with tusks, mercilessly tearing it in two. Bai Zhu twitched his nose, sensing the faint scent of Imohen nearby. However, it was not surprising. They resided close to the cave, leaving traces of their presence. This was precisely why many fallen beasts, upon catching Imohen's scent, dared not approach. Yet, this particular blue-tier beast was an exception, providing an excellent opportunity for Bai Zhu to hone his skills. Transforming into a wolf beast, Bai Zhu eagerly approached, his blue vertical pupils fixated on the fallen beast. Seizing the right moment, he pounced. Meanwhile, within the cave, Yin Yang boredly gnawed on two low-tier beast crystals. Suddenly, she noticed Imohen staggering in, blood streaks marring his chest from claw wounds. Imohen, what happened to you? She exclaimed, observing that his temples had begun to show signs of beastification, and his neck was adorned with dark scales. Is your sea of consciousness in turmoil? What occurred? The situation appeared far more dire than when she last saw him. Yang Yang, after I ventured into the inner area, I was unexpectedly attacked by a white-tier fallen beast. In my attempt to escape, I expended a significant amount of ability, and my sea of consciousness became chaotic, he explained, his face pale as he grasped Yin Yang's hand with urgency. Yang Yang, I feel so unwell. Please, help me. Help? Do you mean as we did last time? Yin Yang felt a certain sensation. Ever since she became intimately linked with Imohen, they had merely lain together, with nothing further transpiring. One reason for this was Yin Yang's relentless dedication. Every night, she ventured out to slay the fallen beasts, returning home utterly exhausted and collapsing into slumber. Of course, there was an element of intention behind her actions. On that occasion, Imohen's vitality had been overwhelmingly vigorous, and Yin Yang found herself unable to keep up with him. When their eyes met, Yin Yang felt a shiver run down her spine. Could you be a bit gentler? And perhaps a little quicker? Yet, quick was an impossibility. Wouldn't that imply a doubt in his capabilities? He suppressed a slight smirk, swiftly lifting Yin Yang, inadvertently tearing the dress she had recently purchased just days prior. Yin Yang, this action is strikingly reminiscent of the last time. Although snakes are ectothermic creatures, possessing a body temperature lower than that of typical beastmen, it does not imply that their blood is cold. Yin Yang could distinctly perceive the warmth emanating from Mo's body as emotions surged within him. The moment Yin Yang began to speak, his words were silenced by a pair of icy lips. I do not wish to hear this. Could we perhaps change the subject? He restrained his emotions, whispering into Yun Yang's ear. Before Yun Yang could utter a single word, he was swept away by a whirlwind of fervent sensations. Yun Yang trembled all over. How was I unaware of your sinister side? Yun Yang let out a muffled sigh, her nails gently pressing against the ink-stained back. Is it truly impossible to even utter a word of sarcasm? Yang Yang tenderly whispered her name in her ear, yet his movements grew increasingly fervent. Might I suggest an alternative form of address? His voice carried a beguiling allure, sending delightful shivers through Yun Yang's ears. Hubby, she stammered, struggling to maintain her composure. Please, be gentle. A low, resonant chuckle escaped his throat. What does hubby signify? Yun Yang bit her lip, gazing at the ceiling of the cave, and softly murmured, It means companion. I truly adore this term. Could you call me that once more, please? Husband. Yun Yang could not resist pinching Imohen's waist. Having already satisfied him, how could he still behave like a dog, as if he were merely a bone? Yang Yang, call out again, I wish to hear it. No. Yun Yang felt utterly powerless, unable to shout or remain silent. She was on the verge of tears, pleading, Could you please hurry up? Is it that Yang Yang is dissatisfied with my abilities? Yun Yang met Imohen's penetrating gaze, rendered speechless. Her intuition warned her that uttering a single no would mean she could never leave this bed. Yet, she was equally unwilling to divulge the answer Imohen sought. If she acquiesced, the consequences would likely also keep her confined to this bed. With no way forward or backward, she felt trapped. Why was she silent? Was Yun Yang unhappy? I am quite content, her husband whispered with a light chuckle, igniting a wave of embarrassment and fury within her. You shall regret this. She vowed silently. But it matters not. If I must perish, let it be by your hand. The temperature within the cave steadily rose. Hastening the melt of the ice meant to cool the air, droplets rhythmically falling to the ground. Outside the cave, Bai Zhu took a final bite at the neck of the golden lion, its foul blood splattering upon the grass. The lion struggled in vain before finally succumbing to death. Satisfied that the lion was lifeless, Bai Zhu released his grip, stepping back to expel the hair and blood from his mouth. Transforming back into human form, he gazed at the fallen azure tear lion, shaking off the sweat from his silver hair. Bai Zhu, having extracted the azure crystal from within the lion's body, recalled Yun Yang's penchant for cleanliness. He sought a nearby stream to cleanse both the crystal and himself, striving to eliminate any trace of blood. Once he emerged pristine, Bai Zhu returned to the cave, eager to present his accomplishments to the female master. However, as he approached the cave, he halted, sensing something amiss. He heard the unmistakable sounds of intimacy between the female master and someone else. An overwhelming heat washed over him. Upon closer inspection, he discerned Imohen's presence within. Bai Zhu gritted his teeth in frustration. Wasn't Imohen supposed to be in the forest? How had he returned so abruptly, and with the female master? It was pitiable that he had yet to share a bed with her. Overwhelmed by jealousy, Bai Zhu restrained the urge to confront Imohen, pacing outside the cave instead. Listening to the muffled sounds emanating from within, his eyes reddened. Gripping a blade of grass in his mouth, he endured the agonizing wait. Time stretched as he watched the shifting shadows of the trees, his claws itching with impatience. Why are you outside? The voice startled Bai Zhu, causing the grass to fall from his mouth. Chapter 18. Night Chi. Bai Zhu turned to see a familiar figure behind him, his expression morphing into one of horror. Is this not Imohen? He thought, eyes wide with disbelief. Weren't you in the cave? He strained to listen, and indeed, faint moans from the female master could be heard. If it were not Imohen inside, then who was sharing such intimate moments with her? I just returned from the forest. How could I be in the cave? The last vestiges of hope shattered. Bai Zhu's face grew pale. At that moment, Imohen realized something was amiss. You thought I was in the cave? His expression shifted as he strode toward the entrance. Bai Zhu caught his arm. The female master is inside. Bai Zhu felt a pang of bitterness. He had yet to become the female master's official beast husband, only to have a rival appear. What was happening? Hadn't Bai Zhu been instructed to care for Yang Yang? How could this be? Imohen was on the brink of exploding with anger. A blue tear fallen beast appeared outside, and I went to slay it. Upon returning, I discovered the female master. Bai Zhu scratched his head in frustration. Your scent was all around. Naturally, I assumed it was you with Yang Yang. What a mess. Bai Zhu lamented, disbelief coursing through him. Imohen's expression darkened. It appears the beastmen inside have deliberately lured you away. Yet, why did their scent mirror his own? This was Bai Zhu's greatest confusion. Imohen took a deep breath. We must wait. At this point, all we can do is wait. Once their activities conclude, the truth shall be revealed. Imohen contemplated. Feeling a sense of frustration building within him, Yin Yang discovered that the one who had been affectionate towards her was not Imohen. At the moment of release, the side of Yin Yang's waist felt a burning heat, giving rise to a brand new beast mark. After the binding contract, the beast mark would gradually fade into the skin, becoming invisible unless intentionally revealed. Thus, Yin Yang initially failed to realize that this person was not Imohen. It was only with the emergence of the new beast mark that Yin Yang was utterly taken aback. Who are you? Yin Yang, I am your beloved husband. He replied with a smile, his lips trailing downward until they landed on his own beast mark. You are not Imohen. Who exactly are you? Why are you impersonating Imohen? Moreover, why do you look exactly like him? Even your aura is strikingly similar. Mistakenly identifying her beast husband, Yunyang felt utterly incredulous. The impersonator had called her name upon entering, indicating that he must have been observing her for quite some time. Yunyang suddenly recalled that over the past few days, she had occasionally felt the sensation of being watched. It turned out it was not merely an illusion. The orc draped over her caressed the beast mark. And I have never confessed, I am Imohen. Yet, you did not deny it either. Are you not afraid that I might erase your beast mark? Yunyang glared at him in anger. The outcome would be the same, whether one perished due to the tumult in their consciousness from the inability to find a mate, or by having their beast mark erased by their partner. So why not indulge in some joy before death? He grasped Yunyang's hand and pressed it against his beast mark, saying, Yunyang, if you despise me, then erase the beast mark. Only then can you be free of me. Yunyang met his frenzied gaze, her heart racing wildly. Have you lost your mind? With just a slight effort, my nails could easily tear through your beast seal. Do you truly fear nothing about shattering our pact? Consider me a mere trifle, he replied, baring his sharp fangs. I have been tormented to madness by the turmoil in my consciousness. Yang, I offer you but a single chance to free yourself from me. He gently inhaled the fragrance of her hair, saying, if you do not take action, you shall never escape me in this lifetime. Take action? Yunyang's mind was in a haze. If only she could erase his beast mark, he would experience a surge of recognition, allowing him to seize the opportunity to escape. However, upon encountering a face strikingly similar to Imohen's, her hesitation began to creep in. Indeed, she had misidentified the Beastmaster. Noticing the flicker of confusion in Yunyang's gaze, he realized that his gamble had paid off. Yunyang is sometimes prone to moments of tenderness. After observing him for several days, it became evident that Yunyang harbored a fierce disdain for the corrupted beasts of the wolf clan, seemingly harboring an aversion towards them. However, he displayed a remarkable kindness towards Bai Zhu, the wolf beast man. As he approached the brink of his own transformation into a corrupted beast, he realized he had to take a gamble. Yunyang, listen closely. I am not called Imohen, but Yi Qi. With a glimmer of crimson at the corners of his eyes, Yi Qi encircled Yunyang's waist, initiating his second wave of assault. Yunyang discovered that Yi Qi was even more spirited than Imohen. Moreover, there was a delightful variety to his antics. Due to the unique structure of the serpent beast, he could continue to amuse her in endless ways. Yunyang only remembers that before her slumber, the sky was bright, and upon awakening, the sky remained luminous. She lazily lifted her eyelids, her mind consumed by a singular thought. I am so hungry. Yang, are you awake? Yunyang gazed at that face, hesitating for a moment before calling out, Imohen? Imohen looked at Yunyang with a sense of guilt, replying, it is I. I am sorry, it is we who failed to protect you. Yunyang exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had not misidentified the person. Who could it be? Outside. I forbade him from entering. Imohen's tone carried a hint of barely contained frustration. We even gave him a beating. Yang, you wouldn't blame us for taking matters into our own hands, would you? If it weren't for the point of no return, both Imohen and Bai Zhu would have been inclined to eliminate Yi Qi on the spot. Blame? How could I possibly blame you? Beat him. By all means. Beat him. 3 times a day. Otherwise, Yunyang would not be appeased. From now on, let him remain outside the cave, barred from entry. A flicker of amusement crossed Imohen's eyes. All right, I understand. By the way, who is he? What connection does he have with you? Otherwise, how could he resemble Imohen so closely? When they stand together, even their own mother might struggle to tell them apart, right? Imohen pressed his lips together slightly. Yi Qi and I are blood brothers, born from the same clutch. As for who came first, that remains unknown. Most serpentine beasts do not lay eggs or care for their offspring. Upon hatching, the serpent young must face the trials of nature alone, resulting in a low survival rate. A serpentine beast typically lays dozens of eggs, yet only 3 to 5 may survive to adulthood. This is why most serpentine beasts are considered natural wanderers. Due to their fraternal bond, their resemblance in appearance and aura is so striking that I had not noticed Yi Qi observing us from outside the cave. The blue-tier fallen beast that Bai Zhu killed was deliberately placed outside the cave at the opportune moment to lure him away. Imohen did not hold back in his denunciation. Yunyang suddenly realized. So, it turns out that Imohen and Yi Qi are biological brothers. She now has 3 beastly husbands, 2 of whom are serpentine creatures, and they look strikingly alike. This is rather exhilarating. Yunyang truly fears that she will no longer be able to distinguish between Imohen and Yi Qi. How long have I been asleep? Upon Yunyang's inquiry, Imohen's expression darkened further. Yunyang, you have been asleep for nearly 2 days. Imohen exclaimed with resentment. That day, Bai Zhu and I stood guard outside for an entire night. That scoundrel Yi Qi is simply intolerable. Yunyang was astonished. She had thought she had merely slept until the next day, only to discover that it was already the 3rd day. No wonder she felt so famished. She decided to call Yi Qi in. Chapter 19. The idea. Imohen reluctantly grunted in acknowledgement. Rest assured, I shall teach him a lesson, Yunyang whispered. Mo Hen revealed a slight smile, saying, "He is now your beast husband. You may torment him as you wish." He stepped outside and summoned Yi Qi. The next moment, Yi Qi entered, sporting a bruised and battered visage. Yun Yang's brows furrowed slightly. Was this the result of her two beastly husbands' actions? Was it merely a matter of striking faces? Mo Hen, do you not find it peculiar when you hit his face? They look so similar, yet you can bring yourself to do it? Do you not feel as though you were striking yourself? Not at all. Not in the least. He is he. And I am I. Mo Hen cast a sidelong glance at Yi Qi. He would relish the opportunity to mar Yi Qi's face, ensuring he could never again deceive Yun Yang with his own visage. Yun Yang, upon hearing Yi Qi's voice, immediately discerned the distinction between Mo Hen and him. Mo Hen appeared cool and aloof, yet he was warm beneath that exterior. In contrast, Yi Qi emanated an aura of mischief. "I am hungry," she declared, directing her words at Yi Qi. Having observed Yun Yang for so long from the shadows, Yi Qi was undoubtedly aware of her uniqueness. "Come here, Yang Yang." Yi Qi extended an inviting arm. Yun Yang revealed his sharp fangs and fiercely sank them into his arm, drinking heavily. The beast patterns on Yi Qi's forehead flickered in and out of visibility, soon shifting from purple to blue. Yun Yang has truly indulged this time. "I apologize. I haven't eaten all day, and my hunger led me to overindulge, causing you to descend to the blue tier." While she uttered her apologies, her expression bore no semblance of remorse. Instead, it radiated a sense of triumph. This served as a minor retribution towards Yi Qi. She would not erase Yi Qi's beast mark, yet she would not easily extend her forgiveness either. Yi Qi gazed at the bite mark on his hand and smiled, thinking that if Yang Yang were to relish it, he would willingly allow himself to be drained completely. Yun Yang hastily averted her gaze. She had no peculiar penchant for draining others to the point of desiccation. However, Yi Qi appeared to exhibit a touch of obsessive affection. "You may leave. You are not permitted to enter the cave." Yi Qi grasped Yun Yang's hand and reverently pressed a kiss upon her knuckles. "Very well, my dear." Yun Yang retracted his hand, nearly breaking into goosebumps. Was there something amiss with Yi Qi's mental state? Mo Hen fixed his gaze on Yi Qi, wishing fervently to sever his hand and silence his mouth. Mo Hen, what did you discover during your foray into the inner circle? As Mo Hen recalled that his venture into the inner circle had inadvertently played into Yi Qi's hands, his mood soured further. "It's quite perilous," Mo Hen remarked. "The fallen beasts each occupy their own territories, yet there is no shortage of friction among them. Upon entering the inner circle, I witnessed two purple-tier fallen beasts contending for territory. I had intended to wait until they had exhausted each other before striking, but unexpectedly, a white Dan black panther charged forth, and the two purple-tier beasts fell victim to a black bear. The panther merely claimed the beast crystal, and soon after, several fallen beasts emerged to clean up the remains. Entering to slay the fallen beasts poses considerable difficulty. Swift resolution is imperative." Yun Yang nodded, affirming that she possessed a systematic map to identify suitable targets. "With our combined efforts, swiftly vanquishing a purple-tier fallen beast is indeed within the realm of possibility." Her eyes shimmered with determination. "However, the black panther I encountered was remarkably swift. Had I not concealed myself adeptly, my return would have been uncertain." Mo Hen still advised against Yun Yang venturing into the depths of the forest. Although there exists merely a single tier difference between the white Dan mirror and the purple tier, ascending from purple tier to white Dan mirror is akin to traversing an immense chasm. "Yang Yang, I cannot permit you to take such risks." Mo Hen's expression was grave. Bai Zhu nodded in agreement from the side, suggesting that perhaps Yang Yang should bide her time. There is no need to rush. Yun Yang let out a deep sigh, pondering, "How long must I wait? I cannot enter. I could lure the fallen beasts out." Night Chi leaned against the stone wall, unaware of how long he had been eavesdropping. Yun Yang raised his gaze towards Yi Qi, pondering how to lure it out. Naturally, it was the beast crystal. Yi Qi remarked that the beast crystal holds tremendous allure for the fallen beasts. Do you not wonder why, during the beast tide, those fallen creatures specifically gravitate towards the tribes of beastmen? It is because they are acutely aware that the tribes possess the greatest abundance of beast crystals. However, the blue-tier fallen beast that diverted Bai Zhu a few days ago was not drawn by Yi Qi using beast crystals. Rather, it was compelled here through sheer force. Fallen beasts inherently possess a sense of territoriality and typically do not congregate in the same location. Thus, enticing one or two fallen beasts is not an arduous task. Yun Yang's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of inspiration. What a splendid idea. She then shifted her gaze towards Mo Hen. Mo Hen, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, "Very well. I shall lead the way." Yet, Yi Qi leaned against the stone wall, observing Mo Hen. "You are of the purple rank. If the fallen beasts sense your aura, they will instinctively be wary of you. How could you possibly lure them away? Perhaps I should take on this task? I can fly?" Yun Yang exclaimed, brimming with eagerness. "No." Mo Hen was the first to object. "Indeed, Yang Yang, you cannot go. It is far better for me to take this on. I am swift." Bai Zhu immediately interjected. Yi Qi cast a glance at him, conceding that it might be a feasible plan. Yin Yang softly remarked, "My speed is quite commendable." In truth, she was the most suitable candidate. However, Imohen and the others were opposed to Yun Yang taking on the task of luring the beasts, leaving her with no alternative. The sun blazed fiercely outside, so Yun Yang decided to rest well for the time being, and they would set off later. Being a member of the blood clan, she preferred to operate under the cover of night, and Imohen and the others were accustomed to accommodating her schedule. Nevertheless, even in Yun Yang's absence, the orcs would naturally avoid the hottest part of the day in such sweltering weather. Yun Yang nodded, conceding, all right, I shall heed your words." However, a thought suddenly crossed her mind, and with a hint of defiance, she remarked, "Wait a moment, I am your matriarch. Should it not be you who follows my lead?" Bai Zhu cast a glance at Imohen, feeling a sense of reflection. Before approaching Yun Yang, he had been filled with trepidation at the prospect of having a matriarch akin to Baina. Yet, after merely a few days by Yun Yang's side, it seemed he had grown accustomed to indulgence, daring to bargain with the matriarch. Yang, Imohen called out to her, his gaze unwavering. "We will not permit you to summon the fallen beasts, but Yang may decide when we shall set forth. Is that agreeable?" Yin Yang pouted slightly. "All right, fine. Let's do it this evening." With that, she straightened her posture, assuming the demeanor of a matriarch. It was rather peculiar, despite being the queen of the blood clan. Those once timid littlings of the blood clan had never feared her, always finding ways to amuse her. Now, having become the matriarch here, even her several beast husbands did not heed her words much. Imohen had departed, and Yi Chi had adhered to Yun Yang's instruction not to enter the cave, leaving only Bai Zhu hesitating in place. "Is something the matter?" Yin Yang glanced at him. "If you have something to say, just say it." Bai Zhu looked at her pensively. "Can I say anything?" Chapter 20. Racial talents. With a grand and imposing demeanor, Yin Yang declared, "Speak. I am your mistress. What is it that you cannot say to me? As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall strive to fulfill your wishes." Bai Zhu's eyes brightened, his face betraying a hint of awkwardness. "I am but an accidental companion, drawn together by fate. Mere titles mean little." Ahem. Upon hearing Bai Zhu's words, Yin Yang nearly choked on her own saliva. She had an inkling of what he was about to express. It was her own fault for revealing too much. "I understand that I am not particularly favored by Yang, and I never held any extravagant expectations." Bai Zhu instantly appeared as pitiable as a small wolf pup. Yet Yi Chi, who arrived later, had already shared the mistress's bed. "However, I do not seek immediate acceptance from my mistress. But could I perhaps have the opportunity to sleep beside Yang? I could serve as her cushion." Bai Zhu had humbled himself to such an extent. How could Yin Yang refuse? They were all beastly husbands. It would be unjust to show favoritism. "From this day forth, you and Imohen shall take turns sharing my bed. What say you?" Her beastly husbands were free to sleep as they wished, was it not so? As for Yi Chi, he would not be allowed in the cave until her ire had subsided, so he was of no concern. Bai Zhu nodded with joy, a hint of innocence about him. All right. Perhaps due to Bai Zhu's upbringing within the tribe, Yin Yang discerned that he differed greatly from the wandering beastmen. Imohen and Yi Chi. Among her three beastly husbands, Imohen was exceedingly assertive, while Yi Chi acted in a most peculiar manner. Yet Bai Zhu exhibited the utmost obedience. Initially, Yin Yang had harbored some prejudices against Bai Zhu for being of the wolf clan, but after a few days of interaction, she had let go of such notions. Rather than being a fierce wolf, Bai Zhu resembled a somewhat sensitive large dog. Bai Zhu was acutely aware of his distinction from the wolf clan, which led him to sensitively place himself in a subordinate position. Yin Yang gently caressed Bai Zhu's soft, tousled hair, saying, "If you behave, I shall not keep you waiting for too long." However, having been tormented by Yi Chi for an extended period, she required some time to rest. Bai Zhu's eyes sparkled with excitement in an instant, and her heart danced with joy. "Then, I shall take my leave. I am going to gather some fruits for you, Yang, as a snack." Yin Yang reclined back onto her bed, accessing the system panel to examine her current points. Aside from the 30,000 points provided by the three beastmen, she had accumulated approximately 10,000 points on her own. However, in comparison to the substantial points required for the time-space stone, these amounted to but a mere fraction of the iceberg-esque tip. "System, are there any tasks that yield points with relative ease?" she inquired. While slaying the fallen beasts would indeed grant points swiftly, it was inevitable that she would expend some of those points when confronting the purple-tier fallen beasts. In the future, it was likely that even more points would be consumed. Therefore, persistently hunting fallen beasts was not a sustainable strategy. It was imperative to discover a method that guaranteed profit without loss. Host, establishing a tribe will reward you with 10,000 points, and for each additional orb produced by the tribe, you shall receive 100 points. Yin Yang reclined upon her bed, deep in contemplation. This method indeed holds promise. Once I have thoroughly explored the misty forest, I shall venture forth to establish a tribe of my own. Initially, I had envisioned a journey towards the Beast King city after exiting the forest. Yet it seems prudent to reconsider my plans. What kind of tribe shall she create? Perhaps there will be an opportunity to visit other tribes and observe their unique characteristics. As evening approached, the three suns in the sky shifted to the west, their rays becoming less blinding. Nevertheless, even amidst the forest, The air remained oppressively warm. Yun Yang sat upon the back of Bai Zhu, distinctly hearing the sound of the beast's claws crushing the dry leaves beneath. The heat was unbearable, even more oppressive than the tropical forest she had previously visited. As I gaze upward, the clouds gracefully part, allowing the sun's radiant beams to filter through the interstices of the branches, creating a stunning Tyndall effect. Next to the clouds, Imohen remarks, "We are now entering the peak of the sweltering season. In due time, it may improve slightly. Of course, that improvement is merely marginal. As long as this sultry season persists, the oppressive heat shall remain unchanged." Imohen, I inquire, with such scorching weather, will it not rain at all? Yin Yang has been in the beast world for some time now, yet he has yet to witness a single drop of rain. The tropical rainforest experiences rain almost daily, whereas here, not a drop has fallen. Yin Yang observed that the water level of the nearby stream had diminished significantly. If this continues, will this area not become desiccated? The scorching season is marked by drought, with only occasional light rains. Yin Yang nodded slightly, activating the system map to locate the position of a purple tier fallen beast. Bai Zhu, clutching 7 or 8 azure crystals, ventured forth. To the nearby fallen beasts, he appeared as a delectable feast, instantly capturing the attention of the targeted creature. A massive azure bull, adorned with sharp, protruding horns and eyes ablaze with crimson fervor, charged eagerly towards Bai Zhu, stirring up a cloud of dust beneath its hooves. Perceiving the beast in pursuit, Bai Zhu promptly employed his extraordinary abilities to make his swift escape. The bull's speed paled in comparison to his, and at times, Bai Zhu would deliberately slow his pace to allow the creature to catch up. Yin Yang acted swiftly upon observing the azure bull charging towards him, promptly drawing his bow. With a sharp twang, an arrow, gleaming white, soared towards the bull's remarkably thick hide. Yet, in the next instant, the bull stomped its hoof, conjuring an imposing earthen wall that resolutely thwarted Yun Yang's projectile. This was the manifestation of its earth elemental prowess. Imohen transformed, resembling a serpent, and with a flick of its tail, the earthen barrier crumbled to dust. Immediately following this, a multitude of ice spikes coalesced in the air, emanating a faint, ominous darkness. This was Imohen's innate racial ability, infused with toxin. All beastmen possessed such racial gifts, and Imohen had seamlessly integrated his venom into his elemental power, amplifying its potency. Sensing the imminent peril, the azure bull hastily stomped its hooves, erecting earthen walls for protection. Night Chi, too, morphed into a colossal black python, nearly matching Imohen in size. Although he had temporarily regressed to the blue tier after Yun Yang siphoned a considerable amount of energy from him, his physical strength remained comparable to that of a purple tier. As Imohen's ice spikes pierced through the bull's defenses, they struck true, breaking the azure bull's skin and allowing the toxin to seep into its bloodstream. In a frenzied attempt to escape, the bull thrashed about. With a resounding crash, Night Chi, unwilling to be outdone, tripped the bull with his massive form, ensnaring it tightly. He clamped his jaws around the bull's neck, tearing through its hide to inject the venom from his fangs into the creature's veins. Gradually, the toxin took effect, and the bull's struggles waned, ultimately leaving it weak and motionless. Night Chi released the azure bull, granting it space. Yin Yang swiftly drew her bow, aiming an arrow at the neck of the azure bull. She feared that should she hesitate, this purple tier fallen beast would succumb to Yi Chi's venom first. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the purple tier fallen beast, earning 1,000 points. It is accomplished. Yin Yang curled her lips slightly. Let us take its beast crystal along with the horn. The leather was marred in several places. It was best to forego it. What truly mattered was that this location was not far from the inner circle, and the bloodlust of this fallen beast would soon attract other corrupted creatures. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Danger. Chapter 21. Anger. Night Chi caught sight of something from the corner of his eye and swiftly whisked Yun Yang away. Bang. Yet Night Chi was unable to evade in time, and the tremendous force sent him crashing several meters away. Yun Yang was ensnared by his serpent tail, thus spared from significant harm. Everything transpired with astonishing swiftness, leaving Yun Yang momentarily bewildered. However, Imohen witnessed the scene unfold. A beast, concealed within the thicket, swiftly unhinged its massive jaws and seized the fallen creature that had attacked them, then dashed into the depths of the forest. Yi Chi gently set Yun Yang down and, upon transforming back into his human form, coughed up a small amount of blood. Despite his formidable physicality, he had endured considerable impact. Yang, are you unharmed? Imohen inquired, his complexion pale. Had it not been for Yi Chi's quick reflexes, the beast's collision with Yun Yang might have resulted in severe injury. I'm fine. Thanks to Yi Chi, Yun Yang replied, her mind still reeling. What was that? The beast had moved with such incredible speed that she had scarcely perceived it. Bai Zhu emerged, visibly shaken, and remarked, it was a colossal lizard beast with stealth capabilities. It excels in ambushes and has already reached the white dance stage. Yun Yang felt a tightening sensation in her heart. Their misfortune was astonishing. They had unexpectedly encountered a fallen beast of the White Dan realm. In the inner circles, such a creature represented the pinnacle of strength. The fallen beast they had just slain was now claimed by this one. since arriving in the beast realm. It was the second time Yun Yang had experienced the bitter taste of having her hard-earned spoils snatched away. How disheartening. Yun Yang felt a surge of frustration within her. Unless she vanquished that fallen beast, she would not leave the misty forest. Yang. Imohen's expression turned serious. Do you still wish to provoke that fallen beast? I never said it would be now. Though Yun Yang harbored a certain trepidation towards the beast, she was not paralyzed by fear. Instead, a fervent desire for strength surged within her. While she may not be able to confront it now, the future held promise. Once they had slain a few more purple-tier fallen beasts, they would undoubtedly enhance their power, and then they would vanquish it. No, Imohen, observing the resolute expression on Yun Yang's face, felt his breath quicken. How could their female leader be so audacious? I cannot allow you to take such risks. It would be prudent for you to keep your distance from the inner circle, Yang. That fallen beast was adept at concealment. It could be lurking nearby, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. It had refrained from attacking them this time, but the next encounter could be different. If they failed to notice its presence and it harmed Yang, Imohen shuddered at the thought. No, as long as I can detect the presence of that fallen beast first, there will be no issue. Yun Yang is reluctant to retreat, like a timid turtle, unwilling to become a mere parasite clinging to them. I have consulted the system. Although that colossal lizard possesses exceptional hidden abilities, it cannot evade my true vision. As long as she activates the true eye, such occurrences as today will not transpire. That giant lizard dares to seize what belongs to me, and I shall not let it escape unscathed. Imohen, I am fully aware of my limits. Observing the obstinate female leader, Imohen felt a twinge of frustration and chose to remain silent, ignoring Yun Yang. Yet, Yiqi admired Yun Yang's resolve, proclaiming, I support Yang. Bai Zhu, despite his concern for Yun Yang, harbored a greater resentment towards his own lack of strength. He also found merit in Yun Yang's reasoning. After all, one cannot remain in a safe haven simply because Bai Danjing is formidable, can they? I, too, support Yang. If any danger arises, I will stand in front of her. Imohen's expression darkened further, exclaiming, do as you wish. With gritted teeth, he begrudgingly engaged in the subsequent battle against the fallen beasts, unleashing his fury with each strike, treating the beasts as mere punching bags. With Yun Yang's true eye in play, upon reaching a certain location, she would meticulously survey the area to ensure no hidden fallen beasts were lurking. While vanquishing the fallen beasts, she exercised utmost caution in wielding her true eye. Consequently, their endeavors unfolded without further mishaps. However, utilizing the true eye demanded considerable energy, leaving Yun Yang somewhat fatigued. Bai Zhu, observing Imohen's demeanor, discreetly nudged Yun Yang. Are you not going to intervene? Yun Yang understood the gaze of Bai Zhu, yet she refrained from soothing Imohen with words. She harbored her own thoughts. Perhaps her approach was somewhat audacious, but it was by no means a reckless surrender to peril. Yun Yang cherishes her life dearly. Should she perish, the chance to return home would be lost forever. She is open to reasonable suggestions, yet she harbors a reluctance to allow Imohen to use well-intentioned justifications to impede her. It would be prudent to permit Imohen to slay a few fallen beasts to vent his frustrations. Once his temper has cooled, she shall endeavor to placate him. Very well, let us conclude for the evening. Having harvested 4 purple crystals, Yun Yang spoke up. Had they not been deprived of a single purple-tier fallen beast, they would have possessed 5 beast crystals. Imohen, still brooding in silence, transformed into a serpent beast, leading the way back. Yun Yang sat upon Bai Zhu's back, who carried him home. Along the way, they encountered a yellow-tiered fallen beast, which Imohen swiftly struck with his tail, nearly reducing the creature to mere pulp. Yun Yang observed the scene before her, silently gasping in astonishment. How fierce! It seemed that Imohen was still not pacified. With an impassive expression, Imohen extracted a yellow crystal and wordlessly handed it to Yun Yang, before continuing to forge ahead. Whenever he spotted prey, he would effortlessly strike it down. Yun Yang gazed at the beast crystal in her hand, a sudden sense of unease enveloping her heart. She had never been in a romantic relationship before and was at a loss as to how to comfort someone. In her clan, it had always been others who pacified her. At the moment of Yun Yang's transcendence, they returned to the cave. Imohen quietly kindled a fire, as always preparing roasted meat for Yun Yang and chilling a platter of fruit. As Yun Yang savored the fruit, she cast her gaze upon Imohen. Bai Zhu sensed an air of strangeness and took the initiative to speak. I shall take a shower. Go ahead, Yun Yang replied, briefly glancing at Bai Zhu before refocusing her attention on Imohen. As she stared, she noticed a faint flush creeping onto Imohen's ears. Why are you looking at me like that? Imohen murmured, lowering his gaze and seemingly composed as he flipped the succulent lamb leg. Ahem, Imohen, are you angry? Yun Yang inquired softly. Imohen's hand trembled slightly as he sprinkled the seasoning. No. If you are not, then why have you remained silent throughout our journey? Imohen set the lamb leg aside and looked at Yun Yang. Yes, I am angry. Angry that you always take risks. I fear I cannot protect you, which makes me even angrier with myself. Yun Yang was utterly bewildered. What? Am I angry with myself? Is it my lack of strength that prevents you from indulging your whims? Imohen lowered his gaze. Yun Yang parted her lips slightly, addressing Imohen. I do not require your constant protection. I am not weak in the slightest. As the queen of the blood clan, she may not be formidable in this world where strength reigns supreme, yet she was resolutely striving for power. She understood that her acquaintance with Imohen and the others had only spanned less than a month, and naturally, they needed time to adapt. Imohen, what I desire is for us to grow stronger together. In the midst of the flames, Yunyang's eyes shone with extraordinary brilliance. Imohen felt a surge of emotion, pulling Yunyang into his embrace. Very well. Yunyang lay quietly in his embrace, yet Imohen's hand gradually became restless. Chapter 22. Sparring. What are you doing? Just a moment ago, she was sulking, and now he was becoming so audacious. Imohen's transformation seemed rather abrupt. Let us grow stronger together. Imohen gazed at Yunyang with utmost seriousness. Surely you are aware that mating with a beast man can enhance the female's constitution? No. I can directly consume beast crystals. Yunyang protested softly. However, I wish to mate with the female master. Imohen pressed his lips against her cheek. How could I possibly remain composed in the presence of such beauty? He had contemplated this countless times while holding Yunyang as they slept. Before Yunyang could utter a word, Imohen swiftly placed his finger over her lips. The soft sensation of his fingertip only heightened Imohen's yearning. Are you unwilling? Yunyang. Yunyang cast a glance at the barbecue, exclaiming, let us eat the barbecue first. Otherwise, it will be burnt soon. It's fine if it gets burnt. We can always grill it again later. Imohen, seeing through Yunyang's clumsy excuse, lifted him directly onto the bed. When Yang regarded Yi Chi as his own, what did he call him? Husband? A wave of jealousy surged through Imohen as he playfully nipped at Yunyang's chin. Yunyang's face flushed with embarrassment. No. How could you eavesdrop on the wall? This is unacceptable. I certainly did not. It was Yi Chi who, while you were asleep, boasted to us. Yunyang inwardly cursed Yi Chi for being so unscrupulous in his role as a beast tamer. While Yi Chi was elated, it was Imohen and Bai Zhu who were consumed by jealousy, yet it was she who bore the brunt of the turmoil. Initially, she had contemplated allowing Yi Chi to enter the cave after a brief period of confinement, given his swift rescue earlier that day. However, she resolved to extend his vigil for a few more days. Another garment of hers lay in tatters. Why did these two brothers have to behave in such a manner? The flickering light within the cave cast dancing shadows upon the walls. Outside, Yi Chi, hearing the commotion, irritably kicked at stones. Meanwhile, Bai Zhu had just returned from a bath, his face a shade of green. While bathing, he had speculated about the quarrel between Imohen and Yunyang. Contemplating that since she had yet to permit Yi Chi into the cave, he was most likely the one to share a bed with her that night. He had joyfully bathed, hoping to emerge fragrant, only to return and find the atmosphere transformed. Not long ago, the tension between Yang and Imohen had been palpable. Now it was ablaze with intensity. Jealousy had rendered him unrecognizable. Alas, little white wolf, it seems the turmoil within has not yet reached its conclusion. Shall we proceed to spar a little instead? Yi Chi relaxed his neck. Indeed, rather than endure this torment, Bai Zhu would prefer to engage in a brawl. When Yunyang awoke, it was already the afternoon of the following day. Enraged, she bit into Imohen fiercely, nearly causing him to tumble down the steps. In contrast, Yi Chi took advantage of Yunyang's slumber to join forces with Bai Zhu and slay several fallen beasts. After consuming 2 blue crystals, he successfully ascended to the purple tier. Now, he could engage in combat with Imohen without fear of disadvantage, and even triumph over him when Bai Zhu did not intervene. Do not be too pleased with yourself. Imohen wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. Even if you defeat me, you are still barred from entering the cave by Yang. A dignified purple tier beast man must resort to impersonation to earn her affection. Imohen mocked. Yi Chi remained unfazed by his taunts. Success was all that mattered. 4 opportunities would abound in the future. Imohen let out a cold laugh, determined not to grant Yi Chi an easy path to success. Even if it meant conceding to that wolf, he would not concede to Yi Chi. Observing the fierce yet evenly matched clash between Imohen and Yi Chi, Yunyang showed no inclination to intervene. Rather, she watched with great interest. As long as their sparring remained within reasonable bounds and did not result in serious injury, Yunyang did not mind. It was merely a means of mutual honing and strengthening their abilities. In the company of several beastmen, fighting was an inevitable occurrence. Yunyang's impartial stance was, in itself, a gesture of fairness. How about this? The next time you spar, the victor shall receive a purple crystal from me. Yunyang suggested, nibbling on a fruit. Yi Chi chuckled. What value does a purple crystal hold? Why not declare that the winner gets to spend the night with you? Yunyang curled her lips in disdain, declaring that she was not so foolish as to comply with their demands. If she were to express herself in such a manner, these individuals would engage in daily brawls, subsequently coming to claim their rewards. Inadvertently, she would end up bestowing upon them far too much. The clouds are overwhelming. Whatever Yin Yin provides, I cherish. Bai Zhu is particularly supportive. Yi Chi leisurely remarked, what use is your fondness? You cannot defeat us. With 3 beastmen, and Bai Zhu at a disadvantage, victory seems nearly impossible. Then let us add a condition. The use of extraordinary abilities is prohibited. Yunyang pondered something once more and could engage with me. There are no restrictions on abilities. If victorious, can I, Yi Qi, be the first to speak and claim a union with Yang Yang? Yin Yang shot a disdainful glance at Yi Qi, thinking to himself how naive. If you manage to defeat me, then I shall become your blood bag. A mischievous smile danced upon Yun Yang's lips. This reward is indeed intriguing. Yi Qi chuckled, suggesting, why don't you engage in a duel with me right now? If I emerge victorious, you may command me as you wish. If I lose, I shall still be at your mercy. Yin Yang, is it truly impossible to be a bit more serious? Clearly, he and Mo Hen are biological brothers. Yet their personalities differ immensely. Yin Yang immediately unfurled her obsidian wings, her blood-red eyes filled with earnest determination. She had sparred with Yi Qi and Bai Zhu before. Yet both had always held back, fearing they might harm her, resulting in a rather unsatisfactory experience at times. However, Yi Qi was different. His nature exuded a certain wildness, suggesting he would not relent simply because she was the female lead. Indeed, upon catching Yun Yang's gaze, Yi Qi grew serious, transforming into a colossal black serpent. With a powerful thump of his tail against the ground, droplets of water began to coalesce in the sky. As these droplets descended, they morphed into countless strands of rain, piercing through the air like needles, relentlessly aimed at Yun Yang. Mo Hen's expression shifted slightly. Yi Qi's audacity was rather excessive. Even he could discern that Yi Qi had already exerted 70% of his strength. Yun Yang flapped her wings, summoning the elemental power of wind to hasten her evasive maneuvers. Simultaneously, she harnessed the ice element from Mo Hen, conjuring a formidable wall of ice as a shield. The sound of relentless raindrops striking the ice barrier echoed sharply in the air. With a vigorous sweep, Yun Yang sent a formidable ice wall crashing toward Yi Qi. Yi Qi swiftly dodged, only to behold a luminous arrow hurtling toward him. The ice wall merely served to obscure his vision. Yi Qi's mind raced as the arrow struck his form. There was no escape. The serpent's speed was relatively sluggish, and given his substantial size, it was indeed remarkable that Yun Yang had missed him. It was the first time Yi Qi personally felt the potency of Yun Yang's arrow. As the impact shattered several of his otherwise impenetrable scales, he gazed at the wounded area, where a few of his dark scales had already fallen away. I must take this seriously. Yi Qi flicked his serpent tongue, a glint of bloodlust flashing in his eyes. Chapter 23. A friend in death is better than a poor Taoist, just as I desired. A flicker of excitement danced in Yun Yang's eyes. She would not underestimate him. Even if he was her beast husband, it was impossible for him to genuinely seek her demise. Yun Yang relished the opportunity to engage in combat with formidable adversaries, for it was only through such encounters that she could truly unearth the depths of her potential. Once more, she drew her bow, taking aim at Yi Qi. This time, however, Yi Qi swiftly lashed out with his tail, dispersing the luminous arrow and launching an offensive towards Yun Yang. Yun Yang soared upwards, evading the pursuing tail of Yi Qi. Upon glancing up, she discovered that Yi Qi had already gathered a substantial amount of water elements above her. With a swift motion, the water elements transformed into slender needles, densely shooting towards Yun Yang. Yun Yang directly condensed a layer of ice upon her wings, using them as a shield. The wings of a blood clan possess a certain degree of defensive capability. Even a blade may not easily harm her. However, Yi Qi, as a purple tier beast man, wielded his rain needles, which were comparable in lethality to bullets. Although Yi Qi's rain needles failed to pierce Yun Yang's wings, the tremendous impact caused her to plummet further. In that moment, a dark tail seized the opportunity, ensnaring Yun Yang and pinning her to the ground. Yi Qi, a hybrid of man and beast, leaned closely against Yun Yang's face, tauntingly asking if she would concede. I refuse, she declared fiercely. Who was she, after all, but the last pureblood royal of the Blood Clan? How could she yield so easily? Her arsenal of attacks had yet to be exhausted. In the next instant, Yi Qi felt a searing pain. Instinctively, he released Yun Yang. A fiery talisman had adhered to his tail, unleashing scalding flames. Yi Qi swatted at his tail to extinguish the fire, yet a smile curled upon his lips. Truly, she was my fierce mistress. What a lunatic, Yun Yang mused. Even after being injured, she wore such a radiant smile. Once more, Yi Qi suppressed his laughter and launched another assault on Yun Yang. Bai Zhu observed the back-and-forth clash between Yun Yang and Yi Qi, marveling at her strength. Her prowess only flourished in the face of adversity. Despite the duration of their battle, she had not faltered. Mo Hen watched as blood marks slowly emerged upon Yun Yang's face, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. Yet simultaneously, he grasped her determination to grow stronger together. A bittersweet sensation welled within him. Yun Yang shone brighter than the sun itself, destined to never be hindered by anyone nor defeated by fleeting hardships. Thus, he resolved to keep pace with her unwavering spirit. Although Yun Yang possesses a myriad of systems at her disposal, her physical strength and energy pale in comparison to Yi Qi's. Gradually, she begins to struggle, exhaustion overtaking her, leaving her in a disheveled state. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qi once again envelopes Yun Yang, lifting her to eye level with himself, compelling her to meet his gaze. With a playful curiosity, he inquires, "So, have you conceded?" Without hesitation, Yun Yang nods affirmatively, declaring, "I concede. A wise hero does not suffer losses before his eyes. We shall battle again another time." It must be said that despite Yi Qi's somewhat abrasive demeanor, he is an exceptional sparring partner. Engaging in combat with him, Yin Yang reaps considerable benefits. After planting a gentle kiss on the side of her face, Yi Qi finally sets her down. In comparison to Yin Yang, Yi Qi is not in much better condition himself. His black tail bears 4 or 5 wounds, with patches of scales missing. As he examines the injuries on his tail, he exhibits no trace of anger. Instead, he smiles and compliments Yin Yang, saying, "Even a typical purple tier fallen beast could hardly inflict such damage upon me." Yin Yang pouted defiantly, declaring that next time she would surely bring him down. She envisioned mercilessly subduing Yi Qi, who had dared to impersonate Imohen and bully her in bed, nearly leaving her bedridden for 3 days. However, had Yi Qi been privy to Yin Yang's thoughts, he would undoubtedly have been more than willing to present himself, eager to submit to her whims. "Come," Yi Qi beckoned, extending his hand towards Yin Yang. Yin Yang paused for a moment, recalling her words prior to their brawl, that if she were to emerge victorious, she would treat him as her blood pack. In a fit of vengeance, she bit Yi Qi fiercely. However, this time, she did not draw his essence as she had previously. She merely wished to retain Yi Qi's assistance in exterminating the fallen beasts. After all, the combat prowess of the blue rank paled in comparison to that of the purple rank. Once Yin Yang concluded this reckless sparring session with Yi Qi, Imohen approached with trepidation. Yang, you must not do that again," he admonished, his face stern. "Do you have any idea how much I worried while watching from behind? And you, Yang is causing a ruckus, and you are joining in without mercy." Imohen chastised Yi Qi vehemently. "You are Yang's beast husband. What if something were to happen to her?" Yi Qi exchanged a glance with Yin Yang, both reflecting a hint of resignation. Yes, it is my fault." Yi Qi's apology appeared sincere, yet his tone retained a hint of obstinacy. "I have my limits. I am not so deranged as to seek mutual destruction with the mistress. I doubt your sense of restraint is very substantial," Imohen retorted. His gaze fixated on the delicate wounds adorning Yin Yang's form, his teeth clenched in anger. Yi Qi refrained from countering this statement. "Imohen, do not be angry." Since Imohen had declared his affection for her, Yin Yang's relationship with him had grown decidedly closer. "If you are upset, why not take it out on Yi Qi instead?" Yin Yang directly pointed her accusations towards Yi Qi, leaving him utterly bewildered as he gazed at her in disbelief. Yin Yang averted his gaze with a sense of guilt. "I am truly sorry, but a dead comrade is preferable to a dead hermit." Upon hearing Yin Yang's words, Imohen immediately turned his aggression towards Yi Qi. The two massive serpents clashed fiercely, an awe-inspiring display of ferocity. "Alas," Yin Yang called out, "stop fighting here. Go further away. I lack the strength to dodge now. Do not involve me." Yi Qi replied, "I thought the female master had a pang of conscience." He ground his teeth, thinking that fighting was nothing new. What harm could one more bout do? They distanced themselves slightly, continuing their tussle. However, this time Yi Qi, while sparring with Yin Yang, exerted considerable effort and sustained numerous injuries, rendering him somewhat disadvantaged against Imohen. Furthermore, Imohen exhibited a lack of scruples, deliberately targeting Yi Qi's wounds. The clash with Imohen resulted in a devastating defeat. The most disheartening aspect was that, after losing, he had to remain outside the cave, barred from entry, a truly dismal predicament. Yin Yang whispered to Imohen, "Do you think we should let him in? He seems to be in quite a serious condition." "That serves him right." Imohen cast a glance at the entrance of the cave. The resilient Yi Qi, using his tongue to press against the roof of his mouth, awaited his chance. Once he recuperated, he vowed to make Imohen beg for mercy. Exhausted from her fierce battle with Yi Qi, Yin Yang found herself lacking the energy to venture out and hunt the fallen beasts that night. Instead, she nestled comfortably against Bai Zhu, the great white wolf, and succumbed to a restful slumber. With Imohen having arranged ice blocks within the cave, Yin Yang lay atop the wolf's back, entirely oblivious to the oppressive heat. Moreover, she discovered that resting on the wolf's back was truly delightful. The softness of its fur enveloped her like a grand blanket. At long last, Bai Zhu fulfilled his long-held desire, taking the first step toward intimacy with his mistress. His heart swelled with joy, and his fluffy tail swayed exuberantly, nearly spinning like a whirlwind. Chapter 24, The Half-Beast. Yin Yang awoke from a refreshing slumber, revitalized and full of vigor. As the afternoon approached, she prepared to embark on another quest to slay several purple-tier fallen beasts. However, shortly after leaving the cave, Yin Yang heard the mournful howl of a wolf. Bai Zhu, too, halted in his tracks, sensing something amiss. "What is it?" Yin Yang inquired. A flicker of anxiety ignited within Bai Zhu. "Yin Yang, I believe I have heard the voice of a companion from the former White Wolf tribe. He has been my companion since childhood, and it sounds as though he is in peril." Yin Yang was taken aback. All she could hear were the howls of wolves, which sounded indistinguishable to her. Yet, Bai Zhu could actually discern who was approaching. A flicker of concern crossed Bai Zhu's eyes as she recalled that when she was banished from the tribe, he had gifted her a green crystal. Yin Yang promptly exclaimed, "Since it is thus, let us proceed to investigate. If he finds himself in peril, we shall lend our assistance. It would be a way to repay his kindness." Bai Zhu's countenance brightened. "Thank you, Yang." With the mistress's words spurring him on, Bai Zhu immediately dashed towards that direction. We followed suit. Mo Hen, undulating like a serpent, accompanied Yun Yang as they trailed behind. Upon locating Bai Zhu, Yun Yang observed him vanquishing a blue-tiered fallen beast. To her astonishment, the wolf clan member that Bai Zhu had rescued bore a peculiar half-human, half-beast appearance. He possessed wolf ears and a tail, his pallid visage adorned with pronounced beastly markings. His body was smeared with blood, and one of his legs hung unnaturally. Yun Yang was aware of his predicament. In the misty forest, she occasionally encountered such relatively unique beings, collectively referred to as the stray beasts, more specifically, half-beasts. They were typically orcs who had been abandoned by their female masters, surviving against the odds after their consciousness had shattered. So, this orc was indeed forsaken by his own female master? Bai Zhu bit through the neck of the fallen beast, and then approached the half-beast. Bai Yin, how are you? Bai Yin lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, his spirit somewhat dazed, tears glistening in his eyes. Bai Zhu, is that you? It is I. Bai Zhu nodded, gazing incredulously at Bai Yan's disheveled state. How could you end up like this? Bai Zhu clenched his fists in anger. How could Baina abandon you? Bai Yin was a blue-tier orc. Baina should not have easily given up on him. Bai Yin managed a bitter smile. Just a couple of days prior, Baina had insisted on leaving the tribe to frolic near the misty forest, only to encounter a fallen beast whose strength approached the purple tier. I was protecting Baina alongside Bai Shan, but just as we were about to defeat the fallen beast, Bai Shan betrayed me. As a result, Bai Yin sustained grave injuries and had a leg crushed by the fallen beast. Bai Shan then incited Baina to abandon him, and not wanting a disabled orc, she immediately severed her beast mark. At that moment, Bai Yin felt as if his mind had exploded, and he fainted from the pain. He believed he was destined to die, only to awaken transformed into a half-human, half-beast form. I was so hungry that I ventured into the misty forest in search of food, and consequently encountered that fallen beast. It was absurd, despite being a blue-tier orc. He was unable to contend with even a green-tier fallen beast. Were it not for meeting Bai Zhu, he would likely have perished there. After hearing Bai Yan's tale, Bai Zhu seethed with indignation. How could they be so cruel? We are all beast men. Mischief is one thing, but to seek each other's lives is utterly vile. Bai Yin offered a sorrowful smile. It is of little consequence. Surviving is a testament to my fortitude. However, no matter how many beast crystals I consume henceforth, I shall remain a blue tier for life. Moreover, with my consciousness shattered, I need not fear any further upheaval or the constraints of a female master. Bai Yin could only console himself with such thoughts. He had chosen to become Baina's beastman to grow stronger. It was a decision he could not blame anyone else for. Yet if he could stand before Bai Shan once more, he would risk his life to exact revenge. Bai Zhu felt a pang of sorrow. Had he not encountered a kind female master, he too would likely live in constant trepidation of her whims. Yin Yang, Bai Zhu's eyes held a plea. I wish to take Bai Yin to our cave. Bai Yin had already noticed Yin Yang's presence. In fact, a few days ago, he had learned from Baina's beastman about Bai Zhu finding a female master. Bai Zhu, don't trouble yourself. The female beings Bai Yin had encountered were seldom of good temperament. Even those with a tolerable disposition would hardly welcome a stranger into their home. Moreover, he was now a half-beast. Bai Yin did not wish to burden Bai Zhu. Very well, bring him back, Yin Yang spoke slowly. Bai Yin could scarcely believe his ears. The female master of Bai Zhu agreed to shelter him? Didn't you mention that she gifted you a green crystal when you were cast out of the tribe? Helping him is only fair. Let us go. We must return now. His wounds require proper care. Bai Yin gazed dazedly at the remarkably understanding female master before him, tears involuntarily welling up. Thank you, thank you. Once I recover, I will not intrude upon you anymore. We shall speak of that when you are well. Once you are healed, your freedom to leave will be yours to claim. Yin Yang gazed at Bai Zhu and said, you shall carry him back. Certainly. Bai Zhu promptly transformed into a wolf-like beast and bore Bai Yin back. Yin Yang also returned alongside them. The fallen beast was trapped within the forest, unable to escape. There would be ample time to deal with it later. Along the way, Yin Yang instructed Mo Hen to pause and gathered a handful of grass adorned with white blossoms and small red fruits. Upon returning to the cave, Yin Yang directed Yi Qi to tend to Bai Yan's wounds, for Yi Qi possessed the water manipulation ability, allowing for precise cleansing of the injuries. Subsequently, Yin Yang requested Bai Zhu to crush the grass she had collected and apply it to Bai Yan's severed leg. Finally, she asked Mo Hen to find 2 suitable wooden planks to stabilize the broken limb. Bai Yin gazed at Yin Yang, who was orchestrating everything with remarkable efficiency, and could not help but inquire, what kind of grass is this? It is the broken bone grass. It will aid in the recovery of your leg. Although I cannot ascertain the extent of its effectiveness, Yin Yang replied. Bai Yin looked at her with astonishment, his excitement evident as he asked, are you a shaman? A shaman? What is a shaman? Yin Yang inquired, glancing at Bai Zhu. A shaman is one who possesses medical knowledge and understands herbal remedies, Bai Zhu explained. Yin Yang shook her head, acknowledging that although she possessed some knowledge of medicine, she was certainly not a shaman. Her rudimentary skills were acquired amidst the chaos of her homeland's warfare, learned from seasoned soldiers on the battlefield, rather rudely indeed. As for herbal remedies, the herbs of this world bore some resemblance to those from her own, yet they could not be deemed identical. She also learned of the medicinal properties of these herbs through the system. Then you are indeed a shaman. There is no need for modesty. We are immensely grateful for your great benevolence and kindness. Yin Yang gazed at Bai Yin, whose face was flushed with excitement, feeling a tinge of bashfulness. It's nothing much. If you wish to learn, I wouldn't mind teaching you, she said. Bai Yin was even more astonished. You are willing to impart your medical knowledge to me? Chapter 25. The Quest for Vengeance. It's merely teaching you to identify a few medicinal herbs. What could be so difficult about that? Yin Yang replied. You may not be aware, but the healing arts of the shaman are not easily shared, which is why there are so few beast men who can recognize herbs. The shaman holds a prestigious position within the tribe. Bai Zhu remarked, if one possesses medical skills, even a half-beastman can earn respect. Yin Yang nodded slightly. I see. Then you should learn a bit about herbal knowledge from me. In the future, you can live in other tribes without facing discrimination. Bai Yin did not expect that Bai Zhu's female leader would choose to teach him to identify herbs. Knowing well that medical skills were not easily shared, Bai Zhu's female was truly remarkable. He would be content if he could find someone with even a fraction of her qualities. Alas, he could not help but touch the spot over his heart, where the beast mark had long vanished. Very well, take care of your injuries. Once we have slain the fallen beasts, we will bring back some herbs and teach you a bit about distinguishing them. The night gradually deepened outside, yet Yin Yang had no intention of remaining in the cave to rest. Too much sleep made one sluggish. She needed to stretch her limbs. Slay fallen beasts. Will you go along? Bai Yan's expression changed. It was perilous for the female leader to engage in such dangerous endeavors. However, upon observing Bai Zhu's demeanor, it seemed he found nothing amiss. Wouldn't Bai Zhu, as a beast husband, offer counsel to his female leader? Rest assured, my female leader is even stronger than I am. Bai Zhu understood his feelings well, for he had been in a similar position at first. Had he not witnessed his female leader defeat fallen beasts with his own eyes? Who would believe she possessed the strength to contend with purple-tier fallen beasts? Bai Yin could hardly believe his ears. Stronger than Bai Zhu? At that moment, he noticed the faint blue beast markings on Bai Zhu. Once again, Bai Yin was astonished. Bai Zhu, you have recovered? Just days prior, Bai Zhu had reverted to a green-tier beast man, and now, upon encountering him again, he had already regained his blue-tier status. Yet, Bai Yin felt no jealousy. Instead, he felt a surge of happiness for him. Observing that Bai Zhu's female leader was accompanied by two beast husbands who seemed to be of purple tier, he realized that if Bai Zhu's strength diverged too greatly from the others, he would only face bullying. Simultaneously, a sense of vengeful delight flickered within him. Now that Bai Zhu had regained his strength, he wondered if Bai Na would regret driving Bai Zhu away upon discovering this. One thing was certain, Bai Na would definitely not be pleased. And if Bai Na was unhappy, he felt a sense of joy. In addition to slaying the fallen beasts and resting, Yin Yang took on the additional task of teaching Bai Yin and the others to identify medicinal herbs. Embracing the philosophy that whether tending to one sheep or two, it is still the same endeavor, Yin Yang summoned the three beast herders to join in the learning. Should we ever become separated, and if any of you sustain injuries, it would be beneficial to gather some herbs for healing. Upon hearing this, the three beast herders wore serious expressions and replied, that will not happen. What do you mean it won't happen? Mo Hen interjected, we shall never stray apart. We will remain by Yun Yang's side at all times. Bai Zhu added, unless Yin Yang drives us away, we will certainly not leave. Even if you attempt to send me away, I could always follow your tracks based on the beast signs. In any case, you shan't rid yourself of me, Yin Yang, Yi Qi declared, crossing his arms resolutely. Yin Yang felt a pang of embarrassment. I merely wished to express my thoughts. What if an unforeseen circumstance arises? Was it truly necessary for her three beastly husbands to react so vehemently? I ask you, will you learn or not? Learn. The three beastly husbands nodded in unison. This is indeed the skill of a shaman. Acquiring more knowledge can only be beneficial. However, apart from Bai Yan, the talents of the three beastly husbands in this regard could be described as rather mediocre. Yi Qi disdainfully compared the two herbs, exclaiming, do they not appear identical? How could they possibly be so similar? Yin Yang pointed at the herbs, explaining that one had rounder serrated leaves while the other was more pointed. The pointed one is toxic and cannot be used. Only the rounder one is suitable for medicinal purposes. Yi Qi scoffed, who would even notice such a trivial difference. Yin Yang was rendered speechless. Fortunately, there was an exemplary student named Bai Yin. Perhaps it was due to his innate affinity for the wood element, which enabled him to effortlessly discern the nuances of medicinal herbs. It seemed he was destined for this vocation. However, the wood element only conferred a connection to plants, allowing him to determine their toxicity, but not their specific uses. As time swiftly passed, a week or so elapsed. Bai Yin had familiarized himself with hundreds of herbal varieties, surpassing the combined knowledge of the three beastmen. The beastmen were robust, while Bai Yan's health had nearly returned, though his right leg, having been delayed in treatment for 2 days, still bore a slight limp when he walked. Nevertheless, Bai Yin felt immense gratitude toward Yun Yang. Without her, survival itself would have been a challenge, let alone the invaluable pharmacological knowledge she imparted to him. Another week passed, and the beast realm entered the peak of its heat, the nights becoming oppressively sultry. During the day, even the wild beasts and fallen creatures were reluctant to emerge. Suddenly, a notification chimed. congratulating the host for cultivating a loyal novice sorcerer, awarding 1,000 points. Upon hearing the system's voice, Yin Yang was momentarily taken aback. Sister Yin, what's the matter? Bai Yin, during this period, had developed an unwavering admiration for Yin Yang. Not only was she skilled in medicine, but she could also vanquish the fallen beasts. A flicker of complexity passed through Yin Yang's eyes. No matter, let us focus on our studies. If Bai Yin were to become an intermediate sorcerer in the future, perhaps she would earn a considerable amount of points. Indeed, her efforts would yield rewards. Bai Yin nodded, affirming, I certainly will. Sister Yin, I shall return to the neighboring cave now. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. With Bai Zhu's assistance, Bai Yin had established a small cave next door where he resided. He would only venture to Yin Yang's cave when she taught him to identify herbs. With Yi Qi and others watching over him, Bai Yin dared not linger in Sister Yun's cave. Very well, Yin Yang replied with a nod. Considering their plans for the day, she added, we intend to explore the forest today, so there is no need for you to accompany us. Bai Yin paused momentarily before responding. All right, Sister Yin. Since his recovery, Bai Yin had occasionally joined Yin Yang and the others on their hunts. Although transformed into a half-beast, his strength remained at the blue level, unable to progress further. It was during one such hunt that Bai Yin witnessed Yin Yang slay a fallen beast. Initially, he had envied Bai Zhu for having such an outstanding female leader like Yin Yang, while he believed he would likely face a solitary old age. Yet now, Bai Yin had achieved inner peace. Though he lacked a remarkable female leader, encountering Yin Yang and receiving her personal instruction in pharmacology was an immense stroke of fortune. Like Bai Zhu, he too was fortunate. Yang, we are ready. We may set forth, Bai Zhu softly informed Yin Yang. Yin Yang gazed at the pale purple beast pattern upon Bai Zhu's forehead, exclaiming with fervor, let us go. It is time for revenge. Just yesterday, Bai Zhu had ascended to the rank of a purple-tier beastman. Coincidentally, Yin Yang had also discerned the lair of that colossal lizard with the eye of truth the day prior. Chapter 26, The Colossal Lizard of the White Dan Realm. In order to confront the fallen beast of the White Dan Realm, Yin Yang knew they must be adequately prepared. They had already conducted a covert reconnaissance. That enormous lizard not only possessed formidable stealth abilities, but also wielded lightning elemental powers. Yin Yang sat gracefully upon Bai Zhu's back, her delicate, fair legs swaying gently. In her eyes, which sparkled like rubies, there was a glimmer of determination. Presently, all three beastmen were of the purple tier, and Yin Yang herself could contend with purple-tier corrupted beasts without the aid of any external systems. She could hardly believe that the four of them would be unable to slay a corrupted beast of the White Dan realm. To ensure a more seamless hunt for the colossal lizard, Yin Yang chose to embark during daylight. This enormous lizard was inherently adept at concealment, hiding within the densest depths of the forest, where even the moonlight struggled to penetrate. Undertaking the task of slaying this corrupted beast at night would hinder Yi Qi and the others' vision, making it even more challenging to ascertain the lizard's location. Yin Yang swiftly arrived at the lair of the colossal lizard. The surroundings were relatively intricate, characterized by mountainous terrain, towering trees, and a ground strewn with withered branches and leaves, interspersed with numerous white bones. Each element served as a tool for the giant lizard as concealment. To the naked eye, nothing appeared amiss in that vicinity. However, should a wild beast venture within, it would undoubtedly find itself instantaneously devoured by the lurking abomination, its gaping maw ready to consume. They dared not approach too closely, fearing to disturb the mighty creature, instead turning their gazes toward Yin Yang. Yin Yang gestured to them with a few signs, a method she had deliberately taught to convey information without alarming the fallen beasts. The three beast handlers nodded slightly, indicating their understanding. After so long of working together, they had developed a tacit understanding. The giant lizard was merely adept at concealment. It had not transformed into the wind. Once its trace was discerned, summoning its presence was not a particularly challenging task. Through the gaze of the true eye, Yin Yang has already discovered the colossal lizard. Who could have imagined that among the boulders on the mountainside lay the great beast? Mo Hen was the first to act. Transforming into a massive serpent, he merely exhaled, and a layer of ice swiftly formed before them. The back of the colossal lizard was instantly encased in ice, revealing its formidable shape. With a crack, the ice behind the lizard shattered, and with every movement it made, the ice beneath its weight splintered with a resounding sound. Whoosh! Yin Yang drew her bow and released an arrow towards the back of the colossal lizard, empowered by the golden talisman and the fire talisman. Her arrow penetrated the creature's skin, leaving only a small wound that allowed a few drops of blood to escape. The defensive capabilities of the White Dan realm exceeded Yin Yang's expectations. Nevertheless, she felt no disappointment and attacked the giant lizard using the same method once more. Hiss! The giant lizard furiously swished its tail, disdainfully swatting away Yin Yang's arrow. Thunderous roars echoed as streaks of purple lightning descended upon Yin Yang. With the wind as her ally, Yin Yang swiftly evaded, yet the trees surrounding her were struck, charred by the lightning. As she dodged, she loosed arrows with precision. The giant lizard's movements were not particularly swift, allowing her a high accuracy rate. Unbeknownst to her, icy needles began to fall upon the area occupied by the giant lizard. accompanied by a shroud of mist. The fog enveloped the surroundings, further disorienting the creature's vision. The wind swirled around the giant lizard, rustling the leaves and disrupting its hearing. The gentle breeze morphed into sharp blades, causing pain to the lizard's thick skin. It was this multitude of distractions that rendered the giant lizard incapable of pinpointing the location of Yi Qi and his companions. With each arrow Yin Yang released, she distanced herself from that spot, leaving the giant lizard's lightning strikes to miss time and again. Realizing the impending danger, the giant lizard sought to flee the perilous area. However, Yin Yang would not allow it to escape so easily. She summoned her Eye of Truth, constantly revealing the lizard's position. As the giant lizard attempted to dart away in a certain direction, the wind, rain, and ice awaited it there. Yin Yang skillfully employed arrows to manipulate the trajectory of the colossal lizard, ensuring it would not venture into the territory of other fallen beasts. Should other fallen beasts intervene, Yin Yang and his companions might find it exceedingly challenging to vanquish this one. The gigantic lizard, having faced numerous setbacks, was now thoroughly incensed. With flashes of lightning illuminating the surroundings within 100 meters, Yin Yang felt somewhat fatigued, with no spare moments to draw his bow. Seizing the opportunity to consume 2 green crystals to replenish his energy, Yin Yang and Bai Zhu exhibited the swiftest speed, thus evading injury. Whereas Yi Qi and Mo Hen struggled to dodge perfectly, suffering hits to their tails. They alternately whipped their tails, striking the colossal lizard repeatedly. However, their proximity inevitably revealed their positions. The monstrous lizard lunged directly at Mo Hen, its sharp fangs aimed at him. Mo Hen had anticipated this and swiftly conjured a spiky ice sphere, akin to a prickly chestnut, thrusting it into the creature's mouth. Instantly, the lizard was left with a maw drenched in blood, the ice sphere reduced to fragments. Mo Hen could scarcely fathom the consequences had he been bitten. His tail might have been severed in an instant. Although grievously injured by Mo Hen, the lizard's ferocious charge sent Mo Hen tumbling several times. With a guttural roar, the bloodied lizard continued its assault on Mo Hen's body. Suddenly, a massive black python surged forward, colliding with the lizard, ensnaring it tightly and sinking its fangs into the lizard's wounded flesh. Mo Hen's eyes widened in astonishment, not expecting Yi Qi to come to his rescue. The lizard writhed in agony, discharging purple lightning, which enveloped Yi Qi's body. Without hesitation, Mo Hen clamped onto Yi Qi's tail, pulling him away, while Yi Qi instinctively relinquished his hold on the lizard. The lizard sought to capitalize on its advantage, but was thwarted by an arrow. Bai Zhu, not to be outdone, harnessed his speed, darting in to bite the lizard despite the electric currents coursing through its body, then retreating swiftly, repeating this maneuver. The lizard grew weary, its energy waning significantly, and its speed diminished. Its body accumulated an increasing number of wounds. A closer inspection would reveal that its injuries were gradually darkening. The rain mist enveloping the lizard and the icy needles piercing it were both laced with toxins. Having delayed the lizard for such a duration, the toxins had long since infiltrated its system. The lizard's lightning gradually weakened, and its movements became sluggish. Yet, Yin Yang and the others remained vigilant, not daring to let their guard down. Yin Yang consumed a piece of blue crystal and, seizing the opportunity as the colossal lizard staggered, unleashed nearly half of her energy in a single arrow. The arrow, radiating a white aura, shimmered with a hint of golden light as it pierced the lizard's throat. The creature let out a final roar, blood gushing forth from the gaping wound. With a resounding thud, the giant lizard finally succumbed, its once crackling energy dissipating into the night. Yi Qi and Mo Hen turned their gazes toward Yin Yang, only to see her gently shake her head. The system remained silent, perhaps indicating that the fallen beast was not entirely vanquished. A withered camel is still larger than a horse. If they approach now, the lizard might retaliate in its dying moments, leaving them gravely injured if not dead. Mo Hen concentrated his power, forming a massive ice spear, and thrust it toward the lizard's exposed wound. Yin Yang also provided the giant lizard with an additional arrow. Chapter 27, The Explosive Head. The giant lizard stirred slightly, and then lightning cascaded down like rain all around. Boom. The surrounding trees were scorched black from the strikes, some nearly reduced to ash. Yin Yang let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had not recklessly approached. Otherwise, the fate of those trees would have been theirs. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully hunting the white Danjing fallen beast, earning 2,000 points. Yin Yang's eyes sparkled with delight. In comparison to the slain purple-tiered fallen beast, it had doubled in value. Quite impressive. Quickly, let us extract the beast core within. Yin Yang glanced at the system's map and noticed that nearby fallen beasts had been drawn to the commotion. We shall take the beast core and depart swiftly. Very well. Yi Qi transformed into human form, preparing to dissect the beast core. With a squelching sound, Yin Yang watched Yi Qi's actions and stifled a laugh. Yi Qi looked at Yin Yang in bewilderment, wondering what was amiss. Yin Yang stifled a laugh, clearing his throat. Your hair. Yi Qi reached up to touch his own hair, only to discover that it had become completely frizzy from static electricity. His expression shifted dramatically. Yin Yang gazed at his frizzy hair, rarely witnessing the flustered demeanor of Yi Qi. In the next moment, Yi Qi simply used his supernatural ability to wash his hair. The inky strands dripped with water, yet at least they were no longer in disarray. Yin Yang shifted her gaze towards Mo Hen and Bai Zhu, both of whom had been struck by lightning, uncertain whether they would suffer the same fate as Yi Qi. Could you perhaps transform for me to see? She inquired. The massive black serpent flicked its tongue. It seemed imperative to extract the beast core before they were besieged. Indeed, Bai Zhu was reluctant to reveal his disheveled state to Yin Yang. At that moment, his fur was charred in patches from the electric strikes, and he could hardly bear to imagine how he would appear in human form. Nevertheless, Mo Hen's words were not mere excuses. They all sensed the encroaching danger around them. Yi Qi extracted a luminous beast core, shimmering with a hint of golden light, and then signaled for a retreat. Shortly after their departure, nearly 10 fallen beasts surged forth, half of which were of the purple rank. Although the enormous lizard had lost its beast core, its flesh remained appealing to the fallen beasts, who eagerly advanced to tear at the carcass. The abundance of fallen beasts vying for a share inevitably led to conflict, resulting in a fierce brawl among them. The blue-rank fallen beasts, unable to compete, snatched a piece of meat and fled. Meanwhile, the purple-rank fallen beasts continued their intense skirmish. Suddenly, a primal sense of danger washed over the fallen beasts, prompting an instinctive halt. At that moment, a black panther lunged forth, swiftly severing the neck of the nearest purple-rank fallen beast with a single bite. A roar echoed, sending the remaining purple-rank fallen beasts fleeing for their lives. Yet, despite their flight, the black panther swiftly dispatched 2 more fallen beasts. The purple-rank fallen beasts gained nothing, instead meeting their demise at the jaws of the black panther of the white core realm. Having vanquished its smaller foes, the black panther whipped its tail, leaving indelible marks upon the nearby tree trunks. It feasted upon the corpses of the purple-rank fallen beasts, devouring their beast crystals before gradually consuming the giant lizard's remains. As for the corpses of the purple-rank fallen beasts, the panther deemed them unworthy. This scene, though not witnessed by Yin Yang, was gleaned through the system's interface. She noticed a point on the map, a blend of platinum with a hint of red, and inquired with the system. They were fallen beasts nearing the red core realm. Furthermore, the system informed Yin Yang that if the giant lizard's beast core were consumed by it, there was a strong possibility of an immediate ascension to the red core realm. Yin Yang inhaled sharply, thankful for their swift escape. Otherwise, even if they had evaded those purple-tiered fallen beasts, it would have been nearly impossible to flee from the claws of a minion close to the Crimson Dan realm. Yin Yang gazed at the map of the Misty Forest, reflecting on their recent hunts, which had diminished the number of high-level fallen beasts by nearly half. Perhaps, after spending some time exploring the inner flora and accumulating a few small points, she would take her leave from the Misty Forest. Upon returning to the cave, Bai Yin awaited her outside. He observed Yin Yang and her 3 beastmen, all bearing wounds, his eyes widening in astonishment. Mo Hen and the others were purple-tier beastmen. Yet they returned injured, which clearly indicated the formidable nature of the fallen beasts they had faced. What on earth did you do? Bai Yin inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. We went to slay the fallen beasts of the White Dan realm, Yin Yang replied. The White Dan realm? Bai Yin stammered, his wolf ears nearly flattening in shock. How could you dare to do that? In that moment, he profoundly felt the chasm between himself and them. Furthermore, this gap seemed to widen, an insurmountable existence for a half-beastman like him who could no longer advance. He lowered his gaze, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, uncertain if a path lay ahead for him. Meanwhile, Sister Yun would only continue to venture further away. By the way, I discovered several medicinal herbs in the inner region and collected quite a few seeds. I will give them all to you shortly. Yin Yang perceived that Bai Yin seemed somewhat dejected and encouraged him, saying, You possess remarkable talent in this area. You have already attained the strength of a novice wizard. Bai Yin abruptly lifted his head, incredulously exclaiming, Me? I am already a novice wizard? His tongue nearly faltered in disbelief. Indeed, I firmly believe that given time, you will undoubtedly have the opportunity to become an intermediate wizard, or even a senior wizard. A spark ignited in Bai Yan's eyes as he asked, Sister Yun, can I really achieve this? Of course, Yin Yang affirmed with a nod. Perhaps before long, there will be little left for me to teach you. It must be said that Bai Yin truly possessed extraordinary talent, with an exceptional memory. She had only taught him to identify herbs. Yet he had developed his own unique insights into pharmacology. A fervor ignited within Bai Yin. He seemed to have discovered his purpose. A wizard, he aspired to become a senior wizard. What of remaining perpetually at the blue tier? What of being a half-orc? If he could become a senior wizard, he would command respect throughout the beast world, and even the orcs beyond would honor him. What mattered most was that as a senior wizard, he would be worthy of standing beside Sister Yun. Bai Yin gazed earnestly at Yin Yang and said, Sister Yun, thank you. It is you who has given me a new lease on life. He would forever be grateful to her. No need for thanks. You have earned it through your own efforts. Yin Yang mused to herself that if Bai Yin were as lacking in talent as her 3 beastly husbands, she would be disinclined to teach him. Let us proceed to the cave, she declared. All right, Bai Yin replied eagerly, shaking off his earlier despondency. However, Mo Hen hesitated, refraining from advancing. Yang, I feel rather unclean. I shall go and take a bath. Bai Zhu instantly grasped Mo Hen's implication and likewise expressed his desire to wash up. Yin Yang nodded, yet it seems you may need to venture further. As the weather grows increasingly warm, The small river outside has long since dried up. No worries, we shall return shortly. With those words, the snake and the wolf swiftly departed. Bai Yin found himself somewhat perplexed. Wasn't Yu Qi endowed with water manipulation abilities? Surely, he could provide some water? Who knows? Yun Yang chuckled softly. Perhaps he was merely concerned about witnessing their shared explosive hairstyles. Chapter 28. Are you a shaman? The misty forest could hardly withstand the fervent embrace of the three suns above. The leaves had turned yellow and half had fallen away. The rivers and lakes within the forest also began to dwindle. At times, the fallen beasts within would engage in fierce battles for dwindling water resources, leaving them battered and bruised. As the temperature of the forest escalated, the beasts grew increasingly restless. Based on Bai Yan's experience, it was likely that a massive beast tide would soon emerge, necessitating their departure from the misty forest before it arrived. Should they encounter misfortune during the beast tide, survival would be exceedingly difficult. As a wandering half-beast, Bai Yan ostensibly had nowhere to turn. However, thanks to Yun Yang's teachings on herb identification, he could seek out a suitable tribe. Upon witnessing the turmoil in the forest, the thought of aligning himself with a tribe began to take root in Bai Yan's mind. Sister Yun, are you planning to seek refuge with a tribe? I have yet to decide. Surrounded by 3 purple-tier beastmen, Yun Yang pondered how they might preserve their strength in the face of the impending beast tide. They could either seek refuge in a nearby tribe or venture forth from the forest towards the Beast King city. Hen, do you have any thoughts? Yun Yang inquired of the trio. I lean towards finding a tribe to stay with, Bai Zhu replied. If we encounter a large-scale beast tide, we could easily become scattered. It would be wiser to align ourselves with a tribe, assisting them through their tribulations while they offer us temporary sanctuary. After some contemplation, Hen concurred with Bai Zhu's perspective. Yi Qi, apprehensive about the possibility of becoming separated from his mate, nodded in agreement as well. Very well, Yun Yang declared. Let us find a suitable tribe to stay with for the time being. Bai Yin, eager to contribute, volunteered to assist Yun Yang, wishing to demonstrate his usefulness, even if it paled in comparison to Yun Yang's kindness. I shall count on you, Yun Yang replied. Bai Yin nodded and set off the next day, determined to scout beyond the cave into the forest. A sudden roar of a tiger pierced the air, heightening Bai Yan's alertness. Shortly thereafter, he heard the plaintive cries of younglings. His heart raced. The voices sounded like those of beastmen cubs. In a world where females were the most cherished, followed closely by their young, what were beastman cubs doing near the misty forest? Having once been a member of a tribe, Bai Yin could not turn a blind eye to the plight of the young in peril. Without hesitation, he dashed forth, bursting through the underbrush. He beheld a tiger beast roaring at a young male beastman. Behind him stood several small beastman cubs. Bai Yin leapt into action, sinking his teeth into the tiger's neck and holding on tightly. Fortunately, the tiger was merely of the green tier. Had it been a blue-tier corrupted beast, Bai Yin might not have been able to contend with it given his current strength. After a fierce struggle, he successfully vanquished the corrupted beast. Extracting the beast crystal, he turned to the small beastman. Are you all unharmed? The young beastman, barely able to stand, clutched his bleeding arm and collapsed to the ground in fear. Brother, are you all right? Cried one of the cubs, tears streaming down his cheeks. It's our fault. We shouldn't have sneaked out. The other cubs, appearing no older than 7 or 8, whimpered, their faces contorted with suppressed sobs. The young beastman, his lips pale, reassured them. It's not your fault. You merely wished to help grandfather, the chieftain. What tribe do you belong to? Bai Yin inquired, casting a reproachful glance at them. Do you not realize how perilous the misty forest is? We are from the spotted leopard tribe, the young beastman replied, his gaze lowered. Long ago, our tribe suffered significant losses due to a beast tide. To protect the remaining members, we took in a group of spotted leopard beastmen, also ravaged by the tide. Over decades, their power has grown, while our peaceful clan has gradually retreated from conflicts. However, this retreat has not brought peace, but rather increased oppression. The spotted leopard tribe has seized our females and rarely shares their spoils with us. Had it not been for the presence of a shaman in our tribe, we might have been cast out altogether. Recently, the spotted leopard tribe befriended a priest with prophetic abilities, who foretold an unprecedented beast tide calamity befalling the tribes near the misty forest. Coinciding with this, our shaman passed away. The spotted leopards abandoned us, taking our female beastmen with them to a more powerful tribe. In their departure, they forcefully demanded the females to erase their tribal marks, leading to the deaths of many of our kin. The young beastman continued. Those of us who survived have either turned into corrupted beasts, wreaking havoc upon former friends, or transformed into half-beasts. Our current tribe is left with the elderly, as the younger ones struggle to progress due to a lack of resources. Our chieftain sustained severe injuries while trying to intercept a corrupted member of our tribe and has been feverish ever since. Little Five had heard from the shaman about a unique herb outside the misty forest, beneficial for healing, and thus ventured out with a few others. The tribe is now in chaos, completely unaware of their absence. It was only when he went outside to gather food that he spotted them and followed. The herbs are outside the forest, where corrupted beasts of higher tiers are scarce. I wished to save the chieftain and other injured kin, and upon hearing of such herbs, I agreed to help them. The young beastman lamented, consumed by guilt. Little did they know, Just after they had gathered the herbs, a green-tier beast had attacked. Bai Yin observed the trembling cubs, still clutching the herbs tightly. He sighed. The misty forest is rather chaotic now. Some corrupted beasts may emerge. Furthermore, you are mistaken. These herbs are not for treating external injuries, nor will they reduce fever. The young beastman and the cubs were left speechless. No, it cannot be. One of the chubby-faced cubs protested, cheeks flushed. The shaman said there was a flat, long, hairy leaf with purple fruit and yellow roots. He held up the herbs, insisting, this is exactly what he described. Our shaman is never wrong. Bai Yin examined the herbs and replied, the shaman did not err. You simply gathered the wrong ones. He then walked a short distance, uprooting a similar plant that bore no fruit but had several budding flowers. This is the correct herb. It only blooms at this time of year. They all stood in stunned silence, except for the cub who had just argued with Bai Yin, whose eyes lit up. Are you a shaman? Chapter 29. Surviving Bai Yin was momentarily taken aback, hesitating as he replied, I suppose I am. He had not treated anyone before, but he had witnessed the shaman tend to the injured in the White Wolf tribe and believed his abilities were somewhat comparable. The eyes of the beastmen sparkled with hope. The young beastman knelt before Bai Yin, exclaiming, Great shaman, please help us. Save our chieftain and kin. The surrounding cubs followed suit, kneeling with round, glimmering eyes filled with pleading. Bai Yin was startled. It was his first time receiving such reverent respect. It felt surreal, reminiscing about his past when he was treated with little regard in the tribe. Yet now, all of this was due to Yun Jie imparting her knowledge of herbal medicine. He quickly helped the young beastman to his feet. I can take a look, but I cannot guarantee I can heal him. That's all right. The young beastman's eyes glistened with tears of gratitude as he looked at Bai Yin. Thank you, kind sir. Let us proceed. Bai Yin collected some of the herbs and transformed into a wolf beast, leading them back to their tribe. The young beastman morphed into a sturdy brown sheep, eagerly guiding Bai Yin along the way. The tribe is not far from the misty forest, and the young goats hurriedly ran back to their settlement, where they were surrounded by anxious orcs. Xiao Wu, Xiao He, Xiao Bei, where have you been? We were so worried. The elder orcs looked down at the younglings, their frustration palpable. Qing Sun, did you bring the cubs back? They gazed at the young orc with concern, noticing his injuries. Did you encounter danger? Their eyes then shifted warily to Bai Yin, the wolf beast beside him. Uncles, I am fine. I encountered a fallen beast outside, and this esteemed gentleman saved me. Moreover, he is a wizard and is willing to help examine our kin's injuries. The orc's eyes sparkled at the mention of a wizard. In unison, they bowed deeply, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, esteemed wizard. Bai Yin felt a warmth in his heart. No need for thanks. I will do my utmost. He transformed into his half-beast form. Please, lead me to them. The sight of Bai Yin's wolf ears and tail momentarily stunned the surrounding orcs, but they quickly regained their composure. While they might have harbored some reservations in the past, their tribe now had several half-beasts, abandoned by their female leaders, which lessened their fear of Bai Yin. Furthermore, he was a wizard. Some orcs internally lamented, how could a wizard be abandoned by a female leader? Who could be so blind? Suddenly, a small orc rushed out, crying. The chief is in trouble. The faces of the young goat, orcs turned pale. What? They exclaimed. Esteemed wizard, please help us with the chief. He is our pillar. The thought of losing their chief filled them with dread. Bai Yin immediately followed, arriving at the chief's modest wooden hut. The dwelling of the chief of the Qingyang tribe was surprisingly dilapidated. The chief's complexion was pale, his gaze vacant. Upon observing the chief's condition, Bai Yan's heart sank. Chief! Chief! The wizard has arrived. Please hold on. Qing Sun anxiously watched the chief, who was barely breathing, tears streaming down his face. Ah, the chief gasped. His eyes clouded as he looked at them. Do not waste your strength. Save our kin. After uttering these words, he began to breathe heavily. You all live well. The chief grasped Qing Sun's hand. Do not seek revenge. Find a refuge to survive the beast tide. Living is the most important. His hand fell weakly, his eyes glistening with tears. Even in death, he was concerned for the safety of his tribe, wishing only for their survival. Chief! Chief! The Qingyang orcs knelt in sorrow at the chief's passing. Bai Yin felt a deep sense of sympathy. Such kind-hearted Qingyang orcs meeting such a tragic fate was indeed lamentable. Yet, in this harsh beastly world, strength was revered above all. If the Qingyang tribe wished to thrive, they must grow stronger. Bai Yin surveyed the kneeling figures of the frail and ill and could not help but sigh. Take me to see the other injured, he said. With the chief beyond saving, the priority now was to assist the other orcs. Qing Sun quickly wiped his tears. Yes, esteemed wizard, please follow me. Bai Yin left the chief's hut and visited the other orc small abodes, all similarly humble. Upon entering the tribe, he had spotted some better stone houses, which appeared uninhabited. He speculated they belonged to the departed leopard tribe orcs. The leopard tribe resided in decent homes, while the Qingyang tribe was left with dilapidated shelters. Fortunately, the other injured members of the Qingyang tribe were not as severely hurt as the chief, making their conditions manageable. However, Bai Yin had not brought many herbs. In the past, the shaman had plenty. Let me help you find some. Qing Sun insisted. If we cannot find any, I will risk everything to retrieve them. Let us first check, Bai Yin replied, heading to the former shaman's hut. where he discovered a variety of usable herbs. He collected several types, instructing Qing Sun to brew them and deliver them to the injured orcs. Then, he ground the freshly gathered herbs and applied them to the wounds. As he passed by a small hut, he suddenly heard heavy breathing and paused, inquiring of the orcs standing guard at the door, "What is happening inside?" The Qingyang orc's eyes reflected sorrow. "It is one of our kin. He is experiencing issues with his mind and needs to calm down here. If released, he could unintentionally harm others. Our tribe has no females left, so this is our only option." Even in the past, when they sought females to soothe troubled minds, the leopard orcs would refuse every time. Bai Yin gazed at the closed door, feeling a twinge of discomfort. "Take care of your kin. I must step out for a while. I will return shortly." The Qingyang orcs opened their mouths, but did not plead or inquire. Bai Yin was not truly their shaman, and they lacked the standing to demand anything. The Qingyang tribe had been humble for far too long, accustomed to silence. They watched as Bai Yin transformed into a wolf beast and departed, their hearts filled with trepidation. Would the esteemed wizard return? He is a good beast. If he says he will return, then he surely will. Qing Sun reassured himself with determination. He then turned to his kin. "If the esteemed wizard comes back, should we attempt to retain him?" The Qingyang orcs exchanged glances, uncertain. "We have nothing to offer. Would the wizard even agree? Perhaps he already belonged to another tribe." Qing Sun gritted his teeth. "As long as the esteemed wizard is willing, we can support him with our entire tribe." He added, "I inquired along the way. The esteemed wizard currently has no tribe. If they did not take action, they might truly be engulfed by the beast tide. This was their opportunity. As long as their tribe had a wizard, they could attract more orcs or ally with a larger tribe. Without a wizard, it was unlikely any tribe would take them in. The esteemed wizard was a blue-tier beast and a half-beast at that. Perhaps he would find a tribe before the beast tide arrived. If that were the case, why should they not bring the esteemed wizard to their side? The Qingyang orcs buzzed with excitement. "If the esteemed wizard agrees, we are willing to fulfill any of his requests." They gathered, their eyes gleaming with hope. "May the beast god bless our Qingyang tribe." However, some elder orcs, less optimistic, opened their mouths but did not share in their enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Bai Yin had returned to the cave in the misty forest. Yunjia, upon seeing Yun Yang and the others, he felt a wave of relief. He then began to recount the events concerning the Qingyang tribe. Yun Yang was momentarily taken aback. "Do you mean to say that you would like me to assist in soothing the orcs?" "Indeed." Bai Yin gazed at Yun Yang with trepidation. "They are gentle-natured orcs who seek your assistance." He also recounted the plight of the Qingyang clan to Yun Yang. Yun Yang pondered for a moment, contemplating the possibility of going to take a look, yet only with the intent to do her utmost. In the event of a truly perilous situation, she certainly could not compromise her own well-being. "Rest assured, Yang, we will safeguard you," Mo Hen assured, standing steadfastly beside Yun Yang. Yi Qi and Bai Zhu took a step forward. Yun Yang smiled. Suddenly, she felt a profound sense of security with the presence of 3 purple-tier beastmasters. "So, let us proceed." Yun Yang sat upon the back of Mo Hen, following Bai Yin to the tribe of the Qingyang. Qing Sun awaited outside the entrance of the tribe, his eyes brightening upon the arrival of Bai Yin. "Splendid. The esteemed shaman has returned." However, his excitement was soon eclipsed by the presence of 3 formidable orc warriors accompanying Bai Yin. Moreover, perched atop the giant serpent was a female. A female indeed. Qing Sun's eyes widened in astonishment. "A female has graced our tribe. Wizard, my lord." Qing Sun stole a glance at the fair-skinned, radiant beauty beside him, nearly at a loss for words in his fervor. Bai Yin introduced Yun Yang and the 3 orc husbands, mentioning Yun Yang's willingness to assist in calming the orcs. It should be noted that our esteemed sister Yun would only tend to the orcs in typical circumstances. "Excellent, excellent," Qing Sun exclaimed, repeating the word in his excitement. "How could our Qingyang tribe possibly inconvenience such a noble female? Rest assured, the situation among our tribe's orcs is well within control." Qing Sun then subtly shifted his gaze towards the 3 imposing orc husbands beside Yun Yang. Each of them displayed their beastly markings as a warning, instantly revealing their status as purple-tier orcs. Not only was it unlikely that their temperaments would resort to moral coercion, but even the sight of the 3 formidable husbands behind Yun Yang would deter anyone from daring such an act. "Then let us proceed," Yun Yang spoke with assurance. "Yes. Thank you, esteemed female." Qing Sun promptly took the lead. The orcs of the Qingyang tribe quickly learned of the arrival of a female, accompanied by 3 exceedingly powerful husbands, and thus gathered to witness the event. Many orcs within the Qingyang tribe struggled with turbulent consciousness, yet it was not entirely unmanageable. In the past, the spotted leopard tribe had controlled the females, allowing them to assist only when the situation became nearly uncontrollable. Occasionally, Yin Yang would use her mental energy to soothe the sea of consciousness of Mo Hen and the others, and she did so with remarkable ease. The orcs of the Qingyang tribe were so grateful that they nearly knelt in reverence. Meanwhile, Qing Sun quietly approached Bai Yin and pulled him aside. "Great wizard, you lack a tribe. Would you consider joining ours?" Qing Sun looked at Bai Yin earnestly. "If you are willing, we will agree to any terms you propose. Moreover, we could even elect you as the chieftain of our Qingyang tribe." Bai Yin understood Qing Sun's urgency. Recently, The fallen beasts in the misty forest had become increasingly irritable, and signs of a beast tide were emerging. Without sufficient resources to attract scattered orcs, the Qingyang tribe would be compelled to leave their long-held home in search of a more powerful tribe. Not to mention, the Qingyang tribe had few strong members, and many among them were elderly, weak, or even half-beasts. With such a lack of advantages and an abundance of burdens, their chances of joining a larger tribe were slim. Though I possess knowledge of pharmacology, I am merely a blue-tier half-beast. How could I lead your tribe? Bai Yin did not outright refuse their invitation. You mentioned that your tribe may face a beast tide in the future. How do you plan to respond? If you present a feasible strategy, I might consider remaining with you. Qing Sun hesitated. In truth, our Qingyang tribe harbors a secret, which has allowed us to survive here for so many years. The Qingyang tribe may not be among the mightiest in the beast world, yet the weak possess their own survival wisdom. Please, follow me. Qing Sun led Bai Yin to a remote area of the tribe, where a dense patch of grass flourished. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that similar plants, resembling wild grass, existed around the tribe, emitting a faint, pleasant fragrance. This is a plant discovered by our chieftain many years ago, which we call the breath-restraining grass. We can also use it as sustenance. This grass, when planted around the tribe, can somewhat mask their scent, making it difficult for ordinary fallen beasts to detect their presence. Unless a fallen beast with an unusually keen sense of smell wandered in, the tribe generally remained safe. This was why, despite living on the outskirts of the misty forest for so long, they rarely experienced large-scale attacks by fallen beasts. The Qingyang tribe had not disclosed this to the Ban leopard tribe. They believed it was merely the crops they had sown or the protection of the beast god that kept them relatively untroubled by fallen beasts over the years. If the breath-restraining grass were crushed and applied to the skin, even a white-tier fallen beast would remain oblivious. Once, the chieftain encountered a white-tier fallen beast but evaded disaster by hiding among this grass. Had it not been for the tribe's fear of a prophecy, they would have planned to coat themselves in the grass to conceal their presence. Chapter 31. A need for transparency. If you join our tribe, we will recruit external orcs to strengthen our numbers. We will ensure your safety. Bai Yin was astonished by the unique qualities of the breath-restraining grass. Yet he pondered Qing Sun's invitation. Have you considered how to guarantee that your Qingyang tribe will not suffer oppression from the Ban leopard tribe again? Qing Sun clenched his fists, his face pale as he replied, we will grow stronger. If our people are still bullied, I can seek a safer place for my kin after the beast tide. Qing Sun's eyes dimmed. It seemed the great wizard was reluctant to stay. After all, why would he be interested in the plants vital for their survival? As long as he joined a sufficiently powerful tribe, what need would he have for the breath-restraining grass? Your plan is not feasible. After the beast tide, the beast world will soon enter the rainy season, making it challenging to find a safe location. Orcs typically migrate during the warm season, Bai Yin remarked. Moreover, what will you do if your tribe's sea of consciousness becomes chaotic? He pointed out a particularly sharp concern. Your tribe lacks females. Even if you sought them, it would be difficult to find females who would look favorably upon the Qingyang tribe. Bai Yin reflected that Qing Sun, though still young, bore the weight of responsibility for his tribe, striving to secure a path for their survival amidst the losses they had suffered. Qing Sun lowered his head in silence, a sense of despair washing over him. What could they do? Flee with the breath-restraining grass? Live a life of uncertainty, perpetually at risk of death from natural disasters or beastly calamities? Remembering the words of his dying chieftain, Qing Sun's eyes brimmed with tears. However, Bai Yin shifted the conversation. In truth, you do have other options. Qing Sun gazed at him in bewilderment. Yun Jie has yet to join a tribe, Bai Yin continued. If you can invite Yun Jie to your tribe, not only would you gain a female, but also 3 purple-tier orcs. They might temporarily join a tribe before the beast tide strikes. Yun Jie may not remain in the tribe permanently, but you could seize the opportunity to grow stronger and recruit suitable orcs. With 3 purple-tier orcs as your backbone, no external orc would dare to provoke you. If Yun Jie is willing to join your tribe, then I too would consider joining. Bai Yin spoke softly. To be honest, I have knowledge of herbal identification, taught to me by Yun Jie. Qing Sun's eyes widened in astonishment. That esteemed female was, in fact, a wizard. Yet how could their humble tribe hope to retain such a noble presence? Qing Sun felt utterly devoid of confidence. You are simple and kind, which is indeed a virtue. Bai Yin remarked. The key is that the Qingyang tribe precisely meets Yun Yang's expectations. Upon arriving at the Qingyang tribe, Bai Yin had already discussed with Yun Yang the prospect of staying in this tribe. Upon learning of the circumstances surrounding the Qingyang clan, Yun Yang made a request. Should they agree, she would not mind the clan's current feeble strength. I am but a half-beast and lack the qualifications to lead your tribe. Yet Sister Yun is a formidable matriarch and a skilled sorceress. However, she stipulated that even if Sister Yun were to depart the tribe to wander the world, they could never appoint another leader. She must forever remain their chieftain. This was one of Yun Yang's conditions. Although Bai Yin was uncertain as to why Yun Yang desired this, he was unaware of her connection to a certain system. If you consent, I shall attempt to advocate on your behalf. Absolutely. We are willing. How could they refuse? A powerful female accompanied by 3 purple-tier beast husbands joining their tribe was an opportunity they could not overlook. Even if that enchanting female were to leave in the future, it would still afford their clan a much-needed respite. From every angle, it seemed the Qingyang clan had struck a favorable deal. Subsequently, Qing Sun looked at Bai Yin and inquired, "Will Sister Yin be willing to accept all of our clan members?" Many among them were gravely wounded, some possibly facing disability, and others had been stripped of their beast marks, becoming half-beasts. Bai Yin glanced at himself, shifting his somewhat lame foot, and reassured. Sister Yin would never look down upon anyone who bears a disability or is a half-beast, as long as they harbor goodwill and refrain from harming the tribe. She is willing to accept them. Qing Sun's lips curled into a smile. That is truly wonderful. Rest assured, our clan members are kind-hearted and will not engage in actions detrimental to the tribe. Bai Yin nodded. Let us return and discuss this with your people. If they agree, I shall relay the message to Sister Yin. Unexpectedly, on the very first day after exiting the misty forest, he found a solution that would please Sister Yin regarding the tribe. Initially, he had thought the Qingyang clan too weak for her to be satisfied. Yet she seemed unconcerned and even wished to lead the tribe. Since Sister Yin desired to become the chieftain, Bai Yin was more than willing to comply. He could also assist her in safeguarding the tribe, ensuring that when she ventured out into the world, she would have a comforting home to return to. In addition to aspiring to become a high-level sorcerer, Bai Yin now had another goal. Excellent. Qing Sun nodded. I shall speak to the clan members at once. They will surely agree. Qing Sun gathered with the tribe's people, eagerly discussing the matter, while Bai Yin sought out Yun Yang. He nodded towards her, indicating that the negotiations had been fruitful, and began to address the topic of the lianqi herb. The lianqi herb? Yun Yang mused. That is indeed a remarkable find. Yun Yang pondered whether, if they brought along the calming herb, they could cautiously approach those fallen beasts and carry out an assassination. This would certainly save them considerable effort. Mo Hen and the others exchanged glances, a hint of resignation passing between them. Having spent so much time with Yun Yang, they could somewhat anticipate her thoughts. Nevertheless, since their matriarch desired it, they would comply. After all, this was indeed a prudent strategy for eliminating the fallen beasts. Let us proceed. The orc's consciousness has already returned to tranquility. Certainly, Sister Yun. After Yun Yang stepped outside, the orcs of the Qingyang clan gathered anxiously. The esteemed female Qingshuan hesitated before speaking. We have agreed to accept you as our leader. However, upon glancing at her fellow clansmen, she took a deep breath. There is something we must confess to you. It concerns the prophecy we overheard from the Bambao clan. She clenched her teeth. Once you have heard it, please consider whether you wish to remain with us in the Qingyang clan. We cannot keep this from you. The noble female Yun Yang is truly benevolent, a benefactor to their clan. If they were to conceal this, it would surely incite the wrath of Yun Yang and her beastly companions. If such a secret were to harm their benefactor, they would be plagued by guilt. Should this secret be revealed and their benefactor choose to depart, it would merely reflect the clan's misfortune, and they could blame no one but themselves. Chapter 32. Enlightening the Orcs. Yun Yang was taken aback. Then please share, he urged. We have heard a prophecy from the Leopard clan, foretelling that a fallen beast of the Crimson Dan realm shall emerge from the misty forest, rampaging through the neighboring tribes. A creature of the Crimson Dan realm. Do not forget that their clan, lacking resources, could only muster a few purple-tier beastmen, and now they are left with but 2, having suffered casualties. As for the Leopard clan, they have managed to secure merely 1 White Dan realm beastman. The chasm between the purple and White Dan realms is vast. Some beastmen may take 5 or 6 years before they even approach the threshold of the White Dan realm. Yin Yang found the candid disposition of the Green Goat clan quite satisfactory. A fallen beast of the Crimson Dan realm, you say? He gazed at them, recalling that there were still 2 White Dan realm fallen beasts in the misty forest, and none had yet appeared from the Crimson Dan realm. The Leopard clan indeed spoke thus, which is why they were hastily seeking powerful allies. They too hope that the prophecy is unfounded, yet they prefer to believe in its veracity rather than dismiss it entirely. Yin Yang merely uttered a soft HM. It was indeed not impossible. When she examined the map of the misty forest, she was aware that a White Dan level fallen beast was on the verge of advancing to the Red Dan level. If the prophecy were true, then that Red Dan level fallen beast would be the one. Are you still willing to accept our tribe? The Qingyang beastmen gazed at Yun Yang with hopeful eyes. Very well, I accept, Yin Yang declared. The surrounding Qingyang beastmen abruptly turned their attention towards her, almost convinced they had misheard. Do you truly wish to become our chieftain? One of the beastmen inquired softly once more. Yes, I can indeed promise you that. Yin Yang nodded slightly, acknowledging, however, I may not be able to involve myself in your affairs as thoroughly as our previous chieftain did, and I might eventually leave the tribe to explore the beast world. Bai Yin interjected, Sister Yun, I can enlist the help of the orcs to manage this tribe, ensuring that you are not burdened. Indeed, indeed. We will certainly trouble the esteemed chieftain less. The orcs of the Qingyang tribe quickly amended. The little cubs in the tribe cheered, Uncle, do we have a chieftain now? Can we call her Sister Chieftain? The chieftain is so beautiful. The lively cubs hopped around Yun Yang, their voices blending together in joyful exuberance. Yin Yang observed their round, sparkling eyes, which appeared quite adorable, and gently patted their heads. Wow, I have been touched by the esteemed chieftain. How gentle the chieftain is. Indeed, she was far more tender than the females of the tribe in times past. Previously, the females were under the control of the spotted leopard tribe, and those once mild-mannered females had their temperaments altered, often looking down upon the Qingyang tribe. When the spotted leopard tribe intended to take the females away, many went to great lengths to erase their kin's beast marks. Now, Yin Yang's approachable demeanor reminded them of the years before the spotted leopard tribe integrated with the Qingyang tribe, when their females were still quite serene. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully establishing a tribe, earning 10,000 points. Ding! A total of 137 common beastmen have been detected in the tribe, accumulating a total of 13,700 points. With this, Yin Yang had acquired over 20,000 points. Previously, by soothing the mental energies of the beastmen of the Qingyang tribe, she had earned thousands of points. Indeed, establishing a tribe was a remarkably lucrative endeavor in terms of points. Yin Yang contemplated that in the future, Bai Yin and the orcs of the Qingyang tribe should recruit more commendable orcs into the clan, ensuring a continuous influx of points for her. Chief, why not bestow a name upon our tribe? After a moment of contemplation, Yin Yang suggested, let us call it a civilized village, shall we? I hope that you all strive to be civilized orcs, endowed with both virtue and talent, pursuing your true selves, refraining from bullying the weak, and not discriminating against those orcs of a lower status. Yet, at the same time, do not allow yourselves to be easily oppressed by others. Chief, does village mean tribe? Indeed. A small tribe is referred to as a village, a larger tribe as a town, and beyond that lies a city. In the future, you may even call me the village chief. I aspire for us to evolve into a civilized town, or even a civilized city. A city? Is it akin to the Orc King's city? The orcs of the Qingyang tribe have never visited the Orc King's city. They only know it to be vast, filled with exceptionally formidable orcs. With their tribe now numbering fewer than 200, is it truly possible to grow into a city? Perhaps it is a daunting challenge. Yet they remain fervently hopeful. Tribe, chief, we shall surely strive with all our might. Yin Yang observed their vibrant demeanor and nodded in satisfaction. You should gather together and document the current state of your tribe and its members, what resources you possess, what you lack, and the abilities of your kin, among other details. As the newly appointed village chief, it is essential for me to attend to the needs of my people. The Qingyang tribe flushed with embarrassment. Chief, we are not very familiar with writing. Only a select few among the beast folk can decipher the script of our world, and in our Qingyang tribe, only the deceased chief had any proficiency in it. Yin Yang turned her gaze towards her three beastly companions. Yi Qi crossed his arms defiantly and stated, Yang Yang, don't look at me. As a wandering beast man, do I seem like someone who can read? Mo Hen lowered his eyes, tacitly agreeing with Yi Qi's words. Bai Zhu also chuckled awkwardly. I cannot read either. In the vast expanse of the world, a voice beckons. System, do we possess a dictionary of the beast realm? Ding. A task is triggered, to enlighten the orcs. Civilized orcs are the hope of the beast realm. Host, you are urged to disseminate the culture of the beast realm, imparting knowledge of language and skills. When the tribal orcs master 1,000 characters, or acquire a singular skill, they shall earn 100 points. To assist the host in spreading the written language of the beast realm, a dictionary of the beast realm is now bestowed upon you. Yin Yang listened to the system's voice, pondering its remarkable utility, which greatly assisted the development of the beast realm. It was generally quite generous. How about this? Your clan's people come to me to learn characters, and later, they can impart this knowledge to you. Every member of our civilized village must be literate. Do you understand? Yes, village chief. The eyes of the Qingyang clan orcs sparkled with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. In your spare time, seek a plant called the white bark tree. Its bark is as white as paper, making it ideal for recording characters. Indeed, village chief, we shall certainly retrieve it. This was a matter of great significance for the entire clan, and they could not afford any negligence. Moreover, what are your strengths? Please share them with me now. Yin Yang aimed to devise a developmental direction for the Qingyang clan based on their characteristics. Chief, our Qingyang clan excels in rock climbing and agriculture. Occasionally, we trade with other herbivorous clans. Due to the inherent traits of the Qingyang clan, their racial gifts typically incline towards agriculture and climbing. Some possess the potential to awaken extraordinary abilities, predominantly of the gentle wood and water elements. In the past, they would sell food to acquire beast crystals, thereby empowering their kin, yet they were often exploited by the Bambao clan. That is quite satisfactory, Yin Yang nodded. You should also seek out the white rock to identify medicinal herbs. Those with talent might even become shamans. Chapter 33. The Yun Rabbit clan. Strengthening oneself does not solely pertain to martial prowess. It can encompass any domain. If you manage to cultivate shamans, you will no longer be at a disadvantage when encountering larger tribes. Talented orcs are a rarity in any clan. The Qingyang clan orcs gasped in astonishment. Village chief, can we truly become shamans? Why not? Yin Yang responded. The knowledge of shamans is seldom shared with the outside world. Typically, a shaman selects a family member as an heir or, in their twilight years, seeks a suitable apprentice. There has never been a shaman willing to openly teach numerous orcs. You are all members of our civilized village. You are not outsiders, Yin Yang patiently explained. As long as you possess talent, whatever you learn will be yours. But what if we are not adept? The Qingyang clan exchanged glances, filled with anticipation and concern. What if you are not skilled? You will inevitably discover your own suitable field. I merely hope you can familiarize yourselves with common herbs and understand some remedies for ailments. Since the sheep clan excels in agriculture, they should focus on enhancing their cultivation. Not only can they grow food that herbivorous orcs cherish, but they can also cultivate medicinal herbs to trade with other clans. When Yun Yang was at the market, she touched numerous items and consequently acquired various techniques for crafting, such as pottery and weaving garments. However, should these skills flourish, a grave concern arises. The Qingyang tribe, currently diminished in strength, risks attracting the covetous eyes of formidable tribes if they possess too much knowledge. The immediate priority is to fortify our civilized village and survive the impending beast tide. Once we grow stronger, we can truly develop our village. With tears in their eyes, the Qingyang tribe vowed to their esteemed village chief, "We shall strive to become stronger." How could they possibly let down such a remarkable leader? Freed from the oppressive grasp of the Bambao tribe, the Qingyang tribe began to live actively and strengthen themselves. They even contemplated entering the misty forest together to slay the fallen beasts and obtain beast crystals to enhance their strength. Previously, they had refrained from advancing due to fear of the tumult in the sea of consciousness, but with Yun Yang's presence, many orcs ascended to the ranks of green, blue, and even purple-tier orcs within just a few days. Simultaneously, the Qingyang tribe began to welcome new orcs into their fold. To ensure the order of the civilized village, Yun Yang collaborated with several orcs to establish village regulations. Have you heard? There is a nearby tribe called the Civilized Village that welcomes all races and accepts wandering orcs and half-orcs. I heard that as long as one has not committed any misdeeds and passes a 3-month trial, they can officially join the Civilized Village. I also heard that orcs there will teach you to read. It seems the beast tide is approaching, and the misty forest appears to be in disarray. Should we not venture forth? What if they intend to abandon us to the fallen beasts when the tide arrives? When the beast tide comes, we, who have no tribe to rely on, would easily meet our demise, or worse, be tormented to death by the turmoil in the sea of consciousness. Perhaps it is better to take a gamble. Then let us depart. After some hesitation, many scattered orcs chose to join the civilized village. Thus, in just a few days, Yun Yang frequently noticed thousands, even tens of thousands, of points credited to her account. In a short span, the population of orcs in the civilized village had multiplied 2- or 3-fold. Most tribes are quite insular, and half-orcs and wandering orcs cherish the opportunity to enter a tribe, adhering to the rules in the civilized village. However, Yun Yang remains the only female in the tribe, and the task of soothing the orcs falls solely upon her. Yang. The stone houses prepared by the Qingyang tribe have all been arranged, and we have moved everything from the misty forest. Tonight, we can dwell in a spacious and comfortable abode. A glint of amusement flickered in Mo Hen's eyes. After these busy days, Yang should finally be able to rest. It had been a long time since he had shared a bed with her. Village chief, Qing Sun wishes to see you. Mo Hen suppressed his smile. Why was the sheep here again? Village chief, a tribe seeks to join our village. Qing Sun explained. The Yuntu tribe has suffered bullying from a neighboring tribe for years and has had their females taken from them. They have stated that if our civilized village can assist them in reclaiming their females, they would be willing to join us. Perhaps due to their similar circumstances. The Yuntu tribe has maintained a cordial relationship with the Qingyang tribe. The females of the rabbit tribe tend to be more gentle than usual, and their reproductive capabilities exceed those of typical orc females. Many powerful orcs favor the petite and charming females of the rabbit tribe. If the Yuntu tribe can join us, our village would gain a dozen or so females. With females in the village, it would be much easier to attract powerful orcs in the future. Yun Yang is acutely aware of the significance of the female members for a tribe to endure. It is imperative that female orcs are not absent. Which tribe has seized the females of the Yun Rabbit clan? The village chief replied, it is the Black Eagle tribe. Perhaps it is their untamed nature, for the Black Eagle clan has a long-standing propensity to bully the Rabbit clan, having stealthily abducted their females over the years. This time, however, they have audaciously snatched away 7 or 8 young females from the Rabbit tribe. Moreover, the Eagle tribe has issued a harsh proclamation, declaring that this year's beast tide will trample upon these feeble rabbits, and their abduction of the females is merely a means of safeguarding their lives. The arrogance of the Black Eagles incites immeasurable hatred. Yet, the Black Eagles are accustomed to nesting in cliffs and burrowing. Once their females are captured and taken up there, it is nearly impossible for them to return. The Yun Rabbit clan, unwilling to accept their fate, learned of the formidable female leader recently appointed by the Qingyang clan, who had also welcomed new beastmen into their fold. They resolved to test their fortunes. With only a handful of young females remaining in their clan, the Yun Rabbit tribe found themselves shunned by larger clans and wary of smaller ones, fearing a recurrence of past tribulations similar to those endured by the Qingyang clan. The Haiying tribe, emboldened by their lofty dwelling, frequently perpetrated heinous acts, notorious for their unscrupulousness and villainy. In times of scarcity, they would often capture females from neighboring tribes, treating them with contempt. Tragically, the cliffs below their domain occasionally bore witness to the lifeless bodies of females who had perished from disease. Qing Sun grit her teeth and declared, indeed, our Qingyang clan, though distanced from the Haiying tribe, has suffered at their hands as well. Yunyang furrowed her brow. However, the black eagle had built its nest upon the cliff, and retrieving the female posed a formidable challenge. In light of this, Yunyang found herself in a predicament. Yunyang pondered for a moment and said, "Very well, we shall rescue the females of the Yun-Tu tribe. If possible, let's bring back all the females from the Black Eagle tribe as well. Here is the plan. I shall take the calming herb with me and, under the cover of night, infiltrate the Black Eagle tribe to gather information." Yang. Mo Hen gazed deeply at Yunyang. "Do you not feel that you have been exceedingly busy of late, neglecting us?" Chapter 34. I shall certainly heed the female leader's words. Yunyang gently touched her nose, pondering the busyness that enveloped her. "Are you aware of my earnest concern? In recent days, she has indeed accumulated a substantial number of points. We are more than willing to assist." Mo Hen remarked, "There is no need for you to be involved in every matter. Do not forget that you have 3 beast husbands at your disposal. You may confidently rely on us." With a sigh, Mo Hen continued, "This evening, I shall accompany Yi Qi to take a look. You should rest comfortably at home, understand?" As Yunyang contemplated joining, he was met with Mo Hen's serious gaze. "All right, I understand," Yunyang murmured. Mo Hen cast a cold glance at the nearby Qing's son. "Aren't you going out yet?" Qing's son, taken aback, nodded. "I will go out right now." He had never anticipated that the relationship between the village chief and the Beastmaster would be like this. It had always been the female leader commanding the Beastmaster. This was the first time he had witnessed a Beastmaster holding such authority in front of the female leader. And it seemed the village chief was quite attentive to the Beastmaster's words. Mo Hen took Yunyang's hand, preparing to show her their new home. "Yang, let us go and explore our new house." Yunyang nodded, exclaiming, "All right, let's go." Their residence was spacious, in addition to a large master bedroom. It boasted 7 comparatively smaller rooms. "This place is indeed vast," Yunyang couldn't help but marvel. "Indeed," Mo Hen replied with a smirk, his tone tinged with a hint of sarcasm. "In the beastly realm, females typically have 5 or 6 mates, and some even more," with a hint of envy. Mo Hen added, "If Yang were to fancy a new male in the future, there would be ample space here, so there's no need to worry about lacking accommodation." Yunyang hesitated, declaring, "Absolutely not. I would never casually accept another beast husband." She was already struggling to manage the 3 she had. Why would she invite more into her life? If it weren't for her modest authority, those 3 beast husbands would eagerly vie for a place in her bed. "This master bedroom is mine. You may handle the rest as you see fit. I can manage on my own." Upon hearing Yunyang express her desire for solitude, Mo Hen slightly pursed his lips, replying, "Very well. Are you truly wishing to sleep alone tonight?" He fixed his gaze upon her. "Yunyang, do not forget that Bai Zhu has yet to formally bond with you." Although he had no desire to see that wolf benefit as the primary beast husband, he felt it his duty to remind her. Once Bai Zhu entered into a bond, he would be obligated to fulfill the responsibilities of a beast husband. Yunyang seemed oblivious to the concerns of those around her, preoccupied as she was with slaying fallen beasts, which was quite distressing for those harboring ulterior motives. Now that they had moved into the Qingyang tribe, their living conditions were vastly improved compared to the cave they had previously inhabited. Even the bed was significantly larger. This new arrangement signified a greater expanse for them to express themselves. Yunyang suddenly recalled that approximately half a month ago, she had assured Bai Zhu that she would become his partner in the future. "Very well, I understand." With Yi Qi and Mo Hen heading to the Black Hawk tribe to gather information, she decided to bond with Bai Zhu. She still felt somewhat uncomfortable with other beastmen eavesdropping, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Upon hearing Yunyang's agreement, Mo Hen felt a slight pang of jealousy in his heart. As night approached, Mo Hen and Yi Qi prepared to venture to the Black Hawk tribe. Before their departure, he placed cooling ice blocks in Yunyang's room and informed Bai Zhu about Yunyang's consent to become his partner. "Be careful, and do not treat Yunyang like Yi Qi does." If Bai Zhu were as careless as Yi Qi, they could forget about entering Yunyang's room for the next 10 days or half a month. Bai Zhu's face flushed with excitement. You can rest assured." Watching them leave, Bai Zhu felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He had finally awaited this day. Filled with enthusiasm, Bai Zhu dashed to the river to bathe, eager to scrub his skin off. Afterward, he returned with a large basin of water, calling out, "Yunyang, I've brought back water. Do you wish to take a bath?" Yunyang noticed that Bai Zhu's face was flushed, and he nodded slightly. "Would you like me to assist you with your bath?" Bai Zhu spoke softly once more. "In our White Wolf clan, it is customary to help the female during bathing when engaging in mating." Yunyang initially contemplated a refusal, yet upon witnessing Bai Zhu's bashful demeanor, an impulsive thought crossed her mind, leading her to acquiesce. Among the 3 beastly husbands, Bai Zhu was the most naive. Should she dare to nod in agreement in the presence of Mo Hen and Yi Qi, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to tease her in the water. Yunyang allowed Bai Zhu to tremble as she undressed herself. Her cheeks flushed as she bathed and scrubbed her back. In the next moment, a drop of crimson liquid merged with the water. Yunyang looked up and noticed that Bai Zhu's nose had begun to bleed. Bai Zhu hurriedly covered his nose and exclaimed, "I am so sorry, Yang. Please, you can leave now. I can clean it up myself." Yin Yang wondered if Bai Zhu had truly been holding back for too long. It seemed that if he continued to assist, Bai Zhu might end up with a trail of blood streaming from his nose. With a sense of urgency, Bai Zhu awkwardly exited, secretly resenting his own lack of composure. After washing his nose and waiting for the bleeding to cease, he lingered outside. Possessing acute hearing, he could distinctly perceive the sound of water within. His thoughts drifted once more to Yun Yang's pristine form, and suddenly he felt warmth in his nose, causing another couple of drops of blood to escape. Bai Zhu hastily attended to the fresh stains once again. After a couple of such endeavors, Yun Yang had finished her bath. "You may come in now," she called out to Bai Zhu from within. She stood barefoot on the smooth stone floor, her figure modestly draped in a white sheepskin. Bai Zhu found himself momentarily at a loss, but Yun Yang relished the sight of his somewhat dazed expression. Yun Yang beckoned to Bai Zhu with a graceful curl of her finger, urging him to come closer and carry her back to her chamber. Without hesitation, Bai Zhu lifted her effortlessly, cradling her in his arms and gently placing her upon the bed, which was lavishly adorned with a layer of soft animal pelts. At this moment, Yun Yang turned over, pinning Bai Zhu down onto the bed, one hand pressing against his chest while the other propped up against the bed. Bai Zhu felt a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks due to the exceedingly intimate position. "I am your matriarch. Shouldn't you heed my words?" Yun Yang's lips, freshly kissed by the bath, glowed with an enchanting allure. "Of course," Bai Zhu replied instantly. "Our White Wolf tribe has always been unwaveringly loyal to our matriarch." "Very well then. Tonight you shall follow my every command. Whatever I say will be the law." Bai Zhu's heart raced fervently. "All right, I shall dutifully obey my matriarch." Yun Yang smiled contentedly, for this was the privilege befitting a female sovereign, and this was how a beastly consort ought to behave. Unlike Mo Hen, who, despite sweetly agreeing, continued to torment himself relentlessly. And then there was Yi Qi, who had never even listened to his own desires that one time. Yun Yang has made up her mind. Having finally encountered someone obedient and not prone to contradiction, she intends to embrace her role as a dominant female. This time, she aims to take charge and seize the initiative. Yun Yang unfastened the hide, settling upon Bai Zhu's waist, indulging in the exploration of his firm musculature. He persistently ignited a fire within him. Upon being touched by Yun Yang, Bai Zhu could not suppress a tremor coursing through his body, his breaths growing increasingly frantic. His face flushed crimson as he exclaimed, "Mistress, I truly cannot endure any longer." In the next moment, Bai Zhu seized the initiative, reversing their positions with Yun Yang. "Yun Yang, wasn't it promised to heed one's own words?" The moment this thought flickered through her mind, the sensations coursing through her body severed all her thoughts. Chapter 35. Another misunderstanding. Upon awakening, Yun Yang felt a lingering soreness in his waist. Is this a common experience for orcs who have just embraced their primal instincts? Yun Yang regretted teasing Bai Zhu last night, which left her utterly exhausted, succumbing to slumber. However, engaging with Bai Zhu was indeed exhilarating. The experience was markedly distinct from that of the Serpent Clan. The temperature of the Wolf Clan was undeniably intense. Yang, you are awake?" Bai Zhu entered with a remorseful expression, sporting dark circles under her eyes. Not far behind, Wei Yang followed closely, holding a skewer of candied hawthorn, gazing perplexedly at it before glancing towards the distant Xiu Weiwan. At that moment, another swift demon king, the Shura bird, arrived not far from Zhao Kong. Despite exerting all its strength, the precious item remained immovable, lodged firmly in the crevice. Shortly after, the steward did not summon the enforcers as Qiu Xing had suggested. Instead, he instructed several capable individuals within the household to wield long whips, striking at Xiao Wanqing and Xiu Weiwan before them. After Yin Baimu concluded his affairs, he received a notification regarding new followers on Weibo. Upon checking, he discovered a post by Yu Duo bidding farewell to Ning Wan, which he promptly retweeted. Although he may not possess the same allure as her boyfriend, his striking visage certainly held promise, exuding the grace of a refined gentleman and a sense of composure. Actors, after all, are defined by their craft. When not performing, what else might they pursue? Especially since Suzhou had once remarked on leveraging fame and influence to accomplish greater deeds. In comparison to the shielded soldiers led by Guan Yu, the Wei State's elite troops, honed under Yuan Chu's training, evidently surpassed in strength, their martial spirit far more potent than that of Zhao's army. "Let us venture out tonight to discern the true intentions of these merchants from the Water Nation," Li Zhengdao remarked, his eyes glinting with icy determination. As it stands, had it not been for the original host's occasional familial support, they would likely have left her without even a desk. Upon concluding his words, the Thunder God pointed the Thunder God's sword towards the heavens, summoning bolts of lightning that descended from above, connecting with the sword's tip, creating the illusion of an immense lightning strike frozen in the air. Approximately 45 minutes later, the vehicle entered an area reminiscent of an industrial park. Finally halting before a factory, Xiaoyu had been listening to Meng Yuanhua and Zhuang Feng discussing their dreams, pondering her own aspirations. The thought of potentially gaining 20 billion followers filled Meng Qi with a broad smile, envisioning the immense power of belief. They finally managed to escape the snowy terrain, laboriously extracting the yaks and their cargo. Fortunately, they had kerosene stoves for warmth, preventing any fatalities, though several comrades suffered altitude sickness, edema, and heart complications. which under such conditions could prove fatal. Yichangong's long fingers caressed Chu Lian's dark tresses, gliding past her slightly flushed earlobes and smooth cheeks, ultimately resting upon her delicate collarbone. However, upon opening the compartment door, the previously sullen Tian instantly donned a beaming smile. Seated at the table, they continued their banter, exchanging cups and laughter. The third prince had passed away in childhood. The fourth prince had relocated from the palace to become the Duke of Jin, while the fifth prince was inherently timid, having lost his mother at a young age. Tian wished to attend a complimentary class before making her decision. Yet, it was only 6 o'clock, prompting her to consider a stroll nearby. Granny Zhong swallowed her words, casting a glance at Wen Qing and Wen Lan, before picking up the chopsticks beside her to lift a moderate portion of noodles to her lips. In this manner, she could reminisce about the past. Otherwise, she feared that over time, her mother would fade from her memory. The man seated in the private room overheard a complete exchange, envisioning a grand performance unfold before him. Lan Wuyo truly possessed a knack for storytelling. Were it not for the fact that he was the central figure, he might have believed her tale. Chapter 36. You carry the aura of nightmares. Yunyang wearily opened his eyes, only to find that night had fallen. Yang, with ink stains on his hands, stepped into the stone house, a faint bruise adorning his left cheek. Yunyang was taken aback. Did you have a fight with Yi Qi? Well, it's nothing, came the reply. It's just that he and Bai Zhu joined forces and gave Yi Qi quite the beating. Yunyang uttered a soft acknowledgement, relieved that all was well. The vigor of these orcs was remarkable. A bout of fighting could serve as an excellent outlet for their energy. Are you threatening me? Katarina's expression turned icy. Since her capture by Hog upon her arrival in the land of Landon, she had displayed such a demeanor for the first time, revealing the imposing presence befitting a battle priestess of the Spider Queen, Ross. Si Ting, witnessing her display, hesitated to take the spatial ring or speak. This child is undoubtedly my cousin's offspring. Not only is he capable of digging a pit, but he also possesses the skill to fill it back in, now that his true talent. Seated in the rear, Gao Yunjin ignored him, while Lin Yijin wore a smile, unperturbed. Upon her return to the company, Chu Mu learned of her dismissal, a simple matter, as she had offended General Chun, who would no longer collaborate, leading to the company's downfall. Despite the overt hardship following her father's passing, their family circumstances were not as dire as they appeared. Before arriving in Paris, he had spoken with his mother, who was still in England at the time, and was taken aback by how swiftly he had come to Paris. As for the breakfast received, the debt of gratitude could be repaid on another occasion. Now, as Qing Chao brought up the matter of attire, Qing Hun suddenly remembered the colorful shell necklace she had yet to gift to Qing Chao and Tianxing. Reflecting on their first meeting, she realized that her actions had been somewhat retaliatory, pushing him toward the guard. Coupled with the words spoken during her fever, he speculated that Nian Yun was indeed Rui. A piercing scream erupted from the bald man's lips as his right arm was twisted like a pretzel. Yet, she seemed unfazed, boldly asserting that the riverside breeze was chilly, and nestled closer into my embrace. Her warmth was palpable, especially as her half-circle pressed against my arm, sending electric sensations coursing through me. My heart raced as I resisted the urge to engage. The negotiation team from Ottawa would not return until tomorrow. Feng Xinglong had ordered them to delay their return to Shenzhen by a day. The integrity of my mother's principles evoked genuine admiration in Feng Lino, who seized the opportunity to flatter her. Meanwhile, a similar occurrence unfolded in the 4 major cities, while the instigator, Yi Feng, appeared remarkably relaxed, leisurely posting the guild order in the system's auction house, set to conclude at noon the following day, starting at a mere 1 gold coin. Yet requiring a minimum raise of 1 million gold coins, one could not deny Yi Feng's flair for theatrics. During this time, Malu, who had fainted while tilling the fields, was transported to the village alongside the villagers as they moved the light wheat. The commoners existed in this realm. Yet within the grand scheme of things, they felt as if they were worlds apart. Once ensnared in this reality, one could vanish without a trace. Akin to a ring containing a miniature cosmos, even the most revered sages would find themselves ensnared, let alone her. Denua did not disturb his father. After quietly guarding his side for a while, he succumbed to slumber on the nearby sofa. In an instant, Yi Feng transformed into a launch pad for countless missiles, as numerous white feathers soared around him toward the players of the Imperial Alliance below, resembling concealed projectiles. During this interval, Zhang Yongrui remained silent, steadfastly guarding Wen Lian's side. Long he found himself at a loss, gazing up at the figure on the dragon chair, his expression a canvas of confusion. Chapter 37. Eagle do perhaps. Yichi nodded, suggesting that Yang should wait for them to investigate further. The Black Hawk territory harbored levels of danger. They could not allow her to take unnecessary risks. Tonight, I will accompany Yi Qi for another look, and once we grasp the situation, we shall allow you to proceed. During the day, the Black Hawk clan maintained sharp vigilance, though their acuity diminished at night. Very well, but we shall depart by tomorrow evening at the latest. Our time is running short. Yin Yang reflected on her recent observations of Bai Yingdong, every one of his actions noted by Nangong Qing. As a seasoned player within the Southern Sky Alliance, Nangong Qing had long discerned the purpose of this individual's appearance. The advantage lay in the enigma of the solution, Even formidable powers could not forcibly breach it. While the downside was that a mere alteration of a Dao imprint could lead to the collapse of the entire formation. This spring had witnessed numerous events, including a public scandal involving schools, prompting many institutions to forego their customary spring excursions for the sake of discretion. Lu Sun understood that their presence here was to await old Mu, yet he was keenly aware of whom that pair of men was truly waiting for. I suspect the silence of the Valley Sword Intent is related to the actions of the Sword Lord, Jiang Qingwei remarked after a prolonged silence. Do not speak. Let me rest for a moment. I haven't slept in 3 days and nights. Fang Qingzhe seemed utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the bed in an instant. Moments later, Tang Xiaoyan's corpulent figure appeared within the sights of Hua Tian and Murong Yushuan. Ascending the lengthy stone steps, Qin Xuan and his companion grew increasingly solemn. Although the stairs were covered in moss, they were remarkably even, subtly permeated with an eerie sword intent that intensified as they ascended, until ultimately, it became imperceptible. It was evident that at that time, Ling Jianfei's sword intent had reached its zenith, returning to its essence. However, Fei Lian had been stationed in the west, and was unfamiliar with the sudden appearance of Yang Jian. Do you wish to possess this power? The two spirit beings inquired, as if they governed this realm. My father holds me in too high regard. Hearing that he encountered a hurricane along with pirates, Wu Xingyun replied nonchalantly. Soldiers, gather the coins, that is our family's money. Even if I have to feed dogs, I shan't let outsiders benefit. Sister Cui supported her aunt, instructing her husband. Nangong tailing nodded. I shall bid farewell to the princess. You may proceed. She patted Mo Failwan's hand before making her way to the front yard. Yuan Bao tilted his head, casting a disparaging glance at He Xiling, as if to say, if not for your pitiable state, I wouldn't be so kind to you. You are my son, and my pride. General, he gazed at his now adult son, his face etched with guilt. Sun Fei Bai made no move to stop her. His gaze shadowed as he watched Yi Qingqing depart, his heart heavy with bitterness. He was the least qualified to obstruct her. Wan Qi looked into the mirror, aware that she lacked understanding. Otherwise, she would not have been thwarted by Lin Ku when she attempted to apply makeup upon their first meeting. Naturally, it was you who spoke those words amidst the peach grove at Fahua Temple. Yi Qingqing smiled gently, observing the pallor of Mei Rushua's face. Very well then. The corner of Taohua's mouth turned downward, feeling slighted that the young master seemed unperturbed by her plight. Ren Lianling had no intention of forging relationships with his mortal colleagues, for he was an immortal and a demon, while most of his peers were merely mortals. Yet, Li Jing was the commander, and they had no choice but to comply. Albeit begrudgingly. Gu Qingdai moved as if unperturbed, yet she remained cautious. Perhaps Song Yuding had incited Zhongling to deliver false messages? In an attempt to rationalize his actions, he pondered how he could cause such chaos, truly resembling a madman. The one tasked with monitoring and guarding the board warehouse, Mu2, narrowed his eyes, contemplating the expression of the individual before him, pretending not to notice the suspicious data from earlier, as he discreetly pressed the send button hidden in his pocket. Chapter 38, Source of Contamination. Both Mo Hen and Yi Qi exchanged solemn glances, instinctively softening their breaths. Should they be discovered at this moment, escape would be exceedingly difficult. This divine water was indeed terrifying. Fortunately, upon discovering his promotion to the Crimson Dan realm, Ingdu departed from the cave. Inglo, you dare bully me and steal the female I had my eyes on. Just wait and see how I will eliminate you. Ingdu sneered, his face contorted with malice. Fear was absent from his demeanor. Forgotten already? With a turn of his head, Tian Yi expressed her disinterest in conversing with the indolent Ailing. Despite being merely a lead singer, she found herself having to witness these events. Above the battle diagram, a long stone pathway emerged, beneath which intricate mechanisms were revealed, far more elaborate than the diamond-shaped crystal projections from the Thousand Mechanism sect. When I feel it is time, I shall compose a genuine fantasy game. In our country, the audience for fantasy may not be as vast as that for the more mystical genres. Isn't it also because of my impressive drinking capacity? Forget red wine. I could easily down an entire jar of white liquor without issue. I truly enjoy drinking. At this moment, an Xian spoke earnestly to Yang Fei Fei. As expected, each type of elixir was produced by the Hall of Saints, devoid of any marks. Meanwhile, Mu Yu had unknowingly approached the white jade wall, extending a hand to explore its surface. Lin Mu Sun stifled a chuckle as he crouched down before the Mu Mu, gently patting its uneven fur and attempting to console it. There, no need to howl. You're not a wolf, are you? Do you wish to summon the moon? The guests outside were effusively praising the feast, their faces radiant with joy, as if nothing else mattered but the delectable food before them, a simplicity of happiness. I must leave a bit more money for my family. Who knows, one day I might just take down the Hydra, Tony remarked with a smile. Lin Mu Sun could not match Zhou Wangyu's quick-wittedness. Thoughts that had not even crossed his mind were already articulated by Zhou Wangyu. A burst of crimson light erupted from Su Jing, shattering the 4 waves of water patterns at the corners of the sword stage, which then exploded into a flurry of blue ice crystals. Uncle Li, please inventory the items here. We need to destroy this laboratory shortly. Ji and Mo instructed. Looking at Li Ming. Captain, I apologize. It seems I've been stealing your spotlight lately, Long Xingyu said, scratching his head somewhat awkwardly. Han Fei, however, was utterly astonished. The power of a blade depended significantly on its wielder. As a super special forces soldier, his strikes were immensely forceful, contrasting the might of the ice blade. One was heaven, the other was earth, yet both cold weapons yielded nearly identical results, with Long Yu trailing slightly behind. Young master, is he truly that formidable now? Qin Wuji, with an expression of icy indifference, spoke. His words bore the same chill as his demeanor. Everyone was taken aback. They had not anticipated that this Frenchman could articulate such a lengthy passage in the language of Z country, and he did so with remarkable fluency. Unbeknownst to others, Tang Chuan recognized the extraordinary nature of this half-constructed puppet. Thus, he disregarded the inquiries of the transformation elder, instead examining the puppet, its form seemingly mocking the elder, who had previously scrutinized the blood moon blade in his hand. Father is gone. My kin are all dead. Bai Yin's body trembled continuously, her voice laced with irrepressible sorrow. You may not be impressive, but this caviar is quite delightful, Dong Qing remarked, a discerning individual. Collaboration with a certain illicit commercial guild might be thwarted due to funding delays. Alas, the experimental equipment I ordered is still in their possession. Chapter 39, The New Clan Leader. Yun Yang was astonished, murmuring, this is truly terrifying. If one were to continue drinking this, would they not ascend to the realms of Azure Pill, Purple Pill, or even Golden Pill? Nay, the system replied. A mere ordinary purple tier orc reaching the Red Pill realm is already their utmost limit. The Red Pill realm of Eagle Du was merely attained at the cost of his own lifespan. Once the nightmare energy within dissipates, his life will come to an end. The bone's emanation of nightmare energy aided their ascent. In youth, one might demand unwavering fidelity from their beloved, unable to tolerate any infidelity. Yet, as time passes in marriage, Zhu Zhu found herself indifferent to her man's physical betrayals, as long as he cleaned himself up and took precautions afterward. Master, have a drink, chuckled the drunkard, as he eagerly presented a wine jug to Li Yunfei. At this moment, Feng Lu had already made his second attempt, ensuring that the myriad powers could sense the various energies of his cultivation within, thereby temporarily breaking the seal of the god and demoness taboo for his own use. Feng Lihua suddenly recalled having arranged a match for her son from a distance of tens of thousands of miles, but now, on the verge of marriage, she had second thoughts. Such a change of heart was indeed puzzling. Advance. Brothers, do not halt. Shen Ku urged the soldiers beside him to charge forward, bravely debunking the myth of the invincibility of the Japanese army. Ji Shun, what are you doing here? Why aren't you eating? Li Yunfei, impeccably dressed and accompanied by Wu Meinyang, was surprised to find Lu Jishun standing respectfully at the door, reminiscent of a gatekeeper. I am willing. Zhu Zhu stifled her tears, her face blooming into the most radiant smile as she extended her delicate hand, watching him fumble as he placed the ring upon her finger. Behind them lay the core of the mountain guardian array. Any retreat would jeopardize its integrity. The elder, who had already taken a step back, gritted his teeth and spat a mouthful of essence blood forward, channeling 80% of his primordial spirit outward, merging it with the tendrils surrounding them. However, in that fleeting moment as she straightened, she failed to notice her exceptional husband raising an eyebrow, triumphantly flaunting his prowess to another dejected man. The Crown Prince felt warmth in his heart at the sweet call of Crown Prince brother, extending his hand to place an object into Ingjer's palm. The Yu family held only a modicum of influence in the legal realm, far from being comparable to the Tang family. He scrutinized the fallen dragon before him, an inexplicable sorrow rising within. Fetching a chair, Jun Zilin placed Zhou Jin's feet upon it, gently massaging his legs, which hung suspended. It was no wonder his leg muscles had not atrophied from paralysis. Firstly, his legs had healed long ago, and secondly, the duration of his paralysis had not been extensive. Infuriating. Yi Qian kicked the tire of a Ferrari in frustration, a storm of emotions brewing within her. If Yu Taixing truly dwelled in the woods, did that not suggest that the forest was relatively safe? The luscious lips and the intoxicating fragrance drew Gu Che closer, his eyes closing as he leaned in, capturing her lips with his own. I wonder what Miss Bai enjoys eating. I've chosen a few dishes I can prepare for her to taste. Do they suit your palate? The proprietress smiled warmly, her demeanor not one of forced flattery, but rather an unspoken intimacy. Jiang Yunwan, curious, kept stealing glances, finding the standoff between the individuals before her utterly uninteresting. Zhou Zifeng was on a call while driving. The car slowed as it passed several speed bumps, allowing an elderly man who had been waiting for an opportune moment to suddenly lunge at the vehicle. Chapter 40. The divine water has failed. After the admonition, Eagle Du, wary of any orc sneaking to drink his divine water, returned to guard it. In the dark of night, he failed to notice that the spring's depths had been disturbed. He felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, an overwhelming sense of impotence. Eagle Du attributed this fatigue to the exertion of slaying the eagle Lu and hastily drank a ladle of divine water. At that moment of consumption, he felt a surge of energy. Remembering this, Xie smiled and cast a glance at Wei Qi. Fortunately, her partner was rather simple-minded and understanding, even when she was pregnant. She managed to remain cheerful despite any outbursts. Ko Yibing, of a similar age to Yi Tianheng, found his own physique lacking and could not pursue. Thus he sat in frustration. Sun Yongren nodded. Given the freedom to express himself, he could act with more liberty. Suddenly, without warning, he fired a shot. Yi Tianyun witnessed the assassin collapse to the ground, approximately 10 meters away, stunned by the gunfire. Steam wafted from the bathhouse, where many patrons were scrubbing themselves. These were individuals of moderate means, not yet affluent enough to bathe in private. Jiang Yin paused, her thoughts racing, igniting a surge of anger within her. Did they truly believe such tricks could be employed repeatedly? Having learned a lesson before, how could they not be wary? She lifted her teacup, sipping the overly cooled tea. Its astringency spreading across her palate. Summer Hanchio gazed out the window, her mind awash in contemplation. Instantly, the conference room erupted into chaos. But when they beheld the photographs within their envelopes, silence enveloped the room. The images depicted Yinan serving at the farm's ingredient store, the opening of the seafood department. In conversations with Tang An, the following day, Zhang Yaming summoned Ham and Amand, along with Jeremy and Jelen, to the ghost ship, where they made adjustments to its settings. Summer Hanchio radiated warmth in her smile, while Duanzi regarded his nephew with unprecedented gentleness, knowing full well his words had pleased both the emperor's uncle and aunt. The masters of the Shaolin's Xian generation flushed with embarrassment. Wudong had just ascended to the pinnacle of martial prowess and had become insufferably arrogant. To take their own lives in apology? Was this not a mockery of Shaolin's incompetence? We have entered the very space of the blood pool? Zhang Chao touched his face, feeling the sticky bloodstains, turning in astonishment to his companions. Shinnin steadied himself. Although the flying blood zombies were immortal, they could potentially annihilate them all. Yet current circumstances dictated that as long as they did not act foolishly, they would not be overturned by the Zongzi. The individuals present were not fools. Chu Sun's stance was clear. He had no intention of assaulting the city. They could fight if they wished, but he would not participate. As Shinnin approached the familiar figure, he suddenly recognized him. While rummaging through his memories, he was caught off guard as the other party thrust a torch into his hands, pushing him forward in a seamless motion. Chu Sun let out a soft command, a halo of primordial purple energy swirling around him, his fists glowing, hair dancing wildly as he formed a fist seal, delivering a powerful strike. Enough. Kong Quanbin lamented deeply, mourning both the supplies in the camp and the loss of this battle's potential success. Similar to the previous assault on Jianzhou, success was within reach. Yet the heavens played a most disheartening jest at a critical moment. It was a blend of countless longings intertwined, and no amount of words could encompass such a capacity for tolerance. The interplay of yin and yang, the energies of the five elements, wove together in a chaotic tapestry, as if the cosmos itself was in the throes of creation, where myriad phenomena alternated. Chapter 41. Taya before them, the hawk-headed figure, consumed by rage, brutally extracted a beast crystal from a living orc. The villagers shuddered at the sight, though the orcs of the Black Hawk tribe were deemed unworthy of pity. Witnessing such a gruesome fate, having their beast crystals torn from them while still alive, evoked a sense of compassion. They observed the Black Hawk tribe in disarray, with the dead among them, the injured in agony, and some driven to madness, turning on one another. The orcs of Civilization Village were certain that this tribe was peculiar, much like life itself, which could sometimes be so absurd as to defy acceptance. Li Ji, for the first time, found herself in a bar, drowning her sorrows in drink. She lost count of how much she had consumed, but knew that when she staggered out, she was still able to locate her vehicle. The bar owner, snapping back to reality, approached Lin Tian, seeking reparations for his losses, considering his situation a misfortune, and naturally expected Lin Tian, the instigator, to compensate him. At that moment, the fire spirit root was clutched in Yi Haoran's grasp. By nature, it feared the inferno beyond its essence. Yet its gaze towards Yi Haoran revealed an intense loathing, a disdain for all intruders. A series of unfamiliar yet familiar images flickered in rapid succession within his mind. Even the true Crimson Dragon Emperor might be vanquished and subdued, willingly transforming into a divine artifact in his grasp. Zhou Jiala lacked absolute confidence to strike it down. Thus she brandished a feathered arrow, preparing to confront it with her bare hands. It was then that Feng Zhan discovered a hidden camera placed in a corner of the hall during Zhang Lanshan and Yi Lilies's departure, intended to capture the perpetrator's actions. The limited edition Maybach was exceedingly rare. Many affluent individuals yearned to purchase one, but could only gaze upon it from afar due to the lack of supply. The middle-aged monk laughed heartily, scanning the surroundings before his expression turned serious. Indeed, it is I, the humble monk. You are almost welcome, he said, bringing his hands together in reverence. Hey, Lu Quan wore a face of supplication, having consulted several psychologists to finally liberate himself from his tangled thoughts. The three detectives included the eldest, Captain Lu Dong, along with combat champion Li Zhuang, and the newly recruited graduate student Hu Yan. Chase, we must not allow these two culprits to escape. The centurion, a captain in his own right, knew that if the assassins who killed the officer got away, it would spell his doom. As for Xiang Lan'er, bearing the secret edict of the Yuanhui Emperor, she allowed some leniency this time. If the crimes listed in the official documents were to be enacted, the entire Jia Ku family would face execution, and even her father, who conspired with the treacherous left guardian He Lin's hate, would be implicated. Master, if you fancy it, I gift you this bow. I may never be able to draw it again, sighed Shan Yu, a hint of melancholy in his voice. The ancestor of the Shun family commanded the thunder hammer, which howled as it came crashing down upon the massive peacock. A bolt of thunder, as thick as a bowl, struck the peacock's head, yet not even a wisp of smoke emerged. The peacock continued its relentless assault on Shun's ancestor. Upon hearing this, the monk Mingmu broke into a cold sweat, repeatedly nodding in agreement, fearing the mighty Peng would follow through on his words. An icy torrent twisted violently in midair, accompanied by a colossal ice hammer, hurtling towards Mishiosa, who had just regained his footing, forcing him to confront yet another onslaught. Upon arriving at Shirguan town, Shan Yu learned that the righteous army had captured An County, filling him with joy. Though his body remained weak, his spirits soared as he urged the carriage onward. Where is it? Master Luo has overly praised Shan Yu. But why do you say I cannot teach you in the manner? Shan Yu was taken aback by Luo Biqing's words. Chapter 42. Qingling. They pleaded desperately for the females of the Black Hawk tribe to remain, if only for the sake of the young. A few females hesitated but ultimately decided to stay. They were no longer young and beautiful, fearing a poor existence in other tribes, feeling they had no right to be capricious. Now that the Black Hawk tribe was in such dire straits, they would likely cherish them more. The expedition from Civilization Village was grand and sweeping, departing with over a dozen females in tow. In his heart, Lu Shi felt puzzled yet certain that Lucy had a connection, whether of kinship or rivalry, with this group. However, since others were not inclined to speak, Luo believed himself not to be overly inquisitive and refrained from asking questions. Nodding slightly, he took his seat, awaiting the commencement of the trade conference. A colossal hammer, purely conjured from energy, materialized before Xing Fei, bearing down with a tempestuous force, ready to strike. Noticing that all three had donned theirs, Gong Shuahan felt displeased but still placed the final collar around her neck. Blacksmith, you truly lack charm. This is France. Can you not adopt a more romantic attitude? Although Adele Dan's face bore little anger, the old iron she learned about from the tyrant served merely as a reference. She was determined to discover the true nature of the old iron through direct engagement. They're dead, all dead. Lu Hong awoke from his stupor to find the grand hall drenched in blood, with Zhang Rang, Zhao Zhong, and the other 10 courtiers lying lifeless in pools of crimson. He gasped in shock. To be frank, Chu Yan had no desire to eliminate the lovely Higher Sea, having already shared an intimate encounter with her. Asking him to turn around and dispose of her into the sea for the sharks was a task he was ill-suited for. He was no James Bond, lacking such exceptional skills. Mi Shixiang struggled to sit up, but as he moved, his surgical wounds throbbed painfully, causing him to wince in agony. Having spent considerable time with Farasi, the group had grown accustomed to the lavish spending, and when Red mentioned 100 gold coins, they were far from astonished. Gao Fei cast a glance at the 2 chests of gold, his heart swelling with joy, reflecting on his past life running a company and factory. He realized that accumulating wealth was his aim, yet in this chaotic world, such gold seemed insignificant. The power of the primordial rule was a force only grasped by the mightiest of realm kings. It was merely that Xiao Feng had not encountered it before. Once he possessed the primordial rule, he would experience an unparalleled enhancement in power. Jiao Yujing leapt towards the designated direction, simultaneously swinging his blade forward, inflicting an additional 140 physical damage to nearby foes. If he struck an enemy unit successfully, he could activate a secondary attack. Understanding the identity of his opponent clarified why he had not sensed their presence earlier. The Hell's envoys excelled in concealing their auras, ensuring they remained undetected in any situation, making them masters of espionage. A 5th-tier realm lord was already an immensely powerful entity. The combined effort of 160 realm lords was no trivial matter. Thus, when Hellion Ba ascended as the new head of the Hellion family, it would undoubtedly earn him greater respect. This is truly exhilarating. Should I ever find myself short of funds, shall I return here? Fang Bianmian had never imagined that money could be earned in such a manner. Yi Yu's expression was grim, her eyes glimmering with anxiety, her heart racing erratically, fixated on Plain with a gaze that seemed to beseech something. Before he could finish his words, a narrowed glare emanated a murderous intent, startling the black-clad bodyguards surrounding the church, who instinctively reached for concealed weapons. The tokens of the Longwan students gleamed in orderly rows, casting a coppery metallic sheen that made the eyes of the gathered officials sparkle with intrigue. Chapter 43. Bring them to me. With the integration of the Cloud Rabbit tribe, the construction within the civilized village progressed vigorously. They busied themselves erecting houses, fortifications, and watchtowers. The atmosphere charged with a palpable vitality amidst the tension. Yun Yang, too, was not at ease, diligently monitoring the conditions of the misty forest through the system's map. As the scorching season reached its midpoint, the region remained parched, with nearby rivers gradually drying up. The fallen beasts of the misty forest remained unspoken, their presence overshadowed by the resolute gaze of the youth, whose grip on Barbara's wrist remained unwavering. The outcome of the war was both surprising and yet expected, given the historical context of Kish and Uruk's conflicts, which had often favored the latter. Although Uruk had just emerged from chaos, it still exhibited formidable strength on the battlefield. The voice resonated with a rich timbre, akin to a future broadcaster, deep and resonant, echoing with lingering notes. Didn't you mention yesterday that a new salesperson had joined? Zhang Wei reclined on the sofa, turning to Wang Min with an inquisitive look. Particularly, the Law Elder Bai Lai wielded immense power within the entire Xinyang Tianzong, perhaps second only to a few venerable elders of divine realms. To abolish such authority on a whim seemed excessively tyrannical. King Edna grew dissatisfied with the nominal allegiance of the various states and initiated a conquest, ultimately unifying the Sumer region for the first time in history. Wu Zhenhai inquired, "What shall we wager?" Ling Tai replied with a smile, "You know well enough. Let your relic serve as the stake." Ling Tai was vexed, as the leader of the peaceful sect seemed to genuinely believe that the dragon-patterned jade was a relic of the Buddha. Ancient Qing unleashed a thunderous strike against the middle-aged man of the seventh divine realm, while Tian Yuxia was also not idle. After expressing gratitude, Tang Yi gazed at the man as he exited, inhaling deeply before stepping into the pitch-black room. Inside the towers, the true disciples had already witnessed the emergence of the dark beast tide, their gazes penetrating the distance. Some with keen eyesight could even see beyond the initial wave of beasts to the multitude behind. Upon hearing this, Alan and Fry exchanged glances, nodding in agreement before advancing towards the center of the arena. What was this all about? Was it anger at being undervalued? Or was it because of the disparagement of her promises? Or perhaps he discerned her reluctance to voice such embarrassing words. Zhang Ruming shouted. Yet his eyes were fixed on the dazed Wu Guangzhou, seemingly intent on challenging the prime minister of the Great Xia for a duel, to the west of Shuwang Island. Only the larger ports had suffered attacks. If fortified, a cannon blast would suffice, but without defenses, old Lu would dispatch sailors to loot the shores vigorously. If given the choice, Ma Dingyong would prefer to avoid this conflict, as he had previously clashed with the soldiers of Dongyo. As time passed, the number of those selecting herbs dwindled, while Huazin continued sifting through the materials. The storage area, stretching over 6,000 meters, had been turned upside down within 2 hours, yet Huazin wandered through it like a child searching for treasures. Fan Zhao felt a jolt of realization, memory flooding back, wishing he could slap himself for his earlier actions. After Huahua finished singing, she addressed, "Brother Mai, Huahua has come." With that, blood trickled from her mouth and nose as she collapsed onto the table. Wanner, both startled and grief-stricken, wept over Huahua's lifeless form. Naturally, the consumption of such magic was astonishing. Prolonged use would overwhelm even the most skilled elemental mages. Given that Riel had deployed such advanced magic so early, it appeared he intended to end the match decisively. Chapter 44, Acquired. Chief, while patrolling, I saw Qingling flying towards the misty forest. The orc's face grew serious. You know that the misty forest has been tumultuous lately. I'm concerned for Qingling's safety, hence my haste to inform you. The chief's countenance shifted upon hearing that his son had followed, recalling his earlier intent to pursue the village head of the civilized village. Surely, he had not gone along with her? His heart raced with urgency. Quickly, take me to find them. Two conflicting emotions tore at Chu Yi, leaving him in a state of indecision, reluctant to advance or retreat. Xiechin Zhou furrowed her brow, the tip of her blade piercing her soft fingertip, a drop of crimson blood forming slowly. Not only Yu Yonglu, but even his brothers had become highly sought after. From the unmarried Yu Yongbai to the similarly aged Yu Yonggui, even the younger Yu brothers still in school were now coveted. The attitude of the silver shop assistant was markedly better than that of the previous clerk at the fabric store. Regardless of how inexperienced the questions posed by Li Chunhua and by Xiaofeng appeared, the assistants responded with broad smiles, their service warm and attentive. Bai Xian was astonished to discover that such burial sites had precedence in reality, stepping gracefully to the stone tablet. The ghosts, cornered with no escape, shrieked at Bai Xian who stood at the alley's entrance, their blood-red eyes devoid of rationality. On the 19th day of the first month in the 3rd year of Hongxi, Su Minjia celebrated her coming-of-age birthday in a temple, recovering from a severe illness before embracing life anew. She began overseeing the production of imitation models, placing a 17-year-old replica by her side each year, replacing it biennially, as if preparing for an impending arrival. For men clad in security uniforms, each towering around 6 feet 3 inches, exuded an overwhelming sense of safety. 15 kept his head down, momentarily speechless, while Chewie found himself at a loss for words. Surprised to learn of his father's connection to F. There was but one reason. Any true immortal who comprehended divine powers could utilize them to establish sanctuaries, cloaking the celestial secrets within a 3,000-mile radius. Thus, upon witnessing the emergence of that terrifying entity, they immediately shattered their spirit talismans, withdrawing from the assessment. Due to Zhang Yun's clear logical reasoning skill, he could dissect any situation with precision, rendering his actions irrefutable. This skill was akin to possessing foresight. While Song Li faced these events with rationality, it did not guarantee that others would perceive them similarly. The nocturnal explorers had now entered a beast-free zone, devoid of any creatures or traces of their existence. The drinking spirit within Dongfang Yao was ignited. He, being a lover of libations, momentarily forgot his initial intent of causing trouble. Despite his ongoing deception, Song Li felt a twinge of guilt. Jiang Yun noticed the hacker technique had expired. Feeling a sense of reluctance, the hacker's skills proved to be remarkably effective. Sumi remained tense, forcing herself to keep her gaze fixed upon the screen ahead. Yet she found herself unable to immerse in the film's narrative. Both individuals exuded an overwhelming aura, their energies reaching a level that could astonish both heaven and earth. They began to move towards each other in the air, their bodies resembling two comets poised for collision. Meanwhile, the wise master guarding the household sensed something amiss. As the royal concubine's chamber was located in the west wing, adjacent to the servants' quarters, he suddenly rose, flung open the door, and rushed outside. The tranquil night was serene, seemingly devoid of any unusual occurrences. It had been a year and 4 months since Xian Yuan Shao departed from the Dragon Demon clan. And now, feeling the weight of his presence, he could not linger any longer. After sharing a meal of game with his kin and spending a night under the stars, he resolved to take his leave. Chapter 45. Forest Fire. The Black Panther sensed that the beast essence of the Golden Eagle was no longer present, and, filled with rage, it let out a fierce roar towards Yun Yang before swiftly charging in her direction. Yun Yang felt a sudden wave of dizziness, her heart racing as she caught sight of the Black Panther mere inches away. Mistress, village head, Imohen Bai Zhu, and the orcs of Civilization Village hurriedly scrambled to their feet. Ka! In an instant, Yun Yang was lifted into the air. Are you all right? Qing Ling inquired anxiously. Various murmurs filled the air, most aligning with Xia Yi Rua's sentiments, deeming the dance rather ostentatious. Thus, in a state of trepidation, they arrived at the Yusu Palace, where Tai Zhenren fell unconscious without uttering a word. However, Kong Xian was acutely aware that the Chan sect was scheming against the Deshang, predicting that an unrelenting series of natural disasters and calamities would soon befall them. Chen Yun, please don't frighten me. Yao Yao immediately grasped Chen Yun's shoulders and shook him. Zixiao, shouldn't you be preparing the banquet venue? Wang Yong retorted without turning his head. Now returned to her childhood in Yangzhou, it felt as though her past was merely a fleeting dream, and her long-held wishes from her previous life had finally come to fruition. You should take a rest, she suggested. Suddenly, Jun Yinsong swept Xia Yi Rua into his arms, disregarding the astonished expressions around them, and soared towards the Wang residence. The importance of Yin Qingshan's tone, urging his family to gather medicinal herbs, resonated with both anticipation and certainty. This scene left the Thunder Beast momentarily stunned, entirely different from its expectations, and it began to ponder, ever ready to spring into action. 3 hours passed, and Xun Yun was thoroughly swathed like a rice dumpling. Yet his body continued to tremble in agony, resonating with distressing sounds from within. The patrol guard cells, typically the most tranquil of places, were today overflowing with inmates. As in the current era of relative peace, only a couple of miscreants would usually find themselves incarcerated. For the third time, Bao Zi passed the ball to Dgio, who without hesitation took aim and shot once more. This warning, coupled with Wen Jun's deliberate attempts to befriend them, completely convinced Qing Zun and He Zun of Wen Jun's reliability. Hong Qigong, one of the 5 absolute masters known as the North Beggar, held immense prestige. Should he be elected as the leader of the martial arts world, it would undoubtedly earn him widespread respect. Meanwhile, Gu Jing, recognized as the foremost martial artist, a hero for his country and people, was significantly younger than Hong Qigong, and if he were to ascend as the leader, the martial arts community could rest easy for the next 3 to 4 decades. With his current abilities, he truly could not simultaneously attract a high-ranking ninja and 8 mid-ranking ninjas using gravitational force. At that moment, a rustle from the nearby grass caught his attention, and suddenly, a wounded first-level ferocious beast, the saber-toothed tiger, lunged at him. Su Zongyi perceived the light before him as even brighter, completely enveloping him, leaving him in a state of indescribable astonishment. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself amidst a vast expanse of celestial skies, shrouded in mist with vapor rising. Earlier, this individual had dared to touch her head. It was worth noting that aside from family, she had never been touched by any male before. Had it not been for the larger picture, she would have exploded in rage. If that is the case, I shall assign you a task unrelated to conflict. Capture Wu Yao Yang, and I want him alive. Qin Hao articulated with precision. Lin Ziyuan's kiss was utterly unexpected, causing her head to instinctively tilt back. However, his large hand enveloped her, preventing her from colliding with the wall. Yet, each time she played the piano, she felt an innate tranquility and joy emanating from within her heart, a serenity that seemed to provide her with a sense of spiritual belonging, drawing her ever closer. Guan Mingyu shouted once more, each strike of his blade heavier than the last, the amassed momentum rising ever higher as he slashed towards the return to origin formation. Chapter 46. Can you accept it? On the road, Yin Yang encountered an orc carrying Yun Zhao on his back. Although Yunli was commendable in terms of speed, he was already injured, and carrying Yun Zhao became somewhat arduous. Are you all right? Yin Yang inquired. The forest is currently in chaos. A beast tide may soon emerge. We must hasten back to the tribe. I am fine. The village chief need not concern himself with me. I can manage. Despite being drenched in sweat, he was unwilling to release Yin Zhao. You have become a third-tier puppet master? Shinjing was taken aback. It is noteworthy that Pin Fei has only been part of the Puppet Academy for less than a decade. Such an achievement, transforming from an ordinary individual to a third-tier puppet master in such a brief span, is indeed unparalleled within the academy. Yang Tao remained apprehensive about Dajili, hesitant to allow her to remain in Yunshan. This was the reason for his drastic measures, and with the presence of the golden retriever at home, he felt somewhat reassured. For instance, during Tang Ning's rebellion, had the master been present, he would have quelled the uprising with decisive force, leaving no room for arrogance. Fang Chun was momentarily stunned, a hint of guilt crossing his face. Ever since he began his cultivation, he had continually caused her worry, even departing from her side each time. Although he did not outright state it, Zheng Yong's tone conveyed an undeniable confidence. As for Princess Chang'an, that matter was even more straightforward. She was the cousin of Qin Hu, and upon Qin Hu's demise, the vast wealth of the champion marquis would naturally fall into the hands of this cousin. Ladies and gentlemen, these police officers are imposters. They intend to engage in a black market deal, declared Qian Kongqing emphatically. In this magnificent void, which had remained silent for many years, a long-dried waterfall from ancient times suddenly reappeared, cascading forth in a brilliant white spray. At this juncture, Ai Pei felt a peculiar sensation within her. She had initially wished to wait for Chun Bao's return to name the child. Yet, recalling her ominous premonition, an unsettling feeling lingered in her heart. It was precisely this fierce determination that had prevented the Qin Yun sect from being obliterated. However, Fang Chen pondered that if Sword Mountain were discovered, the annihilation of the Qin Yun sect would be merely moments away. Before Deshu could finish his boastful remarks, they all stood in stunned silence as the fragments of a soul drifted forth, rendering them speechless. After suffering 18 consecutive defeats, even Jiang Huaishan, no matter how proficient in his breathing techniques, could not continue. Leaning on his golf club, he regarded Lu Yu with cold indifference. In an instant, a crimson vortex surged upward, causing the space around him to warp slightly. It appeared that both Lin Shihua and Nana were destined to leave. Thus, Mei Jie resolved to report this matter to Sister Feng, preparing for what might come. At that moment, a figure clad in a pale blue warrior's garment emerged within this space. He stood over 8 feet tall, wielding a precious sword, its blade yet to be drawn, but with a faint gleam hinting at its power. Approximately 20 minutes later, the two traversed the red carpet, signed their names in the registration area, and proceeded to the interview section to engage with the media reporters. As the tea was served, before she could take a sip, the door to the private room was abruptly kicked open, and several young men rushed in. He collected himself, glancing back toward the waiting lounge, a trace of arrogance flickering in his eyes. Adjusting his glasses, Enku observed the citizens disdainfully discussing Jean Ping and could not help but furrow his brow slightly. Although she was aware that Jean Ping had allied with Big Mum to protect Fishman Island, she was taken aback by his sudden choice to withdraw at this time. Upon hearing Xue Hao's words, everyone shook their heads, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. What is wrong? Su Sunying murmured. She suddenly lost her desire to speak, returned to the sofa, and leisurely sipped her tea. Xiaoan's eyes sparkled, radiating vitality. She was unmistakably a normal child now. Chapter 47. The first kin of the beast world. The female bit her lip. Good. I implore the village chief to save him. By the beast god above, I, Yunyi, shall safeguard all of the village chief's secrets. I shall never abandon my beast husband, Yin Zhao. Otherwise, I shall incur the wrath of the beast god. Yin Zhao is her most cherished beast husband and the father of her unborn cubs. She cannot allow her yet to transform offspring to lose their biological father. After being captured by the Black Hawk tribe, Yin Zhao was also devising a plan to rescue himself. Were it not for the chieftain's interference, he would have dared to infiltrate the enemy's lair alone. Zhang Fan felt a surge of alarm. At the moment he struck his opponent, an instinctive warning arose within him. The sudden sense of impending danger compelled him to retreat, a testament to his extensive combat experience, allowing him to easily perceive even the slightest hint of peril. This flight continued for 6 days. They only rested early on the first day upon arriving at Baichai City, while the subsequent days were spent hurriedly traveling until nightfall. Finally reaching their resting place. Each day they either lodged in military camps or rested at the official post houses within the city. Realization hit her like a sudden fall. Everything was orchestrated by you. All this time, I had completely misunderstood you. The truth is, you still love me, just as you always have. I have unintentionally disrupted your grand plans due to my own stubbornness, jeopardizing the entire restoration endeavor. Not at all. I can hardly muster any hatred for him. So how could I possibly like him? Bai Xian stood there, hands on her hips, her face a mask of indignation. My surname is Yi. You may call me Sui Feng. Which adds a touch of familiarity, smiled Sui Feng. If this were a natural phenomenon, it would still bear the indelible marks of human intervention, such as the orderly arrangement of the buildings and their distinct shapes. Are you truly prepared to let the Gu brothers go? The man in the wide-brimmed hat slightly lifted his head, casting a cold gaze at Dantai Jie through the gauzy veil. When would she ever express these buried feelings to her family as president? The anxious feeling coiled around her heart, like a venomous serpent, suffocating her hopes. With a crisp sound, the man leaping forward seemed to bloom like a firework, blood and shattered pottery splattering everywhere as the yellow-faced man fell to the ground. Haha. What's the big deal about that, sister? It's just that we're not in the same class. Don't be upset, Liang Shi said, patting her sister's head affectionately. Weiya, I've been curious. Didn't you say you weren't taking on disciples anymore? What gives an exception? After a long pause, the Tower Master suddenly inquired. The two formed a stark contrast. Outsiders, unaware of the situation, would mistakenly assume they were a comedic duo due to their disparate appearances. Without daring to pause, he quickly turned to light the lamps in the room and rushed out to summon a physician. However, the results indicate that the god-slaying weapon only suppresses the healing abilities of divine bodies of the 3rd generation and below, proving ineffective against the pinnacle 4th generation divine bodies currently in the universe. You error, I need to return home for a while. You must remember to eat on time and take care of yourself, staying hydrated. Lu Yinyu finally erupted after enduring Lin Ji's incessant nagging. Haha, Lu Yinyu laughed, realizing Liang Xiyu had yet to grasp her underlying meaning. The black snake hurriedly pushed open the armory door. 2 team members outside bore additional bullet wounds, one already lying motionless on the ground. Yi Xiao swiftly sheathed his sword and, in an instant, executed the 8 directions sword step, vanishing like a specter to reappear behind Yang Zhen. The sudden disappearance of Yi Xiao left Yang Zhen's attack empty, causing him to nearly lose his balance. In truth, nothing could compare to a Blade No. 7 ship, yet the flagship's appearance in the Qiu Wu star system would prompt the demons to strike first. Lin Feng simply wished to eliminate Tao Dai before waging war against the demons on Earth. Chapter 48. What a terrible idea. Did Yang Yang not notice? He intends to pursue you, Bai Zhu observed quietly. Their female leaders have always been rather dull in matters of affection. Pursue me? Why? Yang Yang was baffled. She was certain she had never encountered him before. Yang Yang truly had no awareness of her own allure. Yi Qi gritted his teeth, wishing he could hide Yang Yang away. Any male beast man who had laid eyes on Yang Yang would inevitably be captivated by her charm. As he surveyed his classmates, he noticed their peculiar expressions. However, recent negative emotional feedback from the divine gathering had left him oblivious to any negativity emanating from his peers. It was evident that the person Mrs. Loris once fancied was among them, but Carl could not discern who it was. Rhythmic metallic sounds began to resonate in his ears, booming like thunder. Captain Gu noticed the change in Yi Tianxuan's expression, his brows furrowing into a tight knot. It seemed yet another piece of bad news had arrived. However, the sobering tea appeared ineffective, and Zhang Maoxiu soon succumbed to drunkenness at the table, snoring like distant thunder. Tong Ginu promptly agreed. Upon seeing Ling Hu Changqing turn to leave, he hurried to bow in respect, as did the other eunuchs, all paying homage to Ling Hu Changqing's departing figure. Of course, everyone empathizes with one another. Although Chen Matzi is merely a fire soldier, he too contributed to the suppression of bandits. Yu Chen led his fellow disciples to the heavenly phenomenon Golden Pagoda, bowing to the half-human, half-elephant middle-aged tribesman, cautious not to speak too recklessly. Moreover, Ning Xiao, who held a natural aversion to flamboyant individuals, resolved to sell Chu Wangluan to the elephant pavilion, subjecting him to a tempest of punishment. Is it him? Yi Tianxuan furrowed his brow deeper, realizing that this might lead them to the Sun Slayer's rebels. Could the treachery of the heavenly army be related? Just keep going straight. Di Renjie firmly grasped the staggering Li Yuanfang to prevent him from veering off course. Following them was Ji Yuan, accompanied by a man in a black suit wearing frameless glasses, suggesting he was likely a lawyer. Unexpectedly, after Mo Yin had only visited twice, Guo Renfei called to inform her that she no longer needed to send anyone to care for him, as he had already been discharged from the hospital. I stated that today I intend to reclaim what I left with you. Yi Senluo's expression was cold as he brandished his long spear and charged at Zhao Kai. Finally, after a bit of explosive revelation, Xiao Xia began to grasp the situation. Following her condemnation of Xiao Li's remarks to Qingwei yesterday, she refrained from insisting on taking Qingwei back. After all, they were merely playing games wherever they were. Here, they could earn more, and by participating in the global tournament, they could bring glory to their nation. The bottom lane quartet faced off, exchanging blows before both sides played it safe. Xavier leaned towards being a late-game team-fighting hero. So Xiao Ninyuan and Su Hao did not instigate any conflict during their duo lane. As the vine approached Yi Senluo, it transformed into a colossal sword aura, poised to pierce through him. Yet none anticipated that after Boss Li was cornered by Wei Shun, he would resort to this tactic, coming to offer a bribe for safe passage. As for Gong Jiting, she had seen his photo in a business magazine, and upon meeting him in person, he appeared even more serious, his looks rivaling those of Jiang Yunzhao. What does this mean? The two had just entered Chang'an when they were thrown into a prison cell. Bai Li Xuanze continuously proclaimed their valor as the heroes of Yuqing, yet the guards of Chang'an remained indifferent to their cries, confining them without a second thought. During the Ulambana festival, the Buddha presented Guanyin with 3 hoops, along with 3 corresponding incantations of golden restraint. Chapter 49. The former tribesmen were merely orcs. Upon gathering the orcs, Yin Yang stepped outside and soon perceived an intensified reverence in their gazes. Bai Yin stealthily approached Yun Yang and remarked, Yin Zhao claims that you are the envoy sent by the beast god, who rescued him with divine power. The survival of a critically injured orc is indeed a blessing from the beast god. As for the subsequent inability to bask in the light, it could only be attributed to the aftereffects of saving Yun Zhao. Divine blessings often come with their own burdens. In the realm of humans, such a level of cultivation wielding such weaponry would undoubtedly invite ridicule. Yet here, It appeared to be an ordinary affair. This was, after all, a rather astonishing statement. In Duan Chang's worldview, notions of scandalous romance held no merit, particularly since this was not a scandal at all. It was merely Asura aging 12 years. What significance did that hold in a previous life? There were instances of 28 marrying 82. Come here. Dracula commanded with an air of authority, clearly displeased. Or perhaps, just playful. It was then that Reina obediently approached her husband, demurely leaning against him. Upon hearing her words, Lu Xingxie seemed less embarrassed. A handsome smile graced his face, his perfectly aligned white teeth astonished Wei Yin, leaving her at a loss for words. Behind Li Yang, the portly man incessantly chattered while his hands remained busy, gripping Li Yang's shoulders and half kneeling on the ground, straining to lift him up and set him down repeatedly. This was perhaps the greatest mistake Zhang Shogui had ever made. He had no inkling of the bruised and battered man he had taken in that day. Yet this fierce-looking giant would later bring calamity to the Tang dynasty. Li Ji, meanwhile, busied himself with gathering provisions from various states, seeking nothing more than a good night's sleep. The death of a servant in the room of the crown prince was a grave matter. Such an event had never occurred in the royal palace since its establishment. The occurrence of such a disgrace indeed marked a humiliation for the court. Oh, how peculiar that Lord Piyuzi has been absent for days. Could it be that he is neglecting us esteemed guests from afar? At this moment, Wei Yin had turned the tables, suppressing Puyozin's imposing presence. In the blink of an eye, the grand hall was filled with the unsheathing of long blades, taut longbows, and arrows poised for flight from the imperial guard. Before him, Huang Weigui trembled, kneeling there, afraid to breathe, his forehead already glistening with beads of sweat. What then was the matter concerning Mu Lisin? It pertained to Dekuizi. What of it? Why was he concerned about Dekuizi? Because Shui Gu had sought him out, imploring him to mediate and spare Dekuizi. Once a thought takes root in one's heart, life becomes bustling with activity. The Gung General's 2nd Battalion was perpetually elusive, wandering about, observing others' burial grounds, while also inquiring which construction team excelled in cemetery work. This ultimately led to Zhai Shunwei suffering greatly. In mere moments, he was left battered and bruised, and had it been daytime, he would have been drenched in blood. This not only fulfilled the goal of punishing the wicked while rewarding the virtuous, but also provided news of Neptune, making it a win-win situation, indeed a delightful prospect. As for the third-party force, why has the Starry Sky Buddhist kingdom remained inactive throughout the ages? Is there truly an unspeakable reason behind it? During those days, they mingled daily, occasionally engaging in affectionate gestures, yet they steadfastly adhered to their boundaries. Ultimately, Gao Jun jested that upon graduation, they would together celebrate their coming of age, to which Hao Shuang agreed. Soon, the most daunting aspect of the worldly affairs would emerge, having agreed not to harbor disdain nor abandon worldly matters. Feng Wuqing did not glance back at those sorrowful, enchanting eyes, but instead slightly raised his head to behold the water's surface, erupting with a myriad of blood-red hues, akin to a fountain or the explosive wrath of an underwater volcano. White Wolf, why the name? Because it was the turn of the Wolf clan to name it, and Zhang Annal's relatively fair complexion warranted the moniker. This reflects a common human psychology. When one feels particularly unfortunate, encountering someone even more unfortunate brings a sense of comfort. Can you see that colossal beast here? Zhao Jian inquired, perplexed. Although the lighting was not exceedingly dim, she could only discern 1,000 meters ahead. Xia Tanner exchanged glances with Dong Lingjiu and Feng Muqi, increasingly bewildered. The messages they received on the road had completely omitted any mention of Lin Qin reaching a state of depletion. After speaking, Nanxing's lips curled into a slight smile as she gazed at the fans fervently supporting her in the live broadcast. Her dopamine levels were likely soaring. Recommended. A culinary mother invites you to open a Chinese restaurant in America, allowing the essence of Chinese cuisine to shine globally. With the XSB Chef system, unlock new recipes continuously, forge new friendships, and discover more dumpling-making techniques. In the air, the central Bagua diagram manifested a Taiji symbol, where two yin-yang fish cohabited. A formidable golden hand descended with overwhelming force, effortlessly shattering all defensive measures into nothingness. Suddenly, ominous clouds swirled above the city, accompanied by thunderous roars. The universe turning upside down, the heavens dimming, and countless dazzling golden lights erupting forth. She even felt a twinge of anticipation for what Peng Li referred to as true love. She hoped to confront that Jotsun and challenge their marital bliss. While it is undoubtedly commendable to defy fate, most people, at most times, merely do so out of skepticism toward destiny. The capital inspection, also known as internal inspection, is conducted every 6 years and is relatively straightforward. After all, wasn't the external inspection just completed last year? The essence of both is quite similar, differing only in the areas they target. However, in the marketplace, Mu Qiqi noticed a middle-aged man in a coat frequently glancing in Su Zipei's direction. Liang Xiu was thrust into one of the rooms, and upon entering, the sound of locks clattering echoed behind her. Before entering, Liang Xiu had spotted the thick, dark chains entwined around the iron bars and a large lock hanging from them. Yet, due to inertia, no matter how it struggled, it could not cease this humiliating motion. Upon hearing those 3 words, Mu Tongxue felt a surge of joy within, though she feigned discomfort by lowering her head. Meanwhile, the peach blossom eyes, which had evaded detection by the mouse eye due to the use of intimate skills, remained frozen in place, not departing. Naturally, Gu Xiling had grown accustomed to Shinkai not returning home for the night. However, she knew he would not dare to act recklessly. Could it be that the dancer who led the celebration for Yi Pin's birthday at Yinghui Palace, with her extraordinary grace, was the same? She had once seen concern in those golden-shadowed eyes, and they seemed familiar. Yet, her heavy makeup made it difficult for her to pinpoint where she had encountered her before. Chapter 50. A moment of carelessness. Bai Shan's expression shifted as he fixated on Bai Yan, who was not far from him, alarmed. He didn't die? Benna stripped him of his beast mark, yet he survived? Observing Bai Yan's half-beast form, Bai Shan regained his composure. He's merely a half-beast, nothing to fear. I am on the verge of breaking through to the purple tier. Bai Yan cannot compare to me. A half-beast is no longer in my realm. However, Bai Yan was fortunate. Perhaps it was the indigo-hued spiritual energy enveloping the adamantine staff that produced a sharp clang reminiscent of metal striking metal under the relentless onslaught of fine silver sword chi, leaving numerous scars upon its surface, significantly diminishing its spiritual essence. Mount Ziba, located on the southern slope of the Qinling Mountains, derives its name from the abundant purple cypress trees that adorn its peaks. The mountain stretches over 500 miles, with its lofty summit soaring forward and its massive tail retreating, resembling a great dragon in flight, exuding a grandeur befitting its title as a Taoist immortal mountain. Yet, through a series of collisions, it became evident that the Zuerwei sacred body was no weaker than the divine body. Both possessed tremendous fortune and were supreme among the younger generation, making it nearly impossible to discern a victor. Curiosity swept through the onlookers as they gazed at the martial general, surprised by his cunning in seizing the greatest treasure in advance. If you cannot take charge, why venture onto my Tigerhead Mountain? The chief bellowed urgently, revealing a temperament not easily appeased. Han Wei and the other generals ascended the vines and arrived at a stone house, where a statue of a general sat poised, accompanied by a stone tablet marking the temple of Ma Yuan, the Han dynasty's general of the Fubo, erected by the indigenous people in gratitude for pacifying the region. Zhang Yuanhao stood up and stepped back, coldly observing the mass of dismembered flesh and organs dissolving like bubbles into the ground, yet he remained vigilant, raising a candle with his other hand to survey the surroundings. Upon seeing Zhuge Liang with his feather fan, it was as if a child had encountered a coveted toy, unable to restrain a wide grin. The voice echoed in the air, yet the speaker remained unseen, as if employing an amplifier to project their words throughout the inn. Lu Yunqing glanced at the news and then at his phone, suddenly struck by a bold idea, only to promptly dismiss it. They fled as if startled birds, fearing the Han army's pursuit, covering over 100 miles in a single breath, returning to the large camp outside Guishan City under the cover of night. Although composing songs was indeed impressive, it bore no resemblance to television program planning, so he initially dismissed it from his mind. The chaos in Yongzhou resembled a boiling pot, as one wondered whether Shui Zhongtian and Pei Xiaodong still had ambitions for the restoration project of the ancient capital. Ultimately, Tang Cheng emerged as the final victor. She drove straight towards the school, only to find it enveloped in an eerie calm upon arrival. Lin Langtian sold some sports cars, but retained others, rewarding each young household in the village with a car, considering that the village housed fewer than 100 families. Thus, Hu Yuan entrusted Zhang Xinyue with the core technology from previous productions by the MG department, leaving her astonished at the wealth of valuable resources Hu Yuan possessed. Gong Sun Kong humbly expressed his admiration for El Bu and his determination to protect the cold and harsh lands of Liaodong for the Han dynasty. All right, thank you. Zolan would naturally not decline, confirming that she would inform Yishui Yang afterward. After returning from the Maldives, life seemed to settle back into tranquility, with no one mentioning the events that transpired there. The innkeeper fervently bowed at the feet of the head of the Shirley family, though none could decipher their conversation. Yet, all could observe the shifting expressions on the head's face, transforming from green to pale white, as if all the blood in his body surged to his head in an instant. Do not presume that just because you dominate the school, no one can handle you, Ling Yin retorted defiantly, standing in front of Su Chun. Chapter 51. One stone, three birds. Bai Shan awkwardly admitted, indeed. Qing Sun cheerfully advanced. It seems you are too far from our civilized village to have heard of our affairs. Bai Shan, struggling under the weight of the female leader, remained silent, bowing his head. What is there to inquire about a small tribe? Our village chief is no ordinary female. You should inquire further. Not only can she read, but she also possesses medical skills. Even our esteemed shaman was taught by her. Of course, half an incense stick later, news arrived. The cattle overseer and his son were executed. The princess of Guangjuan was stripped of her title and reduced to commoner status. Her face marked with the character for debauchery, leading to a tragic end. If he wishes to inform you, he will. If not, I have no right to disclose it. His words were as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. Some matters may warrant relentless inquiry, while others remain shrouded in silence. Once questioned, it could lead to an avalanche of confusion, with more questions compounding the troubles. On the 9th day, a sudden roar erupted from the previously silent chamber, shaking the entire Red Castle. Gao Xiang furrowed his brow, contemplating momentarily before channeling his soul energy to form a suit of armor from earth and stone, wrapping himself securely before heading to his room. The sword chi relentlessly assailed Shuelong, who felt overwhelmed by the sheer force of the attacks, unable to withstand them. Thus, he unleashed a technique that summoned a tangle of vines to ensnare his body, defending against the barrage of sword chi. The wedding took place in the Imperial Garden. Since Xuanzang was not a subject of the Tianzhu kingdom and his parents were absent, many traditional rituals were omitted despite the grandeur of the event. Feng Mi and Feng Yuanjin supported the Empress Dowager to the already prepared luxurious carriage, closing the door behind them. Feng Mi wore a look of disdain. Yaoer understood. Attributing it to her father's influence, "You come with me to the Imperial City. I will clarify matters with him. He has always favored me. He will surely listen to my words." Her tone was tinged with urgency as she pulled Lu Qingyun to leave. The summer grasslands were lush and vibrant, bursting with life. Fluffy white clouds floated above, while below, countless cattle and sheep abandoned by Elbu's army grazed contentedly on the verdant grass. Upon hearing that Wang Xian returned with his troops, Elbu fled westward, having his escape route sealed. Yiro, hearing Lin Chen's words, felt a blush creep across her fair face, extending to her ears. Lin Jingyi's handwriting was rather unrefined, being fully aware. He had no intention of writing the notice himself. He kicked the outstretched eagle claw with his left foot and used his right foot to block the officer's other hand as it lunged again. Twisting in midair, his left foot continued to slash, sweeping towards the opponent's face. "Apologies, but we lack permits and invitations," Lin Jingyi replied with a smile. Recalling a scene from months prior when he and his companions had been similarly obstructed, Yi Tianxuan's expression shifted, recognizing the newcomer as Qian Xian from the Qianyu family. After the clouds and rain, the blushing Jin Shire appeared even more enchanting, cradled in Lin Jingyi's arms, basking in the warmth and unique aura of the man. Upon hearing Tang Bei's words, Butler Zhou presented a gold-plated bank card, handing it to Lin Jingyi. With the increase in strength, every day spent in the real world now required the expenditure of 100 experience points, 10 times more than before. The bizarrely colored metals let out a frenzied roar, their cries brimming with unabashed joy, clearly exhilarated by the presence of these metals. Noticing the chubby student Ten sitting attentively, Qin Han seized the opportunity to indulge in a teacher's whim. It is said that the Song army had over 200,000 troops, with each ship carrying 200 men. Thus, the larger vessels in the Song fleet were likely those exceeding 1,000 stones in capacity. The Tomo clan? Qin Hong raised an eyebrow, knowing it to be one of the most illustrious surnames in Fusang. Were you banished here? Otherwise, how would a young master of the Tomo clan find himself in such a remote place? Although Chunya's name was not mentioned, everyone knew who was referred to by the steward's words. As soon as he spoke, the old man felt a jolt in his head, his body shaking violently a few times, his complexion changing drastically before he spat blood onto the ground. Fortunately, someone nearby supported him, otherwise, he would have collapsed. Upon returning to his room, Chun-Yi found nothing to tidy up and decided to take a nap before heading back to the Demon City the next day. Qin Han chose a seat by the window and ordered an Americano, preparing to observe the situation before making any decisions. Unable to manage his lower half, he had to comply with the request to wear a short skirt and knee-high socks. However, he could still don a sweater over a thin summer shirt for his upper half. Although it appeared slightly bulky, it was better than freezing. Lu Yun rubbed his fists in excitement. Having recently made progress in martial arts, he was eager to find someone to spar with, and this opportunity was just perfect. Yang Tai and Lu He had also suffered at the hands of bullies and held a deep disdain for these wrongdoers, while Li Yuanba had no objections. He would strike whoever Zhang San directed him to. Matsuyama Takashi rarely witnessed Akira Toriyama praising a peer so openly, and thus could not help but show surprise. This was indeed simple. Using a 20-kilogram plastic barrel to contain oil, larger sizes were feasible but made loading and unloading cumbersome. Hiring a large truck could facilitate the transportation of several tons at once. If a larger quantity was required, multiple trucks could be contracted. When the old pharmacist spoke, his eyes betrayed his confusion. He could not fathom how this could lead to an explosion, as he was not an artist in explosive arts like Tao Qingdao. Upon hearing this, the old man's face turned pale. His swimming skills were indeed commendable, but as the other party had pointed out, there was neither a village ahead nor a shop behind. Once he entered the water, it would be a death sentence. The other party was ensnared in their obsession, and he held no clues. The only lead lay in the West Sea, where he could continue his investigation. How could one remain unaffected? This era forbids it. If Aunt Shui, Shui Pan, and Bao Kai stood idly by, they would find it impossible to raise their heads in the future. Hence, every time they encountered the lady, they bowed their heads, too intimidated to gaze upon her beauty. Chapter 52, The Beast Tide. In response to Benna's terrified and disdainful gaze, Bai Yin merely maintained a stoic expression, showing little reaction. Qing Sun frowned. What are you saying? Are you cursing our esteemed wizard? Benna disregarded Qing Sun's words, fixating her contemptuous stare on Bai Yan's half-human, half-beast form. I marked your beast seal, yet you remain alive. How dare you still draw breath? You are unworthy to be my beast husband. Qing Sun's expression shifted dramatically. You have abandoned us wizards. This weary creature was already asleep but munched on food as it slumbered, leaving me in awe of its resilience. After a series of actions, Iron Maiden, who had been resting against his shoulder, awakened wearily. You run quite swiftly. I have no desire to waste time. King Fushi approached me, placing a finger on my heart meridian, indicating that I had gained the marshal's immense trust. Such a token is possessed by a marshal alone, highlighting its rarity. After hanging up, I tossed my phone aside, still seething with anger, unable to believe that Zhao Qian was such a despicable man. The others were ecstatic, particularly Hu Minghui and Zhang Zijing, their joy evident in their beaming faces. It seemed these rewards would also extend to them. It was Qin Fei who received the call from Ning Ruan while in Taiyuan, reaching out to Zhao Qian on the way to the airport. Initially doubting Zhao Qian would show up, yet he did. For these subordinates, he had longed for an opportunity to converse meaningfully with the Tailing. Aside from the time on the underground lifeboat, where Tailing had served as a recording device, activating the cabin with voice commands, he had never responded at other times. Despite their considerable numbers, their overall strength did not surpass Ding's significantly, and they were reluctant to blindly oppose him. Fong ran, with damp hair from washing his face, carried 2 water buckets, urging me to search for fresh water in the forest. While constructing this new city required ample manpower, the current workforce was more than sufficient. The energy fluctuations were terrifying, making them feel as if their very lives were under threat. Long Yifei chuckled maliciously, instructing the undead warriors to provoke the Japanese heroes deliberately, inciting their ire. Long Yifei cursed bitterly. I once held you in high regard, but never anticipated you would betray our team. You have truly disappointed us. Do you think you deserve our trust? Tang Yi patted Jichio's head, stretching lazily before heading outside to assess the village's condition. This is indeed an excellent plan. Coach Lu Qinyue exclaimed, his astonishment directed at Long Yifei, whom he greatly admired. Such a person is more than qualified to be a vanguard officer, but placing him as the commander of the entire army would surely lead to disaster. The elite members of the Batian gang were engrossed in their training, unaware of the spiritual energy fluctuations occurring nearby. Indeed, Captain Plank remarked, it is precisely because you have passed the test that your master deems you trustworthy. Hence why he has permitted me to reveal his origins to you. Remember, never disclose your master's background to anyone, not even your current disciple. Now, facing Iron Hammer and her companions, they no longer needed to resort to the powers of the fox spirit to handle the situation. Qiuya was unlike Qiuya, who always sought peaceful resolutions with humans. If angered, she would not hesitate to act, sparing no words. Seizing the opportunity, I glanced around, ensuring no one was paying attention, and pressed my eyes against the door's crevice. Sleep now. When you awaken tomorrow, you will remember nothing. As I spoke, Yi Sanling's crimson eyes flickered like a beacon in the night. Then, for skilled individuals with celestial-level prowess simultaneously lost consciousness. The areas closer to the center of the ripple were torn apart by the mental storm, and those disciples who disobeyed the order faced even graver fates. Upon seeing Xing Luo, Chen Xuanshi's eyes brimmed with malice, that gaze akin to one preparing to devour Xing Luo. So you did not change locations. He remained in the corner, scanning for aesthetically pleasing raw materials. Hearing Lao Su's concerns, Lao Wang adopted a more open-minded attitude. After a chuckle, he spoke. Upon seeing Lu Mei, Suyu was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated her presence. However, upon recalling that she was also engaged in the jewelry business, he soon felt at ease. Listening to Bai Ling's words, Zhou Yang was filled with emotion, yet the previous scene only heightened his anxiety. While harboring heroic aspirations is commendable, lacking the capacity befitting a hero only leads to unnecessary turmoil. Mingda, do not speak recklessly. Such events cannot possibly occur. Huang Yin hastily interjected in defense. This time, I must properly introduce myself before all of you face your demise. Fan Ernan stated, his calm eyes fixed on everyone watching him. Bring me that Gao and that Val woman, otherwise, this matter shall not conclude. Li Shijun's voice emerged from within, laced with tremors of indignation and sorrow, creating a palpable tension in the air. As he spoke, Iga stomped his foot on the grave, seemingly dissatisfied, and stomped a few more times. Ningyu quickly restrained Iga, who had just escaped from a gathering of the Soul Gathering sect. He must not awaken them. All right, let go for now, Shinfeng said as he forcefully removed her hand, only to place it back into his own, rubbing it gently. At the edge of the snow-capped mountains, he wielded a knife, striking at the man, while behind him, soldiers rushed forward, slaughtering the palace guards in a chaotic and gruesome scene. Lu Yun, unwilling to give up, reached out to climb up, but a barrier formed in the void, keeping him at bay, as silvery flames began to engulf Sandarin. Yi laughed heartily, but just as he was about to speak, his body tightened, followed by tremors, and he could not help but let out a groan. The second location was undoubtedly the most valuable place Zhang Yi had identified from the beginning, the Jade Statue. I am only 47 this year, and my surname is Shun. You may call me Uncle Shun, the chief of staff said with a smile. That will not happen, since the Li family has made their stance clear. They will not break the rules. There are unwritten laws within circles. If the Li family dares to go back on their word, the losses they incur will far exceed any gains, and once their reputation is tarnished, their decline will be imminent. Mother, I know I was wrong. I will never take risks alone again. Please, do not be angry. Zhao Ming hurriedly admitted his fault, gazing at his mother's displeased expression. Despite such thoughts, Yin Yu had no intention of halting his pursuit. Given his usual emphasis on resources, encountering unimaginable opportunities among other cultivators compelled him to press on. Chapter 53. Annihilating your tribe. The beast horde drew ever closer, with swift fallen beasts charging toward the orcs, their sharp claws aimed at a half-orc on the wall. The half-orc, under attack, could only shield his vital areas, sustaining several bloody scratches on his cheek, ear, and shoulder. Nearby, an orc swiftly drew a sharp blade, subduing the flying beast and plunging it into its neck. Crimson blood splattered across the orc's face, and with trepidation, he pulled up his injured comrade. Hearing this, I paused momentarily, but at that moment, the sword enthusiast strode directly toward the depths of the puppet sect. With the arrival of the martial goddess successor, the atmosphere shifted. Those who once feared Shi Tang now felt emboldened. Just having fled from Blood Luo Mountain, Yi heard the agonizing screams emanating from within, causing him to shudder and abruptly halt, staring in shock at the mountain. The glow of the flame shield armor flickered around my body, its brilliant sheen providing formidable defense, intercepting nearly all incoming attacks. After all, at this juncture, the master of the Breaking Weapon Alliance undoubtedly stood as the sovereign of the Great Thousand Domain. Compared to the Yellow Springs, the Divine Sect still possessed overwhelming strength, and remaining in the Yellow Springs would only lead to certain death. Liang Chaoxing's gaze unexpectedly fell upon me. As his voice resonated, he crushed the black jade slip in his hand, and in the next moment, a spatial portal materialized. Without hesitation, Liang Chaoxing dove into the portal. Upon hearing my words, Yin Fei was momentarily taken aback before inquiring why I had suddenly posed such a question. In contrast, AI Li was less constrained, bouncing over and even running toward me. Others remained trapped in a dream, unable to escape, possibly forever ensnared. Her words instantly doused me with cold water. At this moment, the martial god had entirely transformed into a statue, merging with the ghostly hands around him, creating a chilling spectacle. Moreover, even if the live stream lost its popularity, Zhao Hao could still gain notoriety elsewhere to garner divine power. Lu Xian felt peculiar these past few days. During idle moments, she found herself inexplicably drawn to the television, watching the coastal local channel and seeking out the most mundane news programs. The reason was simple. Changwu had frequently appeared on Binhai television recently. Utilizing gravity devices to simulate the gravitational field of a planetary surface, a row of specially designed chairs that could be anchored in midair was arranged in a straight line. This has become increasingly outrageous. She shot him a glare, then suddenly remembered she was still lying in his embrace, struggling a bit to extricate herself from this awkward position. Is Mir unhappy? Qi Long asked indifferently, his gaze not resting on Sumi, but rather on the night sky outside the window. He wished to move, yet discovered his body remained rigid, as if only his soul existed, devoid of a corporeal form. In the vehicle, Su Mo incessantly dialed Su Nan Yi and Lisa, but one was powered off while the other remained unanswered. Given that Austria was now firmly under the control of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps, disseminating information became remarkably effortless. Within half a day, it had spread throughout Austria. Ling Fan was quite talkative and lacked any awareness, even after Qiao Mingyuan and Han Zi had departed. He stubbornly refused to leave. Yu Hua Wanting, being exceptionally astute, quickly grasped his meaning. During their first meeting, this man had assessed her in such a manner, ultimately turning the tables and lecturing her thoroughly. The recollection now stirred a sense of indignation within her, causing a tumultuous wave to rise within her chest. Jinya laughed involuntarily upon hearing the term mouse, prompting Wu Hao to hastily turn off the speaker and lower his voice. Chapter 54. The second beast tied. The orcs present were incensed, initially believing this female to be arrogant and dismissive of the lives of male orcs. They were astonished to find her to be the epitome of malice. A female dared to declare her intent to annihilate their civilized village? They had taken pity on her when she was abducted by the roaming beasts, kindly offering her refuge in their village until after the beast tied, only to realize they had invited a treacherous wolf into their midst. Furthermore, since their last return to the palace, they had not seen the emperor for over 10 days, naturally worrying about his health. However, they kept these concerns to themselves, burying them deep within. Wu Yi had to admit a certain admiration for the blind man's audacity. He could conceive such an outlandish assertion. However, it appears that apart from this, there truly exists no better explanation. Had this tunnel not possessed a downward angle, the two of them would have traversed the mountain long ago. As doubts swirled within the minds of the crowd, a tremendous sound rent the air, heralding the emergence of a lightning bolt from the spatial wormhole. The nature of the forging divine platform was beyond Mu Fan's comprehension. Yet he was aware that its previous master, Ren Xian, was a practitioner of demonic arts. Ren Xian's acquisition of the platform was a stroke of fortune, for at that time, he was merely at the soul sculpting stage in the cultivation realm. The range of life extraction expanded increasingly, almost enveloping the entirety of Nirvana City. Those who had not yet managed to escape, once caught in its wake, would swiftly become mere corpses. According to the Elder, 20,000 years ago, the continent was engulfed in a cataclysmic war, known as the Dark Divine Festival. Presently, Su Banqing's task was to prevent the true energy from saturating the Qi Sea. thereby maintaining its density. If successful, it might halt the elevation of his realm, allowing Su Banxing to remain at the first level of qi refinement. Though his qi si had already expanded. Upon reaching Xiangyang, he treated many northern refugees outside the city, several of whom, like the two men, appeared as soulless husks. Expressionless and unresponsive, ultimately perishing from starvation and thirst. At present, Rob's reflexes were dulled, rendering him oblivious to his surroundings. Upon witnessing Kenneth grasp a glass of lemonade, he instinctively reached for the red-hot iron position before him. When everything finally ceased, she felt as though she had died once, her body languid and incapable of movement. Lying still, with only the exhalation of breath attesting to her continued existence. The Song family of the Northwest was indeed a prestigious lineage, with ancestors who had fought alongside the founding emperor. In present times, they thrived in both commerce and politics, a connection that the average person could scarcely fathom. Xijin understood that within the palace, it was impossible for her to meet Bai Yinsong in private. Fortunately, their conversation revolved around mundane family matters, devoid of any need for secrecy. In their perception, Ziling Tian was a person of great coldness, rarely engaging in humor or lighthearted banter. His unexpected quip left them utterly astonished. Although the division of the chaotic stone wasteland between their two families was a settled matter, Liao Wukuei, being a mid-stage warrior with a degree of cunning, would naturally prefer to appropriate it for his own use. The city of Luoyang and its surrounding counties had once been a significant stronghold for the gentry of the Northeast, who wielded considerable power in the past. However, amidst the chaos, even these clans began to feel insecure, continually relocating their families to safer havens. The spirit-manipulating martial saint could no longer contain his grief and, disregarding the repeated admonitions of the Sword Saint, invited friends to explore the prehistoric ruins in search of the Sword Saint. Therefore, it was better to focus on humanity. With billions of people globally, collecting their beliefs could yield immense power, potentially thousands of billions of belief energy in a single day. Chapter 55. Black Wolf. The beast men gazed at the glowing eyes in the darkness, a sensation of dread prickling at their scalps. Yet, they resolutely refused to retreat. To do so would endanger their families behind them. If the earlier swarm of flying beasts was merely a warm-up, this impending tide of beasts was a dire test of survival for their new tribe. The purple-tier beast men of Civilization Village were few in number, yet not insignificant. Together with Yun Yang's 3 beast husbands, they totaled 11. Taking a deep breath, Yushi shook his head to dispel the memories and remarked, "I remember that Grandpa Li's favorite was that painting." He then shifted his gaze to the artwork on the wall, which depicted a scene of white flowers blooming in spring. This painting had quite a history, said to have been gifted to Li Chouqin by his master. Although the ground was overgrown with weeds, being forcefully thrown to the ground would undoubtedly result in serious injury. Moreover, this was under the unprepared condition of Yushi. Witnessing his attack succeed, Lin Shi hurled Yushi into the air, leaping high to knee him in the abdomen. An ambulance was en route, though traffic delays were possible. A staff member who had called for help noted. Fan Yufeng, discerning expressions and demeanor, realized that Yi Chun had failed the test, which eased his mind and brought him comfort. Members of the Medicine King Valley, including the Qiao, Peng, and Shin families, along with 5 formidable experts and 1,800 masters, stood petrified, mouths agape, seemingly unable to breathe. Lu Lang, having run partway, kicked Gao Ji mercilessly as zombies pursued him. A bald man's fist swung from the left towards Lin Hao's temple, while another bald man transformed his punch into a palm strike aimed at Lin Hao's carotid artery from the right. "Thanks, brother," Qin Xiu said with a smile. However, Wang Gang, adept at reading emotions, immediately discerned that the smile was feigned. He felt something was amiss with his leader but could not articulate it, leaving Qin Xiu to gaze silently at the ceiling. The song spiraled through the air, resonating between buildings. The intertwining dominance of conquest and the tenderness of fragility created a natural melody, occasionally erupting into a heavy metal crescendo, transforming the square into a joyous ocean. Aside from the lights emanating from night food stalls or certain shops, darkness enveloped the rest of the surroundings. For instance, Chen Mo, though his true energy was suppressed, maintained control over his strength far surpassing that of an ordinary Meridian warrior. Nevertheless, neither party showed any intention of halting their combat, engaging each other once more. Observing the flow of spiritual energy, it was evident that both their energies had considerably weakened. Gu Qing, seeing no results from her counsel, fell silent. "In truth, you need not feel sorry for me. You neutralized the toxins of the heart corrosion powder and the 7 cold soup, healed my old knee ailment, and helped me restore my health, liberating me from suffering. I have only saved you once, which means I owe you far more." The stone was the son of old lady Zhuang, whose husband had died early, leaving her with one son, whom she entrusted to Fengying. During this time, no one knew what the 3rd-generation founder encountered in the deep pool, but upon his return, he promptly renamed the sect Forgotten Valley, frequently muttering phrases about forgetting one's origins. Ling Ling withdrew her gaze, momentarily stunned, her face lighting up with joy as she beheld a lively figure under the budding willow tree ahead. Song Yin and Song Yi were cousins, truly of the same bloodline. It was audacious for those fellows to assert, "We are all your descendants. It is only right for our ancestors to bless us." Are you seeking to exploit a weakness? Regner scoffed. Neither. Hua Yilong sighed, appearing weary, unwilling to delve deeper into the matter. In any case, he and she were merely striving to prolong this farewell. They possessed only the present, with no future in sight. Chapter 56. Consume this. The beasts below were too numerous, and the night had become the perfect camouflage for the nightmare beast. The black wolf nightmare beast continuously dodged, causing Qing Ling's lightning strikes to miss time and again. Upon seeing the arrival of his desired female companion, Qing Ling felt a tinge of embarrassment. Apologies, that black wolf is rather cunning. His night vision was also inferior to that in daylight. Thank you for stalling it. Now let us proceed together. Yin Yang bore no blame. The Sea Eastern Blue Beast Man was never theirs. With the release of an enthralling and fervent countdown poster, the much-anticipated Wine God Music Festival and Junyu Starry Sky exclusive concert drew near. Zhang Yingfei found herself in a state of bemusement. How could one indulge so heartily yet speak of not receiving nourishment? And Bai Chun responded with a serene smile, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. It was undeniable that this mercenary guild's task point was significantly larger than the one in Bai Chun had previously visited. What kind of client holds a meeting at such a late hour? Is it a miser? Duan Mushi had painstakingly prepared a feast, eager to share it with her sister, thus probing for answers. This man could comfortably remain within his own troops, enjoying good food and rest. Yet he traversed such a great distance in the biting cold of winter. The maternity center at Lanshan High School differs from that of Lanyang No. 7. It possesses a single vast chamber, large enough to accommodate all newborns, resembling a grand bathing establishment. Each time Zhang Shanshan encountered Hishiza, the expression and scene lingered in her mind, an indelible mix of restraint and sorrow, a yearning to draw near yet maintain distance, profoundly evident in her eyes. And Bai Chun could not help but lament. Judging by the current state of affairs, the Didia Empire had clearly foreseen Duke Wilson's war decisions. There was no waste. One must eat well and dress appropriately to live. Song Jinghao sought more than mere sustenance and warmth. She pondered whether Qiu Mingjia, so audacious, had already concocted plans for obliteration. Yao Yi did not look, for observing this bore no utility. The agreement between Hart and Godwa did not necessitate her acceptance of such terms. Chemical delay bombs. Eon gazed at the observation report in his hand. A tempest rising within. Chemical delay bombs are unconventional explosives, their detonation time influenced by temperature. The power of the heavenly path? Dao Yuan clenched his teeth, advancing rather than retreating, raising his battle axe to unleash a surge of dark radiance. Are you forcing the solitary king? Rodai's smile was ever more radiant, yet her brows furrowed, displaying remarkable audacity. The atmosphere grew tense, but due to an injury, her demeanor quivered, the furrowed brow betraying her facade of calm. The king's body was evidently frail. I can't. Eon glared furiously at the lieutenant officer, fists clenched tightly, wishing to pummel that loathsome visage. Move. Morongshan resolutely turned, striding towards the prostrate Ali. While Zhang Lilong cast a glance at Jiang Zuching before following suit, Yin Yu felt a surge of pride. She had not anticipated such smooth progress. Subsequently, events unfolded that exceeded Yin Yu's expectations. Morong Yan's fishing rod was nothing short of exquisite, rivaling a piece of art. Even more astonishing was the discovery of a dedicated fishing pond and platform within the palace. Kulai was not dead. He must have ventured to the underworld. Kong Chun stated calmly to the group. In theory, mutants should possess no thoughts, only the instinct to kill. Just now, you mentioned that mutants could evade the police, unless certain events transpired. Expert Meng spoke solemnly, his expression grave. Damn, this is unfair. Other sects have lost so many, and we haven't even had a chance to refuel. Xianyuan laughed in complaint. Jing Xiang observed his despondent demeanor, likely contemplating a casual farewell. He probably did not even recall his own words. Chapter 57. There is fire over there. Qing Ling was startled by the thunder. Yin Yang, did you know he would face divine retribution? He pointed to the charred corpse. No, I did not foresee it. Yin Yang shook his head. Then, if he were not punished, would you truly let him go? Qing Ling inquired once more. Yin Yang nodded, affirming her commitment to keeping her word. Suddenly, she drew her bow taut, and a luminous arrow coalesced in her grasp. Over the past 7 years, she had encountered Mu Jiuyu numerous times. Despite his frigid demeanor, he had always been somewhat aware of her presence. Eventually, her encounter with Su Yingshui occurred elsewhere. And later still, with the concealment provided by the transformation pill, her visage had altered so significantly that even standing before the third prince, he failed to recognize her as his sister. His grip was firm, fearing that if he loosened it even slightly, she might truly depart, leaving the entire Chu family to crumble before his very eyes. Given that her injuries were merely superficial, divulging this to him seemed inconsequential. Yiting Ju's furrowed brow relaxed. His parents' love had remained unwavering for a decade, and after she was struck, it was likely that she had ordered the news to be hushed, not wanting to worry her father. On the periphery of the sword-questioning mountain, countless figures flickered in and out of sight, powerful waves of profound energy emanating intermittently. Within a brief span, numerous formidable beings from the divine realm congregated here, nearly comprising 90% of the elite presence in the heavenly Dao world. These demon clan warriors summoned the winds and rains, stirring the demonic energy into a chaotic tempest, creating an intricate web of power. Other companions hastily helped the middle-aged man to his feet, their faces a mixture of anger and frustration, yet they dared not voice their displeasure. "Go on, speak your mind," said Shu Ziqian, sensing that Luo Xia would surely lie, for when he had departed from the Luo residence, Madame Luo had been in good health. She still possessed her long, silver hair, reminiscent of moonlight, and wore a pristine white cloak akin to snow. Ling Fei, adorned in a wedding gown for a jewelry advertisement with Ouyang foam, had seen it forcibly withdrawn after only a day of airing. Nevertheless, it remained a thorn in Song Tianmo's heart. Flames from dual swords descended upon Qi Fei, who wielded a scythe defensively. However, Zhan Ao Tian, as the eldest elder of the Yi clan, had publicly disclosed to Zhan Feng a means to exit the Honghuang Valley, while subtly indicating that this route could only be unveiled after a formless breakthrough to the Transcendence realm. Wang Lu furrowed his brow, taken aback by the harsh living conditions of the Nanhua Temple, his heart swelling with helplessness and disillusionment. "Indeed, there are some," Xian'er remarked. "But those kings were not chosen by the fire elementals themselves. Rather, they are formidable fire elemental beings born of nature, named by those who battled against them." All right. The quality is acceptable. Let us settle on 15 taels of silver for you. What do you think? The old man waved his hand impatiently, stating his price outright. At this moment, passers-by entering and exiting the city gates could not help but burst into loud laughter, mocking and exchanging idle remarks. Upon reaching a certain altitude, the dragon finally discerned the radiant form of what appeared to be a vast expanse of sky. Ling Chao's expression shifted instantaneously. His radiant smile took on an unnerving quality, casting a shadow of darkness that left me perplexed. I truly could not fathom the depth beneath his dazzling exterior. The rapid changes in his demeanor left me in awe, compelling me to want to strike him a blow. I retrieved my phone, and upon seeing the caller ID, my expression darkened dramatically, prompting me to switch it off and pocket it. I shook off the moment's discontent, steeling myself to enter the living room and immerse in the atmosphere of happiness. Just as the spatial dynamics within Taiyu City allowed for effortless alteration, so too did the flow of time here differ from the norm. Chapter 58. A serious consideration, uncle. Look over there. There's a fire. In the distance, fierce flames spread rapidly with the wind. The beastmen were alarmed, relieved that they had prepared a firebreak in advance. Otherwise, their civilized village might have been engulfed in flames. After toiling through the night, they finally restored order as dawn broke. "Let us head back." The beastmen smiled. As Helan Yao turned, a man cast her a seductive glance, then swiftly kissed the face of a beauty beside him, eliciting a soft gasp from her. The Grand Empress turned to Aunt Yu, instructing, "Help her sit up. She seems quite startled. Look at Axin, go fetch Ning Fei and clarify what exactly transpired." Axin complied and departed. Meanwhile, Chu Feng withdrew his divine consciousness, chuckling softly as he continued his leisurely existence, awaiting the arrival of a fated individual. Embodying the role of a dignified elder, clad in pitch-black attire, they wielded glinting steel knives and bore bows and crossbows upon their backs. I too felt a sense of intoxication. Upon finishing her statement, Chu Xia took up a Guanyu figurine, followed closely by San Hao, who picked a Ma Dai. He was tasked with retrieving Zhan Shao back to the Demon Buddha sect, a command he had received countless times before. Many who resisted him had met their demise at his hands, yet his father had never voiced any discontent. Why, then, was he so enraged this time? As she stepped a few paces outside Xiongtong Palace, her hesitation deepened. Recently, the Hua family had ceased their unreserved indulgence of Gan Ran, opting instead for discipline. Gan Ran had visited the Spring Life Palace increasingly less. Should he return to the West Fufu Palace now, Suru Hui would surely face dilemmas. Following updates. The combat dynamics of Dream 3 Kingdoms 2 had morphed into a competitive mode. However, a portion of heroes had been randomly locked, creating a new mode that was a blend of hero selection and competition. That night, the moonlight flowed like water. Tomorrow heralded the full moon night, and tonight, gazing upward, one could see the moon already swollen and luminous. Implicitly, it suggested that even he, as Mao Lu Yan's companion, would be captivated by her weapon, leading to the conclusion that the Quiet King would be even more covetous of such a weapon. The intensity of the kiss heightened, her tongue gliding over her gums, fervently teasing, attempting to pry open her lips. Han Dong nodded, perplexed as he accepted the envelope. Upon opening it, he discovered photographs of himself with Lu Yi and Xiao Bei, capturing them in moments of affection, with several showing him kissing Lu Ye's cheek. Her face was adorably flushed. According to the timeline Han Dong had shared with Xiao Wangyu, he intended to arrive by 2:30. But he could come a bit earlier as a sign of respect. Hearing Rong Lie's words, Ming Xi's tears flowed more profusely. Moments later, she suddenly turned her tear-stained face, forcefully pulling her hands back. The next instant, a feeble punch landed hurriedly on Rong Lie's chest. The airplane descended gently at Jiangzhou City Longyin Airport. As Han Dong approached the exit, he found Mayor Wang Tsunming and several municipal committee members waiting. Following the previous confrontation with the Su family, the situation had become clear. There would be no issues during the day, but once night fell, the Su family would likely pursue them relentlessly. Thus, regardless of where they ventured during the day, they would surely reconvene at night. With Li Shu'er gazing earnestly at Feng Wan, the latter reciprocated her joy. In her previous life, Li Shu'er had perished amidst the chaos a month before her own death. In this life, she had altered the political landscape, thus changing Li Shu'er's fate. Consequently, the craftsman's family underwent a transformation, ascending from a mere artisan to the ranks of the gentry, joining the military in battle. Lin Yang, have we succeeded in eliminating him? De Huang inquired softly, taking a few steps forward while maintaining a safe distance from the elderly eunuch. The third madam appeared somewhat surprised. However, she had always held a disdainful view of her nouveau riche sister-in-law, and assumed that the second madam had not come specifically to seek her out. Thus she chose to ignore her. With Ding Yi's words, a sense of chaos erupted below. Huya and several individuals from the ready-to-wear workshop wore expressions of delight. While Shen Kaiching, also hailing from the same workshop, had betrayed his colleagues for his own advancement, aligning himself directly with Zhang Penyuan. Welcome. How may I assist you? The receptionist at the entrance promptly stepped forward, adopting a standard welcoming posture, enthusiastically inviting Han Qi inside. Li Shusheng was not mistaken. Perhaps Li Yun bore a striking resemblance to her mother, who had succumbed to the unbearable agony caused by the abrupt severing of ties with her beloved. Li Shusheng lamented that he had failed to grasp this truth back in the day. The sheer force was indeed astonishing. A power of less than 1% could manifest such effects, which had already earned Wang Ling's inner affirmation. Amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd, Li Xianhong emerged draped in the flag of South Korea. Upon hearing this, Wang Ling couldn't help but furrow his brow, sensing that this technique bore a resemblance to that of a Zhuo and Au from the celestial realm. To be candid, the relocation efforts that spanned over half a month had left everyone at the wind vane utterly fatigued. In this moment, Zhou Yinshu truly felt a reckless disregard. Yet her rationality cautioned her that such a mindset was indeed detrimental. In truth, amid the icy expanse, their interactions were severely limited, primarily due to the impossibility of trekking and the insecurity of the underground. Similar to the previous 6 battles, this clash was neither convoluted nor intricate. Rather, it was a straightforward and brutal engagement, easily comprehensible. It seemed that such encounters would continue, and a sense of numbness had begun to prevail due to the lack of novelty. Chapter 59. The White Wolf Tribe. Baina gazed at the purple beast pattern etched between Bai Zhu's brows, her breath catching in disbelief. Have you not transformed into a green-tier beastman? How then do you bear the mark of a purple-tier beastman? Baina found it inconceivable. Even if one were to ascend, such rapid progression seemed implausible. Despite providing Bai Shan with numerous beast crystals, she had never witnessed his promotion. Baina fixed a fierce glare upon Yunyang. Were it not for you, Bai Zhu would have been mine. It is of no concern to you, Bai Zhu retorted. Chushue, pay him no mind. He is but a madman. Qin Cixi mused, considering that he could not possibly approach her with intentions of violence without a word. Shi Yin acknowledged, and Shifeng stepped outside. After Shi Yin packed the necessary items, he retired for the night. The red rose revealed an enchanting smile. Seductively placing her index finger to her lips, languidly licking it with a look of rapture. In truth, only Chun-Yi understood that this was not genuine murderous intent, but rather the scent of blood. The turmoil within his veins had given rise to such a phenomenon. Taking a deep breath, Cui Feng stepped forward, his form abruptly vanishing, only to reappear behind Shi Qing, where he sighed softly in her ear before delivering a swift blow to render her unconscious. As for Chao Li, who had treated him as a mortal enemy, Cui Feng naturally felt no obligation to consider the repercussions. Her thoughts were devoted to Jean Rue. Yet that was driven by revenge. The one she truly cared for was him. I surmised that maybe a fragment of my past life's memory. The stone monkey suddenly interjected, striking at the heart of Cui Feng's doubts. The Divine Refinement Hall commenced its operations, and the intelligence department became busy once more, while the Five Leaves True Man was ignored as he was ensnared in a communication talisman. At this moment, Dong Zhanyun was on his way back and soon arrived at the Wanhua sect, where he established contact with Wu Ran via the talisman. Zhang Bing initially feared that the director would be angered, but upon noticing his indifference, she felt somewhat reassured. Surveying her surroundings, Lin Yifan could see nothing but a gray and dim environment. When Nangong Luo Jing attempted to discern the individual, Yao Er had already led them inside to set down their belongings, and in that moment, the gaze shifted away from Nangong Luo Jing. Moreover, the terrain conveniently concentrated the spiritual energy of the entire forest into that valley. Even if one were not a support-type center, the ability to hold the ball with their back to the field and their capacity for confrontation were essential in modern football. After his father's passing, he ascended to the throne, clad in a dragon-emblazoned purple robe that suited him exquisitely, radiating his regal aura. It was then that she finally comprehended the words her father had often imparted to her. This foolish girl, when confronted with direct conflict with a stranger, how could she be so naive as to announce her identity? Lin Shui, tell me, have those gardenias always been placed by you? Lin Shui, look me in the eyes and answer. Do not deceive me, please. Yifeng abruptly halted the vehicle by the roadside, turning to fix an intense gaze upon Lin Shui. At that moment, Sun Wan was struck by Bai Si's words as if struck by a bolt from the heavens, rendering her utterly vulnerable. The martial saint of the Qiansong family cast them into the desolate hills, sealing their acupoints, and then I killed them, bringing their bodies to this forsaken temple. The elder in black spoke with a calm demeanor. The assassin king responded succinctly. After his spies conducted thorough investigations, it was reported that there had been no unusual movements from the Gu family recently. The royal palace and its various departments were preoccupied with a singular matter, the grand ceremony to enshrine the crown prince. Ingchun placed a ledger before Grandma San, who opened it and began to scrutinize its pages with utmost focus. Zhang Long drew forth a copper rod as thick as a child's arm, wielding it like a spear as he lunged forward. The tip of the rod whistled through the air, coming to a halt mere inches from the mouse nose. Chapter 60. We have agreed the following day. Yin Yang had slumbered for an entire day and night, and her spirits were at an all-time high. Upon stepping outside, she was taken aback to find Bai Zhu languidly seated outside. Yin Yang was taken aback. Bai Zhu, what is the matter with you? The female protagonist, Bai Zhu, parted her lips slightly and replied, it's nothing. Yin Yang cast her gaze upon the faces of the other two beastmasters, whose expressions were decidedly displeased. Oh, not merely displeased, but genuinely irked. It was as if someone had wronged them gravely. Meanwhile, in the center of the American Airlines arena, nearly 20,000 fans rose as one, arms aloft, cheering for their king. Yet upon returning to the imperial city, her spirits plummeted. Everything had changed. Aside from the dragon fist, no one referred to them as your majesty or princess any longer. Tong Guai Guai, once she finished speaking, dared not even breathe, fearing the malevolent lord on the other end of the line might take her life. I shall perish, Huang Guohuo exclaimed, drenched in sweat and trembling, promptly collapsing onto the edge of a coffin, clutching its sides tightly, closing the video playing before him in haste. Lu Yi leaned wearily against the back of his chair and inquired. Hu Shunting slapped Huang Guohuo's face, while Yasha Wang, accompanied by Sally and Peng Jiyuan, scanned the surroundings, seeking any alternative means of transportation. Given their current state, returning to the parking lot to drive the rented car was utterly impossible. It would only draw the eyes of the crowd. Consequently, Howard's performance continued to decline, a complete disaster. On the offensive end, Gobert's defense left the once superb center utterly humiliated. Defensively, Yang's versatile skills always allowed him to evade defenders effortlessly. Rubbing his bleary eyes and stretching lazily, he suddenly realized something was amiss in his surroundings. All he could see were trees. Where was he? It seemed the opponent had placed wards in the lower jungle. As the prince rushed to ambush him upon seeing the barrel enter his territory, such decisiveness and judgment were indeed commendable. Most spirits in the underworld did not utilize such tools. What you consider treasure might be seen as refused by others. Dog, did you just stab me in my rear? Was that intentional? The rotund man, akin to a startled ostrich burying its head in the sand, lay prone on the ground, his head pressed down, backside raised towards me, feebly uttering his complaint. Instructor Li Heng had other pressing matters and would not accompany them this time. Accompanying them were instructors Tang Lan and Lang Wu. Rest assured, with them around, you should encounter no significant troubles, Nan Gongren stated calmly. In the past, whenever faced with a problem, she would never think to seek help from others, but would confront it alone. What the devil does this mean? I gasped in astonishment, staring at a skeletal figure that seemed to spring to life. Just as his lips were about to meet Lin Jiai's crimson ones, an invisible wave erupted outside the window, halting Yun Xian's movements abruptly. Classmates, before I explain what I know, may I inquire if anyone knows when iron smelting first emerged? Professor Jiang asked. I had initially thought to smash this stone figure into submission with a single blow, but upon striking, the figure remained utterly unscathed, while my pry bar soared away. Tang Luo was speechless. Was this merely a display of bravado transformed into talent? After a long while, Song Li sensed that Sultan's presence had completely vanished, letting out a long sigh of relief as the weight on his heart lifted. May I ask what riddle you were solving? Lai Yin inquired curiously, utterly baffled by their conversation, suspecting it was somehow related to her own celestial prowess. Chapter 61. The possibility of diverting to one's own tribe, King Donking tribe. Qing Ling joyfully flew to her father's cave. Father, I have returned. The tribe leader shot him a glance. Oh, it's only been a day and a night, and now you decide to come back? The tribe leader remarked, you haven't even formed a bond yet, and already you're absent. Qing Ling sat before his father. Well, I had to help Yang Yang fend off the beast tide. The tribe leader felt a pang of toothache. Earlier that day, Su Wanzhou visited the Zhong residence for a routine report. Zhongnan required the Military Intelligence Office to submit a summary report every 5 days to facilitate his grasp of various intelligence and to issue new directives. The enhancement of physical strength granted Xiao Yi a resilience nearly comparable to a top-tier spirit artifact, and after breaking through previous bottlenecks, further cultivation became significantly easier. The true manifestation of the Huangji Bell's power was evident around the now-vanished mountain, where the earth within thousands of meters was ablaze. Shortly after, the Minister of Dali, Ruan Zhongji, and the left supervisor, Chao Weiying, arrived at the Zhong residence, each accompanied by their respective officials. An hour and a half later, Gong Gong and Ji Shuilian ceased their queries and whispered amongst themselves. During this time, the newly appointed subordinate from Shizong acted as the scribe. while Dongchen busily recorded 5 pages of notes for his companions to review. Ren Xingwang, after receiving a reprimand from Zhang Dapio, begrudgingly closed his computer. Furthermore, recalling the morning's audience at Fengyi Palace, where Shi Guoren sat silently with a wooden expression, it was indeed quite out of character for her. Xie Sun remarked, with so many from the Qin family attending, and Awan's fleet making countless trips, how come we encounter trouble this time? Rest assured, it will be fine. And I too wish to see Fusong. Xie Sun expressed his curiosity about Fusong. Though night was thick, cultivators possessed the ability to see as clearly as during the day. A practitioner of Zheng Fengtu's caliber could perceive even the most minute details in the darkness. Cough. No verdict has been rendered, nor punishment assigned. Pan Rue and Lu Tong exchanged nervous glances, hoping to mediate, but feeling powerless against the animosity. The humidity had thickened to the point where it was visible to the naked eye. CK was enveloped in mist, and entering that region required one to kneel. The afternoon sun, filled with gentle luminosity, cast a dazzling spectrum of colors upon the water's surface, while seabirds swooped low over the tranquil sea. Grandma Chio, Shoju is correct. This elder indeed comes from the Leaf Village to assist us. This is a hidden treaty of the shadow, Gara calmly stated, producing a sealing scroll from his person. After a long pause, the two exchanged glances and shared a soft laugh, turning their attention to the performance on stage. As he finished speaking, the sound of boom, boom, boom filled the air as fireworks burst forth, showering the night sky with brilliant sparks. I will seek assistance to uncover who has thwarted my son's fate. They shall pay dearly. Lord Fong declared through gritted teeth as he exited. Qing, starting today, Zabuza shall resume his identity as a mist ninja and join the Umbu. Terumi May finally spoke. Having scrutinized Zabuza and Haku from her seat, Yuan Siyun was among those present, and witnessing the collapse of the Zhu family before the wedding brought him immense satisfaction. It was a Christmas card, and Du Xinru quickly opened it, revealing only 2 words, "It's me." Shiyun and Gue Yin settled Princess Lada on another mountaintop, where a flat area was preserved, providing a temporary resting place for her. Shortly after they halted, they spotted Li Yiming and his companions approaching. The Miao ethnic group can trace its origins back to the era of the Yin and Huang legends, approximately 5 to 6,000 years ago. In the lower reaches of the Yellow River and the middle to lower reaches of the Yangtze River, a tribal alliance known as the Jiuli, led by Qiyu, emerged. Meanwhile, on the Lus Plateau of Gansu and Shaanxi, 2 major tribal groups were formed under the leadership of the Emperor Yin and the Yellow Emperor. Ramiya, within the control room, made a swift motion, magnifying the coordinates on the screen. Upon realizing that dozens of colossal warships were approaching, he calmly began to analyze the life signs displayed. Naturally, some heroes repeatedly sought confirmation from Nick, receiving affirmations from him and his officers. I paid no heed to his earlier remarks. I had no desire to be labeled a hero, as it offered me no advantage. Liu Yinbei nodded and then approached Ji Xingchen, reaching out to grasp her waist. But she evaded him, leaving him empty-handed. The brief epitaph of a character read, a middle-aged man who lost his child, unyielding against the demon race, was executed. After switching the screen to the main page and scrolling a few times, he returned to the chat page with Shen Qian, flipping through it. Upon searching around, he discovered that the seats he favored were occupied. Reluctantly, he settled into a second-row seat by the window. Throughout the journey, Su Qi noticed Shen Qian's reluctance to converse and refrained from initiating dialogue, pondering how to uplift her spirits yet unsure of how to proceed. His fingers lightly curling on his knee, occasionally tapping in contemplation. Jiang Tianyun's voice was hoarse, a powerful light erupting from within him, and at that moment, a smile graced his face. Yang Wei relentlessly kicked Lu Daming, and when fatigue set in, Lu Daming was left barely breathing. I noticed that while I was cleaning, my vigorous motions caused my sister-in-law's chest to sway. Chu Chen pressed down on Sun Xian's hand as he unbound the ropes. Understanding that Sun Xian was loyal and concerned for his safety, not attempting to flee, Ji Hong had almost forgotten, but upon Zhang Jinni's mention, he recalled it was the Mower Technology S4000 card. Lu Jingxi tugged at his uncomfortable collar, clearly having been roused from sleep and hastily thrown on some clothes to come here. Lord Chu, your status has changed. Why not address the commoners? The leading man hurriedly shoved a rooster into his arms. Gazing at the translucent pill, he closed his eyes, channeling his spiritual energy as if meticulously examining the elixir before him. Certainly, if Su Jingzhan were to extend an olive branch to a certain prince, they might reconsider the matter. Mr. Liu, the headquarters has issued a command. They hope I can persuade you to return to your post. Will you not reconsider? She inquired, looking at Lu Zhou. In Chapter 62, civilized villages are full of secrets. Qing Sun, who had been trailing silently, spoke up. If there is nothing else, I shall seek out the wizard. Wait, may we come take a look? The clan leader suddenly interjected. Very well, Qing Sun nodded, shouldering the medicinal basket and leading them towards Bai Yan's location. As they walked, the clan leader noticed someone drying something and inquired curiously. Qing Sun shyly smiled. Returning to the country, it's been 4 years. Honestly, Ma Jun mused, lowering his head before speaking. Please wait here, I will bring the vehicle. Qin Mo respectfully replied. Andy observed a few male players seemingly bullying Qing Shuepiaolo, feeling no anger, for he understood that anger would not resolve the issue, leaving it to Yu Ru and Huan Yu to watch, entrusting the matter to himself. After a flurry of activity, Old Qin's departure was grand, leaving his family utterly exhausted. Once the funeral concluded and the borrowed items were returned, Lin Shi lay in the house, utterly fatigued, her throat completely hoarse. Jia Yuanyuan wanted nothing more than to be a devoted wife and mother, dreaming of giving Li San a multitude of children, at least enough to fill a table. After a few exchanges with Nie Qing, she pushed away the items he had given her and prepared to disembark, knowing that Yu's father awaited below. Nie Qing did not obstruct her, instead instructing Linger to take the items down for you. Du Tai continued to hold the person while absorbing their power, wielding a spiritual artifact to slay those around him. Hearing this, Tianqi quickly declared, "Let us go to the Military Affairs Institute to hear the details. This time, I shall offer substantial rewards." With that, he strode towards the Wuying Hall. After nightfall, Su Wei suddenly received a signal from Su Ingdong Alpha. 3 motorcycles were rapidly approaching the stadium. Xie Bongi, with a cold smile, turned to flee, only to hear the whistling sound of swords slicing through the air behind him. Remaining unchanged in form, he was shielded by Zhu Changshu, who was struck by his vengeful spirit. At that moment, as the palm of the latter sent bones flying, Xie Bongi had already made his escape. A plethora of medicinal materials were scattered on the ground, sorted according to the prescriptions he had previously used. Situ Yongjie recalled that the war prince had previously claimed to be a close confidant of Shuer. Feeling somewhat anxious, he wondered if the war prince had deceived the innocent Shuer all along. The lightning technique was not to be confused with the wind blade. While the wind blade boasted considerable power, it sacrificed sturdiness for speed, rendering it vulnerable. In contrast, the lightning technique concentrated its force into a singular point, capable of piercing through the tempest created by the wind blade. Within the Grey Wind Valley, there were thousands of swift-wind sparrows, all launching an attack in unison. The first wave unleashing hundreds of wind blades like a torrential downpour. Jiang Yun could not help but curse inwardly. He was merely a lowly creature of several levels, naturally believing that those before him, clad in white robes, must possess formidable strength. However, this did not imply that the swift-wind sparrows were without means against Ziwei. The leading sparrow let out a long cry, followed by the sound of flapping wings echoing from the valley's entrance. Nevertheless, Jingwei appeared to be accustomed to Yan Chenyi's capricious nature, merely shrugging it off with indifference. Out of respect for his idol, Jin Lin instinctively spoke up, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Chen Weihang, almost ready to salute him. Some well-meaning individuals rushed to the dilapidated house at the village's edge to inform the last descendant of the Fan family that someone had tampered with the belongings of his ancestral home. Li Zichen swiftly passed through the grand hall, only pausing to regain his composure after dashing across the ground. Behind him, the unintentional Daoist and Cheng Lin had already arrived, each carrying a cold Xingyue and Dongli Tianji. Su Qianhe, Lin Fei, and others soon followed, also bringing Yi Jingxi out. In chapter 63, that would be much more convenient. Bai Zhu's lips slightly pursed. "I will go back and take a look." He hurried towards the stone house. The leader of the Hai Dongqing tribe felt the elemental energy in the air, lost in thought. Perhaps a breakthrough was imminent, he mused, his expression complex. Once he overcame this trial, he would ascend to the White Dan realm. "Let us go. We have explored sufficiently. It is time to return to the tribe," the Hai Dongqing leader stated, noting that the time required for the ascension might be lengthy. "But how do you explain that he clearly recognized you yet feigned ignorance? Even denying your identity and insisting that Su Linlin is dead?" Yu Fenglin posed question after question, striking at the heart of the matter, shattering the tranquility of the moment. The gentle breeze stirred, and amidst the conversation, the flowers scattered away. "You believe he is not worth $1 billion. I do not concern myself with the so-called bounty of the upper ninjas. Anyone who can eliminate Uchiha Kong may come to Awagakure to claim the reward. Where's Guyu?" I approached the dining table and directly inquired of Wan Feng across from me. Oyo Song, cradling the baby, rubbed the bruise inflicted by lone sharks. And in an instant, everything transformed into a scene of beauty. I asked my master why it was necessary to act during the presence of the Imperial Guards, and he too was uncertain. Moments later, Wan Feng began to tremble violently, the commotion so great that even his wheelchair creaked under the strain. Suhua, assisting nearby, gradually adapted to a new way of life without her mother and elder sister. This Methreya, who clearly intended to ensnare and manipulate them, now wore a cheerful expression as if nothing were amiss, engaging them in conversation. Nor would he allowing Zhu to remain amidst the sea of flowers, waiting for a fated person to collect it. Li Yin, bearing the bloodline of the sun, felt an overwhelming sense of defeat upon awakening to Yen Lai's call, once again experiencing the power of Yuan Qi. Backstage, Shi Si and Park Cha-young were equally entranced, donning headphones and closing their eyes, completely immersed in the ocean of music. As he spoke, Fan Ao summoned the character of the Tai Chi Divine Kingdom, severing a golden dragon horn along with a portion of the 5-clawed golden dragon scalp. Meng Amlin occupied a pivotal position, representing not only the television station, but also the organization's endorsement. Though his features were obscured, the man who snatched the bag wore a cap and a mask, while the gentleman before me was merely adorned with sunglasses. The next time she dreamed, she resolved to be a bit greedier, not only to hold him, but to consume him entirely. The crowd busily packed their belongings, some leading horses, and together they exited the Chunfeng post. When Chu Yanghan, Long Xinyuan, and Zhao Laosi saw them rise, Director Li nearly collapsed on stage. Each opened his phone to find a text from Lu Xiaoxue, inviting him to discuss matters. After some contemplation, he decided to attend the meeting. The room was stifling. Jiang Dehai instructed Jiang Xindong to move the table to the courtyard for the meal to be served. With a slight exertion, I shattered the emptiness beneath my foot, only to discover stairs leading deep underground. In the kitchen, Angela distractedly prepared breakfast, her attention wholly absent from her task. Wang Tianfeng wandered through every corner of the military academy, recalling the noise that ensued when Ming Fan and the others were present, often witnessing his arguments with Guichiyun, chats with Yu Manli, and playful skirmishes with classmates that ended in laughter. Sui Xian's face paled in an instant, rendering her speechless. Though she had donned a yellow puffy dress once more, she felt entirely unclean. Those present informed him that events unfolded as scripted, yet with Yu Manli gone, they had no idea of her whereabouts. Ming Fan could only call out in the street, convinced that Yu Manli was still nearby, undoubtedly not departed. Never mind. One grows old, and the eyes fail. Xianlon muttered with a bitter smile, seemingly resolved to turn a blind eye and let Su Jun off the hook. Chapter 64. Journey to the Heidongking Tribe. Yin Yang was elated upon learning that the Heidongking Tribe might join the civilized village. Ultimately, she resolved to visit the Heidongking Tribe personally. How wonderful it is that I have also become an orc of the Baidan realm. I can finally bring back the fourth brother. After his elevation, Imo Hen felt significantly more confident, no longer fearing that Qing Ling would threaten his position as the foremost beast husband. Bai Zhu let out a snort, but offered no objections. Beast husband, cousin Jin Min. Cousin Jin Bu. Gu Rou exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing her two familiar cousins. After listening for a while, Su Jinmin gleaned some information. Realizing that individual businesses in the capital were quite lucrative, he inquired about the requirements for establishing an individual business, learned a few details, and then engaged in a brief conversation before ending the call. The elevator doors opened once more, and Chunyan cautiously peeked out, only re-entering when he confirmed that Yu Kuku had entered a particular room. Zhao, standing nearby, exchanged glances with him. Although she and the old lady had pursued them, they felt no urgency. As long as Luo Bai was present, manipulating Gun and Ji would be as easy as child's play. Eventually, he arrived at the foot of Mount Tai, where he immediately spotted Su Qin Se, an elderly gentleman, and a bald, muscular man. Chu Yuan grasped Wang Long's hair, lifting him from the ground while cradling his grandmother's ashes in one hand and dragging Wang Long along with the other. Chu Changsheng's hair had seemingly turned even grayer in recent days. Yin Lan felt a pang of sentiment, but understood that without Chu Changsheng, the others would struggle to contend with the demon lord. However, the power of Wu Ji was indisputable, especially with so many brought back, leaving no room for doubt. On the following morning, before dawn broke, Chi Chu Chu was roused by a palace maid, who assisted her in grooming and dressing her in layers, each movement feeling like a form of punishment. Unsure of her choices, Chi Chu Chu asked Qian Yu which name sounded more pleasing. I truly do not wish to take a life today. Suddenly, Guyan's ghostly voice echoed in the ears of the clan elder. The elder of the Feng family turned to look, only to feel a flash at his neck before consciousness slipped away. A gentle giant, curled up, lay still on them throughout the night. Thus, when Fu Qinyuan arrived, guided by a sticky trail, he was startled to find several wolves glaring hungrily at the two. Have any peculiar individuals appeared in your household? Or have you encountered any strange occurrences recently? Upon hearing Xiao Shiling's query, I hurriedly asked Lu Zhini. The unsettling gaze of someone who neither ate nor drank terrified her. After Sister Haidang had once delivered a meal to Qi Ming, she never dared to return. Upon awakening one morning, Su Sunan found himself gazing into a pair of sparkling, watery eyes that were alarmingly close to him, accompanied by a familiar and delightful fragrance. The man before him appeared relatively young, around 27 or 28, impeccably dressed in a suit with meticulously styled hair. The demon lord seemed oblivious to Chen Xing's gaze, as he pulled Chen Xing into the room with him. Though the process was somewhat painful, pure yang refining fire could be deemed a tangible entity compared to the intangible essence. 14 years ago, Shifei Xian could effortlessly defeat two opponents of the same realm. How formidable must she be now? Could she perhaps be the strongest beneath the Grandmaster? The He family has been nicknamed the Theater Nest many years ago. The village boasted a theater with an estimated 400 to 500 years of history, supported by a large beam and 4 pillars made of precious Namu wood. Hizheng found it hard to believe that despite overextending his use of the ground shrinking technique, he could not create even the slightest distance, as his adversary remained closely behind him. In truth, however, the true Fate Palace can take any form. It could be a structure, an exotic beast, a human, or even a weapon, armor, or the shape of a spacecraft. Chapter 65. Where has Yang Yang gone? This is the paper developed by our civilized village, which is far superior for writing compared to the bark of the white tree. This is a piece of fabric woven by our civilized village. This is the salt produced by our civilized village. The salt in the marketplace typically originates from coastal tribes, but with her system in place. She could determine the nearby mineral resources after checking in at the location. This salt mine is merely one of many. Yin Yang gradually showcased his formidable prowess, undoubtedly ranking among the elite within the earthly tier. However, his previous emotional turmoil, coupled with concerns regarding the alliance and his master, led him to hesitate on whether to resist as Yi Fei Bai's attack drew near. Should he choose to fight back? The complications it would pose for the sacred palace loomed large. In front of the White Lotus sect, there were the servant armies, with Lao Feng and Lao Ding positioned behind them. Upon hearing Xin Yan's explanation, Pei Xiangdong's eyes glimmered with a flicker of understanding as he pondered thoughtfully. Then, upon opening his eyes, he realized the grand assembly in Yandu had commenced, and just after watching the live stream, Wei Chong entered to report that the affluent individuals had already arrived at Zhaowangzhai. This sensation was profoundly unsettling, for the harmonious rapport they had built through tacit understanding shattered in an instant. The abrupt disappearance of the fundamental strength sustaining them caused their fighting spirit to plummet to an icy low, allowing them to foresee the outcome of this confrontation. Luo Zhixian's two personal maids, accustomed to her forthright nature, turned their heads aside to stifle laughter. The opportunities for vengeance were plentiful. Yet such overt provocation of sect disputes could hardly be anything but self-sabotage. The disciples of Mao Shan, initially dismissive of Lin Yang's youth, soon found their pride humbled after several thunderstorms. None dared to question him any longer. It was simple. Whenever thunderstorms approached, Lin Yang would voluntarily invite lightning strikes upon himself. A sight that was nothing short of terrifying. In terms of martial prowess, the disciples lamented their inferiority. Then came the overwhelming scent of blood, seemingly wafting from the direction of the Heavenly Emperor's demon-slaying platform. It was the fresh scent of blood mingling with the dust, invigorating and uplifting, subtly hinting that the mission of the Heavenly Emperor's platform was underway. Sun Xian Fei's maternal family had only this single nephew left, and she was determined to elevate him to a noble position. The Crown Prince's maneuver incited her ire to the point of spitting blood, a most peculiar affair. How could the otherworldly beings, previously relegated to the realm of cinema, suddenly materialize into reality? Before the gathered journalists, discussions ensued regarding compensations to be demanded from Changqiu. As AMU Nan's words fell, a copious amount of blood erupted from his wound, enveloping his fallen form entirely. Neither the Chinese team nor the French team would wait until the last individual descended the mountain. They sought to allow themselves ample time for confrontation and scene management. At last, he comprehended the burdens borne by that man and realized that the one who had been evading sorrow was not Wei Jiu, but himself. This realization left Bai Hong Fong feeling as though he had betrayed everything. Fu Chu cast a lingering glance at Jiang Qing without uttering a word, then redirected her gaze toward Jiang Yinshan. In a moment of heated impulsivity, Ruo Yin lost clarity, convinced that any choice would be superior to the insufferable Lin Fendai, and thus clutched the person in her embrace tightly. Wu Sangue nodded deferentially as he observed the departing official of the Genie Wei, then aimlessly retreated into the regiment's quarters, summoning his former subordinates. Upon seeing their commander, the loyal soldiers poured out their grievances, recounting the hardships endured during their servitude. Xiaoyao, as the head coach of OMG, understood the necessity of instilling discipline through regular training. Even for them, avoiding the impending ambush of the cuckoo was not guaranteed. To the right was E.G., who, in theory, should have refrained from encroaching upon them, as it lacked substantial meaning given their advantageous position. Suddenly, the emergence of this dilemma posed a test to the command, as Fei's current position was relatively disadvantageous. The one who entered was Lu Mingxing, who initially bore an expression of joy. But upon noticing the closeness between Wang Chun and Mo Ju Qin, her demeanor shifted. Having regained some vitality, Yi Haochuan's mind cleared significantly. He nodded, withdrew from the fray, and ingested some medicinal pills given by Long Piaoying to recuperate his injuries and internal energy, beginning to meditate. Li Siyuan Sun was well aware of the benefits of this system. He had long viewed Yang Wei as his rival, and thus understood the policies he implemented. And Zi remained indifferent, closing his eyes and launching himself into the sky, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. As the clock struck the witching hour, Situyan stealthily emerged from his quarters and ascended to the rooftop, surveying the surroundings. Get lost, a man bellowed, flinging the Zhong Kuei aside, striding directly into the gates of reincarnation. At that moment, a blinding light engulfed him, rendering him unable to open his eyes. The primary purpose of today's court meeting was to receive the envoy Wang Ding Bao from Lu Yan. The summons for Su Desun was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision by Yang Hua. Senior, from this moment forth, old Yuan and I shall wander the stars. Should you find someone appealing, seize their essence and depart. Yang Ji miscalculated in his attempt to entice Sin Zi into familial ties using the sex foundation, leading to the abandonment of his plans. Particularly, the young man was greatly stirred. His robust physique and valor made him an unsuitable candidate for mere conscription. Through the passage of time, despite the impending calamity facing the semi-mortals, the exact number remained unclear, yet I could assure that it would not exceed 30. The elder from the east spoke slowly. Meanwhile, the furious tiger was thoroughly provoked by Su Che's words, letting out a roar as he lunged forward. The provisions brought by Dan Zeng and his companions had been utterly depleted, Danzong had intended for the remaining soldiers to retreat while he awaited Helione. However, unbeknownst to him, Fu Desheng had deliberately led a troop into a mountain pass last night, capturing over 1,000 men. I refuse to be anyone's pawn, even if he is my father. Xia Yan's eyes brimmed with disdain and indignation. Were it not for the unique nature of this space, devoid of such hindrances, he would undoubtedly have met with a headlong collision. Everything seemed to progress in a favorable direction, absent of cold, devoid of assaults from mutated beings and beasts. With food to eat, water to drink, and a shelter to shield them from the elements, creating a harmonious atmosphere throughout the high-tech district. Su Qing paused momentarily, then hesitantly turned to face Duan Mu Feng, softly calling out to him. The news of the postponement of the decisive battle arrived as expected, and Maoyang was swiftly abandoned by all, who hurried toward the capital. Meanwhile, as Zhao Tianhai and Gu Shui plotted, Su Che, already home, lay on the ground, coldly reflecting upon his hands. Yin Yang shook her head, resigning herself to the fact that she could not find them all. The realm of beasts was scattered with numerous nightmares, and it was impossible for her to unearth them all. Thus, the two, each harboring their own thoughts and plans, fell into a blissful slumber, content in pursuing their respective goals. Could it be that Chu Tianqua's escape from prison was a ploy to meet the emperor? This seemed highly plausible. It appeared he had arrived a moment too late, all due to the delay caused by his efforts to save a life. Lung Wucheng frowned. The day was waning. He casually released Zhong Xingyue and found a cave, unceremoniously tossing her inside, as one might discard a dead dog. Qianyi paid no heed to Qian Yiju's words, striding directly out the door to stand before Jun Ting, bowing respectfully. No matter how despicable Lu Xinzhong might be, the inheritance of this company had always favored Lu Libei. Over the past 2 years, he had gradually transferred the company's affairs into the latter's hands. A significant reason why Han Yunya's family had not caused much uproar during these years. However, the youth appeared to be taken aback, swiftly pushing her face away and scrambling backward, as though he had witnessed something utterly astonishing. After sending the message, Su Qingyan exited to log onto her main account. The thought of Qin Yang's expression as he read the comments, his face a mask of impending storminess, made her chuckle softly. A few ministers lingered nearby, and Changda's words were not spoken quietly, drawing immediate attention. Tianqua, I must take my leave. I have come to bid you farewell. Following the sound, Chu Tianqua turned to see Shuima, draped in white gauze, her expression inscrutable as she approached him and performed a respectful bow. Without waiting for his response, she moved forward. For others, it was simpler. 2 hands were stronger than one and more convenient. Where was this place, shrouded in darkness? Shenlong's true form was that of a black dragon, its massive body reaching 1,000 feet, and he was astonished at the sight of such pervasive darkness. Lu Yong was puzzled, but without further thought, he put away his phone and hurried to the airport. The 6 brothers arrived at the airport and promptly purchased tickets to Shanghai, boarding the plane with haste. Behind them, Chen Fei, Chen Long, and Qindo were each taken aback by the situation. Although Chun, who had only recently formed ties with them, they had forged a bond of trust. Despite their usual playful banter, the urgency of the moment brought their anxious expressions to the fore, all eager to fight alongside one another. Young madam, what have I done to deserve your wrath? You strike me, and while I may deserve punishment, is it not beneath you to take such action yourself? The old woman, regaining her composure, assumed a fierce demeanor, ready to pounce if not for the consideration of Yuan Yang's status. Kaiyong sighed, lamenting the difficulty of crafting this teleportation array. As the conditions were exceedingly stringent, a moment's carelessness could lead to total failure. In summary, the flame of destruction was a notably ferocious ability, growing ever more dreadful with Loli's increasing power. Lin Feng observed the scene with a faint smile, choosing not to dwell further, and accompanied Mei Wuhua back to the hotel. The bullet struck the rear windshield with a cacophony of noise, and Li Haolong felt fortunate that his vehicle was armored. Had it not been for the firepower of those submachine guns, his car would have been reduced to rubble, and his own life would have been forfeit. Chapter 67. The journey begins with a cry. Qing Ling soared into the clouds, carrying Yun Yang aloft. Below them, 2 massive pythons and a wolf pursued them. Bai Zhu's racial talent was speed, and Mo Hen had already become a Baidan realm beastman, keeping pace. Yet, Yi Qi found himself inwardly cursing. He sensed a loosening of his realm, but had consumed several purple crystals without achieving a breakthrough, leading to a growing sense of anxiety. Qing Ling, slow down. Yin Yang urged, patting the top of Qing Ling's head. It would be best to head to an inn near the transport officer's residence. The recent death of the officer would surely spark discussions that might yield valuable clues. Suddenly, Su Jing felt a surge of caution as she spotted a pair of bright eyes emerging from the darkness ahead. Within those eyes, an ancient celestial tree swayed, its falling leaves seemingly enchanted, drawing the gaze and compelling one to count them until the end of time. Indeed, the technician replied respectfully. She reapplied a face mask on Lu Xuemei and began to massage her shoulder acupoints. After a moment's contemplation, I asked her if she knew the whereabouts of the cat ear cave. She nodded, expressing her willingness to guide us, but stipulated a condition. Upon seeing Xiao Ye's intention to transfer the task, Yu Yingwu immediately protested, assuring that she would complete the task this time, as if fearing Xiao Ye might reconsider. Before darting away, As the message from the messenger relayed Zhang Jijia's words to the various military divisions, chaos ensued below. This message rekindled the illustrious memories of the Divine Machine Camp, which had indeed been a formidable force over the past century. Along the way, the Jin Iwei of the Southern Pacification Department remained indifferent, while the Eastern Factory subordinates hurriedly bowed. Lu Jin walked straight into his stone dwelling without a sideways glance. In the West Wing resided my grandmother, who was likely roused by the commotion outside and wished to investigate. In truth, it was merely a matter of a brief separation from Princess Anrita, not a permanent farewell. If Lin Weiwei desired to see, she could easily extend her consciousness. But she chose not to. I understand now, mother. My question is why Shui Yi chose to accompany us. I voiced my true thoughts. Let us see how far you can go. With a howl, Jiao Tianji transformed into a red marten, swiftly pursuing us. Qianfang stood by, heart racing, aware of the tempestuous gaze of the young master, ever ready for his wrath to be unleashed upon him. However, due to it being lunchtime, the streets were bustling, causing him to move slowly. What was initially expected to take 10 minutes turned into nearly 20. Yu Er pouted, saying, "You, who claim to be the unfrozen gentleman, are merely adept at chess. After playing 2 games overnight, is it not sufficient? With such a love for chess, why not share your bed with it each night?" Realizing her slip of the tongue, her face flushed crimson, her head bowed, and beneath the flickering candlelight, she appeared irresistibly shy. Yin Mo's hand coalesced with darkness, poised yet unstruck, lingering in the west and north. It was unclear whether he was evading or seeking an opening, for the celestial arrow of Lang Yu had reignited. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, she turned to her friend, her eyes wide with surprise. Hearing him say this, Alan nearly burst into laughter, his first thought being its potential for mischief. Such individuals, whether from their school days or entering society, always found themselves at the forefront, becoming the absolute core of any industry they entered. Yet, it did not end there. As the 2 weapons clashed, a resonating sound echoed, causing the elder in the azure robe to involuntarily retreat several paces, raising his hand to inspect his spear, which had developed a distinct diagonal groove from the impact. The fierce strike of a 5th-tier demon beast is no trivial matter. It was that man, Mr. Bien, the wealthy individual who had just rescued the original owner from that base. Unbeknownst to him, the willful Yaoer obstructed his path and, in a bold move, attempted to mar her visage with a spiritual whip artifact. The butcher, astonishingly, was defeated. I had thought the outcome was settled when the butcher unleashed his fury. How utterly unexpected. Countless individuals expressed their astonishment. All right, chef, prepare the dinner. Remember, the daily portions of vegetables and fruits must be strictly measured. If anyone exceeds the limit, 6 pence will be deducted from their wages. Isabel calmly instructed the chef, who was still lost in joy. To be honest, my former aspiration was to become a 1,000-man commander, leading 1,000 troops, Li Tong admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. After serving as deputy director in the Public Security Bureau for over a decade, he held a profound respect for the royal family of the Xia dynasty. Perched high in the Qiming Palace, their overt prowess was daunting enough, not to mention the hidden strengths lurking beneath the surface, which were ineffable. The official, however, was no longer anxious, casually stating with hands clasped behind his back. He understood that Zhu Longyu's heart had already begun to waver, and this matter was thus settled. Wah! Mommy, it hurts. Several rowdy children cried out, their loud and discordant wails drawing frowns from those nearby. The Princess Pingning sought news from the Xinhou mansion, which was delivered that very evening, leaving the First Lady utterly astonished. If it could shuttle between Ryukyu and Chang'an a few times, Su Chun could easily utilize it as a carrier pigeon. After a refreshing bath, Lan Feng lay down to sleep, yet slumber eluded him. The night always elicited a sense of solitude, provoking the mind to wander. Similarly, the spatial rift posed some hindrance to the tentacled beast, inciting further rage within it. Its gaping maw opened wide, engulfing the heavens and earth in a blinding white, filled with the foam it expelled. Meanwhile, the replicated ninja was blissfully engrossed in copying, oblivious to its own circumstances, likely due to the peculiar armor worn by Feng Huanu Tao. Originally, she had intended to leverage by use mysterious flying technique, but it seemed that plan was now futile. Old Forth he stared in disbelief, while Feng Cheng trembled violently, the calm in his eyes shattering into utter despair. Su Xiaoqiang's kneeling was tantamount to declaring the end of the Axe Gang era. Leah puffed her cheeks in irritation, regretting her decision to use the odious Qiao Feng as a shield. She had intended to ensnare Qin Feng, yet it appeared she had fallen into his trap instead. Instantly, a cacophony of inhumane wails erupted, startling the myriad birds in the surrounding woods, causing travelers and merchants passing through to feel alarmed, hastily steering clear. A cultivator joined the fray, merely curious about Yu Zhen's whereabouts. If he truly could not be found, he had no desire to pursue the matter further. As Wan Qingwu departed, he repeatedly expressed his gratitude, requesting Qi Xinghe to convey his thanks to his master. Meanwhile, Wan Wenwen glared at him with fiery eyes, as if she intended to consume him whole. He was indeed quite close with Su Yajing. Wan Wenwen was astonished to see Su Yajing seated beside Qi Xinghe, having previously assumed the rumors were unfounded. Chapter 68. Not even a trace of bones to be found. Yi Qi continued to jest, How could we bear to let our exquisite elegance be seen by others? Yun Yang chuckled softly. Do you believe I can give this amethyst to Bai Zhu? All right. Yang. Bai Zhu is more than willing. I will certainly follow your lead. The mischievous grin on Yi Qi's face instantly faded, and he immediately became obedient. Yang. I was merely jesting. Yi Qi shot a glare at the interjecting Bai Zhu. Moreover, Bai Zhu. Li Tao leaned against a tree, breathing heavily. At that moment, he could barely lift his arms. After all, swinging a 100-pound object consecutively, even having consumed the Earth Spirit Pill and frequently training with the Dragon Scale Staff, was still an insurmountable challenge. After dealing with Qin Shidao, some approached with enthusiasm to greet Yi Feng, while others blatantly ignored him. Sitting down on their grand chairs with a cold snort, a loud shout accompanied a swift wind, he dashed behind the shield-bearing soldiers, leaped into the air, and with a powerful horizontal sweep of his blade, he felled 3 pirates attacking the shield soldiers. Then, seizing one of the pirates by the shoulder, he leveraged the force to jump, raising his weapon high and striking downwards. The man lowered his gaze in contemplation, gradually easing his grip upon hearing the impending sound of soldiers breaking through the door. Jin Luoluo executed a powerful roll, pinning the man beneath her. Shen Huai followed closely beside Yin Yu. Their intimate conversation revealed a deep-seated bond between them. After returning with the laurel, Yun Etian was personally accepted as a closed-door disciple by Yun Yu, who dedicated himself to guiding Yun Etian's training. After a year of rigorous practice, he finally consumed a 300-year-old spirit mushroom, a reward from the previous competition, and subsequently entered seclusion, successfully breaking through to the subtle realm. Sister Su emerged from the room with an empty bowl, and as Jin Luoluo loosened her clothing and reclined on the bed, she felt an overwhelming heaviness in her eyelids. Quickly succumbing to deep slumber, perhaps due to not having slept on such a comfortable bed for quite some time. The unfolding events took Lu Kuei's expectation by surprise. Yet since there was an opportunity to benefit, he saw no reason to hesitate in taking advantage. Considering the Li family's vast resources would not leave him with much to lose. What? Such terrifying power at merely 20%? Is he truly human? How can he be so monstrous? Longxing Tian remarked. What is it? Yun Yuan inquired eagerly. Even Yun Qinghan and Tai Xuanbai appeared fully engrossed, eager to hear Yun Yifun's insights. This resulted in his narrative editor remaining underutilized. On occasion, it functioned, but more often than not, it was rendered inactive. Wei Yan was taken aback, turning to glance at the doorway. When he shifted his gaze back to the bed, he discovered Guo Yi had vanished, leaving the bed perfectly made, as though no one had ever rested there. But old sir, what could his motive be for such actions? Zhang Shuming pondered, yielding no conclusions. However, when the lead inspector approached, I realized they were not seeking Zhang Shu, but rather me. The temporarily planned subjects were determined to be governance, medicine, language, and scholarship, with potential future additions of construction, music, and painting. A cacophony of gunfire erupted within the stone chamber, as Li Kuan and I aimed our shotguns directly at the bronze corpse's head. As 5 dwarves took the stage, none bore a more distressed expression than Tyrion. While the other guests displayed a range of reactions, some laughed heartily, others frowned, some cast glances at Tyrion, and others were astonished by Joffrey's behavior. You are not mistaken. Sheng Yinxian spoke slowly, his tone deep and inscrutable, yet imbued with a palpable aura of authority. Typically, expending an energy point allows for 3 predictions. This should also hold true in the realm of tangible oddities, so there is no concern over sustained energy depletion. At that moment, everyone heard an urgent sound, akin to something incessantly knocking. Aware of the time constraints, Feng Xie swiftly darted to the city wall, unleashing Mo Chainai, who placed the fully charged astrolabe against the wall, invoking a complex magic formation anew, now imprinted upon the surface. Meanwhile, Nikuta had already led over 3,000 elite soldiers to the vicinity of the mountain pass, with the battle less than 2 miles away. Upon hearing the server's explanation, Tianyang realized he had misunderstood the situation, though he was pleasantly surprised by how well Huang Jia had arranged everything for him, even providing beverages. He grasped 2 inferior magical flying swords, which he promptly crushed into scrap. Look at this. Jing Yujia's words significantly stimulated the taste buds of the fairies, each swallowing in anticipation, eager to savor the flavor. Your teacher possesses not only formidable combat prowess, but also unparalleled speed, Linger remarked calmly. The alchemical masters of the 8 ancient schools subtly expressed their warm regards and enthusiastic greetings toward him. After several comparisons, Mimi suddenly realized that Tianyang was indeed far more handsome than those effeminate Korean actors, even feeling that he was not on the same level as those male performers, and surprisingly, Tianyang belonged to the higher echelon. Those secretly establishing formations felt a tingling sensation on their scalps, questioning the significance of their efforts. Qin Tianyu turned to see an exceptionally beautiful girl, someone he seemingly did not recognize. At that time, Yue wore a veil, and Qin Tianyu did not see her full visage, thus failing to identify her. After playing for a while, it was already past 8 o'clock. Qin Yang deemed it essential to return. These past few days, his sleep had been insufficient, so he was eager to rest early. At the very least, he felt he had gained something substantial that afternoon. Chapter 69. The red ant beast Yun Yang cast a glance at Yi Qi, who was operating under her banner, feeling somewhat speechless. In truth, her curiosity was not particularly piqued. Perhaps it was he who was more intrigued. Since this tribe had managed to survive, they must possess their own secrets. It was improbable that they had offended a white Dan realm, let alone 3 purple-tier beastmen. Instead, her curiosity was aroused by the mention of the fallen beasts by the tribe leader. Bai Zhu gritted his teeth, determined to search. For the sake of Yang Yang, he was willing to sacrifice everything. It was reported that Li Ji had arranged for someone to open another portal in the backyard wall. Everyone praised his attentiveness and meticulousness, just as they had carried Yu Taiwei down the stairs upon their arrival. On the steps, they had agreed to meet 2 days hence at noon at the southern gate of the Yu residence. If it were not for Chu Ming's ability to sense the profound aura near that room, he would have been unable to resist breaking down the door. Zhang Zhao was momentarily at a loss for words, lowering his head in embarrassment. Miao Ruolin, after her laughter, also found herself at a loss for conversation. The two exchanged silent glances, yet there was an undercurrent of emotion between them. How wonderful it is to have you. Yao Xiao leaned against Yizong's chest, and he held her gently in return. One must admit, the mecha was remarkably cumbersome in action. A single misstep by Zhang Yi nearly caused the entire machine to topple. Yet, it was only through a knee on the ground that he managed to stabilize its precarious position. No one paid him any mind. Everyone was engrossed in their barbecue. Jia Daku scratched his head helplessly, casting an awkward glance at Lao Ming. Sua nodded thoughtfully, repeatedly questioning Lin Tong to confirm his ignorance, and without further ado, suppressed Lin Tong's spirit once more. Do you have a way? Yu Shoshi Hongdo had just heard that Yi Zong was actually protecting the examinees in the presence of Orochimaru. Could it be that his strength had reached the shadow level? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed implausible, for Yi Zong was still quite young. The Dutch have a fondness for their windmills, often extolling them in folk songs and proverbs. Windmill structures are typically adorned beautifully. During grand festivals, these windmills are decorated with garlands and adorned with national flags and cardboard suns and stars. Zhang Yi, upon arriving, expressed his refusal to repair it. What a joke. It was clearly his possession. Taking it away was one thing, but then to demand he repair it was truly exasperating. Regrettably, his strength was insufficient. Otherwise, Zhang Yi would teach her how to return what rightfully belonged to its owner. This is indeed the Song Ju Tian formation. I never anticipated that the Yin family possessed such a formidable array. Previously, I thought that with the surprise attack of the archers, I had a fair chance of thwarting the Yin family, but it seems I was overly naive, sighed Yushin Tian. This method of refinement has continued without error thus far. Not to mention the astonishment of the elder in brocade. Even Lu Qiming himself was taken aback by the outcome. The system announcement resonated throughout the battlefield, and the American server became the first to activate the national flag. No. Fellow Taoist, I am still of use. In Taiwa called out loudly, hastily shielding himself with a flying dagger. Indeed, what others perceived as a death game was merely for him a commonplace online RPG of leveling up and battling monsters, reminiscent of his school days. All things are but dust, shatter. The high priest extended his hands, and a spectrum of colorful clouds swirled between them, expanding continuously as he moved his hands. The golden slash struck the castle gate directly, cleaving the thick stone door into several pieces, which fell with a resounding crash to the ground below. Enough of this. You, Peach, should just admit defeat here. Let us meet without fail. It was past 7 in the evening, near the bustling commercial center of the Middle District. Lin Zhouji cast a fleeting glance before retracting her gaze. She fixed her stare on the familiar figure leaning against the stone wall, inwardly affirming, indeed, it is you. Chapter 70. Go and inform the tribe leader. Yun Yang fell silent for a moment and remarked, perhaps we could try using sour bulrush. However, at this late hour, it would not be easy for them to find it. We should inquire with the orcs in the tribe tomorrow. They are bound to know. He sighed, covering his nose with one hand. There was no other choice. He wanted to lie on the ground, yet the stench was pervasive. Do these orcs relieve themselves indiscriminately? It seems not to be overly costly. With such a grand palace, the quality of medicinal supplies should naturally be high. Nanli wore a mischievous grin as he observed Mo eat bustling about not far away. Guho was momentarily taken aback, thinking that the Night King had come to find him for something of great importance. The pale pink moon began to rotate slowly, emanating a vast and powerful energy. Shin Qingshu glanced at Shin Qingyan, wearing an expression that conveyed, if you are unaware, how could I possibly know? Had it not been for his previous carelessness in failing the academic assessment, how could he possibly be among this ragtag group? Zhao Mingxian, whose stature was already unimposing, was knocked back 5 or 6 steps by a single strike from Yi Mingzhu, barely managing to stabilize himself. It was surprising that Nanli would throw such a tantrum over a mere sum of silver, creating a commotion at the palace and bringing it here. In the next moment, Suyu appeared out of thin air above the head of the Nine Tails and raised her leg, delivering a deadly blow to its crown. You cannot drink this beverage. It contains alcohol. At that moment, she had merely ordered a drink at random, but upon seeing the bartender prepare it, she clearly noticed the addition of cocktails. Do you truly believe a brother-in-law would undertake a task that could potentially lead to sending his sister away? Su Shenhua sighed. Although she expressed such sentiments, she still felt compelled to give it a try. He had barely departed when Malong shook his head. A trickle of blood oozing from his bitten lip as he stared at the bewildered Yu Chao beside him, promptly delivering a slap. As he stepped inside, a chilling aura surged forth, the Taiji diagram radiating brilliance, as the primordial yin and yang energies coalesced into serpentine forms, encircling and devouring the surrounding malevolent energy. Swiftly clearing it away. Please, guide me. Yu Xiao urged the trembling Brinton, whose face was filled with terror, towards the tightly locked door of the inner room. The leading chief shook his head, suppressing a headache as he spoke. It is a telekinetic master. Just as he spoke, he turned to look towards the source of the attack. The spectacle was magnificent. These participants were ensnared by an inexplicable grand formation. Suspended in midair from the front row to the last, resembling spectators in an arena, gazing into the distance. The once picturesque and enchanting fairyland had become a scene of devastation. A mountain peak 10 miles away erupted in a dazzling array of colors, accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds. This was the commotion caused by the Blood Sea ancestors as they breached the formation. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed, an arrow protruding prominently from his chest, and this so-called cavalry was actually just Chao Hong, Chao Run, and Zhu Ling inspecting the city. Boss Tang, please remain calm. Allow me to clarify this matter first, Yu Wentian said, bewildered by Yi Xiao's sudden assertive action, unable to comprehend what had befallen his grandson. The shopkeeper was an elderly deity, stooped with age, his beard flecked with white. He held a jade rui in his hand, seated in front of the window, squinting as if savoring the rays of sunlight filtering through the slats. Although the Poison Sovereign was merely a 5-star martial sovereign, he had slain 7-star and even 8-star martial sovereigns. Even those pinnacle martial sovereigns were reluctant to engage the Poison Sovereign lightly. Suddenly, the table emitted a soft sound, akin to something rolling off the back of the jade disc. Chapter 71. Sour Bulrush. However, the red ant beasts reproduce at an alarming rate. They have been eradicated in batches, yet the speed of their reproduction surpasses that of their extermination. At this rate, how splendid it would be to share with the orcs. Presently, certain areas nearby have been completely undermined by the red ant beasts. We are also unable to delve into the depths of their lair, uncertain of what lies within. If it comes to that, they would have no choice but to relocate far away like other tribes. Here lies his dilemma. However, the Black Tiger Hall could never cultivate such a multitude of elite warriors. The practitioners of the Sinister Path, responsible for setting up the formation, possess varying levels of martial prowess, with some even at the later stages of the Yellow Extreme Realm. Those at the later stages of the Yellow Extreme Realm could barely uphold the formation's inscriptions, lacking any fighting strength. Let us go eat. It has been several days since we have enjoyed a proper drink together. You must indulge with me in a few drinks, Situ Shinjo said with a benevolent smile, taking Qin Tian's hand and leading him to the dining hall. Too late. Just as they were about to depart, Zhu Lianhuang coldly remarked, the aura outside has begun to grow chaotic. If you wish to avoid death, stay put. No, it is quite pleasant to be together. I simply wish to be with you more. Upon uttering these words, Guagua felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. He was well aware that his tone had been excessively stern, yet he saw nothing wrong with it. Compromise depends on the counterpart, and moreover, Du Caiwei's earlier words had indeed displeased him. Lin Feng could easily comprehend Si Lia's sentiments. What she meant was that, privately, they shared the closest bond, yet publicly, they remained sworn enemies. He understood Xin Yi's underlying resentment, but even if it were unbearable, there was nothing to be done but endure it. The Qixi Festival, being a day for lovers, was inherently a booming time for jewelry sales, and Moku arrived at the Luo's jewelry store just before noon. Even the earth seemed to sink, as countless materials transformed into primordial particles and void, plunging into chaos. Ling Xingzi cried out anxiously, while the Taibai star behind him radiated boundless light, enveloping the surrounding area. It will be found eventually. Zhuo Linran remained silent for a moment, offering this solitary phrase of consolation. Observing her tearful expression, Zhui Yun's heart softened, and with a resigned sigh, he remarked, let this matter be. Just remember that as a servant, one has no right to be willful. Even if one does, it must be granted by the master, and with that, he urged his horse forward. Father, you have returned? Over these days, Mu Yang had grown accustomed to living within Shutian. Upon seeing him return home, he would call out father. Ahui gazed at Lu Ziqian's despondent figure, slightly puzzled, pursing his lips, before finally letting out a sigh and retreating to his slumber. You dare to duel with me yet allow your mind to wander. You are the first. Gunyam maintained a soft chuckle, his slender fingers gently tapping the blade of Qinglan, producing a series of subtle sounds, his cold gaze fixed on Miao Fei before he lightly laughed. Do you not realize that she does not harbor feelings for you? Even without me, she would not favor you. Zhang Chong showed no sympathy. You have arrived. Why did you not inform me beforehand, so that I could fetch you? This place is unfamiliar. What if something were to happen? Embracing in Yayang, Gu Qianyi could not help but scold. Brother Su, this Wu Qian is merely a new face in the martial arts rankings. How dare he initiate an attack on the blood-killing tower? Feng Ke inquired curiously. Huang Chong sat on the sofa in the living room, watching a soap opera on Mango TV, a plate of peanuts in front of her, munching as she watched. The Spirit Snake sect had its two primary sources of income, the Assassin Alliance and the Red Workshop, completely obliterated, as if severing the sect's very limbs. Yet they could not refuse outright, leaving the Spirit Snake sect leader utterly humiliated. Ling Tian froze for a moment before slowly approaching Ku Xian. Unsure of his intentions, Ku Xian wondered if he meant to assault her right there on the street. Suddenly, Ling Tian's hand pressed against her chest. Her eyes widened in shock, her mind going completely blank. Chapter 72. Entering the lair after the chief of the Huang Yuan tribe departed, Yun Yang and the others did not linger by the red ant beast's nest. Instead, they immediately set out to search for sour shawgrass. The sour shawgrass would likely prove invaluable to them. Once Yun Yang recorded the plant's details into the system, its guidance swiftly led them to a patch of the herb. Harvested. With a single command from Yun Yang, a few individuals moved with the swiftness of the wind, swiftly uprooting several tall cyperus plants until only the stems remained. This cliff is said to be named after a former elder from the Haoyan sect, who was known for his insatiable gambling. It is rumored that due to his reckless behavior, he caused a calamity that incited the master's wrath, resulting in a punishment of facing the wall for a millennium atop this mountain. However, this was of little consequence to Chinyu. He had no intention of becoming friends with Howard. As long as he could assist the team in achieving victory and fulfill his interim tasks, that would suffice. If this mountain could not accommodate such a fierce tiger, why not forge a new path and create his own realm? Xie Tianxiang felt a bit uneasy under Wang Chen's gaze and could not help but lower her head, timidly calling out. When Wang Chun returned to his senses, he found Taurus gazing at him in disbelief, fear etched upon his face. Upon witnessing Wang Chen appear unscathed before him, Taurus's instinctive reaction was to retreat hastily. The siege tactics of the Chu army had persisted for 6 grueling days, with the Han forces enduring the most arduous conditions. The city of Xinjiang remained unchanged, and Zhang Liang was disinclined to send reinforcements to fortify the walls, knowing that Xiangyu would not attack. Sighing, Zhang Liang shook his head and patted Li Zimu's shoulder, expressing the unavoidable necessity of resorting to old methods, lest the morale of the troops falter, leading to the inevitable collapse of the Han army. At this juncture, the crux of the matter lay in the unspoken secret, whether it possessed lethal implications potent enough to incite the mistress's desire for silencing. Xiong Qiu, Meng Ran, and Du Tian's faces turned crimson. Their commander seemed exceedingly cunning, knowing full well that the individual was the proprietor of the ancient relics, yet failing to disclose this information, thus causing them to offend him. As he spoke, Jyota's fingers trembled slightly. I could somewhat empathize with his emotions. This was a monumental gamble, risking everything one possessed, with the potential to end in total ruin. Han Liang, the esteemed son of Duke Wu, Han Buqing. Zhang Yun's expression remained one of astonishment. The suggestion in Wu Yang's letter was for Jiang to dispatch troops to Jeju Island. Should Goryeo experience upheaval, they could swiftly land to eradicate the nation and claim its territory. The flames engulfing his body gradually retreated within, while the moonlight in the well continued to consume until, at the hilt of the blade, a phoenix eye opened, causing the blade to tremble. Such dilemmas had troubled countless souls. The sounds of battle outside the courtyard and the visible flames above signified that the moment to determine their family's fate had arrived. A thunderous rush of wind echoed from the distant horizon, accompanied by a haunting sound, as a visible black dot materialized in the vast sky. Growing larger as it approached Qian Palace Mountain, Li Mingyao leaned against Yi Chun, resting her head on his shoulder, her long hair cascading down, her delicate features illuminated by her dark eyes, which sparkled with hints of blue. Is it true that your master mentioned he would depart within half a month? Do not worry. I shall find a way to inquire, Ming Shui reassured gently. Chapter 73. We shall venture to the Western continent. Yi Qi felt a mix of excitement and frustration. The energy stone was remarkably hard. How to describe it? He had just bitten into it with his teeth and nearly injured himself. Contemplate deeply, seeking assistance from the system. 100,000 points, along with 10 amethyst crystals. And the system shall facilitate your transition to the realm of space. Yun Yang's expression shifted dramatically. Is this system engaged in robbery? 100,000 points. Had she not eliminated numerous red ant beasts over the past few days, she would be at a loss. The heavenly forces are arriving, including many former cultivators of the ancient heavenly court, all of whom are now fervently eager for battle. In stark contrast, the post-game press conference for the Lakers resembled a joyous sea, with participants reveling in their grand victory, exchanging laughter and jokes with the attending reporters. You wage war to offer sacrifices to your deity. I, too, take pleasure in witnessing the crows drown in your nefarious rituals. Yet I shall not forget that my kin will suffer greater losses than the crows. The man spoke coldly. Shaoi held a firm confidence in his martial prowess. Yet he felt a slight furrow of concern as he noticed the plump monk ascending the treetops without realizing it. Sun Dahe paused, taken aback by the flamboyantly made-up individual before him, who seemed excessively arrogant. When someone approaches, do they not typically introduce themselves first? Must I be the one to initiate introductions? Having confirmed that Wheela is my tell, Luo Mingjiao's mind brimmed with inquiries about Qin Juansha. However, recalling the listening device that Mu Qing had discovered in the bedroom, alongside Maitel's clear insinuation regarding the two assistants, She suppressed her questions and refrained from voicing her thoughts. Su Xian stepped out of bed, impatiently opening the door, only to be greeted by the unwelcome visage of someone she despised. Unlike dandelions, this herb does not grow stalks, and its leaves are thicker, exhibiting veins akin to blood-red lines. Strictly speaking, these two had not yet committed any act, yet even so, Qin Juanshang made a phone call and arranged some matters. A henchman produced a flare and launched it into the sky, which burst into a magnificent display of fireworks, ultimately forming the shape of an axe. Jin Shu cast her gaze towards the enigmatic shaman, whose face was obscured by a mask adorned with bizarre totems. His body shrouded in animal hides, revealing only a robust figure. Upon hearing the news, Yuro's eyes sparkled, and she harnessed her powers to purge all impurities from Chengfeng, subsequently reclining in the starlit sky, appearing as though she were at the mercy of others. What was once an ordinary human body's strength had now transcended the limits of humanity. However, when confronted with the divine consciousness of the original point or the defender's thought entity, he was utterly swayed. Gilgamesh's power in unraveling the stars during the creation of the universe remains a mystery to Nero, who has yet to experience it firsthand. Meanwhile, Su Suli contemplated. She was indeed dissatisfied with Xia Chui, yet her intentions were genuinely for the benefit of the Hua family and Hua Shiqian. What? Yang Hongjiang, you are being excessively greedy. Zhang Yanmei was immediately filled with urgency upon hearing this. The elderly lady's expression darkened. I have already stated that you need not accompany me. Do you not understand human language? Focus on your work diligently, rather than being inconsistent. Taking such an extended leave, do you think your unit will allow it? This was directed towards Li Mubao. She even recalled previous conversations with Jia Yingying, where Chang Sisi expressed a desire to lead a better life than Jia Yingying, aiming to usurp her position within the Jia family. The elders were furious, indignant as if Lin Xiu were their sworn enemy. The imposing middle-aged man hesitated momentarily, but then reasoned that the individual's statement appeared quite reasonable. Chapter 74. The Blue Monkey Fruit Tree in the Beast World. The most remote northern region boasts towering mountains. Despite the season being summer, the ground where the orcs reside is still covered with a thin layer of ice and snow. At even higher altitudes, snowflakes continue to fall. A gust of cold wind swept through as a white-horned deer emerged from the cave. Its snow-white coat, under the sun, radiated a faint, multicolored glow. On the plateau, Wuchang shook his head, disregarding Jiang Hai's disdainful expression, and pretended to flee in a theatrical manner. Originally, Shi Jiahui intended to allow Lu Qiao to develop steadily, gradually eroding the military district's power. However, the hatred towards Lin Xiang clouded his judgment, leading him to contemplate eliminating Lin Xiang entirely upon his next visit to the military district. It is crucial to note that the undying mad god, Gu Budi, stands at the pinnacle of divine beings, comparable to hundreds of individuals of the same realm. This grand true Dao master is said to be even older than the undying mad god, with profound and formidable abilities. The Prince of Iruza was indeed thrilled by the presence of Wuge, already a Duke-level bloodline expert. Though he learned through Wuge's introduction that John's grandfather was also a Duke-level expert, he resolutely agreed to Wuge's request to secure his allegiance. Zibing, what troubles you? Luo Sihan sensed an unusual emotional shift from Yi Zibing and promptly grasped her hand, expressing concern. With a sharp crack, the Ice Demon Wolf King's front claws shattered the surrounding ice, yet Aludaba remained unfazed. The trio of formidable beings exchanged no further words, retreating while their eyes still burned with rage. This pair of earrings is of utmost importance to me. I implore you to sell them to me, regardless of the price. At this moment, Jessica fully exhibited the traits of a gullible target, eagerly awaiting the portly shopkeeper's decision. This brother Lu has truly tested my patience, despite waiting so long. He has yet to arrive. Forget it. I shall first venture into Songshan City to gather information regarding the Wang family's methods, Lin Xing mused. The speaker was a dark-skinned man, one of the three who had achieved hero level 6. Jiang Hai thought to himself, this individual is quite cunning, encouraging the tortoise egg to enter first. Currently, a certain chieftain sat across from her, his eyes filled with a predatory intent as he attentively fed her. To prevent the spread of disease, Gu Qingyun racked his brain, recalling the methods he observed during his past rural experiences with poultry farmers, ultimately summarizing several key points and diligently implementing them. Indeed, having children changes everything. Gu Qingzhen patted Gu Yangliang's shoulder, examining the new stubble on his chin, feeling a pang of sympathy as he urged him to wash up first. The emperor's decree caused an uproar in the hall, bewildering the assembled officials and leaving Sidu Yin stunned at the center of the court. No, this cannot be right. It must be a mistake. Situ Yin stared blankly at the throne, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. As such, Wang Nanbei hoped the other party would recognize the situation and refrain from rash actions. The best course would be to make a choice similar to Huaxia, passing this dilemma to Wang Nanbei and enjoying the profits. Su Han's eyes brightened, and she quickly nodded in agreement, closing her eyes to breathe shallowly before reopening them, nearly forgetting her midday appointment with the various shopkeepers. Gu Qingyan fell silent, savoring his meal while listening intently to the discussions among Gu Jishan and the others. He was aware that someone was on the ship, desperately calling for help. Yet no one responded. As he gradually lost strength and sank into despair, Gu Qingyun ultimately came to his rescue. Chapter 75, My Face. Yun Yang gazed at the latter part of the system's introduction regarding the blue monkey fruit tree. The white ferns that parasitize the blue monkey fruit are the antidote. Fortunately, the system provided this information. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss. Imohen, let us seek out the blue monkey fruit tree and gather some of the ferns that cling to it for Qingling. Yun Yang then cautioned, by the way. Be careful. Every part of this tree is poisonous. All right, I shall proceed at once. Yun Yang observed, yet as she pointed her sword forward, her eyes narrowed, filled with hesitation regarding whether to take the life of her opponent at that very moment. After dealing with the shark pirate crew, Miss Valentine's confidence in handling reckless individuals had significantly increased. With the assistance of Gu Liliosa, Rayleigh, and Shachi, she returned to the Amazon Lily. In the distance, the sun hazily rose from the east. Although it was not yet time to awaken, Gu Yuan found it increasingly difficult to sleep. She decided to rise, dressed herself, and sat at the vanity to groom and adorn herself. The Yachi observed the futile movement of an arm, swiftly retracting the shaking Tianling, and began to sway rhythmically. Lin Chao was convicted of drug trafficking, allowing others to consume narcotics, and organizing prostitution, receiving a cumulative sentence of 18 years of imprisonment and lifelong deprivation of political rights. Turning away, the sorceress wished to say something, but Ling Ling did not afford her the opportunity, turning away as Qin departed. In the hospital room, numerous flower baskets were arranged, and in the center bed lay an elderly man in a hospital gown, none other than Old Su. Very well. Shenlang merely uttered this phrase to Zhao Chuan before shifting his gaze to Song Jiji's face. They appeared to be demonic cultivators from the 10,000 Ghosts Gate, and after narrowly evading danger, retrieved a black triangular flag from their storage ring. On the evening of the third day, Lubansk's 3-day exposure to the sun had concluded, and many villagers gathered to observe. Lubanzian resembled a dying lamb, completely at the mercy of others, hardly moving. Had it not been for his eyes occasionally fluttering open, the crowd might have assumed he was deceased. Julin furrowed her brow, gazing at her with concern, yet understood she spoke the truth given the circumstances outside. It was indeed impossible for her to sleep. Ha ha ha, no, it's nothing, just expressing my feelings upon witnessing such splendid scenery. Shunzai retreated beside Gao Yang, casually making small talk. In contrast to her usual excitement when trying on clothes, Xinyu now felt a lack of interest, staring at the dress in her aunt's hands, which was adorned with exquisite flowers on a light blue background, beautifully complementing her complexion, yet the fabric was rather ordinary. Qinling inadvertently noticed that Yuxian's expression appeared peculiar, her gaze occasionally drifting towards the still bewildered Xiao Feng, stirring something within him. At that moment, the leader spread his arms wide, as if to embrace a spherical entity. In his mind's eye, he envisioned the three purities along with the universe encapsulating Taiji Tower as a sphere. With a wave of his hands, the yin and yang energies converged wildly, forming a yin-yang sphere, enveloping the three purities and the Taiji Tower within. The black thorns, upon piercing through the mist, did not fall, but continued onward, penetrating the leaves of the plants in a line, causing them to wither and drop. In truth, Mujinsi could not be deemed ordinary. Rather, Imo Shiwerue was accustomed to measuring individuals by the standards of the capital, appearance, attire, and so forth, leading her to perceive Mujinsi as excessively mundane, lacking any distinctiveness or uniqueness. Upon hearing this, Shiva was momentarily astonished. Such a profound connection to Buddhism allowed for an effortless articulation of its tenets with remarkable clarity. The Panga deity, when creating the heavens and the earth, transformed into myriad forms, yet this vast expanse became a blood sea, stretching for thousands of miles, with turbulent waves of blood, devoid of fish and shrimp, and without the presence of birds or insects. The malevolent energies of the universe coalesced here, and countless wraiths lingered within. The primordial beings referred to this place as the Abyssal Blood Sea. Chapter 76, Run. The detection system identified that the host was within the toxic domain forest, granting 100 points. Yun Yang opened the map and discovered that this forest was nearly 3 times the size of the Misty Forest. A poisonous domain forest? Thus, does it contain a plethora of toxins within? Yun Yang silently pondered within her heart. Please explore on your own, she was told. Very well. I shall embark on this journey of self-discovery. Yun Yang extended his hand to gently touch a nearby plant. Last night, as the deputy county chief, he naturally received the news that Shin Jihong had been reinstated and was presiding over the municipal government in place of Su Zichuan. Lucius lightly pressed his lips against Mu Yuners, transferring a pill to her while assisting her in swallowing it with gentle breaths. In a more repugnant aspect, there was no escape. The white rainbow eternally pointed towards the core of our Taishang Dao. Qin Shouzhua laughed heartily, leading him inside, where he saw that Gai Yutian was also present. Fu Qin let out a long sigh of relief, thankful that he had arrived. Qi Ming opened the jade box, one side filled with vibrant spiritual rice, and the other with dark green spiritual seeds. He felt a faint awareness, reciting a complex and intricate incantation. Bowing deeply to the jade tablet, Qin Shouzhua took the life of a shadow creature, thereby adding another shadow life to the celestial realm of his intricate shadows. Last night, Qin Tianlai met with his cousin Yi Chonglin, after which he learned that Shen Nanshan's brother, Shen Jihong, was under secret investigation by the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. Humph, you certainly have guts. Li Yin shot a fierce glare at Qin Ming before reluctantly following suit. Upon hearing the name Zichong, the high priest was struck with astonishment. Although he attempted to steady his mind, the Sweat King chuckled, saying, "There is no need for concern. This mere Tianji powder cannot harm me." Hearing this, the high priest fully recognized the Sweat King, his gaze filled with shock as he struggled to keep his legs from bending in reverence. "All right, do not overthink this. It is merely speculation. There is no need to display such expressions. Instead of frowning in distress, we should focus on treating these injured individuals." Seeing that everyone remained entangled in this issue, Fong Chong shook his head and addressed the crowd. He felt a slight surprise within, indeed. There are always those more formidable outside our realm. Gu Kanglin smiled faintly, glancing at Huang Lan, thinking to himself that he still seemed a bit young, although intelligent. He lacked certain experience. However, the divination indeed indicated such, and his concern for unforeseen changes compelled him to voice his thoughts. Yet, considering the investigation, the brother lying on the ground may as well make a sacrifice. Ling Su agreed, and the expressions of the various sect leaders present reflected their delight. The wave overlapping technique could be regarded as one of the most powerful moves of his to date. It was precisely because of such techniques that he possessed the strength of Zhong Yuan. "Very well, I shall await your return. Without a pillow, I cannot find rest." Yin Bing, knowing his temperament, did not push the matter further and smiled. Feng Chuang also understood his nature. Once he made a decision, it was difficult for others to change it. Thus, he promptly called Wu Haoyan. Meanwhile, the gazes of numerous mercenaries were filled with curiosity. Could it be that the esteemed 8th Master truly ventured to Mingyang City? It is known that Mingyang City is a desolate place, one that even mercenaries are reluctant to visit, let alone the exalted 8th Master. Although Meng Yi wore gloves, he had not fully exerted his strength due to miscalculating his force earlier, leaving him at a disadvantage now. During his retreat, Meng Yi suppressed a mouthful of blood, then stood firmly on the arena, gazing at Long Go. With a heart as clear as ice, the heavens could collapse without causing her alarm. The enchanting demoness calmly sat beside the ravenous Yuzi, as if everything were of no concern to her, provided one disregarded the sword sheath she was hastily polishing. Chapter 77, The Pink Rabbit. Yin Yang was only aware of a fleeting moment before she suddenly collapsed into a rice paddy. Her entire being was engulfed by the lush greenery, as the serrated leaves cruelly cut into her skin. Yin Yang felt utterly drained of strength. "Was it you, system? Who aided me?" Yin Yang inquired. "Is that so, host?" The voice of the system appeared to have weakened considerably. "Life-threatening danger has been detected for the host. I have taken you away. In this world, there are no truly beneficial bad deeds, and as a result, they are seldom committed. The reason for the use of seldom rather than never is the inclusion of madmen and fools." The two sisters envied Jima, who seemed blissfully unaware. As his ticketing process did not hinder him in the slightest, they could not afford to be distracted, for a moment's lapse could mean missing their opportunity. His gaze then shifted to Lyndon beside him, a junior student whose presence darkened his mood immediately. As Emily's attention turned to her exquisite golden high-cloth stone, Alan's eyes wandered to the newly opened Harris Wizard television store across from the CAF. Particularly striking was a man in a black robe. His aura as cold and unyielding as stone, yet there lingered a faint sense of terrifying power that suggested he had ascended to the realm of the divine. This time, however, Amos felt no envy. Upon glancing down at Scringe's rigid posture, he was struck by the pungent odor emanating from the brownish, viscous substance trickling from the other's pant leg. The chessboard radiated far and wide, transcending numerous dimensions, time, and space. Anyone who had transcended the confines of time could easily perceive the existence of that chessboard. Aurelia and Sylvanus rushed to greet him, with Aurelia thoroughly inspecting Charlemagne from head to toe as Galland's whistle echoed. Seeing Candy so delighted, Liu sighed in relief, especially given the pressure from Mingyu before him. This was the intelligent defense system of the reception room, with just a thought from Duke Horton. He could reduce Baron Ironwall to countless fragments. Su Rubeo could not detect any issues with her body, unlike Lu Jingheng, whose thoughts were still visible as dark spots in his mind. Witnessing Qin Tian so effortlessly dispatch a genius of the sacred sun god realm, who was superior in cultivation, stirred something within him. Approaching closer, a flicker of excitement in his eyes, he suddenly bit his right index finger, flinging droplets of blood onto the tree trunk with force. Su Rubeo felt that her aunt was exceedingly kind to her, unsure of the reason behind such kindness. The sound of snapping echoed through the endless darkness of the valley, which was likewise fragmented, revealing numerous jagged openings. Lu Jingheng watched as soup spilled onto her, reddening the back of her hand. He quickly set down his chopsticks, grasped her hand, and pulled her into the restroom to wash off. Ultimately, that sensation of being enveloped by death jolted Su Taichung awake, prompting him to scream recklessly. The only peculiar thing was that this classroom remained unlit, the outside shrouded in darkness, yet the interior radiated light. Each face reflected an uncontrollable thrill. Even the frigid beauty Qi Bing exhibited a glimmer of joy at this moment. Lu Mingxue beside her was equally astonished. She had not been allowed to participate in the intensive training over the past few days, thus she was naturally taken aback. On the other side of the video call, Zhang Yunlong felt a twinge of guilt but dared not voice it. To admit to a failed kidnapping, only to be captured himself, would be quite the embarrassment. And such words were not to be casually uttered. Shortly after Su Jiaying and her companions descended the mountain, an elder gently tapped the communicator in his ear, discreetly conveying information to a disciple who stealthily made his way down. How does he know today is the family banquet? Lin Xueshu thought nervously, abandoning idle chatter as he hurriedly drove in. Once he found a suitable parking spot, he rushed toward the meeting hall, eager to inform his mother of the matter. However, just as the man hung up, blinding headlights suddenly approached on the road ahead, prompting him to instinctively raise a hand to shield his eyes, immediately slowing down. The ninjas of MT Iwagami were somewhat knowledgeable in this area, though not as adept as the Kurohide ninjas, however. The formidable numbers of the Iwagami clan matched those of the Kurohide in a stalemate in the northern region. Those survivors who had not yielded anything of worth this time, desperate to recoup their losses, were unable to contain themselves. The emperor was not in a hurry, but the eunuch heaved a sigh of relief, fearing that the location of the safe house had been discovered by others. Positioned to the south of the Chua Road, the forces of figures such as Yukinaga Hideyoshi, Maya Tashi, and Zuozwa Saimesa were lined up from northwest to southeast, totaling 4,000 troops. They are currently in Canada? Can you confirm their location? Butler Wu asked with a quiver in his voice. After speaking, the immortal of no release immediately took hold of Miao Yunjun and left. This fellow was quite clever, clearly aware that even if he were to stubbornly resist here, it would be to no avail. It was better to leave this place and devise a plan elsewhere. Now, everyone could see that Qin Hao in the VIP room number 67 was indeed determined to acquire this set of formation flags, resolutely refusing to give up. As expected. Upon hearing my words, Su Feng hesitated for a second before breaking into an uncontrollable smile. This whip had not tasted blood for 1,000 years. Elder Five was indeed fortunate. The princess stroked the whip, smiling as she looked at Elder Five, who dared not speak disrespectfully again. The following day, Suzanne awoke from hunger. Having not eaten all night, she felt as though she could devour a whole cow. Rushing to freshen up and exit her room, she discovered breakfast already prepared, the aroma wafting through the air. After many years, the two elders still felt deep regret and guilt in their hearts. Despite repeated reassurances from Mother Rin and Father Rin that it was not their fault, this was a spatial illusion. If he continued to gaze, he might lose his life. The blunt remark jolted Zhang Ning back to reality. No matter how beautiful the scenery, it paled in comparison to his current predicament. You wouldn't Buddha. Fine. Once this is over, I shall not let you off easily. I glared at Zhu Qingyun, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over me, as if viewing the world from a great height. Yet, she could no longer afford to dwell on such thoughts. She was desperate to flee to the town entrance, her frantic movements causing her steps to falter, her mind no longer preoccupied with anything else. The young man inside the door paused at the exchange between his elder brother and the youth, his subordinate's actions momentarily halting, a flicker of doubt crossing his stern face. Though he quickly resumed his composure, only Singler's soul suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a hint of disbelief. Bai Yue pondered briefly. Such a request was indeed not unreasonable. But could they be certain it was telling the truth? Was it not deceiving them? The existence of such a large mineral deposit in a medium-sized Han-Yang iron mine aroused Bai Yue's skepticism. The Emperor Su Mao hurriedly rushed in from outside, holding a letter in hand, exclaiming in a fluster. Humph. Yang Sheng detected the threat in his words and thought to retort. You are a standing committee member. I'm a standing committee member too. Do you think I truly fear you? Chapter 78. Delicate and easily overthrown. Fui did not particularly enjoy interacting with orcs. As his home lay in a rather secluded part of the tribe, his dwelling was constructed from wood, surrounded by a charming little courtyard filled with a variety of plants. Even the roof was adorned with verdant vines. Perhaps due to the lush vegetation, Fui's abode was refreshingly cool. He placed Yun Yang on the bed and tenderly covered her with a small beast skin. Transforming back into his beast form, Fu He gazed quietly at Yun Yang, increasingly pondering whether, had Luo Feng not given her that warm, impulsive embrace, or if Qin Yu had merely glanced back at her, she would have left with him. The warmth of his breath brushed against Bai Li Yincher's hand, leaving a slight itch that made her smile joyfully. More importantly, the innate absolute domain could give rise to numerous characteristics. The rules therein apply solely to adversaries and do not necessarily affect the practitioner. Once a paragon of beauty and fashion, Ruayo has now transformed into someone unrecognizable, save for the skin above her nose, which remains intact. The skin on her lower body is contorted and ghastly. Yet, upon hearing Fang Cheng's inquiry, she momentarily froze, gritting her teeth fiercely before striding forward to sit resolutely opposite him. Ling Yimou remained silent, tightly embracing her. His feelings of guilt would not dissipate simply because she claimed she would not blame him. However, a formidable individual charging recklessly becomes a true nightmare for his foes. He still needed to work today, having already missed several days. If he failed to show up again, his employer would likely erupt in fury. Old Yi, known as Yi Yuan's father, nearly overturned everything in the house upon hearing the rumors. Yin Zhengxi abruptly sat up, panting heavily, his body drenched in cold sweat. After moistening his parched lips, he gradually regained his composure. Having conducted a thorough investigation into the everlasting snow orchid, Yifeng was intimately familiar with its form and essence, prompting him to unleash his soul power for an exhaustive search. As the throngs of people surged into the city, the two exchanged spirit stones for entry, noticeably. The entrance fee for Hongyan City was significantly lower than that of Xianyang Prefecture. The red walls and green tiles, with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, were far more splendid than the coarse stone constructions, but they lacked the essence found in the architecture of Dongyang Prefecture. Nevertheless, the flames failed to consume his body. As he effortlessly swatted away the attack with one palm, Su Baichao, in tune with the birds, experienced an overwhelming discomfort. Had it not been for his immense willpower, he might have succumbed to the instinctive urge to worship, unable to resist the oppressive force emanating from his bloodline. At the vortex's center, Gonluer hung her head low, enveloped in silence. Previously filled with resentment and madness, she fell into complete silence upon Di Rong's utterance. Regardless of her inner turmoil, this was, after all, a combat mission. He promptly convened all camp leaders for a strategy meeting. After several days of recuperation, Tianjin's condition showed some improvement. Yet the severity of his injuries indicated that full recovery would take time. Ludyun, uncertain of the reasoning behind Mu Qianxuan's prescription, nonetheless complied with her instructions. With grace. When Shang unsheathed her black fish sword, resembling a living squid, and under Winshan's fervent intent, it released a plume of black mist, darting forth to launch a sudden assault on the Taodai beast. Seated beside his brother was Zhong Litsong, who recalled the previous occupants, Zhui Qiusu and others. After walking a while longer, Jiang Lu observed the gates of Fuel Palace pass by him. More accurately, he had walked past the entrance. Success, success, success. The emperor chuckled foolishly at the unfamiliar scene before him, which included Han Shanggong and several others he had never encountered. Chapter 79, longing to become her beast husband. By the time Fu He prepared a lavish floral feast, night had long since fallen. Yunyang truly did not anticipate that Fu He could create such an array of exquisite dishes using flowers and plants, with fresh blossoms as the primary ingredient. They concoct sweet soups, steam rice, and craft delightful pastries. Yunyang was left utterly astonished. Yang, why not give it a try? Fu He, using a piece of bamboo, crafted a few translucent floral delicacies, even shaping them to resemble flowers. Throughout the afternoon, Fu He called out. Simultaneously, aboard the airship, Gino gazed down at the fierce lion fortress, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes as he issued the order to attack. Lu Zhongwu, witnessing his son's involvement and directly confronting Gao Qiao while standing beside Zhao Go, couldn't help but furrow his brow. He feared that Gao Qiao might deploy underhanded tactics later, a concern that was indeed valid. Moreover, Lu Zhongwu supported the crown prince Zhao Hang's ascension to the throne. However, Daoin remained unfazed. Although what was rather irksome, often leading him to trouble, he had never truly betrayed him. Only He Wujia, having mastered the Yin-Yang escape technique to its pinnacle, could perform such an elusive and inscrutable virtual evasion. Fortunately, he regarded both his true body and clones as identical. Should one body suffer damage, he could simply utilize another as his main form. The three safety projects included a tea company, an online payment service, and a security firm for flower snakes, none of which encountered issues akin to Pingying's. Yet the absence of problems in these three did not guarantee that subsequent ventures would be devoid of complications. Indeed, we meet again, Mr. Manager. Upon realizing that Ling Yun was likely a swordsman, Wu Geshidao's tone adopted a hint of formality. Goju wished to leap forth to rescue him but found himself paralyzed. His heart twisted in anguish. In their view, Wu Hao, unable to launch such an assault, could not possibly contend with Gu Ji. Su Jinghing too faced misfortune by inadvertently touching upon Zhao Go's bad luck. Having arrived earlier, he overheard a discussion about the poem, which vaguely hinted that the subject was Zhao Go. Prompting his inquiry, yet he remained oblivious to his error. Due to the lengthy pause, players required rest, so Linny refrained from immediately gathering them to discuss strategy, hoping they could recuperate. For those contemplating death, someone of Shindongqing's caliber had ample means. Even fleeing abroad would merely entail a bit more effort. The waiter was taken aback. The logical reasoning of these affluent youths was indeed formidable, managing to concoct such a plethora of inconsequential matters, all while speaking with conviction. How absurd. In such dire times, they still had the leisure to analyze urine, their tippers flaring slightly. The following noon, Haizui emerged from the teleportation portal of the Valentine Commercial Temple accompanied by her attendants, boarding a floating carriage arranged by the Ministry of Magic. Headed towards the towering edifice standing majestically by the bay, Chuanfu had not witnessed such a bustling scene in ages, instantly shaking off his drowsiness. When we see him, our state will undoubtedly influence his, so I hope you can reflect upon this and adjust your current situation to provide him the assistance he requires. The few prominent families, well aware of the underlying truths, found it pointless to comment. Even old Master Situ remained silent, deeming the situation rather ordinary. Mizuki was privy to certain insider information but opted not to divulge it, for revealing how she knew could lead to complications, so she chose to adhere to the narrative. What on earth is going on? Qin Tian furrowed his brow tightly, observing that his body had returned to its original state. Chapter 80. Reunion. The next day, after preparing a pot of floral porridge for Yunyang, Fu He set off towards the poison domain forest. Eager to locate Yang Yang's beast husband and forge a bond with her. Filled with anticipation, Fu He accelerated her pace. Ah, is that Fu He? Why is she moving so swiftly? The tribe's beastmen wondered. They were unaware that Fu He could conceal her beast tear in their eyes. She was merely an inconsequential green tear. After all, the Taoist masters were bound to the world's heavenly path. They could never betray it. Yet, Sun Buxing could not fathom that the system, having granted him the freedom of choice, would subsequently retract several worthless items. What do you intend to do? Even the transformation device had fallen into Belial's hands, inciting a furious clench of fists from Lon. Boom. The explosion unleashed a tempest of swirling dust, engulfing everything in its vicinity. She slapped her head, murmuring to herself, could it be that I've truly lost my mind? The so-called evil domain magic gate is the imperial path of the Eastern lands. Yimo Ling responded to Yi Xiao, but she merely uttered the single phrase without elaborating. Just as Sun Buxing lay languidly in bed, requesting the system to search for a suitable dream-stealing world, a name emerged from the system that left him utterly astounded. I understand your arm is injured, but what else with your bald head? Do you find the persistent overcast weather insufficiently bright? Victor suppressed his laughter, patting Chun Yang's shiny head. In the city of Yuzaki, throngs of people could be seen shopping along the streets, with numerous cars traversing the roads. Should this endeavor fail, despair would ensue. Linglong continued to gently persuade. Initially, her intent was merely to prevent Yi Xiao from feeling disheartened, yet upon witnessing Ao Yunju's smile, she wished to preserve that joy. The sound of galloping hooves echoed from the direction of Hangzhou, igniting a murderous intent within Zichen's heart. The vehicle's destruction could still be managed, and with a horse, she was confident she could return to Hangzhou with the 3 men beside her. However, when Liang Bo's gaze fell just a meter before Yunxian, a flicker of shock ignited in his eyes. Presently, the issue that Seventh Ant referred to hinted at an underlying problem from another angle. Morning Breeze understood that she was unaware of the intricacies and merely smiled in silence. As for the hidden discourse at that moment, the individuals inside were striving to break through, and the flowing dimensional energy was exceedingly conspicuous. Anyone approaching would surely recognize the situation. I wish to know, is there truly an elixir of immortality within the Qilin ancient tower? Yunxian inquired of Liang Bo, curiosity and excitement mingling in his voice. These textbooks are the crystallization of wisdom from predecessors, penned by several masters of traditional Chinese medicine decades ago. But I have already accepted the payment. Qi's dilemma was evident as she cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Shiwei. Thus, she had long resolved that in the absence of any viable plan, she would unequivocally refrain from associating with Tang Luo. Observing Han Ruobing's demeanor, Tang Luo chuckled, caressing the spot where she had kissed him, before reigniting the engine and steering towards the Fan Ruo company. However, the intricate details of the journey remained unknown to the Supreme Virtuous One. He was only aware that the 5 Elements Divine Emperor, in a bid to salvage the waning Hongjun Heavenly Tao, had separated his true spirit and extracted its essence to reincarnate, thereby plunging himself into a state of frailty, ultimately providing an opportunity for a brazen attack against him. Chiffon gently closed his eyes, seemingly gathering strength. After 3 seconds, he suddenly opened them, unleashing an unparalleled aura that surged from his being, the intense heat radiating from him rendering Song Lingfeng momentarily breathless. Before the mysterious figure could finish speaking, Lin Yu was abruptly blinded by a brilliant light, instinctively shutting his eyes. When he reopened them, he found himself in an entirely different scene. Furrowing his brow, Chiffon hastily crouched to examine the corpse, discovering that apart from a deep gash around the neck that had severed the victim's head from the body, the rest of the corpse was unscathed, indicative of a swift and merciless death. In this moment of introspection, Chiffon was taken aback to find that the true energy in his dantian was exceedingly sparse, a stark contrast to its earlier plenitude. Yin Xian was momentarily stunned, glancing around to see the astonishment etched on everyone's faces, clearly taken aback by Chu Feng's audacity to openly challenge Yin Xiao. Witnessing the disappointment on Han Yueqiao's face, Beidang Chong'er couldn't help but feel a pang of self-reproach. The thought of disappointing Han Yueqiao filled her with sorrow, ultimately leading her to weep uncontrollably. Old man, here's the thing. I have a friend who is getting married. Please create a pair of jewelry for them, Li Jin stated. Unbeknownst to her, a car had been trailing her closely, with its occupants watching her ominously. Meanwhile, in another location, Wang Yu and the Gu clan members finally convened, both weary. And after ensuring they had concealed their presence, they sat down together. Otherwise, faced with Matsumoto Ranjuku's alluring demeanor, Mihiko would not have hesitated to play the role of a charming fool. Initially, cultivators aspired to ascend to a higher realm, the celestial realm. They sought the supreme path, aimed to defy fate, and to attain immortality. A true master, undoubtedly, embodied the essence of simplicity, their aura subdued, reflecting a cultivation level that likely reached the heights of Lu Yao. Helian Nuo silently lamented his misfortune. He never anticipated encountering such an insurmountable opponent so early in the second round. As the door creaked open, Lu Qingyu began to count the number of entrants with his eyes shut. Helian Nuo felt himself gently lowered onto a bed, as several cave dwellers closed the secret chamber door and departed. He attempted to rise to unveil the situation, but an overwhelming fatigue enveloped him, causing him to lose consciousness. In this instance, Xiang had misjudged. The reason Lang Yin did not divulge the truth was to prevent her from being ensnared in this abyss, thereby placing herself in peril. Chapter 81. The Iron Will of a Minter Yi Qi and Yun Yang entered the room, while Bai Zhu and the others stood guard outside. Is the amethyst still here? Yi Qi inquired, seeking a cautious approach to secure a significant breakthrough. It is, Yun Yang replied, handing over the beast crystal extracted from the nightmare beast to Yi Qi. Upon transforming, Yun Yang noted the gruesome condition of Yi Qi's lower leg, which was covered in blood and flesh. Yi Qi dismissed it nonchalantly. It's merely a superficial injury, it won't hinder us. Imo Lai approached Azimi, placing a hand on his shoulder, gently pushing him back down. Master, mistress, uncle, it's not as you think. Hitaji was acutely aware of the concerns harbored by the 4 high-ranking individuals present. The elegant demeanor of Uchiha Chufang dissipated. Akin to a limping quail, helplessly lamenting in the presence of a greedy feline. In truth, Shunan was also uncertain why. Perhaps it was a peculiar sense of possessiveness she harbored. Ultimately, as anticipated, over 30 miners fell victim to that malevolent force, leaving not a single soul alive. However, Lucci felt that if he did indeed bring forth an ill-fated opportunity, such news would not bode well. You have just broken through. Now is the time to solidify your cultivation. After dinner, Tian Bai advised his disciples. The azurite unicorn smiled, inhaling deeply before expelling a blast towards the approaching fire dragon. Yet, in his pursuit of honing his blood energy techniques, he had refrained from employing even the most basic of moves, resulting in a rather embarrassing situation. You shall continue to advance toward the source of the voice in the darkness, stating, Aoi Akira, do you believe I truly lost to your wine 3 years ago? His scheme was flawless in both conception and execution, allowing him to unite 10 nations' special forces, thus increasing his leverage and emboldening him to negotiate brazenly with Lei Zhan. Not far off, Gong Yongrui shrank back on the steps, feeling an inexplicable chill, despite the absence of wind. The atmosphere was heavy with an icy dread. This was still the same Jian Ming Wuan he recognized, the one born for battle and consumed by it. Where had Lu Hui vanished to? Who had meddled with this paper figure, which exuded an aura of malevolence? Jiang Yao focused his thoughts, enveloping himself in a luminous white glow. Momentarily fading amidst the crimson waves, effortlessly dissipating the pressures that surrounded him. Zhao Ji found himself unceremoniously pressed against a shattered table by Jiang Ziyuan. Though uninjured, being pinned to the ground was undeniably humiliating. Lei Zhan, remember our pact. Long Lao's voice resonated once more, serving as a warning to Lei Zhan. Though an Xin had her grievances, she felt compelled to endure. It was either that or leave. Given her decent treatment and the camaraderie of her colleagues, she had chosen to persevere over the years. The grotesque and vast wings of the demon, with its blood-red, cold eyes, accompanied by a primordial whisper, erupted from Dreas with a fierce roar. Shangguan Fei's words struck a chord with Lu Bing. Her battle against Shangguan Qin would be relentless, driven by the desire to vanquish him. Yet the disparity in their strengths posed a formidable challenge, one she was uncertain she could surmount, but she would never relent. In the silence of the deep night, this extraordinary evening was destined to evoke mixed emotions. Some would rejoice while others would lament. The fate of Xing Lian remained unknown. Yet her heart brimmed with joy. The more Shangguan Fei listened, the more captivated she became. Upon arriving in the Minghuan continent, many memories of her past life had gradually faded, but one particular memory stirred her excitement. To perceive the essence beneath the surface, Orochimaru mused softly, sensing the significance embedded in those words. Yet, as he pondered deeply, he found himself at a loss, redirecting his gaze toward the masked figure before him. Did the Umbu of Konoha possess such a presence? Yi Tian's expression turned cold as he softly uttered Chongying. As his words fell, Li Chongying, clad in white and with long black hair, stepped forth from the radiant light, his icy gaze fixed upon him. With the mountain moving treasure while protecting him, the biting cold was inconsequential. Thus, it mattered not where he slept. Turning off the flashlight, he approached the light switch and abruptly turned on the lights. Instantly, beams illuminated the surroundings, and in scarcely 2 seconds, the darkness enveloping him was entirely dispelled. His skin glowed a fiery red, as if scorched by flames, accompanied by a stinging pain. Not like this, brother Yi. You must listen. There is a misunderstanding. Gao Santong suddenly raised his head and declared. Nangong Yin cast a grateful glance at him, saying, thank you, or I might have been deceived. She was not Navi. Tao Jixin's final display had already revealed his true nature. Only by advancing closer could one truly appreciate the grandeur of this city. The towering black iron walls stretched endlessly in both directions, even beyond the perception of those with high martial prowess. Gu Yaochen, sensing the attitudes of Manjing and Xiao Xianyun, felt a surge of anger. Yet, upon observing their remarkable appearances and imposing demeanor, he managed to suppress it. Now, with an opportunity to ease the tension, he greeted old Luo with a beaming smile. Indeed, Xiaopi is right. We should seize the moment to rest, advised Zhou Hong gently. His breathing was not that of an ordinary person. It followed its own rhythm, sometimes a pattern of 3 long and 1 short. At other times 3 short and 1 long, occasionally rapid, occasionally slow. Truly, it was capricious. This is truly bizarre. What kind of place is this? I muttered to myself, perplexed by the spectacle before me. Squinting at the hurried figure of Patity, the Beast Emperor's previously imposing expression morphed into one of intrigue. Qing understood that what Jilin had said was not mere exaggeration, but rather the truth. The half-released tension within him surged once more. With a sudden thrust forward, a flash of azure light erupted, revealing a colossal azure-bladed sword exceeding 100 feet in length. While Yuzhan appeared as a faint streak of light merging into the blade. We are teammates now, let us not behave this way, Shanxi remarked. He was aware that his previous stance had been one of opposition, and he still considered himself their captive. After being abandoned by Fia Luo, he wished to foster good relations with Baya and the others. Chapter 82. Has it mutated? Fu He, dazed from the beating, sprang to his feet upon hearing the voice of the beast man. No, he aspires to be a great beast tamer. Plants, come to my aid. Suddenly, the ground fissured, and a thorn-covered vine rapidly sprouted, seemingly responding to Fu He's call, surging towards Yi Qi with a whip-like motion. Yi Qi's scales possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Thus this strike did not inflict significant harm. In the living room, towards the western side, sat a young man clad in pajamas, evidently just roused from slumber. Surrounding him were 5 or 6 bodyguards, guns in hand, their expressions indifferent as they regarded the others. With a thud, Ollie hurled the man outside, resulting in a muffled sound as the individual promptly lost consciousness. The onlookers were startled, particularly as blood streamed from the man's nose, inciting fear among them. Some discreetly slipped away. Not blind. Dao Sheng exclaimed joyfully. His eyes were indeed intact, and the flames igniting before him served as undeniable proof. Feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death, he fled hastily. Yet, Su Yang remained uncertain, unable to discern the veracity of the tales spun by the wheel of fate. Perhaps they were all true, or perhaps none existed at all. Then, he pressed Su Yang's first-grade gold talisman onto the spirit-responding blue stone, which shimmered with spiritual light, displaying the characters for 14 days. Beneath his feet, rabbits occasionally leaped by, causing the Beast Emperor's soldiers to quickly evade. They had been electrocuted numerous times during their journey, leaving them with psychological trauma. Lin Zetian suppressed his joy and urged Lin Zhan to take Bai Jingxian to rest, with Lin Feishue following suit. Jiang Huiran intended to leave, eager to refine the blood of the Western deities and enhance his strength. However, just as he moved, he was halted by Lin Langtian. As night deepened, the cold wind howled in. At that moment, none noticed Li Shuang's bloodied hand suddenly twitch. Tang Goen, with his wisdom, provided Tangzhe with numerous insights, enabling him to develop a clearer vision for his commercial empire while avoiding unnecessary pitfalls. At this juncture, Qin Bai slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "My friend, how foolish of me." He then hastily retrieved a large piece of dark jade ice marrow from his private realm, deftly slicing it into 2 pieces, and with a flourish of his fingers, sculpted 2 crystal-clear jade ice cups in mere moments. Yet, upon comparison, the vibrant red material accentuated Su Wanjin's slightly sallow complexion and average features. Conversely, the second daughter, Su Wanru, and the fourth daughter, Su Wanshan, though lacking in extravagant attire, possessed skin as radiant as snow, even more so than usual. Yunji nodded, tidying up the area around Ronya before gently assisting him to lie down, softly saying, "Young master, please rest early. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me." She then found a corner for herself, laying down and drifting into sleep. Upon noticing a somewhat distorted figure not far away, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Sun Bing's eyes. His grasp of the battle situation was astoundingly precise, prompting him to draw his sword and launch an attack in an instant. "Have you betrayed me?" The thought was too cruel for Cheng Xiao to bear. She had only witnessed such bloody scenes on television before. Witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. As her voice faded, an aura of fierce might surged, her muscles inflating as if filled with air, her stature visibly increasing at an alarming rate. However, the myriad of cultivators could not find joy in this development. While the demon clan had retreated, the divine clan had arrived, swiftly dividing the forces of myriad races cleanly. Time flowed slowly, and during the ensuing period, Sun Bing delved deeply into the mysteries of space, dedicating all his mental energy to this profound exploration, embodying a relentless pursuit of his goals. Chapter 83. The Bonding Ceremony. Absolutely not. You are simply adorable. Yin Yang affectionately ruffled his hair. Qing Ling felt a surge of joy. Night Chi looked at Qing Ling with disdain. "Humph, just pretending to be pitiful, clinging to Yin Yang. Yin Yang certainly does not find you distasteful," Night Chi remarked. "However, until your recovery, do not expect to share a bed with Yin Yang. What if she awakens in a daze and is frightened by you?" Qing Ling immediately dropped his playful demeanor. Soon after, Henry was sent flying, his body soaring over the spiral staircase's railing, landing abruptly on the ground floor. Yet, by the latter half of the ordeal, the girl clearly exerted herself too much, and her movements became increasingly ineffective. Although they were not short on funds, the experience of dining as professional competitors treating one another, especially after winning a bet, felt distinctly unique. Confronted with a true master like Ling Fengxiao, Mu Fan dared not relax, launching successive strikes while unleashing several wind blades. When Mu Fan arrived at the auction, he was taken aback by the grandeur of the Wanshan auction house. It resembled a colossal palace, with guards at the entrance being mid-stage foundation cultivators. Just as Tim was fleeing while pondering, a sudden whistling sound erupted from behind him. Flan was oblivious to the ominous implications of Simon's reference to my colleague, believing instead that Simon merely meant there was nothing particularly commendable about him as a mage's attendant. Upon witnessing a gathering of jellyfish-like monsters, Hall found himself growing increasingly curious. Under such an absolute prohibition, the EC had remained relatively calm over the past 6 months. Everyone was merely focused on the battles within the Dragon Palace's main hall, and no one dared to act during this precarious time. By the way, you aren't trying to intimidate me, are you? Bai Laohu inquired. It was only later that she realized her mentor had allowed her to host Xiao Yan due to their shared heritage as Chinese, the implications of which remained uncertain. However, it was made clear that during Xiao Yan's time in America, she was to serve him well. Wei Xinyan's sharp gaze fixated coldly on the intertwined hands of the two. Yet this did not cause Liang Min to release his grip. Instead, he tightened his hold on Lin Yan's hand. You are courting death. Feeling the pain intensifying in his chest, Li Yan's expression turned icy, a wave of murderous intent surging within him. Simultaneously, his left eye began to change. Threads of darkness emerging from its depths, signaling the activation of his ghostly gaze. Sister, this is truly delicious. Su Yan's eye sparkled, her lovely brows curving into crescent shapes as she expressed her delight. Greetings, Lord City Master. Upon the appearance of Si Tianzue, everyone in the Grand Hall immediately bowed in reverence. For the sake of the Divine Blade, she was willing to abandon her pride to curry favor with Ling Su. She also worried about her brother being schemed against, yet neither of their warnings could deter Yin Yujiao. Su Miao let out a heavy sigh. Realizing that Tong Ran had already withdrawn from Feng'o, she resolved to avoid any future encounters with Tong Ran to prevent misfortune from disrupting her normal life. Huangfu Feiyang, Dongfang Yuyin, and 6 major demons, along with the old man of heavenly secrets, all fled. However, on the night of July 1st, while Lian Anhua had yet to uncover anything, he suddenly received a secret letter instructing him to meet at 1 a.m. on Gid Street number 8. Should he choose not to reside on campus, he would need to submit a series of applications and documentation, followed by obtaining a signature from his counselor. This was because the school automatically assigned dormitories upon student admission. Thus, Chung Xia had a room in the dormitory in name, and if he chose not to occupy it, he would still need to sign with the dormitory administrator. Chapter 84. The Bonding Ceremony 2. In preparation for the bonding ceremony, their enthusiasm was palpable. However, the majority of the tribe's beastmen were of the rabbit clan, herbivorous creatures. During the ceremony, some male beastmen would venture into the poison domain forest to gather delectable fruits and mushrooms. I have plenty of plants in my field that rabbits adore. I can hasten their growth with my powers and deliver them, Fu He stated. Releasing his battle spirit, Su Fan now resembled a deity, an overwhelming aura pressing down on Li Xiaoyao like a tidal wave, making it difficult for him to breathe. He had initially believed that with his contributions and experience within the organization, the presidency would undoubtedly be his once the elders like Mo Kuang stepped down. They harbored deep resentment, yet they could only vent their frustrations internally, blaming their own weakness. However, at that moment, a surge of power erupted from within him, and amidst the tumult of complex emotions, tears he could not control began to flow. His casual remarks, hastily scribbled and posted on social media, stirred envy among others, who could hardly withstand it. 20 minutes passed, some students finished dinner and arrived for evening study, yet Chen Tao had yet to make an appearance. The cries of anguish drew the attention of others. Li Fan had seized the man's shoulder, forcefully tearing it away, resulting in the man's arm being ripped off at the root, blood gushing forth. After a long while, Yi Zhuxing took a deep breath, closed his eyes to rub his somewhat numb face, and slowly rose, turning to face the poisoned thorn seated in the chair. Please don't tell me this isn't lipstick. Su Zihao squinted his eyes, casting an unfriendly glare at Yi Zhuxing. Yet even so, Yi Hao relied on his memories to excavate the capsules, striving to portray the authentic world of Diablo, a pursuit he held in high regard. Thus, Lennon found himself increasingly frustrated as unfamiliar noble faces approached him with smiles, bowing and exchanging pleasantries. Luo surveyed the lineup brought by the association, along with the neatly wrapped corpses scattered across the ground, before leading the way toward the vibrant display of fire trees and silver flowers. Nianen exhibited no signs of anxiety. Are they genuinely preparing for a barbecue festival? Cheryl remarked. With such thoughts, Cheryl could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. Morning Sun, are you implying that the transformation of this sword relates to your master? Lu Kuan inquired, standing amidst the sword mound, sensing the faint remnants of a destructive will. The more the young women of the Flame Princess army were berated, the stronger their combat prowess seemed to become. Perhaps this was one of the factors igniting the wrath of the Celestial Palace. As the two departed swiftly, the sea regained its tranquil demeanor, save for the lingering scent of blood on the surface and the solitary corpse floating atop the waves. bearing testament to the fierce yet brief battle that had erupted here. Originally, Luo had intended to inquire about the reason behind the imprisonment of the Red Pearl by the Reese-type beings, yet he refrained, fearing the reopening of old wounds. Ching. Once we return from the camping trip, you should post that moment on social media again. I will delete it for you first, Xiao Yu said with a gentle smile. Upon witnessing this, not only Yu Junming but even Liang Xiuzhu felt a chill run down their spines, inwardly cursing the aberration. When I find myself encircled by towering walls within the confines of the minuscule Buddhist realm, whatever torment you wish to inflict upon me, I shall endure alone, unable to send word to my brothers. Initially, my mind was awash with myriad thoughts, yet upon hearing that his father was to be taken by the police, Guozigong, seated beside me, clutched my arm tightly, his expression pleading yet silent. It was not out of desire that he found himself in such a predicament, but rather due to the severe injuries he had sustained, leaving him devoid of the strength to contend with Yishu and Huan. Although blood still trickled from his head, Su Yuxiang appeared to have shaken off the ordeal, rising from the ground. Chapter 85, Blossoming Flowers, the Meng Rabbit Tribe. Following the conclusion of the bonding ceremony, the tribe commenced a feast. Simultaneously, Mo Hen and his companions unveiled several wooden chests, placing beast crystals within. These crystals were all of green tier and above, the highest being purple crystals. Whatever was drawn would belong to them. The beastmen gazed in astonishment, for it was their first experience witnessing beast crystals being presented at a bonding ceremony. Many beastmen found even organizing the tribal banquet to be a considerable challenge. A pink figure gracefully floated through the sky, approaching the cat claw ship at a leisurely pace before ultimately landing at its bow. With a nimble leap, Will darted forward like a released rabbit, swiftly closing in on Tamaga, his arms poised like a spear, his fists akin to cannon mouths. Suddenly, his body began to tremble violently, shedding the remnants of the celestial meteorite debris he had been carrying, and then, he soared into the air. Wu Mian furrowed his brow. Having grown accustomed to encountering corpses these past few days, he still felt a twinge of discomfort at the grotesque appearance of the bodies. Wu Mian's gaze fixated unblinkingly on the blood moon above, as strands of its essence infused into his eyes, circulating through his veins. His eyes, akin to two laser beams, shot towards the outside, prompting a muffled groan from beyond. The discord within the Ming sect stemmed merely from the absence of a leader capable of commanding their respect. Historically, it had always been Sun Jue who brought actions from a decade past into the present. Unexpectedly, James had also performed such a feat. Was he a reincarnate as well? The door swung open to reveal Zhang Taizhu, entering with an even greater fervor than before. Shan Juanhao yearned to affirm, yet upon witnessing Yu Xin abruptly turn away, slamming the door behind her with a resounding bang, he nearly found himself caught in its wake. Hearing the door's lock click shut, his expression soured. However, if she were not a high-level talisman master, why would she engage in such a gamble? Did she not find the Third Elder's games trivial enough? The Valkyrie laboratory was intricately linked to all bioweapon crises. As Reno had stated, it was an inescapable shadow lurking over the human alliance, with the entire organization having infiltrated various factions. Have you passed Mo Yan's test? Luo Tianhuan inquired, directing his gaze at Mo Yan, who was initially a sniper. Testing a player skilled in assassination seemed to imply a degree of leniency. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense if Mo Yan were earnest. The number of those passing his test would likely be exceedingly few. Tang Jiji looked at her with concern, yet as the homeroom teacher, she had already provided assistance to Yu Yu. Wang of the Zhou dynasty, thoroughly satisfied, bore a hint of suppressed affection and pride as he commanded his return to the tent. Huan Ling lamented that his sister had grown up, further regretting his absence from Hanzhong, which deprived him of the chance to share this significant endeavor with Song Shi. Teacher Zhu, why bother with so much dialogue? If she is under suspicion, she should be apprehended first. Whether or not she is guilty will be revealed through the coercive talismans. Gu Pai scoffed coldly. Mi Xianger leaned against the door, the morning light bathing her face in a soft golden glow, as sunlight danced in her eyes, resembling the most resplendent gemstones. On July 23rd, the Great Yin army besieged the Red Han royal city, with the royal family holding out for 3 days before ultimately opening the gates. Online, a compilation of Zhuo Weiqi's poignant remarks from the press conference accompanied by music had even surfaced. For the sake of her son, she resolved to open her heart and accept someone capable of being a father figure. Upon hearing his words, she suddenly found herself envisioning the scenes of their future life together. Emperor Shirtian was taken aback, realizing that the Sacred Heart calamity he had summoned had suddenly slipped from his grasp, causing his heart to race at an unprecedented pace. Chapter 86, Poisonous Scorpion. Yin Yang is well aware of the dispositions of these few individuals. Mo Hen, in his altercation with Bai Zhu, fought rather openly, while Yi Qi preferred a more insidious approach to combat, inflicting pain on others without leaving any trace. This time, when Yi Qi struck Qing Ling, it was likely due to Qing Ling's provocative tongue. Qing Ling's gaze darted away as he protested, "I did not." To which Yin Yang replied with a smile, "If you remain silent, then when it is your turn to share a bed with me next time, don't expect to leave it unscathed." He then sighed, shaking his head. The Tianshan sword sect has long been schemed against, using those young men to sow discord within the sect. I believe you are quite aware of this. Even if I do not take over the Tianshan Sword sect, it will inevitably vanish, just as the Danxia sect did. Is everything well at your home? If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask, Good Dongshu said. He then ceased running, channeling his spiritual energy, and with a flash of cold light, he aimed directly at the eye of the African rhinoceros. Director Gu. Upon Good Dongshu's entrance, Zhang Zijie raised his hand to interrupt the reporting officer, stepping forward with a heavy expression tinged with self-reproach and shame. Zhou Heshuan could do little beyond this. Regarding the annexation of Ryukyu, he held little hope and doubted the ability to secure the Jiayu Islands, as post-war China lacked the strength to fulfill such ambitions. However, with Good Dongshu poised to impart their 9-in profound chi technique and the Taiyin Corp's refinement technique, it represented not merely a relationship between sect leader and elder, but also that of master and disciple. Wamping City serves as the gateway to Beiping, located at what would become the western fifth ring of modern-day Beijing. Should Wamping fall, all of Beiping would be encircled, revealing the strategic intentions of the Japanese army. At any moment, first place remains the preferred choice, symbolizing status, credibility, and a more refined approach to corporate management and service. A series of resonating sounds echoed throughout the vast wilderness, followed by a palpable surge of spiritual energy that elevated the realms, causing many cultivators to seize the opportunity to break through their limitations. No one could fathom the apocalyptic scene unfolding in Henny City, California, at this very moment. This was an enigmatic and fearsome treasure, imbued with the essence of primordial gold and the imprint of the imperial realm, capable of piercing even the body of a sage king. He turned and walked away. Stepping forth, fissures appeared in the void, and his body was drawn into them. Yet, just as he was about to be engulfed, a pale, icy hand emerged behind him, as if wherever he went, that hand would reach through his back to extract his very heart. Jiang Feng, in his excitement, couldn't help but speculate whether he should bestow more treasures upon the mark on his forehead. Thus, he might control the divine powers inherent in the seal he would later form. Unbeknownst to both, while Gu Yunting underwent his tribulation to ascend, Lin Sun, stepping onto the 88th stone stair, was enveloped in rippling waves akin to flowing water emanating from his pores. His luck during the monthly assessment had been quite poor, as he had been entangled with Gong Ming from the outset, resulting in a performance inferior to Lin Sun's. Nevertheless, when his previous scores were aggregated, he still ranked among the elite. The flourishing era of martial arts spanning 800 years gradually faded amid the glory of the Buddha's sovereign, Ai Ranming Wang, achieving enlightenment as the 9th century dawned. At last, as if wading through countless centuries, a colossal hand collided with a sphere of light with the sound of thunder, unleashing a tempest that swept across heaven and earth. Amidst the roiling thunder, countless stones and dust whirled, trees were uprooted, ignited, and obliterated, dancing along with the debris. Yang Yizhao declared, since we dare not take action, return our Jun Bai and apologize to her in front of the heroes of the Jianghu. Chapter 87. He is also ruthless. Dodge! Fu He shouted, and they swiftly retreated. Fu He charged forward, catching the scorpion off guard, and with a powerful kick, sent it crashing into a nearby tree. Hiss! The scorpion screeched, scrambling up the trunk, then lunged at Fu He. Bang! Yi Chi collided directly with it, diverting the scorpion's trajectory. Mo Hen and Yi Chi bared their sharp fangs, each sinking their teeth into the scorpion's vulnerable spots. It is crucial to note that during the examination process, should one rashly open the scroll, it would be deemed an immediate failure. The scroll presented to the examinees contains 50% of the heavenly scroll and 50% of the earthly scroll, implying that at least half of the participants will be eliminated. In the mortal realm, countless cultivators perish daily and annually, transforming into ethereal souls destined for this final resting place. Striking oneself, this singular slap landed on her own face, the force swelling her cheek instantly. After delivering 5 swift slaps, both sides of her face were thoroughly bruised. Finally, exhaling deeply, the pain from the slaps pierced her mind, allowing her to momentarily regain composure. She realized that finding anything other than the bed within this villa seemed far more challenging than defeating Yao Yu. Zhang Ning swallowed hard, nudging the nearby Hashimoto Sakura, who instinctively peeked outside, only to receive a punch squarely in the face the moment her head emerged. This was the first investment project that the Group's vice president personally approved since taking charge of their project department. Su Weiyun stepped forward, her internal energy coalescing as she unleashed a flurry of 3 powerful punches, aiming to overwhelm Qin Gu in one decisive blow. More importantly, he understood that only by surviving the tribulation could he earn the right and capability to seek Su Long. Therefore, he would not relinquish such an opportunity under any circumstances. Seeing Okikawa awaken, she exhaled deeply. The first prerequisite was that Okikawa must endure the night. This possibility sent chills down his spine, yet it ignited a burning fury within him. This contradictory feeling made him wish to crack open the heads of certain individuals to see if their thoughts were as foul as the sewers. The 2-headed skeleton dragon roared fiercely, its entire frame trembling, yet it remained ensnared by the hexagram bindings. I understand, Adelman interrupted. I know what this signifies. But we must end this losing streak. He was no fool and recognized that this decision placed him at the center of scrutiny, yet he proceeded, embracing the notion of life or death, thus compelling himself and the entire Timberwolves roster. The burly man relaxed his expression, gazing at the familiar figure before him. Sheathing his long sword, he greeted with respect, "You have truly come." Meng Tian extends his greetings. Faced with overwhelming encirclement and this unexpected delight, his demeanor remained remarkably composed. Isaac's actions abruptly interrupted Guy's thoughts. He dared not accept the lavish gift from the esteemed communant, hastily sidestepping while being profoundly moved by the latter's sorrowful gaze. Originally, Inji hoped that the forgetful Kanshi would overlook this divergence, yet unexpectedly, Inji's words only deepened Kanshi's impression, as he was already in a foul mood. For someone like Bai Zhu, who possessed only a superficial understanding, the laboratory's equipment was largely a mystery, and he could not comprehend why traditional medicine required such complexity. Shouldn't it simply involve dressing in ancient garb, sporting a beard, and sitting behind a desk to prescribe medicine? Very well, if fate allows us to meet again. Let us converse further. You are also welcome to visit our unit for exchanges. Zhang Tianhai smiled gently before mounting his horse. Chapter 88, Blood Treasure Tower. Go. Yun Yang produced a talisman and cast it into the pit excavated by the scorpion. Immediately, Yun Yang took flight, soaring into the sky with his wings. Imohen and the others hurriedly dodged away. A loud explosion echoed just as Fu He returned from briefly needing some clay. Fearing danger, he rushed over, only to be struck on the head by a lump of foul-smelling mud, the noxious odor invading his nostrils. Xiao Jing was on the verge of paying nearly 100 million in outstanding debts. To gather this sum, he had mortgaged all his properties and vehicles to the bank. Upon hearing this response, Lin Qingyin felt there was no longer a need for further conversation. However, noticing the fervent glimmer in the other person's eyes, Ai Li shyly turned her head aside, nervously scratching her hair, and sighed heavily within. Sales data would ultimately depend on how many enthusiasts would be willing to part with their money. As an information dealer, it is often impossible to possess completely accurate information. Therefore, the ability to collect, synthesize, and summarize information becomes paramount. According to her understanding, it was she who should be hiding. So why was Sheng Ziyuan the one in concealment? Aside from the still secluded master of the Dark Dragon sect, the top-tier combatants of the Saint rank and above had largely gathered, with the deputy master Li Gaoqiang presiding over the dragon sealing ceremony. In this world, regardless of how precious a title may be, it is the first place that ignites true fervor. It is indeed hard to fathom a young animation director like you. The host conveyed a tone of condescension, questioning whether you look down upon the profession of animation directing. Gunan Jiao observed his gloomy countenance, feeling a twinge of fear. Yet she did not lie, nor did she regret her choices. This establishment is the largest nightclub in T-City and boasts the most branches in Asia's chain of nightclubs. Zhao Ningning, Zhu Xia, Nian Yueying, and Jiang Xiaoxiao ventured to see it, and upon arrival, they were captivated by the promotional brochure showcasing the future grandeur of the venue. The researcher appeared to be a purebred European, with blonde hair and blue eyes, embodying the quintessential Western handsome figure. A cold glint erupted from the eyes of the hunter, as the intent to kill took root in his heart. Thus, the distance obscuring Yang Jinwei's line of sight meant he could not presume, as Li Qi did, that this was a blind demon or ferocious beast. The toolbox contained nearly every tool necessary for outdoor survival: a Swiss army knife, pliers, screwdrivers, saw blades, a composite steel axe head, a multi-purpose military shovel, hammers, nails, ropes, compasses, tin boxes, water bottles, signal flares, and survival guides. Its form resembled that of a human, with extraordinarily long arms, and its entire body was coursing with streams of red magma. The priestess respectfully exited and closed the door, indicating she had completely grasped the power of this tribe, becoming its supreme leader. In this game, there exists an achievement that requires collecting appearances akin to fashion items. Players can earn an achievement by amassing a certain quantity. Upon hearing this from Miao Gu, Jiang Bai felt even more vexed. Yi Tongmu was often busy, spending most of his days in the office, returning punctually for meals. Upon learning of this matter, Wei Changjing remained speechless for a long while. The Duke of Jingsheng had indeed committed numerous wrongdoings in his lifetime, which had led to animosity with someone like Wei Xinyo. Yet, who could have anticipated that despite all this, he would still be blessed with a peaceful end? Thus, I could only use uranium mining as an excuse to visit the Jailshan multiple times in search of her. Ironically, at the edge of a cliff, I found one of her shoes. It was as if I had returned to that moment when I held her shoe, and the expression of Qian was tinged with sorrow. Chapter 89, The Inexplicable Sense of Chaos. Yun Yang and the others sprinted madly, only stopping far away from the poisonous domain forest. Yun Yang, shall we return to the tribe at this very moment? Fu He inquired. Yun Yang listened to the distant roars of the fallen beasts, feeling a sense of hesitation within. What do you think about going back to seize an opportunity? The fallen beasts were currently embroiled in chaos, presenting a prime chance to stealthily collect beast crystals. What an excellent idea. Yi Qi had always relished thrilling escapades. To be honest, he desired to gain some advantage from Qiongqi, yet he was uncertain whether Qiongqi would acquiesce. Old Luo, you've spent too much time with that cat. You've been influenced by him. I lit a cigarette. After sketching the scene, the municipal criminal investigation team convened an emergency meeting. After half an hour of deliberation, they reached a consensus to disseminate the image to police departments nationwide, instructing them to reproduce and post wanted notices. Citizens who aided the police in capturing the criminals would receive rewards. As they had previously discussed, extricating themselves from Xiao Chun was not going to be an easy task. However, what caught Qian off guard was the remarkable stamina of the virtual warrior, whose explosive speed far exceeded his expectations. As for why Chu Ge was so confident that the Zodiac could be reassembled, it was because this Zodiac was originally established by Qin Shi. Now that Qin Shi intended to re-establish it, Chu Ge had every reason to believe he could succeed. Do you think he will succeed? The youth's eyes were no longer in excruciating pain as he inquired of the old man supporting him. With the ordinary disciples providing cover, Ling Yun Xianzuan and the others seized the opportunity to approach the shore. However, upon investigation, Yi Tian remained at the mid-stage of the valley-breaking realm, showing no signs of change. After enduring hardship together, Yindu Ruo, possessing the body of Taiyin, finally revealed her feelings to Yi Qing. Li Yu had approached Jiang Ran, a hand glowing with an invisible black-gray light, resting on Jiang Ran's shoulder. Brother Hui, this is my buddy's son Hao. Just call him Haozi. As he spoke, he pulled Haozi to sit beside him. In that fleeting moment, Bai Qian, the skeletal demon, approached with an eerie swiftness, as if a specter. Even though Li Yuan had been placed under house arrest by Li Er, and it was Li Er who was in charge, even a treacherous minister like Qin Hui had his allies, let alone Li Yuan, who had established the Tang Empire. Qin Feishue and the others were stunned, and then suddenly, they heard Zhu Rui emit a soul-stirring moan, her face blushing crimson to her neck. She recalled what Jia Lid had told her before. The man who recklessly pursued Vlad's dream was none other than Ai Bin. The sphere spun violently, finally dissipating the terrifying force. The bone spear's momentum fading away, as the 7 foxtails encircled the sphere gradually unraveled, revealing Hushime's delicate form. Blood dripping from the corner of her mouth as she plummeted from the sky. The old man abruptly halted, glancing back at Yin Feng, his aged eyes shimmering with an inscrutable light. The remaining disciples of Tsongshan bid farewell to Lian Haiping, while Yin Chui Xian silently bowed and retreated, watching Feng Rou drift away. At that moment, Lu Ping also awakened. During this period, he had been sleeping uneasily, each awakening feeling abrupt, yet once awake. He found no trace of drowsiness, only able to lie in bed slowly awaiting dawn. Although it was early morning, several platforms in the martial arena were already hosting battles between disciples of the Xuanfu, with many onlookers gathering, their cheers echoing. Lu Gongzi had slain a pig that, while not particularly large, weighed over 100 pounds. After Wang Xinxing had labored for more than 2 hours, the pig was transformed into several large bowls of pork dishes, leaving behind some pig trotters, offal, and a pig's head. In the following days, Yun Yang conducted experiments, feeding Fu He various beast crystals and soliciting feedback. The ultimate conclusion was that the higher the level of the consumed beast crystal, the more energy it contained. Yet it also more readily caused disturbances in the sea of consciousness. Among beast crystals of the same level, consuming crystals that matched one's attributes was far less likely to cause such disturbances than those that did not. In essence, the elemental force fundamentally originates from. Zhuge Qinshan humbly acknowledged, How Xiao has overpraised me. It has already been 50 years. Even a fool like me must have made some progress. Though he feigned modesty, pride seeped through his words. Zhuang Lijun, sensing something, dashed out of the barracks, gazing at the distant sky. The night was as dark as ever, indistinguishable from the past. Yet for some reason, he felt an unprecedented sense of anxiety. This feeling was entirely foreign. The position of chief advisor to the Northern Economic Department, while not a high official like a county governor, wielded immense power, controlling the empire's vast wealth approval. Facing such an opponent, even if Shiva suppressed his realm to match that of Sojiro's current initial 6th stage, enduring 100 exchanges would be exceedingly challenging. How about it? The great Xiao Li Sen Wang? Are you confident about the impending demon invasion in 3 days? Tick's tone dripped with sarcasm, laced with amusement. Visitors had come to pay their New Year's respects, and those who managed to reach this place certainly warranted an audience. Old Master Zhao went to greet the guests, while Xinqiu ascended to converse with old Madame Zhao. How did you know my mother loves to add dried clams when making soup? Li Rong exclaimed in surprise. Although Yin Xingji no longer managed specific affairs, the overarching policies and diplomatic maneuverings impacting the entire Deqi remained firmly in his grasp. All right, I was overly concerned. I won tea medal again next time. Deng Yinran's back was drenched in cold sweat, relieved that Shun Xiu had evaded this crisis. Consequently, Jin Aiwei expressed her stance as well. Though she kept her lips sealed, she was wholeheartedly supporting her husband. Since they had decided to proceed, she would do her utmost to share the burden of pressure. Nokia and Samsung would certainly disagree, yet they dared not show it too overtly. For the futuristic tech companies of today were beyond their control. Are the Koreans from Goryeo, North Korea, or South Korea? Lu Mei, uncertain, approached Fong Li, her pace nearly matching that of Guoping. However, Fong Li was so captivated by Guoping that he failed to notice her arrival. Li Si sighed helplessly, never anticipating such an array of events, which took him by great surprise, yet in the present moment, he felt no fear. Guoping was encircled by several elders, all eager to invite him for drinks. Upon seeing Fong Li glance over, he cast a pleading look for help. Lin Tian looked up, observing Helian Budu, who was invincible on the stage, as he cleaved a disciple of the underworld temple with a single stroke, then fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon him, imbued with a savage fierceness characteristic of the southern wilderness. The words of the Tiger Head Gang's leader were like the last straw for Li Xiao, who, after listening, finally felt a flicker of emotion, gathering the courage to lift his head and meet his father's gaze. What? Nelson urgently grabbed the document, confirming that the three individuals were indeed her bodyguards. If a ferocious beast from the desert were to come and harm the villagers, that would certainly spell trouble. Everyone, quickly order your soldiers to extinguish the fire. Without the vine armor, attacking the city tomorrow will truly be a challenge. Meng Huo urged the others. This won't do. The talisman must be made with sincerity. I must personally go up. Only then will the Bodhisattva likely bless you. Zhao Ye resolutely shook her head, her attitude firm. Chapter 91. This is your AMU. What a fresh aroma. Yin Yang delightfully took another bite. Reflecting on her years as a blood clan member, she realized that her life had been filled with nothing but blood and suffering. Qing Ling looked at Yin Yang with concern. Yin Yang, do you truly not feel any discomfort? Not at all, Yin Yang replied. Why don't you give it a try? It's truly delicious. Just ask them. Mo Han and the others merely lifted their heads before continuing to eat. The knife of Wuxing gently descended, standing over the surface of a hot spring. Facing the re-emerging Li Xiao, Wang Xiu let out a cold laugh, noting the hatred in Wang Litsung's eyes, yet he remained unfazed. If someone like him could disturb his peace, then he would truly be finished. I am seething with anger. The humiliation I suffered before the White Demon and the Demon King is now being unleashed upon this monster. I hope you won't regret it, Chen Qingyang said, ceasing his insistence on making a phone call, knowing that Xun Bai Lang would soon learn of everything. He had once heard Mu Ge say that the techniques he cultivated would automatically manifest in his mind, requiring no external teaching. Although I am not well versed in business, I understand that once something has been acquired by another, it is nearly impossible to reclaim unless Lu Yifan regains his strength and takes back the company. If that were to happen, then my Lin clan could reunite in this lifetime, Lin Yin remarked, recalling the members of the Lin clan from 10,000 years ago. Yin Jiqing let out a low hum. This feeling is difficult to articulate without personal experience, akin to the roller coaster of emotions, nearly leading him to believe that Tang Qian was truly in peril. Had it not been for the surge in combat power revealing the 2's disguised flaws, Yin Jiqing would have nearly lost his mind. A day passed in tranquility, and the long-awaited time for Jiang Yun to concoct the ancient elixir finally arrived. Yet, unexpectedly, even with such a force mobilized, they still did not gain any advantage in the war, instead suffering continuous defeats. Sherman stood on either side of Director Li with Chu Tingxian, followed closely by Tang Si, Dai Yang, and Jiang Wan, encircled by the assistant director, producers, and others. Where do you see me as plump? Look at me. I have a well-proportioned figure, with ample bosom and hips, a perfect S-curve. How many would covet such a physique? One defended herself. Do you not realize how impolite it is to disturb others while they are creating? A voice interrupted. You seem to have a fondness for pear blossoms? He clearly heard it that day, but could not help asking. Cut the nonsense. I only want to know if you will teach me the dyeing technique. If you agree, I will spare you. Refuse, and you three shall perish here. Lauder declared fiercely, focusing solely on acquiring the dyeing technique. Ever since being pressured by his sister to marry over the phone, Chen Ouyang sought revenge. Now, his sister was being urged to have children, and he reveled in the opportunity for retribution. Zhang Qian was startled, glancing around to see countless fragments floating in the void. Yet no barriers is mentioned by Gai Xianfan. Wan Shi, once seething with indignation, gradually calmed upon hearing Su Chao's words, gazing at the tall figure before him, momentarily entranced by the familiar yet distinct features reminiscent of Su Shi. Senior brother, I have discovered that you cannot go a day without bickering with me, can you? Why not yield to her? She is not one to joke lightly, after all. Meanwhile, on a tall building in Muyi, Wu observed the entire unfolding drama. Upon seeing couples, envy had vanished from her eyes, replaced by a profound sense of distaste and coldness. Hey, the lean man, sensing the wind behind him, drew his blade and shouted, slashing backward. The sudden burst of power was remarkable, generating a sharp sound as it cut through the air. What? 5 exclamations of surprise underscored their astonishment at Naruto's displayed speed. Bai Yuan glanced around, his captivating smile concealing deep malice, disdain, and arrogance. His gaze was gentle, yet the underlying condescension was unmistakable. In the end, they decisively detonated their essence, breaking through the dark power's barrier, with only the last remnants of consciousness escaping the inverted world. This is the realm of the world. You must make way, or else the dragon army will leave you in disarray. Zhuo Bufan retorted fearlessly. Behind him, the dragon army erupted in thunderous laughter, infuriating the individual to the point of retreating hastily to the city. The elegantly dressed man felt a stirring in his heart, hastily clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. As the lady jested, should the lady wish to do anything, please feel free. When you have sincerity, return to our business. I am afraid I cannot see you off due to pressing matters, he said, bowing slightly. Yet, I have little to boast about, in terms of strength and swordsmanship. These individuals surpass me. My expertise lies in illusions and formations. To his surprise, Naruto actually engaged in a prolonged contest with Wu Yu, who despite unleashing his powerful technique, maintained an expression of discontent. Some say that Prince Mingen discovered he had married an ugly creature, frequently returning home from the brothel only to beat the ugly creature mercilessly. At this point, Jun'er's gaze flickered, still unresponsive. Could it be that with Uncle Zhao's death, he felt there was no one left to save? In the front courtyard, the fourth prince wandered alone. The horse he seized from a guard stamping its feet and shaking its mane. Each fusion would double combat power. The more fusions, the exponential increase in strength. Braving the risk of further injury to his spirit, Qiaowei skillfully scanned the not overly expansive space with her mental prowess, contemplating the immense benefits that lay ahead. Any lingering gilding Tian dissipated like smoke. Chi-Chi, with her innocent demeanor, wore her thoughts on her sleeve. If she were to learn of this, she might inadvertently leak the news upon entering the palace. As he spoke, he glanced at a pale masked man sitting in the corner, whose eyes bore carved tear-like marks. Meanwhile, Huzi approached with excitement, contemplating what official title Lu Feng might bestow upon him. The number of refreshes had significantly increased, with the minimum being 1 and the maximum reaching hundreds, saving a considerable amount of time. Chapter 92, Farewell. The shaman had lived for so long without ever hearing of a beastman successfully venturing out to sea. The ocean is a perilous place. After giving birth to you, she entrusted you to me and set sail with your father. Some beastmen in our tribe also love adventure and joined the expedition. Unfortunately, they witnessed your mother and father swept away by colossal waves. Since then, an unwritten rule emerged within the tribe. You may venture to the beast world continent. With this, he narrowed his phoenix-like eyes, staring intently at me, his long, fair hand resting on the table, provoking one's imagination. Had it not been for his remarkably intimidating visage, I would have been quite willing to be gazed upon by a handsome man. The living were drenched in cold sweat, feeling an internal chill that penetrated to their very bones. This sword would inevitably transform into an indelible memory for the world, etched in the heart, causing one to awaken from dreams at the mere recollection. The hearts of those from Dian Academy quivered in disbelief. How could this be? After enduring countless hardships to locate Su Chen, he had outright rejected them without a moment's consideration. In this perilous moment, she felt an inexplicable gratitude towards Jun Mo Xian. Had he not entrusted her with the silver notes, she would have faced certain doom in this predicament. It turned out that Yin Mumu had intended to convey this all along, causing him to feel unnecessarily anxious moments prior. It seemed she was beginning to care for him. Perhaps he should express his gratitude to his father now? Please, spare my life. Spare me. The pale-faced heir pleaded desperately, fearing that his identity as a spy for Tong Tian would lead Lu Xing'an to silence him permanently. Upon hearing this, Luo Ji nodded thoughtfully and then retracted his divine aura. He understood that a 64 share of the spoils was Bao Wang's ultimate bottom line, if negotiations truly fell apart. Even revealing all his cards would not suffice to subdue the cunning Bao Wang without the support of his main body. Long Chain's thoughts turned dark at the mere possibility of certain outcomes, for the branches of the warring states were not an uncommon occurrence. Now, although the Matsushita clan had no heirs, how could the young Shomaru possibly contend with Yin Ye Shinichi? What? A silver mine? The laborers alongside Tian Zhuang and Taro gasped in astonishment. As the cannon was lowered, soldiers who had never witnessed such a scene appeared somewhat flustered. Yet they quickly aimed the cannon at the city below. Without a command from their leader, someone had already fired a shot. As the black flames erupted across the plain, the continuous fire of the black divine cannon followed suit. Princess Tian Xian glanced at Pan Yun Tian. At this juncture, he was her only hope. If even Pan Yun Tian was oblivious to the situation, it signified they were truly ensnared in grave peril. How could a person of exceptional skill, who had successfully infiltrated an elite unit of thousands, be easily captured? Surely, they had devised a series of escape plans beforehand. Luo Tian had considered utilizing the courtyard's magical artifacts to alleviate some pressure, yet such an approach bore higher risks, potentially embroiling him in a spatial storm triggered by collapse. King Ling pulled up a chair and sat at the bedside. The room lacked carpeting, and his brusque action caused the chair to screech against the floor. The intricately embroidered pouch reminded Shi Ruo Yin of the one she had received during her last visit to Jinzhou, which Jiang Qing Feng seemed to have yet to return. Lei Lai waved his hand to halt Gao Zong's attempts at consolation until he was completely undressed. The two almost did not make it. Yi Piao Piao was unaware of the reasons, but just as they were about to leave, she was reluctant to let them come. It was only after Yi Ren expressed her desire to witness the rise of the raw materials selected by Yi Piao Piao and see her become the new princess of gambling stones that Yi Piao Piao, feeling pleased, consented to their presence. In Chapter 93, they discovered yet another cave. The cave was shrouded in darkness, and Qing Ling, accompanied by Bai Zhu and Fu He, summoned a torch through the system, illuminating the surroundings with divine light. How filthy! Fu He exclaimed, feeling utterly uncomfortable in the disordered cave, unable to endure it any longer. He took action to tidy up the chaotic space. Yun Yang gazed at the industrious Fu He and sighed, truly a virtuous husband. At that moment, the system suddenly spoke in her mind. Before Tiffany could utter another word, The call was abruptly terminated. She felt an overwhelming disappointment towards her friend. At over 30 years of age, she still lacked awareness, and did she truly believe she could still be so easily deceived? In the prosperous Tang dynasty, the wealthiest merchants were predominantly those engaged in overseas trade, many of whom congregated in Yangzhou. The largest among them were as rich as entire nations. At this juncture, the grain they released was hardly noteworthy. From Zhai Yan's words, it was evident he held a poor impression of those merchants. It had been a long time since they last met. Kofiel's face almost filled the entire screen. His voice, slightly hoarse, retained its unwavering arrogance. A towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, appeared akin to a giant, while another, delicate and youthful, resembled a fresh green sprout. Aside from the high-grade magical treasures scattered across the battlefield, several inconspicuous items lay strewn about. This conversation represented the formal commencement of the clash between the new generation of representatives from 2 major factions. As night gradually descended, I set a magical array capable of transmitting over 500 kilometers, ensuring their escape would proceed smoothly. Witnessing the desired effect, Tai wasted not a second and immediately cast over 20 long sand spell scrolls, swiftly raising his wand and reciting a string of incantations directed at the ground. Once the press conference concluded, Fangji promptly took charge, prompting Jianan to unveil the red cloth covering the camera. Subsequently, the creative team, along with Old Master Ha, joined hands to slice open the ceremonial roast pig. What seems to be the problem? Tai inquired as he stepped aside, observing 2 elderly men engaged in a heated argument. At that moment, Yu had already leapt from the palace roof, hastily departing from the imperial grounds. Such courtly secrets were truly unsuitable for his eyes. A young man clad in a moon-white brocade robe bowed to Mu Junren seated upon the dragon throne. Speaking with a calm demeanor, his voice akin to heavenly music. Father, did you summon me? Yang Tianlong was poised to respond when a melodious voice interrupted. With his left hand controlling Zhang Xui's body and his right gently resting on her head, he slowly closed his eyes. They did not refrain from waiting for him to ascend the mountain together. Rather, the man stood frozen in place, oblivious to their calls, prompting them to leave him behind to avoid wasting time. Fan Tianluo's expression was grim, yet the serpent, after a flick of its tail, shifted its attention toward the 3 newcomers, clearly aware of their arrival. 8 types of disaster spells and a medium-grade artifact, such substantial gains. Observing the disciple's life-bound treasure, a medium-grade artifact, Yun Tian felt a surge of joy. Damn it, who dares? Li Bo opened his eyes, a flash of irritation crossing his countenance, clearly displeased at being disturbed. Lastly, the final martial art, the Songha solidification technique, was inspired by the soaring, fighting, and evasion techniques of the celestial crane. While it bore no offensive capabilities, it could connect one's inner strength, enhancing physical prowess. Humph. 1 million? Are you begging? The man boasted. The car you drive and the house you live in are worth far more than 1 million. If you wish for me to cease pursuing you, then grant me an additional 5 million, and I assure you, I shall not trouble you again. Zhao Jingong, though appreciative of Xiao Haiqing's kindness, remained guarded, unwilling to engage in a situation where the clam and the heron would contend, allowing a fisherman to profit. In the stillness of the night, only the dim streetlights stood vigil, while people had long since entered a sweet slumber. The outer heaven, situated above the sacred city of Jingwu, was a colossal platform sculpted from rock, capable of accommodating tens of thousands. The empress, gently stroking his head, remarked, "If the Fae treats you well, I shall not scold her. Juner, rest assured." She then glanced at Nan Shuiyu, nodding in gratitude. "Shuiyu, thanks to you. Yet, how could a man be cowed by a pack of wild wolves? I shall confront you all." Ouyang Kong resolutely grasped a torch from the ground and charged at the wolves, startling everyone with his audacity. "I dare not. I serve the nation with utmost loyalty, even unto death." Nan Jingyan quickly knelt, exclaiming 3 cheers of longevity, embodying unwavering loyalty. "Old Qin, please follow me. I shall treat you to a welcoming feast shortly." Su Tianji remarked to Qin Lang beside him. Had there been no time constraints, one could experiment leisurely, ultimately leading to success. However, his time within the 7-colored sacred realm was drastically limited. In such a brief span, fully grasping this power was utterly impossible. I am well aware of this. I merely wish to understand why so many wish to target the old ancestor of destiny, Yi Feng stated. Sun Deyo remained oblivious to the fact that everything was orchestrated by Murong Yi and Nan Shuiyu. There was no way they would allow him to have any life-threatening concerns. Upon hearing this, he felt a flush of embarrassment. "I dare not. Your Highness, you flatter me. Fortunately, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, Lord Tang would have met an untimely demise. For this day, she had truly exerted tremendous effort. For her, there could be no room for error." The finger of the loyal bone flicked through the air, and black gas stretched like a rubber band before being released. Zhang Chong turned and approached, followed closely by Zhong Hua, who understood that without joining forces with Zhang Chang to subdue Chang Gue, they could not exit the Ding family compound. His only wish was for Fan Fei to enjoy happiness every day from this moment onward. The cold wind howled as daggers flew through the air like leaves swept away by a storm. These flying knives circled around Lin Tian and his companions, at times drifting languidly, and at others, sweeping fiercely with the wind and dust, howling toward Lin Tian and the others. Lin Tian opened his eyes to see nothing but the glint of cold steel. Having feasted well, Guwu indeed displayed remarkable skill, unleashing his full repertoire before Feng Li. Without any superfluous motions. As his lips moved slightly, a bear, towering half a person high, materialized before Feng Li, letting out a deep growl at the onlookers. Chapter 94. Reminder: were it not for the difficulties in placing a house, Yun Yang would have wished to construct a small dwelling within her space. Qing Ling stood at the head of Yun Yang's bed, with Mo Hin and Yi Qi each claiming a rest. Bai Zhu lay sprawled across the bed, his large frame serving as a cushion for Yang Yang. Meanwhile, Fu Yi curled up like a tiny rabbit, serving as a plush toy for Yun Yang to pet. Good night. Surrounded by masculine energy, regardless of the storm raging outside, she felt undisturbed. I placed my phone aside to charge, casting my gaze toward the bulletin board on the wall, where the 6th rule of employee conduct read, "Please confirm that your colleagues are indeed human." The 8th rule stated, "No mirrors are to be used within the funeral home after midnight until dawn." Upon hearing Lu Rulong mention this matter, Kai Qingzhou's previously dazed eyes widened slightly. Lu Jing wiped her somewhat moist eyes, took a deep breath, and adjusted her emotions. Has someone died? Yang Hui inquired. While suppressing or annihilating the 8th Fleet may seem straightforward, it is paramount that no lives are lost, should any federal soldiers perish at their hands. The defector's identity would be irrevocably cemented, rendering any accolades futile and jeopardizing the Yang Corporation's protection. Observing the multitude that arrived at noon to aid the Sun family, Tian Futong felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. In my perspective, Zealand's entrance into the modeling sphere stems from a genuine passion for the profession, rather than a mere desire for fame. Just as she resolved her thoughts, the trio stationed at the entrance beheld the esteemed Orochimaru and Uchiha Yora returning from their mission at dusk. If one were to witness the mission's target within their line of sight yet remain motionless, they could scarcely be deemed a proficient marksman. A third-tier knight, confronted by an ordinary individual wielding a spear, lacks the courage to raise their sword, even in the absence of any martial or magical aptitude. What? You truly sense the decay poison being suppressed? Lin Tianya exclaimed with astonishment, fully aware that Yang Yang would inevitably pose this question. Su Yiqing suddenly found herself at a loss for words. An anxious restlessness overcame me, and I sensed that the elder no longer intended to lead me to Lu Ziyu. Moments later, as a waltz concluded, Morong Shui and Yang Feng settled onto a nearby sofa to rest. Yichen delivered a punch, only to find the opponent's fist remarkably unyielding. That overwhelming force seemed to surpass even that of a 7-star Do Wang, with the opponent's strike reaching the might of an 8-star Do Wang. Why does such a peculiar sound arise? From whence does this sound emanate? The flower language plaints. Could it be that these peculiar sounds originate from the blossoms themselves? His gaze was nearly transfixed upon her. Within his memories, he recognized the portion that belonged to she. Yet the segment associated with she was a novel encounter. Do not fret, Grandpa Mo is under divine protection and will surely recover, Morong Shui reassured. In truth, Madame Quan must also grapple with conflicting emotions. While reason compels her to accept Su Yiqing, her feelings resist, though seemingly apologetic. Zhui Yuding's words were laced with veiled implications, questioning why Zhang Xian adamantly rebuffed her and why Yiqing offered no explanation. Almost simultaneously, several workers recently emerged from the Spirit Stone mine were recognized by passengers aboard the Silver Kuan. The world teems with intelligent races beyond humanity, including beasts, spirits, phantoms, and numerous other races. Since all beings beneath the heavenly path may cultivate, one ought to delve into the wonders of this realm. What of the new Ping Guard Corps? Hoyawa cautiously inquired, prioritizing the fate of the new Ping Guard Corps above all else. If matters unfolded as Yang Yao suggested, would the new Ping Guard Corps cease to exist? Chapter 95. The Desert. Thank you for your advice, he began. From which region do you hail, noble beastmen? And may I inquire your names? We are beastmen from the eastern continent, hailing from a place called Civilization Village. As for our names, they are unnecessary. Upon hearing Yun Yang's words, the beastman murmured, Civilization Village, I comprehend. Thank you. The beastman flapped his wings and hurried back to inform his kin. Yun Yang. What of the beastmen inside? Do they still need to be notified? Bai Zhu inquired. Yun Yang nodded slightly and said, go take a look. She turned to Qing Ling. You should fly in and remind them about the impending beast tide. Although these beastmen act unethically, their lives are still at stake. Whether they choose to believe it or not is their own affair. If they don't believe, then it seems this calamity is destined for them. Understood, Yun Yang. Qing Ling soared into the heart of the tribe, only to discover a chaotic scene where numerous beastmen were engaged in fierce combat. This house was claimed by me first. It belongs to me. The food here is mine. Do not be so arrogant. With all this food available, it was our tribe that proposed an alliance. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be able to touch a single hair. Could you have one without US? Why should we be the ones to concede? Listening intently, Qing Ling quickly grasped the situation. The allied tribes appeared to be in disarray. After driving away the previous serpent griffin, they began to bicker over their interests. Qing Ling scoffed inwardly. Such a disunited coalition would inevitably fall apart. Nevertheless, remembering Yun Yang's words, Qing Ling hovered above them. Alas, you beastmen, heed my warning. A flood is approaching, and the beast tide is imminent. You must flee. Observing the battered beastmen, Qing Ling realized they might not even be able to withstand the beast tide in their current state. The brawling beastmen ceased their fighting and turned their gazes toward Qing Ling, their brows furrowed in disbelief. Suddenly, one of them sneered, "Ha! I believe this is just a ploy by that group of birds to spread false information, hoping we would flee so they could reclaim their territory." With this remark, a cacophony of mockery erupted among them. This place is far too splendid for a flood to reach. A beast tide? Where could such a thing possibly come from? Who are you trying to scare? If you want to take back your territory, come and fight for it. You birds have no right to occupy such a prime location. It must all be lies. A particularly fierce-looking beastman glared fiercely at Qing Ling. Let's take this beastman down and eliminate him. Indeed. Whoever brings him down will claim his spoils. Haha. Let's slaughter this bird. Faced with their vile intentions, Qing Ling unleashed a bolt of lightning upon the nearest beastmen, leaving them scorched and reeling. I kindly warned you, if you cannot show gratitude, then so be it. But to wish for my demise? Humph. Without further ado, Qing Ling departed, disinterested in engaging with such a brutish crowd. When the beast tide arrives, it would be their reckoning. The beastmen below stared in shock at their singed companions. That birdman must be at least of the purple rank, right? Could what he said truly be accurate? How ridiculous. Do you really think so highly of him that you would belittle yourselves? If he were that powerful, would he flee so quickly? Exactly. Your tribe is simply cowardly. Soon, the leadership should rightfully belong to ours. You dare call us cowards? The squabbling resumed among the beastmen, completely disregarding Qing Ling, and by the time the beast tide approached, they were utterly exhausted from their conflicts, hardly able to flee, let alone confront the tide. Meanwhile, the serpent griffin beastmen, having heeded Yun Yang's warning, promptly informed their kin upon returning. The serpent griffin clan dispatched beastmen to verify the situation and hurriedly sought alternative shelter. Once the beast tide passes, we shall return to reclaim our tribe, the chieftain declared, hopeful that this beast tide could indeed allow them to reclaim their territory. When the beast tide receded, they stealthily returned to their Yuzuk tribe, only to find many beastmen dead or wounded within. Those who had once boasted were now lifeless, some even mangled by fallen beasts. We must remember this lesson, the chieftain proclaimed. Let us restore our tribe and ensure we protect our territory fiercely from future incursions. Although the tribe was in disarray and had been ravaged, it remained their home, and given its advantageous location, they were unwilling to relinquish it. In the future, should they encounter civilized village beastmen, they would treat them as benefactors. Meanwhile, Yin Yang resumed her journey toward the western continent. The frequent thunderstorms had forced her to pause repeatedly, witnessing numerous tribes hastily relocate due to flooding, and even witnessing entire forests submerged in water. The indifference of nature was a reality Yun Yang felt profoundly. Yun Yang also wished to lend a hand, yet there were but a few of them, and they were unable to assist so many. Yun Yang would occasionally extend a helping hand, offering reminders of nearby tribes, warning of floods, beast tides, and indicating which areas were temporarily safe. Ding. Thanks to the host's reminders, the tribe successfully mitigated the flood disaster, earning the heartfelt gratitude of 327 orcs, and rewarding the host with 270 points. Initially, Yin Yang had not anticipated any reward for her modest assistance to these orcs, but the unexpected joy brought her great happiness. After more than half a month, as Yin Yang ambled along, she finally arrived at the western district. By this time, the rainy season had already persisted for 2 months. This period was typically marked by frequent torrential downpours, yet here, the rainfall was reminiscent of what Yun Yang had experienced at the onset of the rainy season in the Manga tribe. As Yun Yang and the others ventured deeper, the rainfall became increasingly scarce. Gradually, the vegetation visible to Yun Yang diminished, and encounters with animals and beastman tribes became infrequent. A gust of wind swept through. Yun Yang suddenly felt fine grains of sand striking her face, causing her to pause momentarily. It appeared that this area was rather arid. After traversing a stretch of land and ascending a steep hill, they stood at its pinnacle and gazed downward. Before them lay a vast expanse of desert, a golden sea of dunes stretching endlessly. Scattered throughout this sandy terrain were a few small groves of poplar trees and clusters of cacti. Whether it was Mo Hin and the others, who had always lived in the east, or Fu He, who had never ventured far from home, this was their first encounter with such a scene. Was this truly how other regions of the beast world were? They couldn't help but marvel at the sublime artistry of nature in the beast world. Traveling westward, they had witnessed an abundance of differences from their homeland. At this moment, a fierce wind swept through, and Yun Yang nearly squinted her eyes against the onslaught of sand. Qing Ling, fly ahead and see if you can locate an oasis. After such a long journey, we should find a place to rest for a while. Understood. Qing Ling flapped his wings and soared beneath the azure sky. In such an expansive realm, he relished the freedom to fly as he pleased, unrestrained and jubilant. While Qing Ling reveled in the skies, he remained acutely aware of the task Yun Yang had bestowed upon him. With keen eyes, Qing Ling scanned the desert landscape. After some time, he indeed spotted a small patch of green amidst the arid expanse. Descending for a closer look, he discovered a tiny settlement. Perhaps they could temporarily take refuge there. Having accomplished his mission, Qing Ling swiftly returned. As he navigated through the seemingly identical sands, he almost became disoriented. However, he could distinctly sense Yun Yang's position through their bond. Yet, as he flew back, he noticed clouds of dust swirling in the distance, indicating a strong wind approaching. Qing Ling hastened to return to Yun Yang's side. Yun Yang. A fierce wind is on its way. A term abruptly surfaced in Yun Yang's mind. Sandstorm? Qing Ling. Is there a tribe nearby? Indeed, replied Yang Yang. It lies over there, albeit somewhat distant. Qing Ling had already spent a considerable amount of time returning. He feared they might not reach the tribe before the storm arrived. Let us depart at once, striving to arrive before the strong winds sweep in. They advanced at full speed, yet halfway through their journey, the sky darkened ominously. A fierce gale howled past, sweeping countless grains of sand. They shielded their eyes as best they could and pressed onward. As Yun Yang glanced back into the sky, two formidable tornadoes were rapidly advancing towards them. It seemed there was little time left. Let us move in that direction, Yun Yang commanded, pointing towards the trajectory of the swirling winds. There was no shelter in sight. And this was their best course of action. The ominous clouds rolled in, and the merciless winds battered them. The tornadoes drew ever closer, hindering their movements. Mo Hin and the others had expanded to their maximum size, yet they still felt the overwhelming threat of being swept away by the tempest. There's a tree over there. Let us head towards it. Qing Ling squinted, finally spotting a sturdy tree, one that had weathered many storms in this desolate desert. They hurried to the base of the tree, lying on the ground, gripping each other tightly. Normally, they would bicker incessantly, but now, they huddled together, longing to embrace one another protectively around Yun Yang. Yun Yang retrieved animal skins from the depths of the space, urging everyone to cover their heads to prevent inhaling excessive sand and dust while breathing. The howling wind swept through, and yellow grain settled upon them. Over time, they could distinctly feel a layer of sand accumulating on their backs. Yet, they could only slightly shake off the burden, striving to hold their breaths, closing their eyes, and awaiting the departure of the tempest. Cough. At last, the whirlwind had passed. Bai Zhu shook off the sand that clung to his fur, now completely encrusted. Be careful. Please don't shake that off onto me, he implored. Previously, Qing Ling had tightly clutched Bai Zhu's leg, but now his face was adorned with disdain. You too. Yuqi shot a glare at Qing Ling, who was shaking off dirt not far from him. Qing Ling cast his gaze upon Yuqi, who had transformed into human form, and burst into laughter. Haha. Yuqi, your face is covered in sand. Yuqi wiped his face, indeed finding it coated with dust and grime. With a cold smirk, he retorted, You're no different. What right do you have to mock me? Fui patted the remnants of sand from his hair, feeling a profound sense of despair. At that moment, he longed for nothing more than to find a lake to wash away the grime. He felt as though sand had invaded every inch of his being, leaving an incessant itch in its wake. Yun Yang had discarded a cleansing talisman, managing to rid himself of the dust and sand that clung to him. Let us proceed, he said, gazing at the endless expanse of desert with a sigh. The nearby sand dunes had been reshaped by the recent tornado's fury. Fui rested a hand upon the trunk of a large tree that had offered them some shelter, sensing its struggle to endure. It seemed to be on the brink of death. With a heavy heart, Fui bestowed a significant amount of elemental energy upon the ailing tree. The robust tree soon regained vitality, its roots delving deep into the earth, and bare branches sprouted fresh buds. Fui smiled warmly, looking up at the sky where dark clouds gathered, suggesting an impending rain. He believed that the tree would surely survive against the odds. They continued their journey toward the oasis that Qing Ling had previously spotted. Despite the rainy season, the desert remained oppressively hot. Fortunately, Yun Yang had prepared ample water in his spatial realm. Otherwise, traversing the desert would have left them parched. Just ahead, Qing Ling exclaimed as he observed the distant Gobi, where greenery was becoming increasingly visible, remnants of vegetation half buried by the previous tornado's wrath. Let us go and investigate. Upon reaching their destination, they could not help but exhale in relief. Finding a place to rest in such a vast desert was no small feat in Yang. Wait here while I take a look. Mo Hin transformed into human form and approached the entrance of a nearby tribe. A recent tornado had left a few orc guards clearing the sand from the entrance. Upon seeing Mo Hin, the orcs became wary. Who are you? They demanded, their eyes wide and their stature somewhat diminutive, likely shorter than Yun Yang. I seek to stay with your tribe, Mo Hin replied. No, they shouted. Leave at once. If you do not depart, we will summon our kin. We come in earnest to request a place to stay. We can offer compensation. Just name your price. Even a single purple crystal per day will suffice. That is unacceptable. Our tribe does not host outsiders. The orcs glared, unwilling to heed Mo Hin's words or yield an inch. More orcs emerged from within, their vigilant gazes fixed upon Mo Hin. You should leave. Otherwise, we will call for the chieftain. Mo Hin furrowed his brow, aware that many tribes were insular, yet such brazen rejection, impervious even to the allure of purple crystals, was rare. This situation was indeed troublesome. There likely was not another tribe nearby, making it difficult to find alternative refuge. Observing Mo Hin's stalemate, Yun Yang approached with other orc companions. He is my mate, she asserted, standing before Mo Hin. I wish to stay with your tribe. The orcs were momentarily taken aback by her presence. What shall we do? One male orc whispered. We can dismiss the male, but the female, what now? Let us not forget the lesson of the past. We should not allow them entry, another cautioned. Yet, it is perilous for the female outside. What if she is captured? Perhaps we should inform the chieftain and let him decide. After some hesitation, a few orcs went to seek out the chieftain. The orcs maintained their vigilance, resolutely denying entry. We will wait for our chieftain to arrive. I may inquire why your tribe refuses a shelter? Yun Yang ventured, having overheard snippets of their conversation. They did not appear to be unreasonable or hostile, suggesting there might be a rationale behind their exclusion of outsiders. However, the orcs remained tight-lipped, steadfastly refusing to speak. It seemed that only the chieftain's arrival would elucidate the matter. The chieftain emerged at last. The guards at the entrance parted as the elder approached, leaning on a cane. His hair speckled with gray, yet his spirit remained vibrant, his gaze sharp. You seek to reside in our tribe? He scrutinized Yun Yang and her companions with a serious expression. What is your rank? The elder's lips pressed together. Even he felt a twinge of apprehension towards these formidable orc companions. We are orcs of the White Dan realm, Imohen replied honestly, casting a glance at Fui. This one here is of the Red Dan realm. In the realm of the beastly world, strength was paramount. Revealing their prowess was essential to deter the tribe's inhabitants from overstepping their bounds. The orcs who had previously obstructed Imohen inhaled sharply, realizing their error. They were White Dan realm orcs? A cold sweat broke out among them. Had Imohen chosen to retaliate, they could have met a grim fate. The elder observed them with astonishment. These youthful orc warriors possess such formidable strength? At his age, he had only attained the Red Dan realm. The elder's lips tightened. Do you truly come merely to seek refuge? He hoped to avoid inciting the ire of Yun Yang and her companions. Indeed, Yun Yang affirmed. While traversing this desert, we encountered a tornado and are uncertain how long it will take to cross. We merely seek a place to rest for a while. Rest assured. We intend to stay only for a day before departing. Yun Yang paused momentarily before continuing. If you harbor any doubts about us, we are willing to swear an oath to the beast god that we shall not harm the orcs of your tribe. And what significance does an oath to the beast god hold? Came the retort. There have been orcs before who made similar vows. Yet they resorted to means unknown to us to deceive us. Yun Yang cast a keen glance at the orc who had spoken. Are you suggesting that someone swore an oath to the beast god, vowing not to harm you, yet ultimately it was you who took action? This scenario felt hauntingly familiar to her. Was it not merely a replica of the Black Eagle tribe's predicament? Could it be that there were orcs nearby exploiting the essence of nightmares for malevolent purposes? Perhaps she would need to identify a third source of this nightmare contamination. The orcs within the tribe fell silent once more, harboring an inherent distrust towards Yun Yang and her companions, unwilling to divulge any further information. Their fear was palpable. What if they sheltered these outsiders and it led to the ruin of their own tribe? They preferred to be resolute in their decisions. If this were indeed the case, perhaps she could discern the underlying truth. The elder chieftain lifted his gaze to Yun Yang. Do you understand? Yun Yang nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, this chieftain. We have encountered similar occurrences in the past. There were instances when orcs swore allegiance to the beast god, yet their vows remained unfulfilled. They betrayed their females and even took their lives without facing the wrath of the beast god. Chieftain, we can assist you in addressing this situation. These orcs will receive the punishment they rightfully deserve. Please place your trust in me. Yun Yang glanced at the 5 formidable beast men beside her, contemplating their impressive capabilities. If they intended to strike, they would do so directly, without the need for cordial discourse. The chieftain, upon hearing this, found his resolve further wavering. The clan members behind him had red-rimmed eyes, their despair palpable. Do you truly have a solution? My brother's mate was abducted, and he was slain. My aunt, now 40, has also been taken. I remain in the dark about her fate. Indeed, the beastmen seem to possess an uncanny ability to mask their beast marks, effectively rendering their mates unreachable. The chieftain's expression grew grave. We can permit you to enter our tribe, provided you elucidate the peculiar circumstances surrounding these beastmen. We have already lost 5 females. Otherwise, we would not be on such high alert. The tale was lengthy, and Yun Yang, disinclined towards convoluted matters, entrusted the narration to Imohen and his companions. Imohen, Yichi, and Bai Zhu took turns recounting the events that transpired in the Black Hawk tribe, omitting sensitive details and substituting where necessary. For instance, the purification elixirs were referred to as luminescent moss or the purifying abilities of light elemental beastmen. The elder chieftain's countenance darkened considerably. Are you implying that some beastmen are harnessing the essence of nightmares? In these remote, desolate lands, information was scant, and knowledge of such phenomena was limited. Indeed, Imohen affirmed. However, the elder chieftain was puzzled. Why would you aid our tribe? There seems to be little here that would entice you. Because we understand the malevolence of nightmare beasts and wish to spare you from a similar fate. Moreover, we consider this an expression of gratitude for your hospitality, Imohen replied. After a moment of contemplation, the elder chieftain stated, our tribe will allow you temporary residence. But you must remain cautious and refrain from wandering. Should any matters arise, seek me out. Certainly, we shall abide by your wishes. Yun Yang nodded in agreement. Come with me, the elder chieftain instructed, leading Yun Yang and her companions to accommodations adjacent to his own. The dwelling was modest, a mere cave hewn from the rock, appearing austere from the outside yet adequately furnished within. In comparison, their stone residence next to the elder chieftain's was relatively comfortable, despite instructing them to stay put. The elder chieftain extended the best hospitality to Yun Yang, promptly providing her with food and water. The nearby elders of the tribe were also present, ensuring vigilance over Yun Yang and her companions. From the chieftain's perspective, such caution was prudent for the tribe's safety. Thank you for your generous hospitality, Imohen expressed as he accepted the provisions, offering beast crystals in return. Though they were guests, they would not partake without reciprocation. Mutual exchanges among unfamiliar beastmen fostered goodwill. Upon entering the tribe, Yin Yang began to inquire of the system. Is it capable of detecting anything? The distance is relatively far, making it impossible to ascertain the precise location. However, there is indeed a presence of nightmare energy in the vicinity. Yin Yang nodded, indicating that it should be similar to the Black Hawk tribe. Once we rest for a while, we shall seek out the chieftain to inquire about the situation. Perhaps we can join forces to resolve this issue together. The system is currently unable to ascertain the source of the nightmare pollution. Yet it can identify the number of orcs in the White and Red Dan realms within the tribe. It has been proven that orcs capable of surviving in the Gobi Desert possess considerable strength. The orcs of the Sandcat tribe, though appearing harmless, are indeed formidable. The tribe is extensive, with 2 orcs in the Red Dan realm and 5 or 6 in the White Dan realm. Given this, the ability to abduct females right under their noses indicates their prowess. Thus, relying solely on them would make it quite challenging to extract the source of the nightmare pollution. Since our interests align, a coalition is certainly feasible. That afternoon, as the sun descended behind the western sand dunes, the orange-red glow painted the sky. The Sandcat clan continued their vigilant patrols, unwilling to overlook even the slightest anomaly. Suddenly, they heard a rustling sound in the distance. The sentinels exchanged wary glances. Soon, one of the orcs transformed into a nimble Sandcat, gracefully approaching the source of the noise. The remaining orcs held their breath, waiting. However, after a prolonged silence, they heard nothing, and their companion did not return. Something is amiss. The orcs exchanged glances, and one rushed toward the location, only to find the earlier orc unconscious. Just as he was about to call out, a wave of dizziness engulfed him, rendering him speechless. Help! A shadow flashed before his eyes, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. With 2 companions gone, the remaining 2 guards felt a sense of unease. We must inform the chieftain at once. As they intended to call for the chieftain, an unexpected wave of dizziness overcame them. This is dire. They must be here to abduct the tribe's females. 3 figures emerged, silently standing at the entrance of the tribe, their eyes gleaming with avarice. Look, entering and exiting this tribe is now child's play for them. It is certain that they will soon occupy this place without any pretense. Females. Bring us more females. Host. A nightmare beast has stealthily infiltrated the tribe. Upon receiving the notification from the system, Yun Yang hastily accessed the panel to locate the position of the Nigh beast and rushed over. When Yun Yang and the beast master arrived, they found 3 orcs, severely tainted by the miasma, each carrying a female, while the surrounding orcs lay unconscious on the ground. Stop them. Yun Yang furrowed his brow intensely. He never anticipated such audacity from the orcs, who brazenly invaded the tribe to seize females. Brother, this female is exquisite. Let us take her with us. She will surely be a delight. One of the male orcs leered at Yun Yang, his gaze filled with lecherous desire. Damn it. My female companion is not something you filthy orcs can covet. Yi Chi bared his sharp fangs and transformed into a massive python, lunging towards them. The audacious male orc was taken aback, retreating hastily, yet was still knocked to the ground by Yi Chi, who wrapped his formidable form tightly around him. The anguished cries of the orc reverberated, alarming those nearby. The other 2 orcs' expressions shifted dramatically as they hastily fled. As for rescuing anyone, that thought never crossed their minds. Losing 1 orc was of no consequence to them. Instead, they resented the orc whose impatience attracted the attention of the Sandcat tribe's warriors. Rescue was out of the question. They could always return for vengeance once they grew stronger. Thinking of escaping? Have you consulted us? Qingling scoffed, his sharp eagle talons lunging towards their faces. The leading orc was unprepared for Qingling's swiftness. Despite his evasive maneuvers, he still bore 2 fresh gashes across his face. Damn it. The orc's expression darkened as he manifested a hairless claw, launching a fierce strike at Qingling. Qingling could have evaded, yet suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and a throbbing headache. The sharp claws grazed his wing, causing a few black and white feathers to fall away. Bewildered, Qingling's sense of caution heightened. What was happening? Why had he suddenly lost focus? Through Yun Yang's true vision, he observed the dark mist emanating from the orc, surging towards Qingling, affecting him profoundly. Yun Yang exchanged for purification pills from the system and administered them to the others. Upon consuming the pills, the pervasive nightmare energy that they relied upon was dispelled, rendering them incapable of further arrogance. No problem, echoed Mo Hen in unison with the others. Fu He, as a beastman of the Scarlet Pill realm, forcefully knocked the 3rd beastman to the ground. Yet, just as Fu He intended to pry open his mouth to feed him a purification pill, a faint wisp of black gas surged toward him. Instinctively sensing danger, Fu He swiftly dodged. It became evident that the tangible nightmare energy, which Fu He could not perceive, indicated that these beastmen had been severely tainted by it. Should he become ensnared by their nightmare energy, it would be profoundly detrimental to him. Meanwhile, Mo Hen seized the beastman tightly ensnared by Yi Chi, pried open his mouth, and tossed in a purification pill. A flicker of malice flashed in Yi Chi's eyes as he released the beastman. The beastman writhed in agony on the ground, his expression twisted in torment, black patterns flickering across his face, which gradually faded, replaced by grotesque wrinkles. His skin sagged, and both his complexion and hair color turned pallid. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds swiftly gathered overhead, as if heralding a tempest. However, as purple lightning struck down upon the beastman, The ominous clouds dissipated into silence. The other two beastmen, tainted by nightmare energy, were expressions of sheer terror. Run. Quickly. Run. They unleashed their nightmare energy, carving a path before transforming into lizards and hastily fleeing. At that moment, several sandcats pursued them, moving with the swiftness of the wind, and swiftly severed their necks with a single bite. With a hiss, the two lizard beastmen struggled momentarily before succumbing to lifelessness. Imohen retrieved the charred beast crystal from the lizard beastman, which was a piece of azure crystal. In contrast, the two lizard beastmen that had not consumed the purification pills bore faintly black and white beast crystals. Imohen refrained from directly handing the unpurified beast crystals to Yunyang. Yunyang and Yichi approached Yunyang, requesting a purification pill. While attempting to subdue the beastman, Yichi had been influenced by the nightmare energy emanating from him. Yet he resolutely restrained himself from allowing the beastman, who had insulted Yunyang, to escape. Yunyang promptly responded. The two sandcats, displaying remarkable swiftness, transformed back into their human forms, one of whom was the venerable clan chief. These two happened to be the most formidable beastmen of the tribe, possessing the strength of the Crimson Dan realm. Thank you, they expressed. Upon their arrival, the three beastmen had seemingly employed some method to remain undetected. Had it not been for that petite female beastman, these wretched creatures might have escaped. No need for thanks, Yunyang replied with a smile. We merely happened to cross paths. The clan chief remained silent. The distance from here to the dwelling he had arranged for Yunyang was considerable. How could it be that she fortuitously stumbled upon them? The clan chief was certain that Yunyang was merely feigning ignorance. She must have been aware of the intrusion of foreign beastmen, yet chose not to disclose the manner of her knowledge. Yunyang remained silent. And the old patriarch did not inquire further. Patriarch, these two beast cores have been tainted by nightmare energy and require treatment. Would you mind if I take them? Yunyang inquired. Given the strength of the Sandcat tribe, they were hardly in need of these two beast cores. However, the old patriarch was curious about how Yunyang intended to deal with them. If this female possesses the means to cleanse the nightmare energy from the beast cores, then they shall belong to you, the old patriarch proclaimed, recognizing the potential. Very well, Yunyang responded. A subtle radiance emanating from her hands as she swiftly purified the nightmare energy from the beast cores. The old patriarch gazed at Yunyang in astonishment. He had surmised that she had the ability to eradicate the nightmare energy, yet he had not anticipated that it would be she who would execute it herself. Could it be that this female has a beast husband endowed with light elemental abilities? The old patriarch cast a puzzled glance at the several beast husbands beside Yunyang. Yunyang smiled softly, refraining from rebuttal. Consequently, the old chieftain interpreted this as her tacit agreement. After all, the females lacked supernatural abilities, and only those endowed with light elemental powers could purify the ominous energies. The old chieftain regarded Yunyang with newfound respect. The presence of so many formidable beastmen around her indicated that she was no ordinary female. His trust in Yunyang and her companion significantly increased. Males who awakened light elemental powers were exceedingly rare. They were invariably individuals of pure heart, endowed with exceptional talents, capable of becoming priests who communicated with the heavens and foretold the future. Their tribe had previously possessed a priest, who had sadly passed away a few years prior. Currently, there was one light elemental practitioner in the tribe, a successor, though their abilities remained feeble. Before the death of their priest, he had prophesied that their tribe would face a dire crisis. Presently, the disappearance of females and the invasion of night beasts had validated the old priest's words. Meanwhile, this new young priest, who had nearly lost half her life just 2 weeks ago, had foreseen that their tribe would encounter a glimmer of hope. Might this Yunyang and her beastmen be the salvation their tribe so desperately sought? The old chieftain suppressed a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Yunyang, you previously mentioned the bioluminescent moss. I happen to possess seeds of the same. Allow me to present them to you shortly. Yunyang remarked. If we scatter some seeds outside the tribe and allow the wood-affiliated orcs within to nurture them, it is likely that they will sprout swiftly. With the presence of luminescent moss, the next time we encounter the nightmare beasts, we may be able to anticipate their arrival. There is also a plant known as nightlight grass, which can, to a certain extent, dispel the malevolent aura, preventing it from encroaching upon us. I shall hand some over to you shortly. The old chieftain clenched his fist and placed it over his heart, bowing slightly to Yunyang. You are a great benefactor to our tribe. The chieftain was merely being modest. It is only fitting that we assist one another as members of the Beast Realm continent. Yunyang gazed at the 3 lifeless bodies strewn across the ground and inquired, Chief, do you know to which tribe these orcs belong? The chief pressed his lips together, a flicker of rage glimmering in his eyes. I have a notion. Upon witnessing the 3 corpses of the lizardmen, how could he not surmise their origin? In truth, he had harbored suspicions long before, yet had been unable to seize any evidence. They must be orcs from the Black Mountain tribe. Yunyang was taken aback. She had heard of this tribe during her time in the Huaguan tribe. On that occasion, they assisted the chief of the Huanglang clan in resolving the issue with the red ant beast's nest. Upon learning that they intended to journey to the western continent, she cautioned them about the Heishan tribe. The Heishan tribe does not reside in the desert. Rather, it lies at the very edge of it, the Sandcat chief remarked. The Heishan tribe is notorious for being a bandit clan, frequently preying upon passing orcs and resorting to murder to silence their victims. When a female appears in their territory, They immediately claim her as their own, intent on abducting her. No orc dares to tread in that vicinity. The Sandcat chief had heard that the females in the Haishan tribe live in deplorable conditions, receiving merely enough sustenance to survive. Previously, they had suspected that the Haishan tribe had abducted their females. However, after banding together with neighboring small tribes and confronting the Haishan tribe directly, they were unable to locate the missing females, ultimately suffering this silent grievance. So, is there something peculiar about their tribe? Mo Hen recalled their earlier visit to the Black Hawk tribe, wondering if they had sensed an unusual atmosphere, feeling a heavy oppression. The chief furrowed his brow. The Haishan tribe itself is situated near steep cliffs, exuding a foreboding aura, and he had not paid much attention to it. The oppressive atmosphere pervaded the Haishan tribe, where many orcs of extremely low status lived in subjugation. Yuchi leaned against a nearby wall and remarked, if you ask me, we should simply visit the Haishan tribe and uncover the truth for ourselves. Yun Yang nodded in agreement. They must intend to visit the Black Mountain tribe. Any hidden agendas would soon reveal themselves upon their arrival. Do you wish to venture to the Black Mountain tribe? The Sandcat chief furrowed his brow. It is far too perilous. In the past, the Black Mountain tribe was not particularly formidable in this vicinity. However, during our last expedition to seek female companions, an inexplicable number of White Dan realm beasts appeared from their tribe. Infiltrating the Black Mountain tribe is no trivial task. Even the Elder Chief himself cannot guarantee a stealthy entry. Chief, a young sand cat rushed over, panting. The beasts from the Sand Fox tribe have arrived. They claim that their females have gone missing again. Behind and trailed several fennec foxes. The Sand Fox tribe also dwells in the arid desert, a considerable distance from their territory, yet the two tribes maintain a cordial relationship. They are closer to the Black Mountain tribe, and the occurrences of missing females are more frequent. The last time a female went missing, both tribes journeyed to the Black Mountain tribe, only to return empty-handed. This time, the chief of the Sand Fox tribe had also come. Upon seeing 3 lifeless bodies on the ground, his expression turned icy. It must indeed be the Black Mountain tribe, he mused. The chief of the Sand Fox tribe, a middle-aged male whose true form appeared adorable, exuded an imposing aura in human form, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Chief, let us take these bodies to the Black Mountain tribe. Let us see how they feign innocence. A male from the Sand Fox tribe was incensed. What good will that do? The Sand Fox chief replied sternly. The males of the Black Mountain tribe are shameless. They will merely deny these bodies belong to their tribe. They will assert that this is a baseless accusation, claiming that the Sand Cat tribe is conspiring against them. By way, the chief of the Sand Fox tribe turned to the leader of the Sand Cat tribe, Alakul. Perhaps it would be prudent for our 2 tribes to unite and strike against the Black Mountain tribe. Such tribes can only be dealt with through force. The Sand Fox tribe had already lost females multiple times. Alakul, the Sand Cat chief, shook his head. That is not wise. Bai Wei frowned. Why not? Alaku's expression grew grave. Bai Wei, do you know the level of the male beasts that infiltrated our tribe? They are the White Dan realm, and their leader is nearly at the Red Dan realm. Their tribe is quite peculiar. If we recklessly attack, who knows how many White Dan and Red Dan beasts they now possess? We cannot ascertain our chances of victory. We must not be reckless, for we must prioritize the safety of our tribe's beasts. Alaka further emphasized, they are growing too powerful, too swiftly. Should we not strike the Black Mountain tribe now and wait for them to strengthen further before they come for us? Bai Wei's reasoning was sound, leaving Alaku in a quandary. Let us first gather intelligence on the Black Mountain tribe. At that moment, Yun Yang spoke up. Esteemed chiefs, the beasts of the Black Mountain tribe have grown strong due to the influence of nightmare energy. Should we find a way to dispel this energy? They would pose no threat. Bai Wei regarded Yun Yang with scrutiny, and who might this female be? Alaku interjected, she is a temporary resident of our tribe. It was she and her beast husband who discovered the lizard beast stealthily entering our territory. They also uncovered that this lizard beast had transformed into a nightmare beast. Furthermore, they encountered a tribe that had been wholly tainted by nightmare energy. Alaku then softly added to Bai Wei, this female possesses a powerful light-type ability through her beast husband. Perhaps they may hold a solution. Upon hearing that Yun Yang's husband wielded light element abilities, Bai Wei immediately grew serious, pondering who this remarkable beast husband could be. He discerned that the males accompanying this female were indeed extraordinary. Yun Yang lowered his gaze. He is not here at the moment. However, he left me a pill that, once ingested, can purify the ominous energy. In the vast expanse of clouds, the purification elixir was directly presented to the so-called beast husband. Bai Wei nodded gently, comprehending the situation. It was quite possible that this beast husband of the matriarch was a shaman of a tribe, not easily able to depart from his people. After completing his mental conjecture, Bai Wei then inquired about the matter of the purification elixir. Yun Yang produced a purification pill, contemplating that if she could discreetly blend the pill into the food of the orcs, it might significantly weaken their tribe. Once the Black Mountain tribe is dealt with, she could then search for the source of the nightmare energy hidden within. As always, the first step was to scout the vicinity of the Black Mountain tribe and seize the opportunity to introduce the purification pill. Chief Alaka remarked. Chief, a thought has crossed my mind, interjected an orc from the Sand Fox tribe. There will be orcs emerging from the Black Mountain tribe, searching for food outside. Do you think we should capture one of them and interrogate them for information? Bai Wei pondered for a moment, considering it a viable option. They needed to resolve the situation with the Black Mountain tribe swiftly. He recalled the last incident when their tribe's females vanished, leading to the deaths of the males one after another. It was likely that those captured females had met their demise. This time, several more females had gone missing from their tribe, and Bai Wei was determined to prevent a recurrence of such a tragedy. Chief Aliku and Chief Bai Wei organized their tribesmen and stealthily advanced toward the vicinity of the Black Mountain tribe. The distance was considerable, even at full speed. It took them most of the day to arrive. After traversing the desert, they could eventually spot several stark, steep rocky mountains in the distance, concealed behind a large boulder. They observed 3 gaunt male orcs emerging, grumbling amongst themselves. I have had enough. We toil in the tribe and receive no recognition, while they bask in the rewards. One lamented. Who can blame us for our lack of talent, destined only for menial tasks? It is utterly unjust. I desire a female. I yearn to grow stronger. Why do they continue to flourish while we cannot even savor a cup of broth? The resentment among the orcs was palpable. Wishing to usurp those who merely reveled in their comforts within the tribe, the orcs from the Sand Fox tribe watched the 3 males recede into the distance and proposed. Shall we not capture them and extract information? If we can persuade them to introduce the purification pill into the tribe's water supply, we need not worry about infiltrating. The 2 chiefs contemplated this, refraining from hasty responses. The plan bore a certain level of risk. Yun Yang, however, smiled and declared, I have a plan. Perhaps it is worth a try. Even if I fail, the losses will be minimal. The 2 chieftains regarded Yun Yang and nodded, permitting her to proceed. After some deliberation, the orcs of the Sand Fox tribe captured several orcs from the opposing faction. They were merely low-tier orcs, easily apprehended. However, despite a thorough beating and intense questioning, these orcs revealed little. They admitted to having abducted several females, yet they remained ignorant of their whereabouts. We have only heard rumors. We have never seen them, and do not know if any belong to your tribe. We truly do not know what they are up to. They conceal everything from us. Most of our tribe is unaware of their actions. We are just laboring mindlessly. The orcs, dazed from the beatings, poured out their grievances. Spare us. We have done nothing wrong. We only abducted females, which is not our concern. We have never enjoyed any benefits. They only know how to order us around. We are innocent. Fuhi, observing the 3 orcs, softly proposed, let us make a deal. If successful, we shall grant you a substantial amount of beast crystals. What do you say? Very well. The 3 orcs readily agreed without a second thought. Upon returning to their tribe, they exchanged frenzied glances filled with longing. Chieftain, we have urgent news to share, they exclaimed. Indeed, the orcs from the Sand Cat tribe and the Sand Fox tribe have threatened us with drugs. We are ever mindful that we belong to the Black Mountain clan. We feigned agreement and immediately returned to inform you. The 3 orcs were filled with eagerness. They claimed that if successful, they would provide them with a wealth of beast crystals. What use are those to us? Consuming beast crystals pales in comparison to receiving divine blessings in the sacred cave. Chieftain, considering our unwavering loyalty, please allow us to enter the sacred cave. The chieftain scoffed. Very well. Amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd, a sword forged from the essence of wind and spirit materialized in Qin Feng's hand. Moments later, Lin Yashi was bound. Her mouth taped multiple times, producing faint sounds. The door was suddenly kicked open. Hearing the abrupt sound, Lin Zaheo froze, retracting his wandering hands. Lin Yashi was startled but quickly ignited with hope. The noise originated from behind them. Zi Qiao trembled on the toilet, his once neatly styled hair now disheveled. His suit wrinkled from the commotion. How could they possibly hide such a ruckus from the people below? Guo Jian remarked. Indeed, my lady. The well-dressed man strode towards Fang Yinling without hesitation. After Lin Zhaoxi cast the 2 out, he returned to the room, commencing to tidy up as everyone looked on in shock. I did not come here to live a romantic comedy. My sole purpose now is the happiness of myself and Dali. Andy, do not worry. This is my senior brother Xin Yuan. We descended the mountain together. He is certainly not a rodent spirit. Bai Xiuxiu could not help but laugh at Li Xuanyuan's stiff smile, finding him amusing. George Warhead glared at Ling Xiao with hatred. But he was more rational than Yamamoto Danhua, refraining from provoking Ling Xiao. In this seemingly tranquil city, who knows what undercurrents were surging beneath? Bai Bao's words proved true. After being rescued by Dandy, his combat prowess soared, making him the only one able to match Frisia's speed. You are placing yourself in a passive position, merely waiting for their next move, I taunted him, still displeased. The soldier immediately obeyed, bringing Fujihara Kiyakawa, who had been contemplating how to meet Liao Shi. Little did he know that happiness could arrive so unexpectedly, it was utterly astonishing. He remained skeptical about Bo Zai, neither fully believing him to be a murderer nor entirely trusting him, thus Jiolong Dong could not casually hand Bo Zai over. Lan Ruoxin observed Imo Duo's serious expression. Nodding in agreement, she too harbored an unsettling feeling, compounded by her left eyelid twitching incessantly in recent days. Mayer's gaze turned cold as she, like willow catkins, floated gracefully in midair. With a wave of her hand, the formidable golden dragon was effortlessly cleaved in 2. Wang Xiaoman mistakenly believed Li Hao was about to advance on her, her cheeks flushing with indignation as she provocatively swayed her waist. Already slightly exposed from the earlier scuffle in the bar. Sleep well. I want to call you when the sun rises again. Someone replied with a smile. It's too late. Yang Leffen snapped the dragon's neck, and Dragonzi, with eyes wide open, succumbed to death, once a commanding figure, now reduced to a lifeless corpse. You beast. Just wait and see how I deal with you. A harsh voice echoed from outside, followed by a chilling cat's wail that sent chills down Mushime's spine. Huang then realized that the person she had pushed away was the Emperor of Guju Kingdom, startling her. She had always imagined emperors to be like her father, aging and formidable. Chapter 102, You Shall Not Stop Me. While chaos reigned in the Black Mountain tribe, Yun Yang and her companions stealthily infiltrated the territory. Upon entering, they were met with a horrific scene. While Wei clenched his fists, eager to charge forward. But Alaker restrained him. Now is not the time for rash actions. That female is already dead. Rushing in would serve little purpose. Upon entering the Black Mountain tribe, they confronted Xiaoan. You remain obstinate. You and your kind are worlds apart. You profess your love. Do you wish for her to sacrifice herself for you? Fagus suddenly interjected. However, for Qin Tian, compressing his essence may yield different results. The Heavenly Emperor was astonished. Who had the audacity to provoke even the Peach Blossom Garden? Reflecting on the legendary Monkey King from centuries past, he wondered if such a beast had re-emerged to wreak havoc in the heavenly realm. The enemies of the divine are my enemies. He is about to wed. And if I do not disturb him, I am unworthy to know the divine. Li Yuanbao spoke with great indignation, asserting that this issue must be resolved, if not addressed. It would give rise to numerous subsequent complications. This fellow dared to propose such matters, revealing that his suggestion to cultivate land was merely a pretext. The cost of constructing a city akin to Dingxiangqing is not insignificant, and crucially, it would consume a considerable amount of skilled labor. The Tang dynasty currently has numerous sites in need of construction, precisely at a time when manpower is severely lacking. They act with impunity here, largely because they hail from several prominent families in Luolong City, which affords them considerable influence. The infantry suffered 16 fatalities and over 40 injuries, while Yato remained unscathed, even playfully wielding Greiman's massive sword. Meanwhile, Shuiyu inadvertently became an awakener, now ranking among the most formidable within the mercenary group, garnering increasing respect from Grey Bear, gradually becoming the individual's most valued asset. Surrounding them, countless spectators stood in stunned silence, their faces as pale as paper, their bodies trembling in fear. The national commander Liao devised a plan for national extermination, opposing large-scale slaughter, particularly the indiscriminate execution of surrendered soldiers. Wang Bin foresaw that if these elderly and weak individuals were not handled appropriately, he would face impeachment from the censors. Upon closer inspection, it was unclear whether he was paralyzed with fear or simply in shock. He pointed at the pool of blood, his lips quivering, unable to articulate a word. Brethren, I will accompany you to escort the Xiongnu to the town. Muxian expressed her desire to assist. Once taken to town, the Xiongnu would be handed over to the officials, who would transport them to Chu Xiongming's residence in the capital for interrogation. However, Muxian and Anshan would no longer be involved at that stage. Reflecting on the Star Master's calm demeanor during their battles outside the extreme sky realm, Tang Qing and the others understood that this was likely the Star Master granting them time for growth. After discussing matters, Muxian returned home for lunch, exchanged pleasantries with Li Shofeng, and prepared to deliver a letter to Anjiakin, also picking a basket of fruit for Fang Yuding. As Huang Hai rushed to town with the cart, Muxian opted for light-footed travel along secluded paths to avoid drawing attention to her speed, lest onlookers mistake her for a supernatural being. Consequently, Jin Zhonghua and Enan Hui formed a pair, while the elder Park Junkie faced disappointment once again. And the disruptive Lu Zhaijun met with no better fate. The protective barrier surrounding the Free Alliance resonated with a metallic clang, stabilizing only after a considerable duration. Eugene emphasized that the borderlands are fraught with peril, and the exiles lack even adequate clothing and sustenance, leading Yushi to conclude that she needed to exercise greater caution in her actions. Su Taohua evaded Liao Yiguang's tear-filled gaze, directing her attention toward Deputy Minister Yi and Xiaomu Yuan. Chapter 103, Mingji Female. You shall perish. Originally, he had contemplated capturing the striking female once the orcs were dealt with, but now, Rote sought to eliminate Yun Yang. Her demise would undoubtedly shatter the orcs. Protect Yang Yang. Mo Hin's expression turned grave. Prior to their journey to the Heishan tribe, Yun Yang had already advised them to prioritize their safety and to flee if they encountered danger. The shot by Yi Bai Shun has consistently set the trend in Dongjiang City and its neighboring 6 or 7 counties in terms of both scale and pricing. 2 decades of operation have cemented this establishment's irreplaceable status. The jade ship unfurled gracefully in the wind, transforming within moments into a grand vessel, measuring hundreds of feet in length and over 10 feet in width, hovering before the crowd. After all, he was a prince. Capturing him as a hostage was quite the feat. How tragic it was that a formidable figure of the third heaven had been captured alive. It would be better to seal him than allow him to escape, remarked the elder as he waved farewell to Yang Qingshan. Wu Di felt a firm blow to his back, a reflex honed by years of martial training causing him to react instantly. He quickly covered his head, closed his legs tightly, and took a deep breath before squatting down, just as batons began to rain upon him. Very well, let Mr. Ouyang discuss what should be done. He can articulate the specific plans to you all. His father gestured politely, and Ouyang Jin promptly nodded in acknowledgement. They were startled by the peculiar sound. Yet given that the two were locked in a life and death struggle, they had no time to concern themselves with other matters. Xinyan was thus always preoccupied with aiding others, to the point of neglecting his own well-being, causing great concern for those around him. Being heir, let us not discuss this matter for now. The intricacies within are beyond words. However, the destruction of Ma Island is a certainty, and not a single senior practitioner from the Matsumoto sword sect escaped. The fate of the Japanese has been sealed, Shin Yuxiang replied. Each day, I am meticulously cared for. Upon rising, servants present me with breakfast, artfully arranged. And as I have a hearty appetite, I indulge in the vibrant array of vegetables and fruits, devouring high-protein meals with great enthusiasm. Tian Hozheng was immediately enraged. With a swift motion, he grasped a superior quality control weapon, a bronze hammer, which he transformed into a massive bronze hammer the size of a door. And with a mighty swing, he smashed it down upon the defensive formation of the Dongming Seven Tigers. Graceful and stunning, pure and gentle, serene and elegant. With skin as smooth as jade and delicate as congealed fat, her captivating eyes shimmered like autumn waters. He placed the soup on the table, entered the kitchen, removed his gloves and apron, and retrieved bowls and chopsticks. The Thai patient, after consuming the herbal medicine, experienced severe abdominal pain within a minute. And his already pale complexion grew even more ashen. The situation escalated. The attentive waitstaff, already monitoring them closely, intensified their surveillance, fearing they could not restrain Hage's imposing figure. Summoning additional personnel, even recalling those who had the day off, creating quite the spectacle. With an expression of wild glee, Harry arrogantly departed, leaving Jella's face a portrait of despair, as he unleashed a wave of energy that reduced the luxurious guest room to ruins. Regardless, the currently Xiaodao had yet to attain the strength to contend with the 5 great academies. At that moment, the ludicrous horse stood fully exposed before the 3. Its comical appearance diffusing the tension in the atmosphere, causing Seely to burst into laughter, completely forgetting that they were in the presence of a terrifying beast. Chapter 104. Accompanying you to the northern lands, Mingxi's eyes gleamed with a hint of confusion. Beastmaster? He fixed his gaze intently upon Yun Yang. Yun Yang felt a tinge of embarrassment. Previously, due to the complexities of the system, she had inadvertently led the Sandcat clan leader to believe she possessed a luminescent beast husband. She had accepted this misunderstanding without protest. Little did she anticipate that soon thereafter, a formidable luminescent beastman would appear. How could she possibly explain this? Mingxi met Yun Yang's elusive gaze and remarked, "Are you on a mission? I wish to discern whether your affections for me, Chen Shui, are genuine, or merely a ruse for the sake of duty. If your feelings are indeed sincere, then I shall." Chen Shui's face flushed with warmth. The terrain was inherently unsuitable for large-scale military engagements, which was why Mi Bao voiced her concerns regarding the players. Yet, what truly stirred old Zhou's sentiments was the spectacle before him. This realization illuminated the meaning behind his mother's words. What does it mean to traverse the northern wilderness for 3,000 miles? To soar like a dragon into the ninth heaven? I am returning home, Wen Rui. I shall attend your wedding with Gu Xiaochen, and Feng. I will also return for your nuptials with Gu Xiaoyang. At all other times, do not seek me out. Just yesterday, his lips had been suddenly captured, overwhelming her senses like a tempest. He had pressed her against the door, while Ji Lingfei, clutching a rose, was engulfed in a fervent kiss that seemed to consume her entirely, as if all her strength had been siphoned away. The aerial city garden rested majestically above the clouds, sprawling in grandeur. It was adorned with exotic flowers and fruits, complemented by the presence of enchanting mythical beasts roaming freely. These creatures, though generally of low rank, harmonized beautifully with their surroundings, adding to the allure of the entire aerial city garden. Lu Han, have you developed feelings for Ji Ling Han? Xia Zekin inquired abruptly, his tone mirroring that of Ji Lingfei when she had asked him about his affections for Ji Ling Han. Yuchime tightly enveloped her child in her arms, whispering softly as she savored the reality of the moment, the warmth of the child, the rhythm of their heartbeat. Yes, this was indeed her child. Ji Lingfei flung open the door and stormed out, while Xia Zekin rubbed his forehead, noting how increasingly affectionate his wife had become, glancing at the disheveled room. Should he tidy it up for her? Just to infuriate him. Ideally to drive him mad, Ji Ling Han seethed, while Lu Han remained silent. Ji Ling Han merely escorted him downstairs before Lu Han departed. Wu Qingyun furiously ended a phone call, the schemes that had previously brewed in his mind now surfacing to the light. Apologies, my occupational instincts have resurfaced, Yichen coughed lightly, halting his steps at the periphery of the duo's confrontation. Sujinsi smirked with satisfaction, extending her right hand to deftly grasp the dagger from Princess Huayang's grip, disdainfully discarding it to the ground. Quan Ningjia's furious exclamations reverberated through the realm, driven to madness by the circumstances. Even the Supreme Heart could not suppress the urge to curse, his words exuding a fierce authority. For reasons unknown, whether it was the Sword God or the Ninth Emperor, an inexplicable desire to strike him arose within them. No, it is not as you perceive. Ran Sui's face flushed crimson at my words, clearly revealing her guilt. Witnessing this, Zhang Yang pulled young Qingqing into his embrace, and upon feeling the safety of his presence, her brow relaxed as she drifted back into a peaceful slumber. A love that transcends lifetimes, entwining countless fates. How many lifetimes must pass for such affections to fade? Even after enduring myriad cycles of life and death, We remain inexorably bound by the thread of love. The questioning disciple's eyes flickered towards me, prompting me to raise my gaze and count the beams above. Just as the walls were poised to unleash their arrows once more, I suddenly directed my inner strength outward towards the four walls. Chapter 105. The sense of destiny. Mingji clenched his right fist against his left breast, sincerely expressing, "Thank you." Yunyang gazed at his bare torso, his skin as pale as snow, and inadvertently found her eyes drawn to the 2 points on his chest. They seemed slightly pink. She was uncertain. Ahem. This felt rather impolite. Yunyang, quickly avert your gaze. Mingji observed Yunyang's erratic stare, feeling somewhat perplexed. What is the matter? Mo Hen hurriedly intervened. Inside the cabin, a table was set with a platter of fruits, snacks, cold dishes, and surprisingly, hot tea. The presence of a charcoal stove made the cabin notably warm, and upon entering, Zhou Jiaya felt a wave of warmth, her smile becoming even more pronounced. Hearing Tian Minchuan's call, both Tian Guoyang and Li Mingwei trembled slightly, exchanging nervous glances filled with trepidation. You shall decide, Mingqian nodded, conceding that the matter of marriage ought to be left to them. For any choice he made would be unfair to the other. Linglong suddenly felt a tightening in her chest, unable to suppress a dry heave, which startled Yen Su, who quickly produced a green plum from his pouch and placed it in her mouth. The crowd turned their gaze behind Zhou Jiao, where an elderly man, clad in a robe and exuding a benevolent demeanor, fixed his penetrating gaze upon the scene before him, as if capable of perceiving all that exists. At this point, a hint of regret flickered in Li Yunbao's eyes. In his youth, he had been known as Li Piming, but time had transformed him. Now, he approached endeavors with a sense of trepidation. I have known Huang Zixio for quite some time. Our last conversation merely revealed that he had previously resided in Hong Kong. Yet I remain oblivious to the specifics of his family life. Zhou Dehai rose from the ground and crouched beside Lin Shi, gently pressing his ear against her noticeably rounded belly, listening intently. The room was enveloped in silence. Even the sound of breathing was imperceptible, save for the rhythmic clinking of abacus beads that resonated persistently. The precision required in swordsmanship is exceedingly high. Chu Wangshu hoped that once the spiritual sword was forged, it would swiftly eliminate any potential backlash, hence his choice of the demon soul as the weapon spirit for the Luyun sword. Upon his return, we shall celebrate your success, the general remarked with a smile to the officer executing the mission. Such beings, half human and half demon, may intimidate ordinary folk, yet before Lin Xiaofeng's blades, they appeared as fragile as paper. Jin Changbai had never fathomed the existence of Taoist practitioners, for their numbers had dwindled, and even domestically, few believed in them. Most regarded them as charlatans, and indeed, the majority of those claiming to be Taoists were mere impostors. Suddenly, Ji Jun's eyes sparkled with divine light, her voice booming like thunder, unleashing an immensely powerful sonic wave that reverberated through the palace, enveloping Bai Zhu. Sherlock, who had been gazing at the sea, turned to glance at William, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Our military strength is not inferior to that of the Daoyao, and with fortified cities, we possess considerable advantages. There should be no inherent risks. However, the formation devised by Wu Tian is indeed formidable. Even with double the troops, I cannot guarantee success. And we can only defend the city, sighed Long Yunfeng helplessly. Meanwhile, as Yang Yi pondered, a figure clad in black stealthily entered the courtyard, moving quietly into a room. Moreover, there was a subtle trend suggesting dominance over the feathered king, as a group of young guests were all toasting in their honor. Upon witnessing this scene, people widened their eyes, their previously excited expressions transforming into disbelief. Sister, what do you enjoy eating? Fearing you might not be accustomed to French cuisine, Mother specifically sought out a Chinese restaurant, renowned for its hairy crabs and lobsters. Zhang Jiaza introduced while guiding Tian Chanchan to sit down. The prowess of demon plants far surpasses that of other creatures of the same rank, with an extensive attack range, particularly among arboreal species. If you can tame one, you can establish a vast and secure human settlement around it. Chapter 106, Yuan Dan. Yang, I shall go ahead. Qing Ling soared back into the sky, heading towards the location indicated by the sand cat beast man. After a while, Qing Ling returned. It was too hot inside. I did not enter. Qing Ling, transformed into her human form, appeared flushed, beads of sweat glistening on her skin. Mo Hin furrowed his brow slightly. Then I shall take a look inside. Let us go together, Yun Yang suggested, as running back and forth was too troublesome. She took Mo Hin's hand, I observed, but did not. Due to an innate aversion stemming from her university days, Lu Yixian shot him a glare. However, given that Sister Su had a decent relationship with him, she did not shift her seat, merely leaning slightly to the side. In the illustrious martial arts school, mornings began with stances and circling around wooden posts, which one could say were the second lifelines of martial artists. These few were indeed fortunate, struck directly by the palm and rendered unconscious, subsequently rolling into the crevices of rubble. With police present, I could naturally play the part, intending to intimidate and curb Qiao Gong's arrogance. My word. Such an existence would be a guest of honor even in the imperial capital, where the head of the Lu family would respectfully address them as master. The concoction of medicines was manageable, as Mo Feng was an expert in herbal preparation, though it proved somewhat troublesome. However, concerning the quality of the herbs, there was little that could be done. It was not the brightness of day, but rather as if they were wandering amidst the stars, where distant stars emitted a faint glow. Yet, even if Wang Yukai escaped with his life, how could he swiftly return with his forces to exact revenge? Lawrence had immense faith in his intuition, this mysterious sixth sense, which had once saved him from certain death, including evading several pursuits by the CIA of M Nation. Upon returning to the courtyard, she instructed that the sounds of mountains and waters be silenced, declaring her intention to enter seclusion for cultivation, forbidding anyone from disturbing her. Should anyone intrude, she would have them sold into servitude. No one knew what thoughts occupied his mind at that moment, and he never spoke of his mental state afterward. In summary, after lying on the ground for a while, the Radiant Star Lord suddenly sat up and returned to the cave. When they reach the 4th level the day after tomorrow, what stage of intent will they possess? Even now, Deng Qiming and Hua Xiaoqing are merely at the 3rd stage of intent. The news about Fan Liangxing only circulated just before the end of the workday. Many departments at the General Hospital had yet to receive word. Stealing a glance at the calm 5th Chiu beside him, Wang Jin secretly chuckled. How do you feel? Are you nervous? Knowing 5th Chiu somewhat, Wang Jin understood that if she were truly untroubled, a smile would grace her face rather than her current expression of tranquility. You are to marry soon. Henceforth, you must not be willful or throw tantrums with your in-laws. Should problems arise, communicate calmly to resolve them. Quarreling serves no purpose and only harms relationships. Although the search mission felt somewhat tense, acting recklessly in such weather posed challenges not only for uncovering clues, but also for ensuring our safety. After breakfast, we briefly discussed and ultimately decided to continue waiting a while longer. It must be said that the task assigned to Wu Yu by Emperor Song was indeed the most fitting for her among the entire 3rd hall. In the hands of number 11 appeared a double-edged weapon, resembling Illidan's weapon from the Warcraft series. The leader, aware of his shortcomings, displayed extraordinary warmth. Inquiring after Qin Feng and Lin Ro's well-being, his eyes frequently drifting toward Lin Ro. He also watched as Su Wenru stood up, simultaneously picking up the shirt, preparing to enter the bathroom together. Yet, when it came to declining, Zhang Bo felt a twinge of reluctance. After all these years, he had seen many stock market gurus, but someone like Chen Xiaoshan was indeed rare. Setting aside the accuracy of his predictions, his clarity and determination had an unusual charm. Chapter 107, The Twin Peaks Tribe. Yin Yang gazed deeply at Mingji before swiftly averting his gaze. Let us depart, he announced. Indeed, he had not misjudged Mingji. The latter exhibited remarkable composure. A priest is indeed a priest, possessing a stature far surpassing that of ordinary orcs. The undulating Gobi Mountains posed a significant challenge for them to traverse. Thus they opted for a detour, albeit at the cost of additional distance. The vast desert stretched endlessly before them. In the blink of an eye, it seemed they were engulfed in its expanse. Qi Xian maintained a calm demeanor, unfazed by Sister Feng's disparaging remarks about his imperial brother. It sparked curiosity. How could Qi Xian remain so serene in the face of such insults directed at his brother? After a brief chuckle, he observed Xiao Sun's increasingly dark expression, which hinted at an imminent eruption. Yin Hong wisely suppressed his amusement. Zhongli pinched his nose in discomfort. The scent of smoke was overwhelming, intoxicating yet repulsive in excess. Immortals must refrain from harming mortals, especially in matters of life and death, for it would contravene the natural order. In public, it was inconvenient to employ celestial arts. Her brow furrowed tighter, her cool, deep-set eyes glimmering with a hint of azure light. Those around her remained oblivious to her distress, captivated by her unparalleled beauty. Then strike me if you wish. Do not worry, I shall retaliate. Before you emerge, I shall turn you into a pig's head. I will not hold back, Nangong Qi replied indifferently. Rest assured, General. I will ensure that Brother Luo Qing awaits your return in perfect condition. A soldier vowed, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Yan. Lin Xiqing stood rigid, unable to comprehend the sight of Yu Qin trembling in his arms. Blood flowed profusely from her, a sight both shocking and harrowing. Yes, place it right there. I gestured towards a relatively empty space nearby. The silent night sky reverberated with distant rumblings, a familiar sound that evoked a sense of nostalgia. Qin Xian ascended the steps of Chongling Peak with an indifferent demeanor. As he anticipated, the spiritual pressure on the mountain posed no challenge to him, while others, after just a few steps, were drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Sun Xiaozu refrained from further comments. Chen Yang instructed Xiang Shi to prepare refreshments while she consoled Sun Xiaozu. After the meal, Sun Xiaozu finally consented to release the couple, Sun Rong and his wife. Under the moonlight, a young woman of around 20, with long hair cascading like water, possessed a beauty reminiscent of orchids blooming under the moon, ethereal and serene. Her enchanting eyes sparkling with clarity, her skin as flawless as snow. It was then that he resigned himself to the truth, believing the doctor's words. Lin Fei was his last glimmer of hope. How despicable. You wield a sword. What does this mean? Jiao Shinai remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction upon seeing Darui draw his sword. Why he transformed into human form, perched upon the back of Stan Drew with the golden and silver dragons. The formidable green dragon dared not offend Bai He and thus swallowed its pride. Ever since Shimizu Yang introduced the popular hot pot dish, countless imitators emerged, yet everyone knew that Shimizu Yang's establishment was the epitome of authenticity. The pill adorned with peculiar patterns resembled a treasure of unparalleled value, captivating the eyes of every alchemist present. Unbeknownst to him, the mistake had been made, and there was scarcely a chance for redemption. He would forever lament the momentary lapse that forged an insurmountable chasm between him and Nanzhouchen. It is imperative to recognize that he arrived backed by the Lin family's might, with a master of the spirit realm as his support. Such overwhelming power was not to be trifled with. Regarding the demon pill and the 8 trigram sword, Yezi believed that employing spells to solidify techniques was not the most ideal approach. The next moment, under the watchful gaze of Chu Qiangwei, Luo Williams stepped forward towards her. Chapter 108. Apologies for the intrusion. That night, Yun Yang extracted paper from the spatial realm and meticulously inscribed the necessary messages. Ming Ji's calm and cool eyes flickered with excitement. What is this? Paper, for writing, Yun Yang explained. In the beast world, fabric existed. But paper had yet to be introduced. Beasts familiar with the script of the beast world typically wrote on the bark of the white skin tree, while a select few who could afford fabric might utilize it for writing. Let us go see your mother. She has awaited you for quite some time. Xiao Yuya said as he approached, gently wrapping his large hand around her shoulder. Her body trembled, evoking his deep concern. Thus, when they joined forces, Tian Ming found himself momentarily unable to engage. Initially, the opponent fought with vigor, yet when Tian Ming unleashed the dance of the Ghost Valley, he deftly evaded their attacks. Cheng Lingji nodded reassuringly and brought the supplements to him. Cheng Fu chided Cheng Lingji for her extravagant spending. Yet his face betrayed his amusement as he put the supplements away. Enemies. Yet she sometimes displayed affection towards him, devoid of any semblance of hostility. After all, the long-established leader was watching with a cold gaze. He dared not alter his words. Having witnessed the satisfaction on his leader's face when he referred to her as sister-in-law, Luo Xian leaped off the bed without a sound. At last, I await a just cause to embark. He unsheathed his treasured sword and burst through the door. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yingying's face flushed with a mix of anger, annoyance, and embarrassment, yet she refrained from reprimanding Lu Yun, shooting him a cold glare before hastily moving past him. Nevertheless, the series of cooking motions rendered dozens of ghost soldiers powerless, their inky swords wielded as if they were mere spatulas, simultaneously stirring multiple pots. Have you truly fallen for him? The brevity of the question, yet it seemed to require all of Tai Cheng's strength to utter. Communication between Xiao In and the slime required no spoken words. They exchanged thoughts directly in the depths of the water. Lu Chui was momentarily startled, clenching her fist in surprise, unprepared for the turn of events. After downing several cups of water, she finally felt revived, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, only to realize her lips had swollen. Adorning herself with a thick gold chain around her neck and large gold bracelets on her arms, 4 of her 5 fingers bore gold rings. Zhu Daji, having not yet awaited Wang Dahua's return home, rushed over from the company, only to stumble upon such a scene. Just as Yi Mingbei stepped outside, Yi Zifeng settled beside Yuan Momo, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek as he softly inquired, Momo, are you tired? Allow me to hold the child. Yuan Momo, having endured hunger, finally relented, not forgetting to justify her decision. Wang Dongxiu, on night duty, promptly arrived. Having never seen Yi Zifeng, he called Director He Dagon for verification. Male practitioners of seduction absorb the cultivation of their partners. Thus, Cheng Baimu, even as a nascent soul cultivator, would be subject to his partner's absorption of his power, regardless of their own level. He washed the dust from his hands in a basin, then sanitized his hands and surgical tools with alcohol. He could scarcely fathom the consequences had he been even a moment slower. What if that girl had leapt? Fortunately, Ai Wei was no fool. She understood her limitations regarding Su Guogua. She cast a glance at Feng Zhangjue, who wore an expression of stoic vigilance. Her spirits dampened. Ajan was delayed by a car accident en route. Seeing her disappointment, the elderly man hurried to explain, fearing that Su Guogua would become even more heartbroken. Although Zhang Tian had never met their homeroom teacher, Zhang Zi had described him as a middle-aged, portly man, standing barely 170 centimeters tall. Zhang Tian, who stood at a respectable 188 centimeters, was indignant at being mistaken for an old man. He cast a displeased glance at Chen Sinan, feeling an urge to confront him. Chapter 109. Is this the female you hold in such regard? Originally, Malu intended to take Yun Yang and the others to find his father. But now he had no desire to meet him. I will lead you to the clan leader. Malu flicked his tail and sought out the chief of their Qingma tribe. To his surprise, he unexpectedly encountered his father. Malu, his father exclaimed with a sigh. In such a vast tribe, how could he be so unfortunate as to run into him right away? Malu's father commanded, Aiqing, come, I shall take you away. Zhu Yujian knelt down, placing a hand on General Chi's shoulder, preparing to escort him away. Kuan Chi suddenly paused, glancing around as if the temperature of the entire space had dropped several degrees. The once white mist now bore a faint crimson hue. You dare deceive me, you old wretch, Zisha roared, and as he passed by me, he handed me a note before leaping through the window. Xian Zhu and his companion slowly descended. Xian Yuan releasing Zhu Yueying before pointing his sword tip at Zhu Qiqing, coldly declaring, Dragon Abyss sword technique. With that, he swiftly lunged at Zhu Qiqing. After colliding with the Gale Cannon, both attacks dissipated into nothingness, but as the fierce winds subsided, the divine light of myriad poisons radiated, transforming into a toxic miasma that enveloped the forest within 1,000 meters. Wang Bugue wasted no time, directly embedding 2 incantations into their consciousness, urging them to reflect deeply. During the Battle of Xiantian, the 9 formidable warriors besieged the Rift Sky Demon Emperor, creating a cataclysmic uproar. The Summer Emperor's 9 tripods were utterly shattered in that conflict, scattering fragments across the world. The group returned to Cornwall, where they procured an assortment of seafood, meats, flour, fruits, fine wines, and various seasonings, preparing for an evening of revelry. To enhance the realism of the situation, I deliberately infused a trace of celestial energy into one of the flying daggers. To be precise, the stone wall resembled a portal through which they effortlessly slipped. Upon hearing this, Luo Du and his companion were drenched in cold sweat. They exchanged nervous glances before hastily leading their troops away, not daring to look back. He knew he must swiftly eliminate the threat posed by their enemies before returning home, thereby severing their connection. Once her belongings were packed, she opened the window, inhaled deeply, took one last look at the beautiful scenery, seemingly finding solace as she closed her cat-like eyes and resolutely stepped out of the villa with her suitcase. The trials of the mundane world served as the finest training for them, aiding in the mastery of both Taoist and magical arts while solidifying their understanding of human dynamics. After a prolonged pursuit, the footprints vanished on a slope. Wu Kuei ascended the incline, scanning for any signs, yet found no obvious traces. Reluctantly, he continued forward, oblivious to the considerable distance he had covered. Geshulan pressed down on Cus wound, temporarily staunching the flow of blood. Cus stifled a groan as Geshulan pulled and pushed the 3 into the nearby thicket for concealment. This time, you have been excessively arrogant. Chuyang sighed. In the past, Daho and the others would not have made such a mistake, as he often reminded them of the minutiae during his time with the Dark Wolves. As in the online realm, the unwritten rule was that one should refrain from comment on matters not fully understood or unrelated to oneself. To avoid suspicion, she had deliberately stationed several medical personnel at the scene. Unfortunately, in the end, she received no news, but instead was seized by the frenzied Shixinhua and shaken for a considerable time. Chu Yang cast a cold glance at the surrendered crowd, casually tossing several fireballs that engulfed them. The roaring flames blazed, prompting Song Hao and the others to roll on the ground, their cries of anguish echoing. Chapter 110. She is, after all, a creature that has lived for a millennium. Yun Yang's face darkened. I apologize, but I hold no interest in the road. What? Are you afraid? Afraid you cannot defeat me? Dan Imo scrutinized Yun Yang's slender arms and legs. Indeed, you are so frail that I could easily break you with a single punch. Dan Imo, must you always be so crude? You a female, seeking to engage in brawls with orcs daily. Dan Imo glared at him. And what of it? Should females merely remain at home to bear children and soothe your minds? The man observed the impassive Wu Qin, who radiated a particularly menacing aura. Thus, this farce concluded. Yet Yin Heng deemed this punishment insufficient and subsequently issued a decree that the Heelan family shall never hold office in the court. Guo Yu's cheeks flushed red. She was not truly thin, possessing ample flesh where it counted, especially on her posterior, which could hardly be described as merely ample, but certainly qualified as well-rounded. Her waist, however, was exceptionally slender, so much so that Tang Long could easily encircle it with a single arm. The buyout price soared from $30 million to the current $300 million, yet the Udo Village Film Company exhibited no intention of conceding. Simultaneously, a dark flame erupted from his hand. With a flick, the flames transformed into a blazing spear aimed at Wang Lo. Yi Xingqian silently gave Lu Li a thumbs up. It was likely only his senior brother who could articulate such words. Upon hearing this, Zhong and Shu grew perplexed. The metallic insects had neither emerged from the ground nor been deterred by the noise of warning signs, leaving their experience at the foot of the lava mountain unexplainable. Wan Maching hailed from the Qingxian sect. Although the sect lacked significant renown within a 100-mile radius of Fan City, it produced an extraordinary talent in Huan Maching. After Lu Chaowan spoke, she beamed a bright smile and immediately left upon hearing Ye's words. Huiran shrugged nonchalantly. He was unconcerned with the old man's thoughts. Yet this time he would not let Hua Zishuan off the hook. Those who dared to touch him would have to face the consequences. In her past life, Yi Yaoer, under the escort of her brothers and with Jiang Yu's assistance, led the remaining few brothers to Tongluo Mountain. Jin Jiannan enjoyed a deep and restful sleep. Had it not been for Dongfeng Yu's call at dawn, she could have slept until the end of time. Thus, over the years, the disciples of Huan Tian Yuan dwindled. Some out of fear of themselves, and others due to being slain by their own hands. Haha, Director Qing jested, with your prowess. Winning an award is merely a matter of time, the host commended. I am your father, since you dare to speak to me in such a manner. This shall be your punishment. Depart. Hongshan bellowed. Following the decision to establish an alliance, the assembly arranged for the site to be refurbished. Though it did not regain its former grandeur, it held significant importance for the various sections. When they heard that someone was willing to lead the charge, they all turned their gaze towards the source of the voice. However, his upcoming tasks were somewhat burdensome. He needed to adjust the national tax system and implement several industrial plans. Despite the considerable progress made during Sally's administration in constructing factories, Mars deemed the pace still too slow. It curled itself into a ball, and upon witnessing this scene, the future laughed, yet Guili found no humor in it. Just as the fierce flames threatened to consume the Saint Dragonbone tree, a middle-aged man, accompanied by a familiar white figure, entered the dragon abyss. Lu Jin understood that Lin Ao's ability to restore his arm was undoubtedly linked to his unique bloodline. For Lin Ao, restoring a hand was trivial, yet for Lu Jin, it represented a rebirth. Just as he was about to collide with the table's edge, a hand as white as jade yet remarkably strong firmly grasped him. Chapter 111, The Beast God's Favor. Are you all right? Yun Yang extended a hand, helping Dan Mo to his feet. Dan Mo shook his head, a hint of dejection in his expression. You have won. Yun Yang smiled, acknowledging your remarkable prowess. You are the most formidable female I have encountered in the beast realm. Truly? Yun Yang nodded, of course. Dan Mo regained some spirit, genuinely surprised that despite appearing weak, one could be so formidable. She sighed, acknowledging his remarkable prowess. A few months prior, she had searched for the Peninsula Villa online, only to discover that it was a place where Mo Qing of the Mo family kept men. Meanwhile, news from the granary indicated that our forces had decimated the enemy, slaying over 1,000. The enemy, entrenched and desperate, continued to resist. Our troops, united in purpose, were unstoppable. Capturing the granary was merely a matter of moments. Su Tianlei, chastised, quickly regained his composure, his face flushing with embarrassment, which soon transformed into anger as he bellowed, "Advance!" With that, a cyclone of energy enveloped him, lifting him several centimeters off the ground. His sword sliced through the Chinsu orchid, cleaving two of them from their roots with a faint azure blade of light. As the eightfold deity hummed a gentle tune, the withered divine cherry blossoms began to revive. The clamor below grew, with members who had previously been silent now engaging in fervent discussions, emboldened by the words spoken. The fair-skinned youth snapped back to reality, plopping down on the ground, breathing heavily. The formation of the Dishun army was tightly packed. Even the nimblest among them found no refuge amidst the throng. The brother and sister began to discuss the scenery of the official residence, exchanging thoughts until the steward arrived with the garrison, silencing them. Neither Zhao Yu's extraordinary self-healing abilities nor the elder's untainted realm were ordinary phenomena. Shen Jingyan squinted with a smile, waiting for such a declaration. She wasn't interested in having these three bow to her, but rather in the debt of gratitude they owed her. During the alliance meeting, the people of Lai attacked Duke Lu Ding as agreed, but Duke Qi Jing remained steadfast, unyielding. Yet now, he pondered anew. What was the crystal cave? Who had spoken of it? And why did they claim it to be the true ancestral ground? Why this deception? When Nan Gongyuan, lacking any cultivation abilities, faced skepticism, she resolutely embarked on this path to prove her worth, asserting she was not merely a decorative vase. What do you mean? Sun Shangxiang fixed her gaze on Long Yuan, then, as if struck by inspiration, leaned in to whisper into his ear. In an instant, the king stood before the man, his right leg swinging fiercely, aimed at him. What old ailment do you speak of? Dr. Wen, skeptical, remarked that traditional Chinese medicine relies on accumulated experience. Without decades of clinical exposure to patients, one could hardly attain proficiency. His mind was in turmoil, uncertain if it was right or wrong for Li Ziyuan to adopt a heartless demeanor. All generals, follow me to the earthly realm and restore balance to the cosmos. Seeing the armies of the three realms had already capitulated, Li Ziyuan wasted no time issuing commands. What say you? The crowd inquired in unison, hoping fervently that they had misjudged the situation, with Feng Linger and Yu Luo's eyes gleaming with anticipation. Many elderly dignitaries, though retired, still meddled in external affairs. To elaborate, the nursing home was a battleground for the elderly, rife with rivalry. The plan, though promising, progressed smoothly, yet who truly cared about Jiang Yunyi's plight within the scheme? However, Lin Yu had no intention of lingering in the tree. Upon reaching its pinnacle, he leapt to another tree, swiftly departing the area. Chapter 112, Foreseeing Peril. Moreover, when utilizing elemental force, it could be transformed into water, fire, and other elemental powers. This implies that under equal qualifications, female beastmen are a step ahead of their male counterparts. Yun Yang felt as though she had stumbled upon a monumental secret. Perhaps the reason the female beastmen concealed the fact that females could cultivate was precisely this. They feared the females and sought to dominate them, ensuring their eternal dependence. While the male beastmen absorbed beast crystals, she believed that peaches were far superior to the sour plums. The mere thought of the sweet and juicy peaches made by Fulling-size sparkle, leading her to conclude that peach blossoms were indeed more charming than plum blossoms. Alas, dear child, why must you torment yourself so? At that moment, old Lin hurriedly supported Lin Mei, sighing deeply. During such tumultuous times, even if numerous gentry offered assistance to the court, their influence could only stretch so far. Ultimately, the blame would fall upon the commoners for their insurrections, sparing Lu Yin and Su Ku from any culpability. Influenced by his uncle, he unconsciously adopted this perspective. thus treating strangers with a cold demeanor while revealing his true self to those he knew well. Lin Feng did not let the ruffian off easily. The man had yet to expend all his energy. Though Lin Feng had broken his hand, the ruffian lunged towards the stout man. And Lin Feng seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick to his abdomen. What delicacies await? I have no desire to go. What French cuisine? It does not appeal to me in the slightest. Brother, you are remarkably unconcerned, still thinking about food at a time like this. Zhao Shui grumbled, her voice tinged with discontent. From a chemical perspective, soft jade contains calcium, magnesium, and iron silicates, while hard jade comprises sodium and aluminum silicates. I can offer you the jade guanine, but only if we engage in a fair duel. This was also the primary reason for Iversan's return from Turkey, to be frank. Apart from those who arrived with contracts, none were players from the Cavaliers. Elder Qi introduced them, and Xiao Tianming greeted each in turn. However, when it came to the seemingly younger man, he found himself at a loss for an appropriate form of address. Engaging his peers seemed awkward due to the apparent age difference, while addressing him as a senior felt inappropriate given his youth. As dawn broke, Hua Qingyi and Ai Xiangou had already set off for Suzhou. Hua Qingyi had contemplated various reasons for her journey to Suzhou, yet never imagined it would unfold in this particular manner. The original thought lock could transform one's will into a force, binding it to a target and revealing their location. However, such a technique was not accessible merely upon reaching warrior status. One must also possess innate perceptiveness. With a thunderous roar, accompanied by a blinding flash, the river parted before them. Silence. Silence. Cease your incessant chatter. The time for deliberation has elapsed. Should you fail to reach a conclusion, I shall immediately execute this old fool and incinerate your den. The monk bellowed. Qing Yue's anger surged uncontrollably, reminiscent of her fury from the previous night's confrontation with Hua Qingyi. Wang Wenji had once been a wandering hero, thus distanced from the toxicities of conventional education. He possessed a wealth of practical knowledge, including the principles of traditional Chinese medicine. As for the undead, they must traverse the river of forgetfulness in the underworld during their reincarnation, allowing them to shed the burdens of their past lives and begin anew. Ding Hua's figure flickered, employing the fire shadow puppet technique, leaving behind a fiery apparition while he vanished without a trace. Wu Ziyan pushed aside the rubble atop her, glaring with a fury that had long since dulled from its initial sharpness. In Chapter 113, Shui Huai, upon hearing the system tempt her to recruit beast husbands, shook her head silently. Perhaps it would be best to let it go. After all, they were priests. R&T priests typically bound to their tribes, seldom straying from their communities. Oh, system, you ought to enhance your capabilities. Expand your scanning range. Self-reliance surpasses reliance on others. However, Mingji seems to harbor interest in you. You're overthinking it. The system replied, I have made my intentions quite clear. In the face of dozens of experienced shinobi and the powerful Jiraiya, who was nearly of Hokage caliber, Chushin remained composed and unflustered. Shin Donglei's gaze turned cold as he reprimanded Qian Shan, who recoiled slightly, while the old teacher obediently fell silent, casting a disgruntled glance my way. As the time drew near, she handed the prepared ring to Hong Yuan and took her seat in box 1. A melodious and crisp sound of metal striking metal resonated. Though gentle, it stood out amidst the cacophony of bat screeches and fluttering wings, akin to a celestial chant echoing through purgatory, silencing all other sounds and leaving only a lingering, harmonious note. Princess, please cease your games. We must enter the palace today. Nian Xia urged from the side, while Yun Kaiwei continued to play checkers with Yang Xiaoyao, utterly disinterested in rising. Zhao Zhe had, of course, been rewarded with 100,000 copper coins for the eradication of the Fanzhong bandit nest, which allowed for his revival. I exchanged a few words with my father, and we will return to Yun City together. Jiang Chushui's smile was sweet, but the sorrow concealed in her eyes was evident to Gu Yu. Yuchan was deeply moved, profoundly affected. The Kuanping was overwhelmingly powerful, seemingly embodying the will of the grand cosmos, traversing the heavens above this sacred nest. The snow mountain giants numbered merely in the thousands, while the desert wolf cavalry surged forth with a first wave of 3,000 riders. Are they rebelling against us? Am I the captain? Or are you? The obstinate Shui Hao refused to heed advice, his face flushed with anger. Upon seeing Lang Hongxiang and the others return, the young wolves turned their gaze towards him, their eyes filled with inquiries. Lai Chang's eyes darkened. He bellowed, instructing, teach them a proper lesson. Yes. Fu Tong promptly complied, gesturing towards several men clad in gray robes. Each drew forth a whip over 2 meters long from their belts. Their faces contorted in grim determination as they approached Yu Changbin and the others. Yu Tian nodded, stating, the Light Guard array belongs to the 6th tier formations. Naturally formidable, yet its successful deployment is no simple task. After exiting the Dragon Tooth Division, Yu Tian returned to the villa. The man took the opportunity to approach his wife and child, gently stroking the child's head, then gazing at his wife with a deep smile. The steward and 2 elderly servants arrived, bearing 2 chests. Upon opening them, a dazzling array of silver coins was revealed. This spectacle left the myriad beasts bewildered. Yuan Chang and Lang Hongxiang had already showcased their battle intent and spirit, so why was Yuan Chang stepping back? Did he fear Lang Hongxiang? The Yu family waited patiently outside the hospital room, their emotions complex. The existence of a wager led many family members to secretly hope for the old master's demise. while only Yumin's father, Yuzhen, seemed to yearn for a miracle. After the strange object exploded, everyone exchanged accounts of their first-hand experiences. Yet the nature of the object remained a mystery, leaving them gazing at the old master with questions in their eyes. Time flew by, and the morning exercises at Qiushi Square concluded, giving way to midday. Yadong, let us meet at the foot of the back mountain after lunch. Black Chrome, Tula Gu. And Yadong bid farewell as chaos erupted on the train. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiue and others finally engaged in a fierce battle with the coalition of the Beast Universe and the Light Universe. Chapter 114. You all stay here. Mingji's eyes twitched slightly. Weren't the deer tribes always called this way in their childhood? Alas, you are the only little deer by my side, Shuehui shrugged. Let us hurry. It seems that the majestic beastmen are struggling to adapt to the snowy mountains. Mingji's gaze fell on the weary Bai Zhu and Fuhi. Are you both all right? Yun Yang inquired anxiously. Bai Zhu waved his hand weakly. I'm fine, just a bit tired. A short rest will suffice. Though both Imo Xueqiu and Sheng Imo were well aware that this matter was undoubtedly backed by Piaoling Hai, with the intent of preparing for future affairs concerning the Piaoling Temple at this very moment. They lacked any concrete evidence to establish that Piaoling Hai was orchestrating events behind the scenes. Sheng Xiaoying, being Yifeng's first love, could be forgiven to some extent by Qinling. However, she could not tolerate Yifeng's flirtations with others. It was utterly outrageous. The old tortoise, Fu Shan, moved like a shifting mountain, continuing towards the sword gate. Though slow, his pace was steady. For each of his steps could propel an ordinary chi-refining practitioner through the air for a considerable distance, uncertain of what lay beyond the door ahead. The two hesitated and decided to retreat, while Ichi mumbled something about filling his belly with such rudimentary food, storing away the remnants. Even Yifeng's sect within the chaotic space could not compare to his current power. Although Yifeng's sect boasted numerical superiority, their strength was significantly lacking. Activate the Great Formation, the Demon Lord commanded with a hint of a cold smile. At that moment, Zhang Yu was swiftly maneuvering through the flesh wall and ceiling of the passage, sword energy erupting as he did his utmost to evade the siege of the corpse demons, who followed closely behind, scaling the flesh wall with astonishing speed and sharp claws. This scene drastically altered the battlefield's dynamics, plunging the two major demon mountains into chaos, eliciting desperate cries, while Yuan Dian, who had been keenly observing the entire situation, was equally astonished. However, Li Tong merely inherited his ancestor's title without any combat experience. Once he caught sight of the more than 100,000 rebellious troops outside the city, his earlier bravado diminished, and he trembled, cursing himself for taking on a frontline position that could lead to his demise. Indeed, Yifeng's speed was far from matching that of the black-clad figures, whose velocity had reached a terrifying level, amplifying the pressure on Yifeng and instilling a sense of impending doom. This immediately put Zhong Qiongqi on edge, nearly losing his composure, mistaking the opposing party for invaders. Thus, would he not be aiding and abetting their tyranny? All right, we shall refrain from speaking carelessly, Lin Ai nodded, demonstrating her discernment in knowing what could and could not be said. Yu Tian entered the realm of consciousness, took a deep breath, and consumed the last ginseng from his storage bag. Regardless of the quantity, it ultimately remained a finite number. No more could be added, or it would spell disaster for the examiners overseeing the entire assessment. Perhaps so, Yilanyu remarked softly. Her concealed fingers deftly twisted the straw, suddenly tightening their grip. The crumpled leaves, now in tatters, floated gently to the ground. Logically, this reform would inevitably provoke widespread backlash, potentially igniting resistance from conservative factions. With the transport portal breached, Athena's panic became apparent, her body retreating as she crossed her arms defensively, resembling someone wary of unwanted advances. Raising racehorses is a form of technology, and such a force system naturally embodies various concentrations. This was intended as a reminder to Su Wuyo, indicating that the colossal fire spirit likely possessed late-stage strength of the supreme realm, allowing Su Wuyo to mentally prepare himself, lest he find the situation beyond his capabilities. Chapter 115. The Spirit Deer Tribe. Bai Zhu wished to inquire of Mo Hen why he had agreed to provide Mingji with an opportunity. Throughout this journey, Mingji had subtly indicated goodwill countless times. It was only due to the female leader, who was slower than Fuhi, that she dared not entertain such thoughts upon recognizing Mingji as a high priest. Otherwise, they would have called Mingji Old Six. Bai Zhu, on this journey, what do you think of Mingji's strength? Mo Hen spoke slowly. Well, she is just slightly stronger than us, Bai Zhu replied. Although the accommodation was reserved under Tony's name, the expenses were still to be borne by Nina, for she was indeed affluent, and it was rare for her to travel. Naturally, she would not skimp on herself. Bai Yi's indifferent gaze was akin to that of a corpse, causing Yang Hua to involuntarily shudder. Taking a small step back, Kai understood that this Commander Zhao was lacking in raw power but possessed top-tier combat skills, which explained his role as a commanding instructor. Kai approached directly, holding a plump brown fruit. Could it be the sweet fruit? Though there was a significant disparity in cultivation between Lu Yichen and Bai Fingyan, their relationship was exceptionally strong. Such circumstances were quite rare but not surprising in their case. However, if he were to proceed with his plans, these details would become irrelevant. He had his own calculations, and I have my own rules. The ugly man received the order and promptly shoved the corpse of the hare egg into the furnace. where the flames blazed fiercely. Lu Li's tiger-like physique trembled. The courtesan was managing to contend with the Foundation establishment-level Lu Yichen using merely her mortal form. Although he wished to marry Bai Zhu, expressing how much he adored her was out of the question. Perhaps this was a quirk of his time. Or merely his own peculiar disposition. Father, do you want me to deceive him? Su and I stared in disbelief at her father, struggling to grasp his decision. Having already made her choice, no amount of persuasion from her grandmother would sway her. Upon her stunningly beautiful visage, the other skin appeared as smooth as congealed fat and pure as snow, translucent and fair, save for her right eye, which bore the mark of a violent blow. A dark bruise. Qin Weiying hinted at the peculiarities surrounding Wang Yulin to the shopkeeper. Seeking to confirm the exact moment Wang Yulin visited the cake shop to purchase a birthday cake for Wang Xiangyuan. Wei Hanchuan was in his office when he received a call from Xiaowan. He answered immediately, though he had already surmised the reason for her call, causing his brow to furrow slightly and his expression to turn cold. Yet, his actions provoked a fierce reaction from Zhuo Jinyu, who believed Wei Liang's behavior was primarily directed at her, the mother. What, master, do you truly believe your disciple would poison the dish? And Ran paused momentarily while holding her chopsticks. If that were the case, it would be better for the disciple to taste it herself. Lamenting the waste of such a splendid feast. As she spoke, she shook her head, feeling a sense of regret. Miao Miao anticipated that he would inquire about this. Thus she candidly explained everything to the young master. Negong Luyan was the first to regain his composure, conjuring a light barrier that enveloped Su Luo, isolating her within. However, the old man with the white beard was merely slightly perplexed. The next moment, he had already secured the divine-grade cultivation pill back into its container. Guan Hai felt somewhat helpless, as he truly did not know how to proceed. Perhaps he should pay a visit to Linwu Academy, though time may be insufficient. Yuqin Jiatian nodded slightly. It was also his first time in Zhuzhou. Much like Wanqi Liang, he found this place vastly different from his expectations. It felt far more comfortable than those grand capitals. However, he had a premonition that their arrival would disrupt the tranquility of this place. Yuqin Jiatian narrowed his eyes slightly, which allowed Wanqi Liang to discern the peril within his gaze. This man genuinely harbored intentions to take his life. With this thought, Wanqi Liang's desire to break free vanished without a trace. After all, he could not hope to prevail. Any resistance would only lead to his own suffering. Chapter 116. Is he also to step down? Yun Yang ascended the mountain alongside Ming Xi, simultaneously engaging in dialogue with the system. She yearned to inquire why the invading orcs sought to remove the source of pollution from the cave, given that one among them was a luminary of light abilities. He should possess a clear understanding of the perils posed by the nightmare chi. Yet, the system remained reticent, bound by its limitations and unable to divulge information proactively. Can the system trace these orcs? She pondered. If remnants of their presence remained. In that fleeting moment when Chu Han pressed his lips against hers, her heart raced, nearly betraying her composure, lingering in the aftertaste of the kiss. The staff presented them with flowers, and Chu Han exchanged a knowing smile with Xia Chu. When the matter was laid bare, Feng Wu's earlier elation evaporated, replaced by a cloud of worry. Tonight's banquet was graced not only by the dignitaries of the Great Zhou dynasty, but also by envoys from Shanshan, Baiwei, Yelong, and other nations. Just as Jiang Pingon grappled with his predicament, a crimson flare suddenly illuminated the sky. 2 minutes later, Sakurai Jun secured his registration. His number being 88, a splendid signal that bolstered his confidence. Often, Guojia served not merely as a strategist, but as Cao Cao's primary confidant. A lubricator of the delicate relations between Cao Cao and Sun Yu, two erstwhile friends. The most fearsome aspect of demons lay not in their innate abilities but in the possession of technology far surpassing the current state of Earth. Perhaps they would not be discovered immediately, but if one were to persist in hiding, it would ultimately be they who succumbed. Nevertheless, the situation surrounding the Marquis of Ping Lu was bound to stir chaos within Bianjing, potentially altering the prevailing atmosphere. Zhuge Liang longed to declare that private soldiers belonged to the gentry as personal property, yet he refrained from articulating such sentiments under Liu Bei's pressure. Sima Lianjin remained silent. Gazing pensively at the moonlight streaming through the window, the heavens adorned with a dazzling array of stars, the night air imbued with tranquility. What struck her as most incredulous was the fact that he remembered Shinjiachi but not her. If he truly suffered from amnesia, should he not forget everyone? Was this the fabled selective amnesia, where one conveniently forgets the most significant people and events they are reluctant to recall? The bloodshed members constituted a unique department within my Tianmen, obeying only my commands and those of a select few core figures. Zhou Ji's status did not afford him such privilege, hence his ignorance was understandable. Indeed, Teacher Liu is extraordinarily formidable, only he possesses the qualifications to be our mentor. Su Guchong added. She playfully struck him, rising to plant a gentle kiss upon him. Their lips brushed, a fleeting touch, yet he seized her, pinning her against the desk. The overwhelming sin of masculinity left her momentarily dazed, her thoughts in disarray, her lips parting involuntarily as he took advantage of her vulnerability. This year was meant to be her most assured, yet she found herself confined to a sickbed, unable to move, let alone participate in the soul power assessment. Currently, Sima was remarkably gentle, which was exceedingly pleasing to her. She had developed a profound affection for this gentler side of him. Juanza, are you suggesting that we hand over the sole remaining Lingxi immortal pill, passed down by Master Zhongjing, to Zhang Yidao? Shou Chunfeng inquired. Imo Han finally lifted his head. Lying side by side with Shui Chanqian, his right hand resting on her abdomen, Zhang Chanong remarked, each has their strengths. He then secured his handgun at his waist. While Luo Lai offered him a cigarette, which Zhang Chanong declined, stating he did not smoke. Luo Lai lit one for himself and began to smoke. Everything here diverged from their previous conjectures. These wildlings were merely descendants of those who had survived from years past, now in search of traces left by their ancestors. Luo Lai, having recently recovered from illness, appeared somewhat pale, his steps unsteady, yet his eyes regained clarity, sharp and focused as he greeted Lu Weilin with a friendly smile. Chapter 117, at most a sunlit scheme. By the way, the clan leader said, surveying Mingxi, you and Yun Yang have yet to bond as mates, correct? Mingxi's lips met, causing her heart to flutter. The clan leader and elders regarded Mingxi with smiles. So, have you made any progress? Under the scrutinizing gaze of the elders, Mingxi instinctively tilted her neck back slightly, assuring them, rest assured, he is steadfastly with Yun Yang. The clan leader nodded. Confident in Mingxi's exceptional qualities, believing no female would reject him. Shall we assist in organizing your bonding ceremony? Mingxi's brow twitched, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. No need. Yun Yang's beast husband awaits at the Shueshao tribe. Once we resolve matters here, we shall reunite with them and search for the lost nightmare bones. The mention of the lost nightmare bones in the forbidden area elicited another sigh from them. Very well, we understand, the clan leader said, his expression turning slightly grave. There are several pieces of nightmare bones in the central district's Beast King City. Perhaps we can venture there now. However, those arrogant old fellows could be rather troublesome. So ensure you protect Yun Yang well. The orcs in the central district are not as amicable as they are. If they become aware of Yun Yang's unique attributes, they might devise schemes to confine her within the Beast King City. Mingxi's gaze softened. Do not worry, I will. I will seek out Yun Yang first. And tomorrow I shall bring her to meet the clan leader and elders. The Ling Deer tribe will belong to Yun Yang. And she has prepared numerous items to present to her second civilization village. Meanwhile, after the orcs of the Ling Deer tribe escorted Yun Yang to her residence, they left with cheerful smiles. Yun Yang gazed upon the stone cave, which was spacious and impeccably arranged, suggesting it was frequently tidied. This place is quite splendid. The hospitality of the Spirit Deer tribe is commendable. Qing Ling observed the well-equipped stone dwelling, nodding in satisfaction. Yang, there is a large bed inside. We can sleep there tonight, Qing Ling remarked, glancing within and pointing at the bed adorned with soft hides. He chuckled to himself, realizing it had been a long time since he had shared an intimate moment with Yang. This evening, he could enjoy her company all to himself. As Qing Ling indulged in these delightful thoughts, a small beastman stealthily entered the cave. With wide, twinkling eyes, he stared at Yun Yang. You must be Mingyu, the younger brother of Mingxi, right? Yun Yang, charmed by his cuteness, reached out to pat his head. Did you come here to find me for something? Mingyu, with his round eyes and chubby little hands, grasped Yun Yang's hand and asked, are you my brother's mate? Should I call you sister-in-law? Yun Yang gazed at him in bewilderment, questioning the reason behind his words. Mingyu fixated her gaze on the ice bloom resting upon the table. What is wrong with this flower? Yun Yang followed Mingyu's line of sight. Does sister not know? Mingyu chuckled playfully, saying here. The males seek to court the females by presenting an ice bloom. Accepting the ice bloom signifies a promise to the male. With a smile that revealed her two delicate dimples, Mingyu added, when I grow up, I too shall follow in my brother's footsteps and court the female I admire using an ice bloom. Yun Yang gazed at the crystalline ice flower upon the table. Her lips parted, at a loss for words. Did Mingxi truly harbor feelings for her? Yet, as a priest, could he so easily depart from the tribe? Was it merely a coincidence? Meanwhile, Qing Ling observed the ice flower on the table with a discerning glare. He had suspected as much. Mingxi's act of gifting flowers surely concealed a deeper sentiment. Had he not stumbled upon that little rascal in the water, interrupting Mingxi? Perhaps Mingxi would have sought to court Yang. After leaving, Mingxi promptly sought out Yun Yang. Upon his arrival, Mingyu was still present, happily nibbling on the fruit that Yun Yang had bestowed upon him. In this region, dominated by icy plains and snow-capped mountains, fresh fruit was a rarity. And Mingyu relished it, oblivious to the entrance of his elder brother. Mingyu, Mingxi called out. Brother? Mingyu wiggled his little legs, raising the fruit in his hand for Mingxi to see. Look, brother. The fruit sister gave me is delicious. Indeed, Mingxi replied, affectionately ruffling his brother's hair. You go play now. I wish to converse with sister Yun Yang. All right. Mingyu nodded obediently, clutching the bright red fruit as he departed. Yang, Mingxi began, informing her of the tribe's decision to align with her. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow, I shall take you to meet the chieftain. Yun Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Excellent. Mingxi, do you have any leads on the orcs that intruded into the tribe today? Not yet, Mingxi replied. As a priest, are you unable to foresee their whereabouts? Shaking his head, he responded, there may be priests among them who are more powerful than I, capable of thwarting my attempts to track them. Yun Yang nodded slightly. All right. Is there anything left behind by those orcs? She inquired once more. Mingxi, perceptive as ever. Sensed something. Did Zhang Yang possess a solution? Well, not exactly, Yun Yang replied, but if there are items imbued with their essence within a certain range, I can perceive them. Mingji's brow relaxed a fraction. In that case, I shall consult the chieftain and the others. Finished chatting? Qingling, seated nearby with crossed legs, remarked. If you are done, do step outside. I, along with my female master, require some rest. The weight of the term female master prompted Mingji to press his lips together. Originally, I should have taken my leave. Mingji surveyed the cave's furnishings, yet this was my residence. He felt a surge of pleasure when the tribe members had escorted Yunyang to his cave. Upon seeing the icefield flower in her hand, the tribe assumed she was his mate and led her directly to his abode. Perhaps the other vacant caves had not been tidied, hence they settled her here. Mingji smiled gently. It seems I shall have to reside here, after all. In truth, he seldom stayed in this stone dwelling. He usually resided in the forbidden area, guarding the nightmare bones and purifying the miasma they exuded. As the tribe's priest, even though he did not frequent this place, orcs would often come to assist in its upkeep. Qingling ground his teeth. I believe you are doing this on purpose, without your directive. Would your tribe's orcs bring us here? He had anticipated a solitary evening with Yang, only to find Mingji intruding. Was it intentional on Mingji's part? How could it be? Mingji feigned innocence as he regarded Yunyang. They must have misunderstood and thought Yang was my mate. Isn't that exactly what you intended? Qingling scoffed. That wilted flower on the table is your conspiracy. Mingji understood. Qingling must have learned the significance of males presenting icefield flowers to females from somewhere. Thus, Yang must also be aware, right? Mingji gazed at Yunyang, his eyes softening. How could that be? This is no conspiracy. If anything, it could be deemed a scheme of goodwill. Chapter 118. Make room for you. Qingling's eyes widened in disbelief. Look. Just look. The truth is out. Isn't it? What gentle and kind priest? He is merely a scheming male. He has been vying for attention all along, seeking to please Yang. Mingji chuckled. Had I not been interrupted while presenting the flower, I had intended to inform Yang that, in our northern lands, this flower also signifies a male's courtship of a female. Then, with a look of feigned distress, Mingji turned to Yunyang. I always believed I had been quite overt during our time in the northern lands. Yunyang, are you not a priest? How could a priest depart from the tribe alongside a female leader? Yunyang felt a profound sense of awareness regarding the matter at hand, which rendered her hesitant to entertain any reckless thoughts before Mingji articulated her intentions directly. Mingji, realizing her oversight, acknowledged that she had failed to convey crucial information to Yang. Perhaps Yang remained oblivious to the fact that their Linglu tribe was not lacking in light element supernatural beings capable of serving as priests. In contrast, other tribes might struggle to find even a single light element individual among thousands of supernatural practitioners. However, within their Linglu tribe, light element supernatural beings were not particularly coveted by others. Nonetheless, orcs from regions beyond the north would venture to their tribe, offering rewards in search of a priest. Additionally, certain tribes, such as the Beast King City, would send females to seek out light element orcs to mate with, thereby facilitating the transfer of their orcs to their own tribe. Yet, in such cases, the tribes often imposed a stipulation: any offspring born of the Linglu lineage must be returned to the northern lands. Listening to Mingji's elucidation, Yunyang found herself enlightened for the first time. Rest assured, I have already resigned from my position as a priest. Please accept me, allowing me to accompany you. Mingji declared, presenting a most unexpected proposition. Faced with Mingji's forthrightness, Yunyang found herself in a quandary. What is there to contemplate? Shouldn't you just seize the moment? A voice from her system chirped, prompting Yunyang to retort silently, be gone. I do not wish to be reserved. If something comes too easily, how can one truly appreciate it? In terms of strength, she had observed that Mingji was undoubtedly on par with any among them. Regarding appearance, he had certainly captured the heart of someone as aesthetically inclined as she. If I take time to consider and ultimately decline, what will you do? Yunyang inquired suddenly. Mingji pondered for a moment before responding, I would still abdicate my role as priest. The nightmare bone has been taken from me, and I must retrieve it. He continued, I will follow you in your quest for the nightmare bone. Should you refuse my company, I shall not impose upon you unduly. I will return it to you once found, and then depart. He refrained from mentioning that, should Yunyang decline, he would seek opportunities to connect with her nonetheless. Meeting Mingji's steadfast gaze, Yunyang averted her eyes, questioning her own worthiness for such devoted companionship from a promising high priest. Have you truly considered this? She asked, biting her lip. Accompanying me will undoubtedly entail greater hardships, and you will face numerous dangers ahead. I am aware of that, but I wish to protect you. Mingji replied, taking a few steps closer and grasping Yunyang's hand. My singular intention has always been to safeguard the northern lands. Without you, the nightmare energy will inevitably spread throughout the beast realm, plunging the north into peril. Moreover, the reasons behind the orc's desire to seize the nightmare bone remain an enigma. According to prophecy, the calamities afflicting the beast realm may well be linked to this. Protecting you is tantamount to safeguarding the north, and I willingly accept this burden. Even if that fateful day comes when I meet my end, I shall bear no regrets. Mingji's voice was somber as he implored, Yang, please accept me. Yunyang found herself on the verge of being ensnared by Mingjiro's gentle, captivating gaze. She discreetly pinched herself, reminding herself, you know well that I currently have 5 beastly husbands. If you are truly unperturbed and sincerely wish to pursue me, you must first gain the approval of my husbands. Without their endorsement, your aspirations are futile. Qingling observed Mingxi's fervent confession before the female sovereign and forcefully intervened, positioning himself between the two. Gaining our approval is not so easily attained. Mingxi, sensing the jealousy radiating from Qingling, inquired, "What must I do to earn your acceptance?" Qingling responded with a derisive chuckle, "First and foremost, as a male without the status of a husband, I insist you maintain your distance from my female sovereign. To flirt in my presence is akin to disregarding my very existence." Yunyang cast a furtive glare at Qingling. What flirtation? Such words cannot be uttered. She certainly did not. It was clearly Mingxi who was brazenly enticing her. Mingxi was momentarily rendered speechless. "All right, I sincerely apologize. I shall be more mindful in the future." Mingxi glanced at her stone dwelling and inquired, "But this is my abode. May I not remain here?" "No way. There are numerous accommodations within the tribe. It matters not where you reside. As an outsider, do not overstep your bounds. A priestess like Mingxi should not fret over finding shelter." Yuyang gently nudged Qingling's waist, remarking that this was someone else's abode. Qingling pouted. "Yuyang, have you ceased to love me? Is it that you wish to be with this stag instead? If so, I shall step outside and make room for you both." Yunyang opened her mouth, but she had only uttered half a sentence. Is there truly someone like him among the beast herders? Mingxi cast a deep glance at Qingling and remarked, "It's fine. I shall find another place to stay." Qingling's lips curved into a smile, achieving his objective. "See, I told you, this is his tribe, and as a priest, how could he possibly lack for shelter?" With a sigh, Mingxi replied, "Then I shall take my leave." Qingling scoffed, dismissing the title of Great Priest as pretentious, believing it was merely a ploy to make Yang feel guilty. Did Yang truly wish to keep Mingxi around? He grasped Yang's hand, his gaze resembling that of a wounded puppy, as if he could compare. Mingxi is still too inexperienced. No, not at all. Yang dared not confess that, for a fleeting moment, such a thought had crossed her mind. Qingling huffed, unconvinced, asserting that his female companion was rather easily swayed by sentiment. The ploy to evoke pity had failed, and Mingxi had no choice but to turn away. Stepping outside, he gazed at the swirling snow and sighed, resigning himself to the earlier forbidden area. Coincidentally, he spotted a white feather inside the cave. He picked it up and inhaled gently. It must have been left behind by the orcs who had intruded into the tribe. I shall present this to Yang tomorrow. He carefully tucked the feather away and then sought a tranquil spot, transforming into a white deer and resting upon the ground. Meanwhile, within the cave where Yang resided, Qingling chuckled softly, embracing her and nuzzling his head against her chest. Yang, let us rest now." Yang let out a soft sound, only to be embraced and kissed by Qingling. This was Mingxi's stone cave, and Yang gently patted his head. So what if he was not present? Qingling wrapped his arms around Yang's waist, expressing his desire for intimacy, discarding his usual unreliable appearance of a youthful lad. Qingling's gaze bore an alluring intensity as he coaxed Yang to engage with him. Chapter 119, The Jar of Jealousy. The following day, Mingxi, residing alone in the forbidden area, ventured out. After walking a short distance, he unexpectedly encountered the beastman who had escorted Yang to his residence the previous day. "Esteemed priest, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be in your own cave with your mate?" Clearing his throat, Mingxi calmly elucidated, "I came here to search for clues." The beastman nodded in understanding. "Ah, I see. To rise so early and seek clues in the forbidden area, you truly are diligent, esteemed priest. In fact, I was just about to deliver food to your mate. Since we have crossed paths, would you like to take it to her?" The beastman extended the food towards him. Mingxi smiled faintly. "Very well. Hand it over." He accepted the food and promptly made his way back to his original cave. Upon knocking at the entrance, after a considerable wait, Qingling lazily opened the door. "So early?" Qingling scrutinized Mingxi, a satiated smile gracing his lips. "Hold on, my mate is still asleep. And as for you, it would be inconvenient for me to let you in." Even Mingxi, despite his naivety, sensed something amiss, observing the food in his hands. He remarked, "In that case, I shall leave this with you. Once Yang awakens, you may give it to her." "Are you foolish? Our Yang is of the blood clan," Qingling retorted with a scoff. "Did you not learn that when you arrived in the north?" He pierced through Mingxi's pretense. "You are merely making excuses to seek out Yang. Then, I shall leave this for you." Qingling was not in need of sustenance, for Yang's space already housed ample provisions. "Very well, I shall return to visit Yang after some time." Mingxi, undeterred by the awkwardness, departed alone. He had cultivated a resilient demeanor. Although Qingling mocked him, he remained unfazed. What did reputation matter? Was it more significant than his mate? If he truly possessed a thin skin, he would have long since abandoned his courteous demeanor amidst the disdainful glances he had encountered along the way. Qingling wore a triumphant smile. This illustrates the distinction between having a title and lacking one. As Qingling entered the room, Yang gradually stirred awake. Was there some noise outside just now? Yang rubbed his sleepy eyes. Qingling did not conceal the truth. It was none other than Mingxi, disturbing a blissful dream so early in the morning. He truly lacks any sense of propriety. Yang grasped the muscles at his waist, lacking any sense of restraint. "Is it not you who is being so audacious on someone else's territory?" Qingling still had the audacity to claim that Mingxi lacked propriety. Does he then possess any? Yun Yang felt rather embarrassed to admit that he had kept her awake nearly the entire night. When she finally arose, her body ached with fatigue. Qing Ling innocently blinked her eyes, feeling a surge of excitement at the rare opportunity to have Yang Yang all to herself. With no one else around, he offered an apologetic smile, saying, Yang Yang, it was my fault. Next time, when I accompany you to sleep, you may do as you wish with me. Yun Yang spread her arms wide, gently brushing against his face. What a beautiful thought. Next time it'll be your turn. You can sleep under the bed. Qing Ling looked at her with pitiful eyes. How ruthless Yun Yang could be. Go away. I need to get up. Oh. Qing Ling swiftly gathered Yun Yang into her embrace, admitting, I was indeed excessive last night. I ought to make amends to you. So let me carry you as we rise and prepare for the day. Yun Yang is truly remarkable, capable of articulating the notion of taking advantage in such a refreshingly elegant manner. Let us hurry, as we shall soon seek out Mingxi. Qing Ling paused, pondering if Yang Yang was indeed so eager to meet a new romantic interest. Yun Yang lightly tapped Qing Ling's forehead with a finger and exclaimed, What is it that you desire? I merely wish to hasten our journey to find Mingxi, so we may discuss important matters with the chief of the Linglu tribe. He feigned jealousy, squeezing Qing Ling's face playfully. I am indeed a vessel of jealousy. What beastly husband is not? Qing Ling declared with pride. This merely signifies my love for Yang Yang, my concern for her. Does Yang Yang not appreciate this? Qing Ling's gaze fixated on Yun Yang's lips, his eyes glimmering with a hint of menace, as if to imply that should Yun Yang utter a negative word, he would seize the moment to kiss her fervently. Of course, I do. Yun Yang patted him, urging him to cease the playful antics and to hurry along. Oh, Qing Ling relented, a satisfied smile lingering on his lips that persisted even as they approached Mingxi. Mingxi, unfazed by Qing Ling's exuberance, turned his attention to Yun Yang. He wished to express concern for her, yet felt his current standing was insufficient, lacking the grounds to admonish Qing Ling's audacity. Yang Yang. I discovered this in the forbidden area last night. It is an artifact left behind by the orc who ventured into the forbidden grounds, found within a cave. Yun Yang promptly answered, expressing gratitude. With this, should we encounter those orcs in the future, recognition would be facilitated, making our search considerably easier. By the way, did you venture into the forbidden area last night? Yun Yang gazed at him, questioning whether he had indeed spent the night there. Mingxi chuckled lightly, stating that it was of no consequence. In the past, while guarding against the nightmares and purging the nightmare energy, he had also resided in the forbidden area. It was merely quite chilly there. However, as if to reassure, Mingxi added that Yun Yang need not worry about him. After all, he was an orc of the Crimson Dan realm, and such coldness posed no hindrance to him. Yun Yang gently pressed her lips together, her mind gradually conjuring an image of a forlorn white deer, pitifully ensconced in a frigid cave. I apologize for encroaching upon your dwelling and imposing a nocturnal confinement upon you. Yun Yang shyly touched her neck, feeling somewhat embarrassed. What weighed heavily upon her conscience was that she and Qing Ling had engaged in such activities within the abode of its original owner. Qing Ling rolled his eyes dramatically behind Yun Yang, exasperated by her display of feigned sympathy. Why put on such a facade of pity? He longed to unmask her hypocritical demeanor. Yun Yang, did you not express a desire to meet the chieftain of the Ling deer tribe? Let us hasten our departure. Qing Ling urged, grasping her hand. And the others are still waiting for our return at the Snow Owl tribe. Alas, if we're to discover that Mingxi intends to accompany us, he would likely be overjoyed, wouldn't he? Qing Ling remarked sarcastically. Upon the mere thought of Mo Hen and his companions, Yun Yang instantly regained her composure. Let us depart, she urged, and strive to return as soon as possible. What would be their reaction upon seeing Mingxi? Surely, jealousy would ensue. And what of Fu He? Would she, with tear-stained eyes, confront her? Yun Yang has endeavored to expedite the affairs of the Linglu tribe. Yet the explanations have consumed nearly 2 days. Moreover, numerous matters still await her deliberation. What should she do? Mo Hen and the others must be anxious. It has been several days since she departed from the Shuexiao tribe. She ought to have returned to find Mo Hen and his companions. However, the multitude of tasks renders swift resolution quite challenging. Alas, had she known, she would not have boasted about accomplishing everything in 3 days. Mingxi consoled her, saying, Yun Yang, do not fret. We have already dispatched the tribe's warriors to notify Mo Hen and the others. In a brief span, Yun Yang has been esteemed by the beasts of the Linglu tribe with the title of village chief, and their calls are imbued with remarkable sincerity. The village chief, Yun Yang, is a female so captivating that even the high priest is entranced by her. Before she had much interaction with them, the orcs of the tribe already held her in high esteem. To have won the admiration of their esteemed priest must indicate her exceptional qualities. When they learned that Yun Yang was to become the master of their tribe, imparting upon them many coveted skills, they revered her as second only to the divine. Not only could she teach them the art of healing, but she could also impart the written language of the beast realm. Moreover, it was the females of the tribe who admired Yun Yang the most. The village chief herself personally instructed them in cultivation. Even without bonded beast husbands, they could still acquire extraordinary abilities. The orcs of the spirit deer tribe yearn for a life of peace, and within this environment, the females possess admirable dispositions. Each one is serene beauty. What is it? Yun Yang inquired as she noticed an approaching orc. Chief, your beast husband has arrived. Yun Yang was momentarily taken aback, gazing in astonishment at the orc who had delivered the news. What? Your beast husband has arrived from the Snow Owl tribe, the orc stated. We were initially bound for the Snow Owl tribe, but unexpectedly encountered your beast husband as soon as we descended the mountain. These orcs were dispatched by the esteemed priest to locate Yun Yang's beast husband in the Snow Owl tribe. Where are they? Yun Yang inquired urgently. The orc hesitated for a moment before responding. It appears they are not quite acclimated to our environment and seem to be feeling unwell. We have arranged for them to stay in the priest's cave. In recent days, due to the obstruction posed by Qing Ling, Mingji had yet to successfully return to his own cave. Each night, he had to make do in the forbidden area and would wait at the cave from early dawn. Consequently, the tribe's orcs believed that Mingji resided in his own cave, with Yun Yang as his rightful mate. Thus, it was only natural for Yun Yang's beast husband to be delivered directly to Mingji's cave. Yun Yang hurriedly went to meet the others. Upon arriving at Mingji's stone cave, she was taken aback to find that everyone was present. Even the cold-averse Mo Hin and Yi Chi had transformed into their original forms, swirling with fiery elemental energy stones nearby. Observing Bai Zhu and Fu He lying listlessly, their spirits visibly diminished, Yin Yang felt a surge of both anger and compassion. What is going on with you? Were you not instructed to wait at the Snow Owl tribe? Upon seeing Yun Yang, Bai Zhu and Fu He's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, their despondency vanishing in an instant. Fu He transformed into human form, her pale face reflecting the discomfort in her body. We were worried when we noticed that Yang had not returned for so long, so we decided to come and check. We had actually rested in the Snow Owl tribe for 2 days and felt much better. But we didn't expect that coming here would make us a bit dizzy again. Fu He grasped Yun Yang's hand, looking at her with a pitiful expression. Yang, please don't be angry with us, all right? Yun Yang gently pinched Fu He's cheek, exclaiming, all right. Fu He, with a playful pout, knew she could never bear to scold her. Rest assured, we'll feel better after a half-day's rest. Fu He instantly brightened up. Qing Ling stepped back a few paces, joining the languid Mo Hin and Yi Chi. He discreetly began to report on Mingji's actions, specifically mentioning the flowers he had sent to Yun Yang. Mo Hin cast him a glance, seemingly indifferent to Mingji's affections, and merely inquired about Yun Yang's well-being. Rest assured, everything is well with Yang, Qing Ling declared, thumping his chest. With me around, how could she possibly be wronged? Mo Hin squinted, returning to Qing Ling's earlier topic. Since Yun Yang had not returned the ice plane flowers, it implied she had accepted him. Don't you think you should show some restraint? Shouldn't you intervene? Mo Hin raised his eyes to meet Qing Ling's. Had I intervened back then, you might not have become the fourth. Qing Ling was left speechless. He pouted and muttered. But we can't let Mingji succeed so easily. We must be cautious. Mo Hin cast a meaningful glance at Qing Ling. He was disinclined to engage with Qing Ling. After all, it was Qing Ling who would suffer the consequences of his excesses. Qing Ling remained undeterred, thinking, so what if I overstep? Will Mingji just vanish? After Mo Hin and the others arrived, Qing Ling grew increasingly audacious, seemingly emboldened by their presence, and brazenly challenged Mingji. Despite Yin Yang's several warnings about Qing Ling's boldness, he soon forgot them entirely. I once thought the priest could do anything, but it seems otherwise. Qing Ling seized an opportunity to mock Mingji. The beastmen of the Linglu tribe shot him a disapproving look. The village chief's beastman was far too insolent. Were it not for Yun Yang's sake, they would have dragged Qing Ling away for a good thrashing. Qing Ling. Yun Yang's face darkened. Are you implying you are impressive? Qing Ling was taken aback, sensing Yun Yang's displeasure. He quickly plastered on a flattering smile. No. I recall when you learned to identify herbs with me, you mistook poison for an antidote. And, have you forgotten how you turned blue after consuming the blue monkey fruit? Qing Ling was bewildered by Yun Yang's sudden recollections, feeling deeply aggrieved. Yang. Qing Ling, the Linglu tribe needs to clear a path. You should lend a hand. Yun Yang interrupted him, urging Qing Ling to leave. Yang. Qing Ling's expression was torn. He wished to stay by her side. Are you ignoring my words? Yun Yang's gaze bore into him. Qing Ling was utterly despondent. I understand. Once Qing Ling departed, Yun Yang turned apologetically to Mingji. I'm sorry. Qing Ling can be quite willful, sometimes behaving like a child. He means no harm. Mingji smiled lightly. There is no need for apologies, Yang. I am not bothered by it. The beastmen of the Linglu tribe observed the interaction between Yun Yang and Mingji, exchanging glances filled with amusement. Human sentiments are often biased. Mingji, being their revered priest, was suddenly mocked by a mere sea eagle. It was rather amusing to them. Thankfully, the priestess was just and did not favor that sea eagle. Meanwhile, Qing Ling pondered for half the day but still failed to understand why Yang had scolded him. Boss, what do you think it was about? Qing Ling, in a moment of mischief, poked Mo Hin, who was wrapped in energy stones. Qing Ling. Do not forget that this is the Linglu tribe, not your pampered home, Mo Hin replied slowly. Were it not for the fear that Qing Ling might provoke Yun Yang's ire, he would not have bothered conversing with him. Qing Ling had always been a favored beastman, straightforward and carefree, with a safety net at home. At times, Mo Hin felt he was rather naively innocent. Mingji is a beastman of the Qidan realm and a priest, while he may not hold it against you. Mocking him in front of others will surely displease the beastmen of the tribe. Yang scolded you to protect you. Worried you might be ostracized by the Linglu tribe's beastmen. A little jesting is acceptable, but ridiculing their priest on their own territory? That is pushing it. Chapter 121. You don't understand. Even though Qingling was of the Bai Dan realm, the beastmen of the Linglu tribe were formidable and on their own turf. It would be simple for them to trip Qingling up. Qingling was taken aback. No wonder, even when I kindly helped them clear a path. Those beastmen looked at me strangely. Mo Hin closed his eyes, weary of further conversation. Sometimes, he felt Qingling was even more obtuse than Fu He. Had he known, he would have stopped Qingling from the start, sending him away to spare himself this vexation. What should I do now? Yang Yang seems upset. Seeing that Mo Hin was ignoring him, Qingling transformed into a sea eagle, retreating to a corner, drawing circles with his talons. Upon hearing Yun Yang's footsteps, the sea eagle sprang up, flapping his wings as he rushed to the cave entrance. Yang Yang, you've returned? He stood atop the large stone at the entrance, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Yun Yang cast a glance at him, her expression serene as she uttered a soft HM. The tough to top Hai Dongqing's head drooped instantly. And he lamented, I know I was in the wrong. Where did I err? Yun Yang shot him a sidelong glance. I shouldn't have ridiculed Mingji in public. I understand. Your reprimands are for my own good. Hai Dongqing shuffled forward on the stone, taking tiny steps while his head bobbed slightly, eager to capture Yun Yang's attention with an array of animated gestures. Yun Yang raised an eyebrow. Did it sadden you when I scolded you in front of them today? Sadness flickered in Qingling's eyes as she gazed at Yun Yang with a pitiful expression. If you comprehend sorrow, then you ought to realize that your mockery of Mingji does not leave them unscathed. If you cannot tolerate Mingji, then confront him directly and engage in a fair fight, rather than taking advantage of his good-natured temperament to belittle him with mere words. Yun Yang took a deep breath and softly said, Qingling, if you cannot accept Mingxi joining our family, then I shall refuse Mingxi. Qingling was taken aback. He had always believed that Yun Yang's request for their opinion was merely a means to grant them some time to gradually acclimate to the new member. However, Yun Yang now stated that if he did not accept Mingxi, he would turn him away. Yang Yang, though Mingxi remains an outsider, you are my partner, and I must prioritize your feelings above all. Yun Yang yearns for a harmonious home. Though she is but one, her beastly husbands number several, making it a challenge to ensure their complete and utter compatibility. It is only natural for them to occasionally harbor ill feelings towards one another and engage in subtle machinations. However, as long as they can offer mutual support during critical moments and refrain from treachery, she finds solace. Should the introduction of a new member threaten this delicate equilibrium, she would prefer to forego such an addition. Yun Yang is, in truth, quite averse to complications. Qingling lowered his head, saying, Yang Yang, I am sorry. It was my caprice. Mo Hin was indeed correct. Yang Yang had previously scolded him as a means of self-defense, revealing his own stubbornness and childishness. Yang Yang, when I throw a tantrum, do you find it bothersome? Do you dislike me? Yes, at times it can indeed be rather irritating. Yun Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Qingling's eyes widened in astonishment. I will change, Yang Yang, but I do not harbor any dislike for you. Yun Yang reached out to gently pat Hai Dongqing's head. This is simply your nature. Although you can be rather chatty at times, which annoys me a bit, I do not dislike you for it, nor do I wish for you to alter your essence completely. Just be mindful of your words on occasion. If you were to cease speaking entirely, you would no longer be the lively and spirited bird that I cherish. Yun Yang pondered for a moment. Of course, if there were no way to change, it would not matter much. If truly offended, they could simply part ways without any compulsion. After all, he was her beloved master and should offer her some support. If Qingling could make even a slight adjustment, it would bring joy to all. If not, as someone who wandered aimlessly and lacked a permanent residence, Qingling had already endured hardships alongside her. Was it too much to ask for a little tolerance? You are truly wonderful, my beloved master. In the past, within the tribe, his father often criticized him for not thinking through his actions. When leaving the tribe, his father had instructed him to protect his beloved master and not to cause her any trouble. Yet now, Yang Yang declared that if change was not possible, then it would remain as such. The pitiful Hai Dongqing nestled his head against Yun Yang's chest, murmuring, Yun Yang, it is not that I cannot accept Mingxi, rather, I feel a twinge of jealousy towards him. He is so strong and exceptionally capable. In the future, you may very well come to favor him even more. And I fear I may not measure up. Yun Yang gently patted his head, saying, silly bird, no matter how strong he is, he must still call you old forth and cannot surpass you. Indeed, he still has to stand behind me, doesn't he? Hai Dongqing chuckled, reassuring Yang Yang, rest assured. I shall certainly change my ways and will not cause you any trouble in the future. Yun Yang pouted, this foolish bird, how easily it can be appeased. Alas, I truly fear the day it may be deceived by others. Given this, tonight you shall reflect outside, treating it as a minor punishment for your reckless behavior today. Qingling looked up at Yun Yang with a heavy heart. Qingling sighed. Yun Yang entered the room and walked to the corner to find Mo Hin. You spoke with Qingling, didn't you? With her temperament, it is unlikely that she would have realized her mistake so swiftly without someone else's guidance. Moreover, when Qingling spoke just now, she did not clearly grasp the nature of her issue. It seemed as though she had only a vague understanding after being prompted by someone else. Mo Hin extended his tail to pull Yun Yang beside him. Smiling as he said, I sent it the duty of your devoted beast husband to alleviate your worries, dear Yang Yang. Yun Yang smiled faintly, expressing gratitude. At that moment, Qing Ling stood at the door, feeling the cold wind blowing outside, overwhelmed with sorrow. He vowed never to provoke Yang Yang's anger again. Suddenly, he recalled the look in Mo Hen's eyes when he had advised him to tread carefully. Did Mo Hen foresee Yang Yang's displeasure all along? Qing Ling felt tears welling up without a cause. Could he not have been more straightforward in his warnings? He truly erred. No, he could not linger here. Qing Ling spread his wings and flitted off in search of Mingxi. Come on, let us spar. Once we are done, I shall consider the previous matters settled. And I will no longer hold anything against you. If you wish to be Yang Yang's beast husband, I shall not stand in your way. Mingxi regarded Qing Ling with an inscrutable expression, feeling slightly embarrassed. What is the matter? Mingxi replied pragmatically, you cannot defeat me. Qing Ling pouted. So what if I cannot? Rest assured, I won't report you. You may not know, but just now, Yang Yang said she cannot get along with me and has rejected you. Qing Ling raised his brows, insisting, ultimately, I am Yang Yang's beast husband. She values me more. Then why seek me out for a brawl? Why not prevent me from becoming Yang Yang's beast husband? Mingxi looked at him with amusement. Since Yun Yang had stated it so, he could easily comply with her wishes and allow her to reject him. Qing Ling gritted his teeth. You do not understand. Do you think I desire this? Then let us engage in a friendly contest. Mingxi gazed up at the vast night sky and chuckled softly. Chapter 122. His blessings. Since Qing Ling sparred with Mingxi, he honored his promise and ceased to antagonize him. Although he still found him somewhat irksome, he refrained from any mocking remarks, staying in the Ling deer tribe for several days. Bai Zhu and Fu he had also recovered and adapted to life in the snowy mountains. The chief of the Ling deer tribe smiled warmly. And upon meeting his beaming gaze, Yun Yang felt a twinge of caution. It is merely a meeting. Why the sly smile? Despite the seemingly amiable demeanor of the orcs in the Ling deer tribe, they could occasionally exhibit a rather cunning nature. Is there something on your mind? Chief of the Ling deer tribe? A few days ago, we convened with the leaders and elders of the Snow Owl tribe and the Snow Rabbit tribe. They are willing to affiliate with the civilized village. It merely adds a nominal chief, in terms of management, as long as there are no issues. Yun Yang will not interfere. Furthermore, they will gain access to many technologies they have long dreamed of. Do you understand? Or are there any grievances? The Ling deer tribe had not proactively contacted the more distant tribes. Once these tribes flourished, the smaller tribes would naturally seek to merge. The Ling deer tribe has always been the most formidable in the northern regions, thus requiring a touch of lofty demeanor. The smaller tribes, being unstable, would find that integrating into the civilized village too hastily could disrupt their development. Progress must be made gradually, one step at a time. Yun Yang let out a sigh of relief, realizing the situation. She had initially thought it was something of greater concern. These matters could be decided by the chief of the spirit deer tribe, and she placed her trust in them. With such experienced individuals aiding in the establishment of the civilized village, what objections could she possibly have? It was rather an agreeable prospect, was it not? The chief of the spirit deer nodded. I shall assist the village chief in liaising with the leaders of the other two tribes. The village chief has no objections. I trust? None at all. Proceed as you see fit, came the reply. Once the other two tribes have merged into the civilized village, we shall establish a pathway among the tribes to facilitate mutual communication. Does the village chief have any objections? None. You may proceed. Yun Yang wholeheartedly concurred. The tribes were situated in various locations across the northern lands, and due to the geographical challenges, it would be quite difficult to relocate the larger tribes. I wish to invite some orcs from the Snow Owl and Snow Rabbit tribes to learn, she proposed. Not a problem. The idea is to enable some orcs to prosper first, so they can return and educate the others. That sounds agreeable. Throughout the meeting, Yun Yang seemed to transform into an impassive nodding machine. There was little choice. These leaders and elders were seasoned experts, and their suggestions were all quite reasonable. All she needed to do was nod in agreement. I wish to hold a pairing ceremony for the village chief and Mingxi. Not an issue. The chief of the spirit deer will oversee it, came the response. Ah, wait a moment. Did she just agree to something? Wasn't this a discussion about official matters? How did it suddenly shift to her personal affairs with Mingxi? Yun Yang suddenly cast a sharp glance at the smiling leader of the Linglu tribe. Cunning and shrewd. Indeed, after all these years of life, she has merely aged without gaining any wisdom. Yun Yang has come to comprehend the reason behind the initial smile of the spirit deer clan leader. It seems that after such a lengthy conversation, the leader had been waiting for him all along. Mingxi gazed at the leader in astonishment, not expecting such a turn of events today. The leader exchanged a knowing glance with Mingxi, signaling, my assistance can extend only thus far. Qing Ling, who had been trailing Yun Yang, bared his teeth for a moment before lowering his head again. It is what it is. Sooner or later, Mingxi would become Yang Yang's mate. Humph. Once he becomes the sixth, I shall have him at my beck and call daily. Since the village chief has given his consent, shall we proceed with the arrangements? Rest assured, I am well versed in this matter and shall ensure everything is perfectly orchestrated. The spirit deer clan leader smiled, noting that in just a couple of days, the full moon would grace the sky. Surely, the village chief wouldn't mind staying a few extra days? No, not at all, Yun Yang acknowledged. Realizing he had unwittingly fallen into the leader's scheme, yet he accepted it with grace. The entire clan of beastmen believed he had already become Ming Xi's mate, and she had clearly expressed her desire to remain by his side. She could not simply remain silent on the matter. After all, she was a priestess and could not just leave in a muddled state. Imohen and the others had participated in a mate-binding ceremony with him, and it was only fitting that he and Ming Xi should have their own. The Spirit Deer Clan leader displayed a sincere smile, assuring the village chief, "I will ensure your ceremony with Ming Xi is splendid. I shall summon the leaders and elders of the Snow Owl and Snow Rabbit clans to witness this occasion." Truth be told, he had harbored some trepidation that Yun Yang might refuse. "That would be much appreciated, clan leader." Yun Yang nodded in agreement. The leader, elders, and beastmen of the Spirit Deer Clan were invigorated by the news of the impending mate-binding ceremony between the village chief and the esteemed priestess, their spirits soaring as they prepared fervently. In the blink of an eye, the ceremony commenced. Shuehuai, the uncle of Ming Xi from the Snow Owl clan, had also come to partake in the festivities. He stood at a distance beneath a withered tree, observing the central figures of Ming Xi and Yun Yang. Even the timid Yo-Yo had found a mate. It appeared he too ought to contemplate such matters. Not long ago, while visiting the Snow Rabbit clan and playfully teasing the little snow rabbits, he encountered a rather charming female. The mere thought of her pouting face, indignant at his scaring the young snow rabbits, brought a smile to his lips. He couldn't help but wonder if, when courting her, she might react by banishing him. Shuehuai instinctively rubbed his nose, sighing. Had he known better, he would have refrained from troubling those little snow rabbits first. While Uncle Shuehuai was lost in his melancholic thoughts, the mate-binding ceremony was already underway. Under the resplendent moonlight, Yun Yang, in the presence of numerous beastmen, partook in the sacred bonding ceremony with Ming Xi. Xing, may the beast god witness this union. With solemnity, Yun Yang and Ming Xi each sipped from a bowl containing a drop of the other's blood mixed with pristine spring water. The soft, pale golden light of the moon enveloped them both, and Yun Yang could perceive a subtle infusion of gold within his primordial core. Meanwhile, the beastly markings upon Ming Xi's forehead emanated an air of mystique. The beast god had bestowed his blessings. Surely, the village elder was sent by the beast god himself. The beastmen erupted in cheers, gazing at Yun Yang and Ming Xi with reverence. The chieftain of the Linglu clan, witnessing the divine blessing, felt a momentary daze. He had long known from Ming Xi that when Yun Yang had previously conducted a bonding ceremony with another beastman, the beast god's blessings had manifested, and he had speculated that a similar grace would befall Yun Yang and Ming Xi. Yet, the reality of witnessing it was far more awe-inspiring than he had ever imagined. A flicker of doubt arose within Yun Yang's heart. The beast god had vanished, yet why had his blessings descended upon her twice? Did she possess something extraordinary? Could it be that the beast god still lingered, aware of her efforts in alleviating numerous sources of nightmare energy in the beast realm, and thus chose to bestow divine light upon her? Yun Yang yearned to uncover some clues from the system, yet the system remained obstinately unresponsive. System. Could it be that you were summoned by the beast god? Chapter 123, The Stag-Headed Beast Seal. The system remained silent, continuing to feign inactivity. Yun Yang pondered. The system must surely possess knowledge. Yet, it seems it is not yet the opportune moment to disclose it to me. Ming Xi, are you able to divine the circumstances surrounding the disappearance of the beast god? Yun Yang was somewhat curious about the extent of the priest's powers. Ming Xi shook her head, explaining that although priests can communicate with the beast gods, we are ultimately just ordinary orcs. Unless the beast gods choose to reveal themselves, how could we possibly glimpse their presence? Moreover, attempting to seek the traces of the divine invites retribution. Ming Xi gently stroked Yun Yang's smooth long hair and recounted a tale of a priest who once dared to probe the divine. He was immediately met with backlash, aging visibly before succumbing to death. Yun Yang nodded absent-mindedly. Indeed, divine beings are not entities they can fathom. Was she lost in thought all night, contemplating matters concerning the beast god? As Yun Yang looked up, he suddenly met Ming Xi's mournful gaze. With his ethereal and aloof demeanor, the expression on his face seemed to descend from the peak of a snow-capped mountain in an instant. Yang, do not forget that tonight is our night of union. Ming Xi spoke slowly, his usually pure and desireless eyes now tinged with a hint of yearning. In a moment of bewilderment, Yun Yang realized that she had been drawn back into the stone cave by Ming Xi. At this juncture, only the two of them remained. Apologies. I lost my train of thought, Ming Xi said, a subtle smile gracing her lips. It's all right. You can make it up to me later. How could Yun Yang not discern the implication behind the compensation? Yun Yang rested a hand upon Ming Xi's shoulder, gently caressing the strands of white hair that cascaded down. It is my fault for not being attuned to your feelings. Yun Yang's hand glided down, brushing against the place where she had unconsciously imagined meeting Ming Xi for the first time. Yang. Ming Xi's body trembled, and she grasped Yun Yang's hand tightly. Yun Yang, unpretentious as ever, boldly pressed her crimson lips against him. Ming Xi had long surpassed 2 decades of solitary existence and was ill-prepared for Yun Yang's alluring advances. A shadow flickered across his gaze, and instinctively, he pulled Yun Yang into his embrace. He fell back onto the bed, offering himself as a cushion for her. And with a swift motion, he enveloped her beneath him. Initially, Ming Xi restrained himself, acting with utmost gentleness, but as time passed, he found his self-control slipping, leaving Yun Yang utterly breathless. Had he not known that in the beast realm, a male possessed but a single beast mark for a lifetime, Yun Yang might have assumed him a seasoned seducer. Mingxi, truly, was exceptionally skilled. How did he manage to navigate such complexities without any guidance? Conjuring an array of exquisite approaches? Each time their passion deepened, the deer-headed beast mark on Yun Yang's waist, belonging to Mingxi, felt as if it were alive, radiating an extraordinary warmth. Mingxi, I can't take it anymore. No, Yang, remember the compensation you promised me? Mingxi sealed her lips, his eyes brimming with possessiveness. Aside from the unexpected theft of the nightmare bones, all matters in the northern region proceeded smoothly. They were preparing to depart. Village chief, esteemed priest, do remember to return for a visit. The beastmen of the north felt a deep sense of reluctance. Brother, safe travels. Mingxi flashed a smile. Do not worry for me, I shall heed the chief's words. Indeed. Mingxi affectionately ruffled his brother's hair. Mingyu was remarkably obedient. He had always known this. Mingxi, possessing extraordinary talent, had served as priest for many years, although Mingyu had grown up by his side. The care bestowed upon him by the chief and others was even more profound. Mingxi, I shall take my leave. Yunyang, clad in a long dress, was draped in the warm pelts of beasts hunted in the misty forest. Very well. Mingxi bid farewell to the chief and others, following closely behind Yunyang. Would you like to ride on my back down the mountain? Mingxi offered with a gentle smile. His grin suddenly reminded Yunyang of the night of bonding. When he had shared the bed with her, he had smiled in exactly that manner. Yet, the gentler his smile, the fiercer his actions became. Cough, I think I've overthought this. Yunyang cast a glance towards the ground. How delightful. Mingxi transformed into a deer, its forelegs resting gently on the earth, inviting Yang to approach. Yunyang mounted the back of the white elk and set forth. She gazed at the pristine white snow beside her and smiled knowingly. Their next destination, the Beast King City. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting its radiant glow upon the snow-capped mountains. As the gentle breeze caressed the landscape, the interplay of light and shadow seemed to resemble the mountains bidding them farewell. Beneath the warm embrace of the sun, Yunyang comfortably squinted her eyes. Ever since she cultivated a small primordial dan, her aversion to the sun seemed to have diminished. Moreover, after forming a bond with Mingxi, a light element beastman, she found solace in basking under the sun, a sensation she once reserved solely for moonlit nights. It felt as though she transcended her identity as a vampire. In truth, Yunyang also discovered that her affinity for the corresponding element could increase after forming a contract with a beastman of that attribute. This beastly realm was indeed wondrous. During the rainy season, they journeyed northward, and now, with the rainy season behind them and the snowy season approaching, they began their trek southward once more. We must arrive promptly. Seated atop the fluffy back of Bai Zhu, Yunyang gently swung her legs. A gentle breeze caressed her cheeks, bringing with it a hint of coolness. Yunyang could distinctly sense the rapid drop in temperature. The weather in the beast realm was always extreme, with only the warm season providing a touch of comfort. A few days later, the realm welcomed its first snowfall. Delicate snowflakes danced down from the sky, and Yunyang instinctively touched the inky marks on her wrist, which served as bracelets for Mo Hin and Yi Qi. After departing from the northern lands, they had roamed for a while, but as the chill set in, they grew lethargic, choosing to remain nestled on Yunyang's wrist. Although it had not yet descended into the depths of winter slumber, Mo Hin and Yi Qi longed to stay curled up with their female master, who would wish to traverse the cold terrain when they could be close to her warmth. Approaching the central region of the beast realm, the landscape flattened, and the number of tribes began to increase. The biting cold wind howled as Yunyang lay upon the warm back of Bai Zhu, continuing her slumber. In times of peace, when their blood clan was restricted from venturing out to instill fear, they had grown so bored that they slept day in and day out. Yet, it was perplexing how, at some point, rumors began to circulate that the blood clan preferred to sleep in coffins. How harshly they treated themselves, with grand beds at their disposal, yet choosing to confine themselves to coffins. However, during times of strife when they aided humanity, many in the blood clan, unable to bask in the sunlight during the day, would curl up in coffins and emerge at night to wreak havoc. Alas, Yang, Fu He exclaimed joyfully, we are nearing Beast King City. Yunyang sat up, her dark tresses adorned with flecks of white snow. She gazed into the distance, where the faint silhouette of the Beast King City walls emerged. Had she finally arrived? Yunyang stroked her chin, pondering the appearance of the royal city of the beast realm. Given its status as the Beast King City, it ought to be quite prosperous, wouldn't it? Chapter 124. The Old Yellow Cow. Yunyang was filled with excitement, exclaiming, let us venture into the city. Little did they know the hardships they had endured on their journey, facing the elements and braving the wilderness. Yunyang, the Beast King City may not be as splendid as you envision, Mingxi cautioned. Though he had never set foot there, he had heard whispers about the city. Yes, I am aware, she replied. Having traversed numerous lands and encountered a myriad of peculiarities, she was unfazed. At worst, we shall stay for a few days and depart. Upon reaching the Beast King City, Yunyang intended to settle there for a while, postponing their departure. If their stay proved pleasant, they would linger until after the snow season. If not, they would venture to the southern region of the beast world, where Mo Hin and Yi Qi could enjoy a milder winter. Onward, their group approached the grand expanse of the Beast King City. Just a few hundred meters away, an old yellow cow leisurely grazed on the grass. The cow flicked its ears and regarded Yunyang's party before suddenly speaking, are you planning to enter the city? Indeed. replied Fu He, who walked ahead, casting a glance at the amiable beast, to avoid being underestimated while subtly concealing his abilities. His beast markings appeared as those of a mere white Dan realm. The old cow chuckled. That is unfortunate. It is currently the snow season, and the Beast King city does not readily accept outsiders. Moreover, there have been recent disturbances in the city, further restricting entry for foreigners. The Beastman laughed lightly, however. If you truly wish to enter, I could facilitate an introduction. Is that so? Fu He looked at him with gratitude. Thank you very much. The old cow smiled warmly. No need for thanks, but I must mention that an introduction to the city does require a small fee. He raised his gaze, looking at them with kind eyes. It is not much, merely a beast Dan from each of you, at the White Dan realm. Fu He stared at him in disbelief, exclaiming, What did you say? A beast Dan from each person? Is that not extortion? Yun Yang gazed intently at the orc. Could this be considered scalping? The old cattleman chuckled, fixating on Fu He's beastly markings. I see you are also an orc of the White Dan realm. This should not pose too great a challenge for you. I presume? Qingling scoffed. Even if they could manage it, did they strike her as fools? The old cattleman laughed heartily. You may inquire with the guards of Beast King City. Presently, orcs below the purple tier are virtually barred from entry. Gaining access to the city depends on your rank, and accordingly you must pay the requisite fee for entry. He spoke with an air of mystery. If it weren't for my connections, you would have to pay double the price. Bai Zhu snorted dismissively. Who was to say they Haven T colluded with the guards of Beast King City? Mingji quietly interjected. Although he had never visited Beast King City, it did not imply that the northern territories were entirely uninformed. For merchant caravans entering the city, the highest fee was merely 1 purple crystal. In groups such as theirs, with a female member present, it was even possible to forego the entry fee entirely. It's understandable not to know. This was only established last month. The old cowman remarked lightly, in truth, it's not exorbitant, if you find yourself short. A single beast core can be exchanged for 10 purple crystals. This should not be a daunting task for you. Just venture into the outer forest and slay a few fallen beasts, and you'll be set. Yun Yang's lips twitched slightly. Suddenly, she found herself less inclined to enter the Beast King City. If entering a mere city could be so troublesome, she wondered how many pitfalls lay within. The image of the Beast King City in her mind had plummeted. There was no need for concern, however. Mingji approached Yun Yang, assuring her, I have a plan. We shall enter directly. Yun Yang was momentarily taken aback. Very well. The old ox raised his head to gaze at Mingji and cautioned. Be careful not to speak too presumptuously. Do you think we are still under the dominion of the old Beast King? The former city lord is now gravely ill. It is the new city lord who governs Beast King City. Mingji, puzzled, realized he had not heard of this development. Perhaps he would inquire further once they entered the city. The old ox was not in a hurry, assuring them that if they could not gain entry, they could always seek him out again. Mingji then led Yun Yang to the city gates. A few orcs stationed outside scrutinized them and instinctively cast a glance at the old ox behind them. Indeed, they were in collusion. Yun Yang declared. Our Beast King City currently does not welcome outsiders, so you must leave. The guards outside the city did not even bother to inquire further before hastily ushering the intruders away. Mingji turned to Yun Yang and asked, Yun Yang, do you still possess the jade token I gave you? Yun Yang was momentarily taken aback. She discreetly retrieved a jade token from her spatial pouch, pretending it was drawn from her clothing pocket. The jade token was crystalline and translucent, intricately carved with the head of a deer. Mingji accepted the token and presented it to the guards. I am Mingji, the priestess of the Northern Deer Tribe, here to confer with the priest of your Beast King City regarding important matters. Although Mingji had expressed her intention to relinquish her role as the priestess of the Deer Tribe, the elder chief had publicly declared her status, bestowing upon her the emblematic priestly insignia. The elder chief implied that their tribes had amalgamated into the civilization village of the north, thereby ensuring an ample supply of priests, allowing Mingji to retain her identity as the priestess of the Deer Tribe. This identity would indeed facilitate their navigation within the Beast World tribes. The guard scrutinized the jade token in Mingji's hand, momentarily hesitating. Should he allow them entry? Who could ascertain the authenticity of her token? He had never encountered it before. Perhaps it would be prudent to inquire further inside. After all, the profession of a priest commanded respect even from the lord of the Beast King City. What if it were genuine? Would they not offend a priestess? Let us first report inside. Please wait here. The guard's demeanor softened considerably, and he hurried into the city. Meanwhile, the old yellow bull quietly observed from behind, astonished to see they had not been turned away. He cautiously approached the city gates, and moments later, several beastmen emerged from the Beast King City. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were indeed from the priest hall. The old yellow bull edged closer, overhearing one of the beastmen say, Lord Ming, we shall escort you inside. This is my female master, and this is my master's mate. Mingji smiled. Shall we proceed? There is a fee for the beast Dan, I presume? Her smile was as warm as a spring breeze, yet the aura she emanated compelled the beastmen before her to bow, beads of sweat forming on their backs. And no, please. Lord Ming, enter. Madam, please come in. Mingji took Yun Yang's hand and entered the city, followed closely by the others. Qingling scoffed. What a FAA day of the Beast King City. Their true colors are quite unsightly. Our civilization village is far superior. Who knows? One day we might surpass the Beast King City. The old yellow bull's eyes widened in disbelief. Who were these individuals to command such deference even from the priest hall? He flicked his tail and approached the guards, casually inquiring, what stature do those individuals hold? Chapter 125, The Silver Wing Emporium Within the City. Yun Yang observed the meticulously constructed stone houses lining the streets. The females here donned fabric skirts, strutting confidently down the thoroughfare, each accompanied by no fewer than 5 or 6 males. Bite him. Bite him to death. Yun Yang suddenly heard shouts echoing through the air. She turned her gaze towards the source of the commotion. 2 male lion beasts were fiercely battling atop a towering platform, one lion bleeding profusely from its wounds. Yun Yang instinctively furrowed her brow. The orc from the priest hall, perceptive as he was, continued to explain the gruesome scene ahead with an air of nonchalance. That is the arena of decisive combat, clad in a pristine outfit adorned with unique patterns. He bore a small emblem at his waist, presumably a distinctive mark of their priest hall. Should an orc take a liking to a particular female, he must venture to the arena to engage in a duel with her mate. If victorious, he would assume the role of her partner. Notably, he refrained from mentioning that Yun Yang seemed somewhat averse to the arena, for once one steps onto that stage, the distinction between life and death ceases to exist. Would it not be regrettable to perish? In their Orc King City, males were never in short supply. If one were to die, so be it. There remained a multitude of orcs eager to enter their realm. Whether anyone mourned such losses held little significance for them. Yun Yang's brows furrowed even tighter. Is there no consideration for the desires of the females? What if she does not harbor affection? The beastman paused for a moment, then merely chuckled and replied. Who would not appreciate a powerful male? This is the rule of our Beast King City. There was an inherent dominance in his tone. Any female who joins our Beast King City must adhere to our established customs, is that not so? Otherwise, our vast Beast King City would have descended into chaos long ago. The clouds gathered as her eyes narrowed. Thus, did the Beast King City truly disregard the desires of the females? Yun Yang discerned that the leading orc exuded an air of superiority. Despite being a priest of the temple, his temperament was more atrocious than that of others. She gazed at the group of orcs reveling on the decisive platform, finding their behavior both laughable and pitiful. Of course, if she truly despised him, she could always send him to the arena next time, ensuring his elimination. The orc continued to mock, his words chilling in their disdain. Although he was dressed in a manner that suggested refinement, the content of his speech was anything but palatable. Yet, he was still an orc of the priesthood. Yun Yang's fondness for Beast King City diminished once more. Although she had mentally prepared herself for this, it was evident that her preparations were somewhat insufficient. Compared to the northern lands and their civilized village, Beast King City fell significantly short. She held a firm belief that one day, their village of civilization would evolve into a realm far more powerful than Beast King City. Suddenly, Yun Yang caught sight of a familiar emblem. It depicted a tiger-like beast, adorned with wings behind it. Yun Yang murmured, the Silverwing shop? During her time in the Misty Forest, she had encountered it, and at that moment, a crane beastman had gifted her a small token. However, now the doors of the Silverwing shop stood firmly shut. The sight of such a grand establishment closed was undeniably melancholic. At the entrance of the Silverwing shop, numerous beastmen lingered, engaged in fervent discussion. Oh, will this shop ever reopen? It is the largest store in Beast King City. My maid has been incessantly lamenting about wanting to purchase garments from there. Everything in Beast King City is exorbitantly priced, yet the wares at Silverwing shop were reasonably valued. It seems unlikely they will reopen, right? I heard that just a few days ago, the owner of Silverwing shop even plotted against the ailing old city lord. We cannot afford to move about carelessly during this time, all because of him. Is that true? Why would he do that? Have you forgotten? The owner of Silverwing shop is one of the old city lord's grandsons. Perhaps he harbors ambitions of becoming the new city lord. I heard the old city lord treated him well. It is shocking to think he would act this way. An orphan, lacking both father and mother, has succumbed to greed. How ungrateful. One beastman expressed sorrow, while another spoke with scorn, their words tinged with a hint of jealousy. Yun Yang, with her gaze lowered, had encountered the Silverwing shops in various markets after leaving the Misty Forest. The orcs within were exceedingly courteous, displaying remarkable kindness towards their patrons. Deep down, Yun Yang found it hard to believe that a proprietor capable of establishing such an establishment would harbor malicious intentions. As Yun Yang raised her gaze once more, she unexpectedly beheld a somewhat familiar visage. It appeared to be the crane beastman from the Silverwing shop at the market near the Misty Forest. Though he presently exuded an air of subtlety, the crane beastman seemed to sense her presence, glancing back at Yun Yang with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. He too recognized her. Subsequently, the crane beastman lowered his head and turned into a narrow alley. After several twists and turns, he finally arrived at the outskirts of Beast King City. This area lacked the splendor of the main district, instead presenting an air of dilapidation. The surroundings were filled with cramped wooden houses and earthen dwellings, and the beastmen traversing the streets appeared far less resplendent than those in the main district. The crane beastman veered into his small dwelling and knocked on a wooden wall. Suddenly, a tightly fitted wooden panel swung open, revealing a door. An inquisitive beastman poked his head out. What is the situation? Were you able to find any healing herbs? The crane beastman shook his head, expressing his failure. I cannot leave the city. I cannot find any healing herbs. There are beastmen lurking near the Silverwing shop. and I dare not approach recklessly. The Crane Beastman felt quite defeated, lamenting that the city was currently rife with captures of the chief. And even the shamans of Beast King City were wary of selling healing and detoxifying herbs. He recalled the rampant slander directed towards the chief as he roamed the city. His indignation flaring. These people understand nothing. They simply spout nonsense. This is clearly the doing of the new city lord. They place all blame on the chief. The Crane Beastman produced some food, sighing, "This is what I bought. You all eat first, and I will search again later. What about the chief's cousin? Have you tried looking for him?" The Beastman inquired eagerly. The Crane Beastman shook his head. He has been imprisoned by the new city lord. The chief wanted to see the former city lord and sought out his cousin, but the new city lord anticipated this and had his son monitored in secret, thus ensnaring the chief. The chief is gravely injured, and he has been confined. After all, he is the city lord's own son. They won't harm him. However, the only beastman in the city lord's office who had a good relationship with the chief can no longer assist him. What should we do then? The chief is still injured. The beastman turned and cast a glance at the winged tiger beast, who had fallen into a deep slumber due to severe injuries. Its once splendid fur was now tainted a dark crimson. Due to the poison wound, the chief showed no signs of recovery, and this was indeed dire. Hichi, can you think of a solution? The beastman urged. I often stay close to the chief. They all recognize me, yet I cannot go out. Do you think I wish to? Hichi scratched his head, nearly overwhelmed. Suddenly, Hichi recalled the encounter with Yun Yang. Oh, right. Hichi exclaimed excitedly. Perhaps there is a way. What? Speak quickly. Chapter 126. The High Priest of Beast King City. Do you remember when I ventured into the misty forest? Upon my return, I shared with you all about the civilized village. I even suggested to the chief that we consider collaborating with the civilized village. Today, I saw the village chief. Hichi was well acquainted with Yun Yang and held a profound impression of her. The name of the civilized village had reached his ears while he was in the misty forest, leading him to investigate further, revealing that the female who had delivered the token was indeed the village chief. At that moment, he felt a sense of validation for his perceptiveness. I encountered her and her beast husband in Beast King City. The civilized village now boasts many literate beast men who can identify medicinal herbs, all thanks to their village chief. Hichi's eyes shone with determination as he gazed at his companions. I wish to seek her out. Perhaps she can assist us. The beastman hesitated momentarily, questioning whether this was truly feasible. Will she help us? What if it backfires and exposes us instead? That would be disastrous. What other options do we have? Hichi replied, this is our best course of action for now. Do not worry, village chief Yun Yang is a female whom even the chief holds in high esteem. He recalled how the chief, upon hearing about the civilized village, remarked that Beast King City paled in comparison. Despite being the largest tribe and most prosperous region in the beast world, the chief expressed his admiration for the civilized village, expressing a desire to visit it someday. Yet he never anticipated such events would unfold first. The beastman sighed, conceding, then let us give it a try. Be cautious when you venture out, and no matter what, you must return. Rest assured, Hichi nodded, turning to leave the concealed dwelling. He pondered that when he encountered Yun Yang, it seemed there were individuals from the priest hall nearby. While he did not recognize the beastmen within, the uniform attire of the priest hall made it easily discernible. Thus, Hichi made his way to the vicinity of the priest hall to await his opportunity. Meanwhile, Yun Yang and her companions were welcomed inside the priest hall by the beastmen there. Lord Mingji, our high priest requests your presence for a discussion. A beastman from the priest hall glanced at Yun Yang, adding, the high priestess is seated here. We will attend to you. As they spoke, several beastmen approached with water and fruits, inviting Yun Yang to take a seat. It was indeed a rare occasion to encounter fruit during the snowy season, and the beastmen treated Yun Yang with utmost respect, for she was the maid of High Priest Mingji, deserving of such regard. As for the beastman beside Yun Yang, they paid him no mind. The priest hall had little concern for such matters. However, Bai Zhu and the others were indifferent, quietly standing by Yun Yang's side, guarding her. High Priest Mingji sauntered gracefully into the hall. He parted a curtain with his hand, revealing a priest with graying hair seated within. Though he did not appear particularly old, the intricacies of prophecy demanded significant energy, leading to his accelerated aging over time. Please take a seat. The high priest said with a gentle smile, gesturing towards the seats before them. He then offered a cup of warm tea to Mingji. Thank you. Mingji accepted the tea, taking a delicate sip. The high priest observed his countenance, a flicker of envy crossing his gaze. I know you. You are the youngest and most talented priest from the northern lands. The high priest jested, if Beast King City were to invite you, I suspect I would have to yield my position to you. Beast King City was vast, with several priests, and he was merely ranked first among them. The high priest chuckled lightly. Mingji began to speak, noting the opulence of Beast King City, where even the priest hall was resplendent. A stature he felt he could not attain. Haha. The high priest chuckled softly, lowering his gaze and rubbing the ceramic teacup with his fingers. Prosperous yet superficial. This young priest surely understands my sentiment. The high priest refrained from elaborating further, steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. I have heard you sought me for a reason? Indeed, it concerns the matter of the nightmare bones. The high priest raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh? A group of beast men seized the nightmare bones from the northern territories while I was absent. Mingji merely recounted this incident. Omitting any mention of Yun Yang's ability to purify the nightmare bones, he refrained from disclosing what he had previously heard regarding Beast King City. Fully aware that the circumstances surrounding Yun Yang must remain undisclosed, the high priest appeared taken aback. The nightmare bones have been stolen? Have you identified the culprits? Mingji shook his head. Among this group of beastmen, there is a priest of remarkable strength. My abilities have yet to trace his whereabouts. I came to remind the high priest to securely conceal the bones of the Beast King, for it is possible that orcs may come to steal them. The high priest's expression grew slightly solemn as he acknowledged, I understand and will remain vigilant. Furthermore, I wish to inquire if there were any exceptionally gifted avian priests among the Burfolk. Upon hearing Mingji's words, the high priest countered. Are the ones who would steal the bones the priests of the bird tribe? I found a white feather in the forbidden area, imbued with light-based powers. After pondering for a moment, the high priest shook his head. I cannot recall at this moment. Should I remember, I will inform you. By the way, I have heard that you have a female partner now, the high priest remarked with a hint of regret. The former city lord was still considering introducing his daughter to you. He sighed. If you were to join the Beast King City as a priest, you could have a female companion exclusively for yourself. This is one of the benefits of becoming a priest in the Beast King City. Enjoying the same privilege as the city lord, who only possesses a single male partner. Such fortune is beyond me, Mingji said with a slight grimace. I already have a beloved female partner, so there is no need for the high priest to speak thus. How could he abandon the north to come to the Beast King City? Had it not been for encountering Yu Yang, Mingji believed he would have faced a lifetime of solitude. Indeed, the high priest chuckled awkwardly and continued casually, will you be residing in our Beast King City then? Mingji replied. My female partner and I will temporarily stay in the Beast King City, but we will leave after some time. Do you need me to arrange for some orcs to find you accommodation? Considering that dusk was approaching, Mingji said, just arrange a temporary residence for us. And we will discuss the rest later. The high priest nodded slowly, then we welcome you both to our Beast King City. Do take the opportunity to explore. Very well. Mingji stood up. I must take my leave now. My female partner is waiting for me. As Mingji prepared to depart, the high priest suddenly spoke coldly. Are you aware of the 2 blessings bestowed by the beast god? Mingji paused, turned back slowly, and smiled warmly. Thank heavens, after more than 100 years. The beast god has finally made an appearance. The high priest regarded him with a gaze that held a hint of inquiry. According to my divination, the most recent blessing seems to have occurred in the north. Chapter 127. Seeking assistance from Yu Yang, Mingji nodded calmly, acknowledging the truth of the matter, yet regrettably. His abilities were limited, and he did not know the exact location of the beast god's blessing. Such a gift from the beast god could only be discerned by those present. Otherwise, priests could not deduce the specific location. This served as a form of protection for the blessed orcs, as they could also conceal the traces left behind after the blessing, making them difficult to detect. Even if Mingji denied it, the high priest could not press further. I see. The high priest smiled. I assumed Mingji might be aware. With so many powerful orcs in our Beast King City, I was hoping that if you knew, you could introduce them to this female, thus strengthening the ties between our 2 regions. Unfortunately, I am left in the dark. Mingji maintained his impassive expression. The high priest raised his gaze. His slightly murky eyes fixed on him. When did priest Mingji take a partner? Sensing the high priest probing, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Mingji's eyes. He then looked up, his gaze filled with tenderness, during the rainy season. I sensed the arrival of my destined female partner while visiting the western region of the beast world. The high priest momentarily appeared dazed. Having heard that the orc sent to approach Mingji described him as seemingly gentle but quite difficult to approach, impervious to both soft and hard tactics. Yet possessing such a tender side, it seemed Mingji truly cherished his female partner. The high priest lowered his gaze, concealing the envy that welled within. Ah. So that is the case, he chuckled. I shall not detain you further, lest your female partner grow anxious waiting. He then summoned someone to escort Mingji to a nearby inn. Thank you. Farewell. Mingji turned, his once tender eyes now icy. They had better not entertain any thoughts about Yang Ang. Yang Ang, let us depart. Mingji took Yun Yang's hand and left the priest hall. Yun Yang cast a sidelong glance at him. Observing for a considerable time, Mingji appeared rather discontented. After the priest led them to an inn, they did not linger excessively. The priest of Mingji expressed that should there be any needs, they were welcome to return to the priest hall. For the time being, they settled into a modest abode, and Yun Yang inquired, what are your plans? Mingji smiled and replied, tomorrow, I shall arrange for a larger residence for you. The Beast King City was a melting pot of diverse beings, and naturally, there were those from the northern lands among them. Relying on the arrangements made by the priest was something he found unsettling. A flicker of light danced in Mingji's eyes. The high priest of the priest hall. He had heard of him from the clan leader during his time in the northern lands. It was said that this priest was exceptionally gifted, gentle in his youth, and possessed a pure heart, earning a commendable reputation in the beast realm. Originally, he was not the priest of the Beast King City, but was invited there over a decade ago. In such a brief span, the heart of this high priest had undoubtedly transformed from what the clan leader once described. The Beast King City, indeed, served as a vast cauldron of transformation, Mingji mused mockingly. Yang assisted he to approach Yun Yang, sensing that someone might be trailing them. In an instant, a cold light flashed in Mingji's eyes. Could it be the priests? He stepped outside. and in a mere moment, he apprehended an orc hiding against the outer wall. "Who are you?" he demanded. If they were indeed sent by the Beast King City to surveil them, it was exceedingly audacious. He was startled. He prided himself on his ability to conceal himself, believing that even those of the White Dan realm would struggle to detect him. Yet here, he had been uncovered. "I am here to seek the village chief, Yunyang," He hastily proclaimed. Mingxi furrowed his brow. The term village chief was unknown to those from the Beast King City. Yet he did not seem to be from the northern lands. Could he possibly be an orc from the Misty Forest? Mingxi temporarily released him, asking, "Do you have business with my female lord?" At this moment, Yunyang stepped forward, and upon catching sight of Hechi's face, she was momentarily taken aback. "Is it you?" Hechi exhaled in relief. "Village Chief Yunyang, it has been quite some time. I did not expect you to remember me." Yunyang knows him? Mingxi slightly lowered her guard. Yunyang nodded slightly, recalling their previous encounter in the Misty Forest. "What brings you to me?" Yunyang inquired, turning to Hechi. Hechi glanced around cautiously and whispered, "May I speak with you in private?" "Then please, come inside." Yunyang gestured for Hechi to enter the room. Hechi noticed that Yunyang's beastly companion was fixated on him, causing his anxiety to manifest in the emergence of a few feathers on his face. The beast husband of village chief Yunyang appears to be quite formidable. He swallowed hard, striving to compose himself. "I am Hechi, a representative of the Silverwing shop." Hechi took a deep breath. Surely the esteemed village chief has heard of the matters concerning the Silverwing shop. Has he not? Yunyang nodded, acknowledging that she had overheard. "I wish to seek the aid of the village chief," she stated. "Assistance? What can I do to help?" Yunyang furrowed her brow, for she would not lend her hand unless Hechi provided a compelling explanation. She was not fond of complications. "Have you heard about the former city lord's grave illness?" Hechi inquired. "There are rumors circulating that his grandson, the proprietor of the Silverwing shop, is plotting to harm the old city lord. These claims are unfounded," Hechi exclaimed passionately. "They are deliberately framing him. And what do you propose?" Yunyang gazed at him intently. "Surely, you do not expect me to exonerate your employer?" This was a task she could not undertake. Hechi shook his head fervently. "No, I implore you to save my elder brother." "Save?" Yunyang echoed, intrigued. "What has happened to him?" "My elder brother has been injured and is currently hiding within the city," Hechi explained, recounting how their elder brother had attempted to visit the former city lord, but was thwarted and grievously wounded during a covert infiltration of the lord's residence. "He is now poisoned, and I cannot procure any antidote within the city, nor can I leave." Hechi gazed at Yunyang with desperation. "Many of the beastmen in Wuming village can identify medicinal herbs, and you taught them, esteemed village chief. I am left with no recourse but to beseech you. My elder brother is a good man. He truly meant no harm to the former city lord. Rather, it is the new city lord who, in his quest for power, has poisoned the old lord. Please, village chief." Hechi was prepared to kneel. "Oh dear." Yunyang stepped forward hastily, intent on assisting Hechi to rise. However, at that moment, Mingxi acted swiftly. He grasped Hechi's collar and yanked him backward, preventing both the kneeling and Yunyang's touch. He had no desire for an unrelated beastman to come into contact with his esteemed companion. "I can assist you," Yunyang began. But as Hechi attempted once more to kneel, she quickly interjected, "Do not kneel. Otherwise, I shall have to send you away." Hechi immediately straightened, exclaiming, "I shan't kneel. Thank you, esteemed village chief." His gratitude was palpable and filled with excitement. Yunyang uttered softly, "I possess several medications here that can treat external injuries and detoxify. You may take them with you." She held no desire to accompany Hechi back. It would be preferable for them to cease all interactions from this point onward. Should they happen to cross paths, they could simply act as strangers. Chapter 128, Jingli. Yunyang turned around and returned to the house, feigning a search for herbs while actually retrieving them from another realm. "These are the ones," she explained their usage. "Take them away. If you trust me, you may use them for your leader." "I trust you." "Of course, I do." The leader had already sent away all the staff from the Silverwing shop, leaving him with no one to rely on in this vast Beast King city. Encountering Yunyang was undoubtedly a blessing from the beast god. Without trust in Yunyang, he would be utterly alone. "All right, you should leave quickly. If you see me again in Beast King City, please refrain from calling me village chief. No one here knows of this, and I prefer to keep it that way." Yunyang handed him the herbs. "I understand. I will keep it a secret for you, esteemed village chief." Hechi bowed deeply to Yunyang, expressing his gratitude. After receiving the medicine, he glanced outside and hurried back. Hechi knocked on the door again and entered the concealed little room. "I am back," Hechi announced, revealing the herbs concealed within his clothing. "The village chief of Civilization Village provided me with medicine for treating wounds and detoxification." The beastman was on the verge of tears from excitement. "You finally returned. The leader has a fever." The beastman inquired hastily, "I don't recognize these herbs. Are they reliable?" "Rest assured, village chief Yunyang is kind-hearted. Nothing will go wrong. If you are worried, I will taste it myself once the medicine is prepared." The beastman clapped him on the shoulder. "If anyone should taste it, it should be me. If you collapse, I want to have the chance to go find someone to save you." Hechi frowned, nearly coughing up blood from the beastman's heavy pat. "Fine. I will prepare the medicine now." Once the concoction was ready, the beastman gazed at the dark liquid, recognizing its bitterness from the smell, and hesitated to take it. "I'm not afraid of dying," I just dread the bitterness. The beastman swallowed nervously. You know I'm from the bear clan. I have a penchant for sweets. Ichi shook his head. Shall I try it? The beastman nodded, returning the bowl. Then you go ahead. After a moment's hesitation, which felt like an affront to himself, he declared, No, just give it to me directly. A hoarse voice interrupted from behind them. No need for that. Both turned swiftly. Leader, you're awake. The white tiger grunted softly. In truth, he had awakened long ago but had lacked the strength to speak due to his severe injuries. The beastman hesitated, looking at the bowl of dark medicine. Leader, should we not try it first? No need. Jingli cast a glance at him, then at Ichi. Give it to me. Without hesitation, Ichi fed the concoction to his leader. Jingli furrowed his brow deeply. This Ichi claimed there was no need to test for poison, yet had not mentioned the need to test its warmth. Was he trying to scald himself with freshly brewed medicine? The following day, Mingji stepped out and that afternoon announced he had found a suitable house. Let us go. Yang, I will take you to the newly purchased home. Yang gazed at him in astonishment. You purchased the house outright? Mingji nodded, replying. It brings me greater peace of mind to own it completely. After all, it is not worth much. Yang opened her mouth. But thoughts of Mingji and the gold mine he had taken her to surfaced. Indeed, Mingji possessed a gold mine in the northern lands. One that was exclusively his. After they became partners, that gold mine would rightfully belong to her as well. Isn't all your wealth stored within Yang's space? How then do you have the means to purchase a house? Qing Ling, like a specter, glided to Yang's side, fixating her gaze on Mingji. You didn't bring much beast crystal with you today, did you? Qing Ling nearly insinuated that Mingji was hoarding secret funds. Mingji smiled lightly and replied. I spoke with those residing in Beast King City in the north. They insisted on gifting me the house, so I relinquished all the money I had on me. I plan to return the house to them when we depart from Beast King City. Yang nodded, acknowledging the sentiment. Let us depart, Yang. We shall proceed to our new abode. With that, they vacated the temporary lodgings and ventured towards the residence that Mingji had procured. Though somewhat distant from the heart of Beast King City, the surrounding houses were constructed of sturdy stone, exuding a sense of strength. To be fair, Yang found this place to be far superior to the bustling center of Beast King City. It was notably quieter, devoid of the frenetic clamor that often accompanied urban life. Priest, an orc beckoned to Mingji, and upon noticing Yang, greeted her with warmth. Good day, my lady, he exclaimed with a smile. The house has been tidied for your arrival. You may settle in at your convenience. Thank you very much, she replied. The orc, respectful of their space, departed promptly. The house was quite spacious, featuring a large main room along with 3 smaller chambers. Yang shall occupy the larger room, while the rest of us can share the smaller ones, they decided. They were not particular about their living arrangements. Even under modest conditions, they would not mind squeezing together. Having secured a place to stay, they meandered nearby. Several male orcs cast furtive glances at Yang. Yet, given that Qing Ling walked ahead, displaying the white patterned beast insignia, they dared not approach recklessly. As they concluded their leisurely exploration and prepared to return, an older male orc approached them. Do you recognize me, Priest Mingji? He inquired, a furrow forming on his brow. Have I been sent by Beast King City? I heard from the guards outside the city, he continued, a gentle smile gracing his features. Ah, yes, I am the yellow bull orc you encountered yesterday outside the city. In a moment of realization, Yang found himself once again encountering the old yellow ox outside the city. Is there something you need? Mingji inquired, gazing at him. Nothing of great significance, he replied with a smile. I happen to have houses available for rent, though I do not sell them. As a priest, we can offer you a preferential rate. For each room, a single amethyst crystal grants you a day's stay. For others, I would not be inclined to rent even for 2 beast crystals. His seemingly simple and honest visage belied an exceptional shrewdness. Yang pondered over his words. Finding them strangely familiar, they echoed the sales pitches of those vendors before he entered the beast realm. We have already purchased a house. The old bull was taken aback. Already bought a house? So soon? He was acquainted with those who had purchased properties and was certain none had sold a house to Mingji. As for other beastmen, few dared to offend them. It seemed Mingji had his own connections in the northern lands. Well then, the old bull mused, smiling. If there is anything needed in Beast King City in the future, you may seek my assistance. He glanced at Yang, adding for instance. If a male wishes to pursue this female but is reluctant to compete in the arena, they can come to us. It is well known that many male beastmen in Beast King City struggle to find female companions, primarily focusing on the newcomers. However, with recent restrictions on entry into Beast King City, female arrivals have become even rarer. Naturally, many males would contemplate challenging Yang's mate, especially considering his striking appearance. Could they also take his place in the arena? Chapter 129. You are unattractive. Yang was somewhat taken aback, simultaneously astonished by the extensive commercial empire involving the ticket-scalping orcs. What a genius indeed. The old cow chuckled mysteriously, suggesting that while other orcs might falter, their ticket-scalping business would not. In essence, he hinted at their esteemed position in Beast King City. Outside the city, they dared not boast of their prowess. Yet within its walls, even the Silver Wing shop might pale in comparison. Now, the Silver Wing shop found itself in a dilemma. As uttering a simple phrase proved exceedingly challenging, If Zishuan had not inquired, she could have easily ignored the matter, merely needing to cast a few reassuring glances at the attendant, ensuring that the attendant would willingly face death on her behalf. Immediately after the geological survey conclusions were compiled, Su Hongjuan received a phone call and obtained a copy of the results. Since you, Grandfather Taixian, have graciously offered, I shall not be impolite. Shakira, proceed. Use rockfall. Nightwing promptly commanded, recognizing the generosity of Grandfather Taixian in relinquishing the initiative once more. This decision affirmed that martial artists pursuing the sword path, aside from mastering sword techniques and corresponding inner strength methods, would have little opportunity to cultivate other practices throughout their lives, unless one were a prodigy or a reckless individual. The sheer dedication required for these would consume a martial artist's entire lifetime. Reluctantly retreating a few steps, the mongoose let out a resounding cry as colossal boulders cascaded from the heavens. The slumbering Snorlax, unable to evade while dozing on the spot, was immediately struck by these rocks, its form buried beneath the rubble. It was not merely a disparity in strength between the two sides, but rather that Xianyuan Chiching commanded with finesse. Noticing Su Yuanqing's gaze upon him, Xianyuan Chiching smiled and raised his right hand in acknowledgement, amidst a serene elegance. Her radiant visage exuded a mature wisdom that invariably captivated the gaze of men. Suddenly, a manifestation of his consciousness appeared within an ethereal expanse. In this vastness, 4 immense celestial bodies loomed, lined up in perfect order, each orbiting steadily as if they were planets within a galaxy. After enduring a series of grueling inquiries, I finally completed the immigration procedures for Ob, only to encounter 2 unwelcome figures upon stepping outside. The aerial combat was perilous, with blood spilling into the void, bodies plummeting from the skies, and the Flame Emperor's air force facing a slight disadvantage. When would the army of thousands of avian beasts arrive to assist? Feng Yang lifted his gaze, excitement flickering in his eyes. This marked the arrival of a familiar face. Although he understood the nature of the blood clan, his knowledge was limited to just one individual, Kuang Jiangqin. He felt an instinctive pull, sensing that Tang Ning awaited his rescue somewhere. Over the past few days, he had traversed mountains and valleys in search of her. In the distant expanse beyond the city, over 100,000 troops gazed in terror at the bizarre spectacle of Stilla's city, where a crimson light seemed to pierce the heavens, creating a gaping blood hole in the sky that lingered ominously. After all, she was merely a concubine, now in her 20s, secretly drugged, destined never to bear children. What future remained for her? Observing Ling Er being dragged away like a carcass, Lu Feng felt a pang of sorrow. Ling Er, too, was a victim of fate. Having been enslaved since arriving in this world, striving for freedom against the odds, yet paying the ultimate price. The soldiers glanced at Cao Cao, bowing their heads in unison. Some contemplated offering counsel, yet how could one provide advice in such a matter? As for whether the Lord truly committed such acts, the soldiers were well aware. Observing the Lord's current demeanor, it was evident he harbored deep resentment over the affair. Who would dare speak out? Chapter 130. No warmth even by the Khan. The old cow chuckled. It would be foolish not to profit from beast cores. Regardless, he had given his warning. Should he regret it, he would not return the beast core. Xiong Hao scoffed. Do you fear that I would refuse you? However, he genuinely lacked the quantity of beast cores at present. Follow me. He headed directly to the city lord's mansion, seeking the lady of the house. What do you need so many beast cores for? The newly appointed lady of the house furrowed her brow. Jumping from such a high cliff would undoubtedly result in a gruesome demise. At that moment, everyone hurriedly searched below, believing the chance of locating a corpse was exceedingly slim, given the mountain's vastness. Back then, Tao Xiu's mother treated him fairly well, and his brother Taobin admired him greatly for his academic prowess. I kill to protect my homeland, while you merely slaughter the innocent. How can you possibly compare to me? Longy countered. Just then, Officer Wu stepped forward, handcuffing Qing Yang's hands and presenting a white handkerchief to Xiao Yiqing. Others might move on after a few days of sorrow, some even forgetting entirely, yet the individual before her was different. Regardless of her acknowledgement, she was her sister, and at all times, she must protect her sister. Perhaps she had previously delivered similar discourses. The concubine's voice was soft and unhurried, yet an urgency permeated her words, compelling the emperor to take notice. Xiao Zhenxiong halted his actions, his gaze sharpening as he scrutinized Jinyu before him, suddenly alight with realization. To his surprise, after all that he had expressed, Jinyu merely responded with a single remark, inciting Zhao Qing and irritation. Although Butler Chen was a loyal servant to Nanqing, having lived in the country of Lestidi for many years, he still held deep respect for Ji Weiyan. Ignoring Zhao Qing and S wishes, he seized a few strands of her hair, beginning to fashion it into an arrangement. Upon entering, we made our way directly to the second floor of the office building. Once there, Guanji Nuo instructed me to gather information discreetly. After all, I was but a dog, making it easier to hide. Xia Qi Shao silently gripped her dagger. These assassins possessed formidable inner strength and agility. Her expertise lay in firearms and close combat, ensuring that should any assassin approach her in a critical moment, she could certainly defend herself. Reflecting on the matter, I realized my immediate task was to fetch him a glass of water. After exiting the bedroom, I poured a glass for Zhangzhe and returned to his room, crouching before him and offering the cup. Zhangzhe neither accepted it nor displayed any reaction. Contemplating this, I found it incredulous that she was indeed a master of bone forging. Was that not an exaggeration? To kill merely a dog. They had dispatched a master of bone forging? However, upon glancing around, I discovered it was merely a lounge, devoid of any concealment. Moreover, the apologetic young man was courteous. His appearance pleasing to the eye, eliciting no blame from others. Lu Jinyong implied that the front line should be secured first to prevent the opposing side from seizing the trickster Demoness, given her challenging nature. Nevertheless, when Ruatio understood that she was merely a child in her teens, rising early each day, engaging in extensive physical activity, and attending classes filled with archaic lectures. From Tyro's perspective, her sleeping during class was rather justifiable. It seems plausible that we may have to stay on the mountain for quite some time, given its towering height and expansive breadth. Moreover, who can predict when we might encounter such a creature as the Jiwu? Even if we do, capturing it would not be an easy feat. The surprise registered on the faces of those present was palpable, as they could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Chapter 131. Little Flower Coughing. Bai Zhu stepped back a few paces, his face covered in ash. Fui kept his distance, wary of the soot that might cling to him. How could this happen? Qing Ling furrowed his brow, noting that the smoke had all drifted inside. Bai Zhu extinguished the flames and pondered where the issue lay. This task appeared deceptively simple, yet they found themselves floundering in chaos. Bai Zhu scratched his head in confusion. Naturally, Li Fei and the others were taken aback, incredulous that a grown man could be so preoccupied with the trifles of the harem. It was truly unexpected that the crown prince had fallen to such depths of futility. After piecing everything together, Tang Wan had formed a rough judgment, taking a deep breath. Ouyang Zhantian, with his long hair cascading over his shoulders, possessed a voice imbued with the weight of experience, yet his visage was undeniably handsome. Ji Yong roared at the approaching Master Huaiyun, then transformed into a streak of light, dashing forth. To become a retainer of Ramos was a dream cherished by many freshly graduated students, even if they were to be surpassed in the future. And even if their lives in Korea would be filled with relentless busyness, it would still be far less arduous than their experiences in America. Gu Tua and the others fell victim in succession, closing their senses and forcibly severing their connection to the outside world. Yet it proved largely ineffective. He was acutely aware of the power of the Liuli Prajna flower. Should one linger too long in its illusion, they would become a puppet of the flower, losing all sense of self thereafter. However, it seemed that Li Yimo had been this way for years. Now to rectify the situation appeared somewhat contrived, especially since it was a temporary measure. Upon hearing that I sought to take a profile, Lin Wang immediately sighed in relief, gesturing to the handcuffs on his wrists. Upon noticing, I shot him a glance before freeing him from his restraints. Diesel's expression darkened slightly the moment Tai Su appeared. He decisively slaughtered a sovereign of both the light and dark clans, clearly positioning himself as an adversary to both factions. Given his apparent ease, it was evident that his level was significantly high, likely at the 11-star mark. I understood, since my father was present. I would undoubtedly adhere to his wishes and lead the Liwei of family in collaboration with the Judgment Royal family. Bai Yu nodded in agreement. As he was adept at issuing empty promises, when the moment of truth arrived, who would be concerned with the details? Everyone was taken aback. No tickets? Did this mean that Lin Qing's earlier claim of being able to enter was a falsehood? After Song Hao departed, streams of starlight and vast energy coalesced before Dongane, revealing a radiant 8-pointed star surrounded by 4 spiritual beings, alongside a magnificent divine tree that bore the weight of countless stars, transforming chaos into brilliance. As the starlight dissipated, the forms of Tai Yi and Zi Guang emerged. At present, I am merely an ordinary human, wholly unable to withstand the speed and strength of the adorable vampire, Liangzi. Having just pacified a spirit beast, I was met with a backlash, leaving me with a lingering shadow of doubt. As time ticked by, Bai Yu finally experienced the sensation of sheer frustration. He frantically scratched his head, unable to fight back or voice his concerns. What was he to do? On the card, the fragmented dragon body of Tadurad was rapidly healing, with the severed dragon head beginning to sprout new flesh, while the cracks across its body slowly mended, covered once again by dark yellow, resilient dragon scales. Rest assured, my fellow Taoist Lu, regardless of the years that pass, my Ouyang family will uphold the responsibility of protecting Piaomiao Peak, and we will ensure that this matter is known throughout the entire Kunlun realm, Ouyang Guangxiong declared, shedding the serene demeanor of a grandmaster. This fellow truly believed that Yishanshan was praising him. Only upon hearing Lin Na's words did he realize, feeling rather awkward as he lowered his head. Chapter 132. The demon fairy continent. Yun Yang was taken aback. Do you know? Yun Yang contemplated whether to inquire about certain matters from the old Yellow Bull, for their clan had always resided in Beast King City, undoubtedly possessing some knowledge. However, it was likely that the old Yellow Bull would side with the city and refrain from divulging too much. Xiaohua shook her head, expressing her uncertainty, yet affirmed that her father was aware. She tugged at Yun Yang, stating that her father had spoken to her about it. The sky was enveloped in a purple haze, swirling with violet mist, obscuring the heavens and preventing the absorption of spiritual energy. The strength of the soldiers gradually diminished, rendering them ineffective, merely engaging in a futile struggle. During this time, however, love blossomed, resulting in the birth of a cherished son. No, we must adhere to the rules of the game. Ding Mu, having gained an advantage, chose not to linger further and returned to his position, fingers deftly dancing over the screen. Teacher Liu, you truly are remarkable. How did that blood fingerprint come to fruition? Unlike the average layperson, those gathered at the table were evidently skilled in fingerprint identification, as evidenced by their participation in the City Bureau's fingerprint battle. The anticipated pain did not materialize, and I hastily withdrew my hand to observe that Hu Qinyuan had already engaged in combat with the Fox Princess. He aimed to rally an army, intending to slaughter everyone present and, upon ascending the throne, to establish his own court. Unwilling to accept such a fate, he sought my assistance in exposing the treacherous hand behind the chaos. Subsequent events unfolded with relative ease. Although Li Jun had provided an account, on-site identification was still necessary. Furthermore, Lu Chuan had inspected the outer packaging of the pickles, finding no traces of pinholes, making the likelihood of poisoning through injection quite low. If Lin Chen were to employ the same protective spiritual power, it would pose no threat to He Luo, who had not anticipated Lin Chen's potential retaliation and would certainly strive to escape with all his might. The system prompted, you now possess the potential to become a superpowered warrior. If you wish to unlock your abilities, please relinquish one of the martial artist or archer roles. 3 hours later, Jun Yixiao gradually concluded his efforts, having fully restored his internal celestial energy through unrestrained absorption, even experiencing a slight enhancement. Xian Ming was consumed by rage. His eyes aflame with crimson, and driven by immense humiliation, he recklessly expended his essence, frantically unleashing the blue dragon Dao fire in a furious assault against Lin Chen. Brother Lu Ji, what is going on? Nian Xiao inquired, observing the expression of Xiao Yaozi and hearing his mutterings, perplexed. Do not rush. I merely came to check on you. I heard you were startled a few days ago, Qin Zheng remarked with a smile as he rose. No need for further words. You focus on restraining that demon. I shall exert all my strength to shatter these demonic bowls. Ouyang Donghua declared emphatically, not waiting for the others to respond before advancing towards the 9 obsidian bowls suspended in the void. Upstairs, Hao Shuai, hearing an unusual noise from the window, felt a cold sweat beat on his forehead. He initially assumed that someone named Qin would burst through the door with a group, yet they chose an unexpected approach, leaving him at a loss. During his 3 days in the hospital, Le Fan meticulously analyzed the sequence of events and resolved to secure his household registration in the village. After leaving the governor's office, Takabu, accompanied by his personal guards, first rode to inspect the military camp. Upon exiting the camp, he hurried to the trial bureau, eager to express his gratitude for Zhang Guofan's recommendation and to bid farewell to him. Ordinary individuals would never dare to offend her. She could hardly fathom that her son had been beaten to such a state. Wu Jian, suppressing his fury, bent slightly, striding out while ensuring to close the door behind him. Dream Old 3, among everyone in this group, I'll only assist you. Your understanding of the game is truly impressive. Chapter 133, Dreamscape. After Xiaohua departed, Yin Yang found herself lost in thought. Yang, what troubles you? She murmured, contemplating Xiaohua. Do not dwell on it. Bai Zhu bent down, his eyes filled with envy. What is it? Yun Yang was taken aback. Surely, Yang does not harbor feelings for that little female? Bai Zhu pressed his lips together. Yun Yang let out a soft laugh. What are you saying? She found the little female rather peculiar. Indeed, Heng Yinlin was baffled as to why the other party clung to him so tenaciously. The parent likely did not anticipate that Qi Ji would exhibit such a side, leaving them momentarily stunned. The distinctive 3 strands of hair sticking to her forehead, her large eyes, round face, and pointed nose resembled the actress Samao from old films. Rubbing his head, he rummaged through the inner lining of his vest for a moment before finally producing a sheet of paper and slapping it onto the table with a resounding clap. Moreover, at the instant he released an arrow, he flicked his finger, causing a golden needle to suddenly shoot forth, aimed directly at the eyes of the cold mountain. Although nothing was explicitly stated, there was an undeniable sense that this situation was far from simple. For instance, at this moment, there would be countless individuals ensuring the protection of this place, even if Li Tan harbored ulterior motives. There is a saying that rings true. A person who seeks death with a single-minded focus pays no heed to anything else. This indicates that I am not truly seeking death. I merely acted impulsively, and a splash of cold water would surely bring me back to my senses. Zhang Lianfang searched for something sharp, her gaze falling upon her own high-heeled shoes. However, the ancient forbidden array surpassed the limits of human endurance, should one's soul lack strength. It could collapse as the array formed, causing the practitioner to lose themselves and become a demon in thought. I shall take my leave and not disturb you any further. The butler offered a slight bow, departing without so much as a glance at Gu Haoshuan. Regarding family gatherings, Song Yujin was always keen to involve her family. The military, compared to practitioners, was naturally somewhat weaker, yet seasoned veterans would inherently exude a formidable aura of bloodlust. Good child, thank you very much. The elderly lady smiled as she handed over some fruit. He had never paid attention to the electronics factory until old Fong mentioned it today. Unveiling a complex web of grievances, regardless of whether this business deal would materialize, he resolved to foster closer ties with the Jiang family in the future, aiding the elderly pair who were dependent on one another. Although George appeared exceedingly anxious, he dared not interrupt the doctor, merely fuming quietly beside them. To be precise, it was an unformed charm bead obtained by Lin Yuan after vanquishing the bone charm. A brilliant signal rocket shot into the sky, startling the entire falling snow manor. Causing the warriors to hastily arm themselves, a cascade of torches like a dragon weaving through the manor. Mo Nanting remained unfazed, taking her hand and leading her to a nearby love seat. After hanging up the phone, Gu Shiren felt perplexed, wondering why Ning Qinghuan was at QS Group. Consequently, the two guards exchanged glances, their resolve strengthened, and they reached out to grasp Yunhao. Qin Ming was taken aback. This Qin Hinwan was indeed worthy of being a peak practitioner of the Yuan Tai, as his strike was utterly elusive, leaving Qin Ming no opportunity to evade. The fiery confinement technique was precisely what Zhang Tiansheng desired. When unable to aim with precision, he intended to test the ice dragon killing move first. At the seaside villa, Guansheng returned to his residence, a spacious and empty place where even his footsteps echoed. Upon hearing Dong Ling's words, Fu'er ceased pondering the matter, deciding to eat, play, and sleep as needed. Yet, it felt as though something was amiss within her, though she could not quite discern what it was. Chapter 134. Hu Isnt. Dreaming of unpleasant events had already left Yunyang in a foul mood. Unexpectedly, someone deliberately walked into her line of fire. Early in the morning, Yunyang heard a commotion outside. Furrowing her brows, she wondered what was happening. Yang. I'll go take a look. Bai Zhu stood up. Yunyang also ventured out, only to behold a familiar visage in the distance. Ah, was this not the very person who had previously obstructed her? The enchanting Bai Li, who had resolutely declined to accompany him, insisting instead on delaying their departure for several days. Could it be that she had foreseen such an occurrence? From the vessel emerged a hunched elder, a seasoned fisherman, no doubt, whose essence exuded the salty aroma of the sea, palpable even from afar. Gong Wu Yuan paused, and on his typically cold visage, an unusual flicker of uncertainty emerged. Yet he ultimately fixed his gaze upon Xiaomingyi, imbued with a chilling warning that brooked no argument. One is sufficient for you. Yet he, after merely stating his name, had remained silent. Upon hearing Lin Feng's taunts, he cast a disdainful glance in his direction, stepped forward, and slowly brandished his machete. He felt akin to a third party disrupting a blissful union, as the couple quarreled in their dialect, leaving him utterly bewildered as to the nature of their dispute. Lost in the tenderness of his surroundings, Qin Shui remained unaware that he believed the kitchen was no place for her, seeking an excuse to usher her outside. Did I not inform you of the travel incident? Hu Kuan stammered, attempting to explain. To be candid, my thoughts were still in disarray. I felt I had merely glimpsed a fragment of the historical tapestry of Tianjin, a fragment that might one day unravel the entirety of the iceberg. Utilizing those esoteric practices, the descendants collectively harnessed their strength, developing several techniques suited for the lower-tiered lineage. Naturally, their foundational theories were lacking, leaving little room for modification. Yet many bloodlines bore striking similarities. Pan Min and the 6 cheerleaders echoed in unison, yes, yes. Familiarity with Gu Miaoling's penchant for mischief rendered them indifferent to her words. And thus, it began. As the kite danced, she closed her eyes. Yet she could traverse any obstacle, for she sensed the golden threads emanating from all around her, the essence and manifestation of the principles of heaven and earth, revealing the interconnectedness of all things. Chen Lin handled everything, erasing all traces before returning to his hotel, accompanied by the suitcase that Yu Shikuei had clutched. Commander Fate Yin-Yi. At your command, he proclaimed, vanishing into the enveloping fog. Within the thickening mist, ethereal clouds coalesced above the dense thicket of trees. Lu Dingtian, concealed within the earthen walls, felt a twinge of frustration. He had underestimated the situation. As he controlled the fire ring to unleash flames, the calculations had been precise, ensuring no leakage of heat. Their actions incited the wrath of the pirates. We have already retreated in disarray, yet you pursue us relentlessly, leaving us no choice but to fight for our lives. Immediately, over a dozen pirates turned, brandishing their blades with deadly intent, aiming for the soldiers clinging to the vessel's sides. Perhaps it is time to reveal my prowess. Lu Xun contemplated, producing a lighter, flipping open its lid and pressing the switch before their very eyes. That being said, as a minister, if the emperor intends to hinder, how can I protect the populace? Jiang Ani remarked, his demeanor tinged with gloom. Oh my, could it truly be? The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause, with some who had already calculated their losses in disbelief. Chapter 135. This does not count. Xiong Hao was momentarily taken aback, soon bursting into unrestrained joy. Excellent, he exclaimed, seizing the opportunity presented to him. A mere female challenging him on the battlefield? Surely, she could not believe she could outmatch him, a warrior of the White Dan realm. A grin stretched across Xiong Hao's face, his heart swelling with pride. Since she had dared to propose such a challenge, he resolved to seize the moment. If the city was besieged by numerous dark flame soldiers, Tang Lang would have no choice but to bide his time. However, upon entering the city, he had already discerned through system scans that fewer than 300 soldiers remained, with the rest gathering towards the Emperor's Grand Palace as per the demands of the Henji Legion. Young Master Cha-Chin cast her a glance, though he did not respond. He had acknowledged her words. This youthful emperor, with clean sleeves, had indeed covertly assembled a multitude, preparing a trap for him, anticipating his descent into it before burying him alive. In his fervent desire to conceal certain matters, he had neglected the fact that, under normal circumstances, he ought to kneel and apologize immediately. Well, Gowan remarked, glancing at Lu Fin. Though this child appears rather earnest, one must never underestimate appearances. Who knows whether she harbors ulterior motives? Saturday, absent from home to study, had ventured to participate in the preliminary round of the campus beauty contest. A stark contradiction to her scholarly persona. Qin Yu unleashed a punch infused with immense inner strength upon the wooden shield, causing it to cave in with no resistance whatsoever. Though she recognized that a blatant theft was somewhat impolite, the silver ring held more authority between her and the abbot. Li Chifeng was sent sprawling backward. Barely comprehending the situation before Zhu Rongxue unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon him, leaving him in a woeful state. The others began to jeer, instinctively parting to clear space, while only one person displayed visible displeasure without uttering a word. One sat while the other stood, their expressions calm and composed. In stark contrast to the anxiety and unease palpable in the defendant's seat, Fu Ting and his spouse had, in a sense, already claimed victory. "Let us depart, handsome Lu," the portly man uttered, his voice dripping with charm. Due to the snug fit of her work attire, Li Linlin's graceful figure was accentuated to an exquisite degree. Old Master D cast a stern glare at Yao Dixing, who was no paragon of virtue, pretending to be a good Samaritan. In less than 5 minutes, Ning Tao had arrived at the Fan family estate, the Fuan Manor, 6 to 7 kilometers away. "I was merely contemplating which culinary class to enlist Xiaojun in," Qin Qinying stated, her words indicating her delight in being able to acquiesce to her request. In the era of familial governance, the government exhibited heightened vigilance towards such matters, leading to intervention and eradication. Terrified by Li Fugui's imposing demeanor, Qin Yang quaked in fear upon realizing Li Fugui's intention to strike him. Having inflicted so much chaos upon him, how could he let go of the opportunity to psychologically torment his adversary? After incinerating the artwork entirely, the unyielding steward, Kong Bo, continued to sift through the ashes, casting them into the sewers. Bai Tian Fan seemed disinclined to delve deeper, dismissing the matter with a smile that appeared warm and kind. Yet in the eyes of Li Dong, who had uncovered the truth, it reeked of treachery. In my haste to assist, I neglected to unearth it. But with my years of experience traversing the world, I can assure you, it is undoubtedly a skullcap, old Wang asserted. Thus, on that tranquil night, within the courtyard, nearly all who were drifting into slumber heard the sounds of Xiao Saifu's fervent struggles as she fought valiantly. Chapter 136, The Bird in the Cage. Xiong Hao, with a visage contorted in rage, appeared utterly distraught. How could this be? The nearby beastman glared at him, for Xiong Hao was a warrior of the White Den realm. Not possible. She truly prevailed. The orc was momentarily stunned. Upon turning around, he discovered that Yun Yang stood firmly on the platform, while Xiong Hao lay motionless on the stage. The orc's eyes widened in disbelief. No, it couldn't be. His neck was gripped tightly by the person before him. A wave of suffocation surged in Saya's mind, compelling her to question this figure she once admired and yearned for. Hearing Wang Sania's words, Molly felt an even greater shock within her heart. The mere act of forging a spiritual weapon could invoke such a formidable thunder tribulation. It had indeed reshaped Molly's understanding. He did not wish to live in a world perpetually engulfed in mockery. Even if he was not particularly concerned about others' opinions, it would still be bothersome, wouldn't it? Binding Immortals. Upon witnessing this, Xian Yuan summoned the Binding Immortals as well. The ropes and whips entwined in the air, cracking as they struck the atmosphere. That settled it. Lady Xiang and everyone, let us assist Sheila, Lena declared. Bai Yi smiled slightly, sensing that the person across from him seemed to be exerting great effort to endure something. Upon seeing Feng Juechen with a lowered face, Ru Huan's heart raced with anxiety. You and I will eventually tear your deceitful mouth apart. Zhao Padian fumed, utterly exasperated. Seeing you so adept, are you considering abandoning the Hongdao sect for this instead? Lin Xiao remarked. Once this news was disseminated, it sent shockwaves across the globe, both in the mundane and the arcane realms, as the sudden and extreme decision of the Academy City left many incredulous and uneasy. Wang Ning twisted open the ointment, squeezing a bit onto Su Yi's hand, and then gently spread it evenly across his palm. He felt utterly fatigued. Having spent the day meeting with Shui Xiaohua and accompanying Wang Ning on shopping excursions, the man had completely neglected the management of Xiangyang as he approached. He thought that if he could just seize him, there would be no chance of him jumping down. Grandfather would always tell me that my father's aptitude was quite poor, that among the Huang family, I possessed the highest talent, far beyond his reach. Wang Er felt fortunate for their abundant water supply on this journey. Yet now he thought it may have been better to perish from thirst. Dr. Luo was naturally skeptical, but upon seeing Zhuang Feier's unwavering conviction, he shifted his gaze to Bao Yaching. Shen Yu was also holding his breath, feeling the situation was exceedingly troublesome, not quite aligning with his expectations. Yet he felt powerless in the face of a patient. Qin Luoqi offered a brief reminder before rising to approach the Qin family patriarch, Qin Nan, who was nominally Qin Luoqi's father. What medicinal herbs? Dr. Luo perked up, for as a physician, albeit a Western one, their hospital was well equipped with traditional Chinese medicine and ample medicinal materials. Yu Wendian finally located Yu Yunting. He had been preoccupied with company affairs, leaving little time for conversation, relying on Bao Yaching's care in his absence. Lingyun City was a laborious trek, as he descended from the upper floors, relying solely on willpower to reach the entrance of the Xiang family. Although they were also celestial beings, their status was not high. Each time the Peach Blossom Festival was held, they could only receive a single peach that ripened once every 3,000 years. Reinhardt understood well that even an all-out effort from Japan could not match the U.S. military. If they were to divide their attention toward an alliance with Germany against the Soviets, the U.S. military might easily overwhelm Japan. Chapter 137. Fox E. Jingli murmured. Her eyes filled with admiration. Ichi nodded. Indeed, boss. Boss, there are too many orcs here. Perhaps we should leave first. If we are discovered, it would spell disaster. Ichi urged as he observed the dispersing crowd. What is there to fear? Jingli lazily leaned against the wall. I am nearly healed. If worst comes to worst, I can simply run. They won't catch me. Ichi was left sweating in embarrassment. He had forgotten all about fire release. Great Fireball would release, Forest Realm Descending, and Susanoo, among others. Yano, having been away the longest, should ideally be the first to revive. However, as a sniper, he was a crucial attacking role in the team. Yet his self-preservation abilities were lacking, and with the team as protectors all fallen, his attack power would significantly diminish without cover. Li Xiaoyi quickly responded, unable to meet Tang Yichen's gaze. After speaking, he walked toward the others, while Tang Yichen chose to remain silent, engrossed in her study of crossbows. Eh? Who is He Chi? Su Guchuan spoke in Chinese, which only he and the Han chef understood. If such matters were ever exposed to the light of day, even those who had not participated could still be implicated. In the dead of night, Jiang Yuqing attempted to practice the inner power from her previous life, hoping to alleviate her physical condition. To her surprise, this body surprisingly adapted well to the cultivation. First, one must possess a passionate, courageous, and resilient spirit, alongside a heart filled with justice and kindness. The holy selection envoys of the sanctuary all carry a heart-testing stone, revealing the intentions of any with ulterior motives. Jiang Taiji proclaimed. Chapter 138. The Pangs of Jealousy. Yun Yang's expression shifted slightly as she gently caressed her back, soothing her. Are you all right? Hui waved her hand weakly, lacking the strength to respond. She continued to cough, suddenly spitting out a small mouthful of blood. What happened? Xiong Ku rushed in upon hearing the commotion, seeing the blood on the floor. Even the burly Xiong Ku's eyes turned red as he hurriedly retrieved the medicine from the table and administered it to Hui. Yu and Lin Tianyao swiftly untied Yuji's ropes, enveloping her in an embrace, but Yuji kept her eyes shut, her body radiating an unusual heat, suggesting something was amiss. She remained oblivious to Sui across from her, who, despite maintaining a jovial demeanor, gradually appeared more despondent. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances. How could the host abandon his guests like this, leaving in a huff when the banquet had barely begun? Guofu nodded in understanding. And soon Lin Tianyu began to explain. After a brief time, Guofu grasped the situation. Due to the perilous nature of the research conducted at the institute, it had been located on a mountain neither too far nor too close to the imperial capital. I shall inquire at First Mountain, Qi Yao declared, immediately heading there, with Yu Rao following closely. Father, let us return to Lin Su as soon as possible. She understood that the crown prince and the heir were scheming to approach her father, for the wealth of the Duanmu family would serve as a prime asset in their factional struggles. Yin Xiaoxiao felt ensnared in a bizarre cycle. She was acutely aware that she ought not to harbor any unrealistic fantasies regarding Jin Guangyan. Yet she could not help but wish that he only held her in his heart. However, witnessing the girl named Xiaoxiao incessantly serving dishes to Jin's mother while laughing joyously, and calling out to Jin Guangyan, who, despite his cold demeanor, could only respond with reluctant compliance, made Mu Feng unable to suppress a chuckle. Thus, Tangshan remained industriously engaged in crafting formations, preparing to set up a grand array capable of withstanding the assaults of numerous contenders. At the moment Lin Feng removed his sunglasses and returned to reality, the previously darkened living room gradually brightened with his presence. Upon arriving at the reception area for external disciples according to the map, Yiming peered through the window, frowning at the sight of hundreds of male disciples within. The aura emanating from this gathering was not well concealed, causing the Spirit Clan practitioners who had reached the core of Tian in ancient city to change their expressions dramatically, their gazes turning towards this direction. The experience Yiming gained from battling nearly 100 monsters was profoundly terrifying, even if he only received half the experience. It was sufficient to elevate his current level's experience bar by 15. Ladies and gentlemen, there is nobody in the car, proclaimed the blue-coated youth. But do not think the host's actions are in vain. Indeed, it is all in the details, he said, while climbing into the jeep. What a strange coincidence. Originally, Himeyu intended to introduce her man to her family today, yet he had come to her garden to steal melons and ended up fighting with her brother. Upon witnessing her brother being attacked, she naturally rushed to help, inadvertently striking him as well. How could it possibly be him? However, if a formidable opponent at the late stage of the transformation realm were to appear, it would likely render Yun Zhao's survival exceedingly difficult. Human strength has its limits, and so too does his combat capability. As Yiming leapt from the mountain peak, merely a second passed without drawing anyone's attention. He braved the thickets, expending considerable effort to reach a protruding cliff halfway up the mountain, at which point his brow furrowed deeply. Suk Duo often indulged in mischief with girls and, due to his lack of importance within the family, had not been assigned bodyguards. However, since Su Su inherited the family business. She had specifically appointed 2 bodyguards for his protection, both of whom were meticulously selected by Yi Ming and trained by Lei Dong Security Company. Chapter 139, Confession. The day after leaving Hu Yi's home, Xiao Hua arrived at Yun Yang's residence. She appeared slightly apprehensive. "Sister, may I come in?" Yun Yang recalled the words spoken to her by Hu Yi yesterday and nodded. "Come in." Xiao Hua smiled, grasping Yun Yang's hand. "Sister, I witnessed your impressive performance on the decisive platform yesterday. You were amazing. I aspire to learn from you." Clouds linger with a semblance of a smile, do they not? Yu Wenjin took the initiative to move, attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere. Yet, before he could take a step, Yu Wujian had already called out vehemently. Atop the mountain peak stood a building, its entrance firmly shut, concealing whatever lay within. Xiahou Wu and Long Jiutian simultaneously unleashed the domains of their cosmic loss. Xiahou Wu's domain was a tawny star field, while Long Jiutian's was an eerie blood-red domain. As he spoke, Negong Jing swiftly locked the throat of Negong Chenkai, leaving him no avenue of escape. "This move is for you," he declared, releasing his grip. Seizing the moment, Negong Chenkai thrust his longsword upward, forcing his opponent out. Subsequently, Negong Chenkai transformed his swordsmanship, abandoning restraint, employing lethal techniques. Wang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly. This invitation card, aside from confirming Ling Long's existence, offered no insight into the location of her headquarters. "Fourth brother, did not second brother mention that he would take you to find Mu Guiying once his matters were settled? Why did you venture out on your own? Are you aware of how much second brother worries for you?" Li Shimin chastised Li Yuanba vehemently. Li Haiyang had completed his job transition, advancing to a Sun Guardian, a robust class adept in both offense and defense, capable of significantly compensating for the team's current deficiencies. The Crown Prince Liu was left reeling from a scathing reprimand from his father, his reaction somewhat dulled, while Yin Feng nearby trembled with dread. An elder from the Blood Demon Alliance, clad in dark golden armor, roared in fury, brandishing a formidable heavy sword and charging directly at Xiahou Wu. While another elder from the Alliance lunged toward Qin Yu, Yang Fan gazed at her retreating figure with an expression of infatuation. At that moment, Qing Yang could no longer contain his fury. He delivered a powerful kick, displaying strength capable of splintering floorboards, advancing towards Yang Fan as if unfazed. The Maserati carved a subtle black arc through the snow-laden winds, intersecting with the path leading to Qing and Bridge in the hazy silver cityscape. Veering westward towards Yuedo instead of heading towards the Jiangnan district, Li Su paused, his actions of squeezing blackheads faltering. If there were anything in the world that could momentarily distract him from his appearance, it would be wealth. Amidst the swirling black mist ahead, a familiar silhouette sneered at him, as brimming with disdain. The second wave of soldiers had traversed halfway, unsurprisingly. The Goryeo forces on the opposite bank had once again formed their ranks, weapons at the ready, poised for the Tang army. In just over a year, Xiaoyan had remarkably ascended to the realm of celestial warriors, nearing the pinnacle. How had she cultivated so rapidly? The warm sun above bathed him in light, filling him with a joy reminiscent of spring, as Li Ji gazed upon the endless ranks of soldiers before him, a rare smile gracing his typically stern visage. And he waved his hand grandly. "What is happening?" In the highest command center, the sagacious Lang Zhuo observed the projection sand table with astonishment. After all, even Yuan Xin and Lingo, as well as Arthas, had appeared in his dreams. If he truly worried for Sezwoni, it was impossible that she had not visited his dreams before. Li Su's eyes sparkled with a frenzied yet composed crimson glow as he bellowed hoarsely. Sensing the metallic tang of blood, Bardock grimaced in distaste. Intrigued by Uchiha Itachi's threatening words, he was eager to witness the extent of his illusionary assaults. Chapter 140. Is it all just a charade? At that time, they had begun to entertain the notion of exploring the Beast World continent. However, once they set foot in the Forbidden Seas, their demise would be certain. After over a decade of fruitless exploration, someone unexpectedly uncovered a remarkable phenomenon. The Bone of Nightmares, which posed a threat to them, could also serve as a safeguard, guiding them safely across the ocean. Upon hearing this, Yun Yang could not help but be greatly astonished. The Bone of Nightmare? Is it truly so? Yun Yang suddenly spoke. And Han Dong found himself increasingly admiring Lin Feng, not only for his prowess but also for his demeanor in handling affairs, which left Han Dong, a scion of the capital, feeling somewhat inferior. In an instant, all his internal conflicts and dilemmas vanished, leaving only a peculiar sensation. He hastily completed his breakfast, tidied up, and hurried off to school. Today marked the final day of military training, and there would be half a day off in the afternoon. However, an important figure was expected at the school, making punctuality essential. The accuracy of the information should be reliable. Our friend provided it with good intentions, and his intelligence-gathering abilities in the area surpass ours. Observing the scene shift to another setting, the white-haired man remarked somewhat inexplicably. Why didn't you examine the map more closely back then? How could you have missed the existence of 2 cave temples? Isn't it clearly marked on the map? You truly are useless. Li Ku, still seething with anger, continued his reprimand. Upon entering the source energy absorption chamber, Li Xian sensed the overwhelming concentration of source energy that enveloped him, giving him a refreshing feeling as if every pore in his body had opened up. Even the plump creature on his shoulder shivered in response. As the master of the Azure Lotus, Xia Ying understood well that although the spiritual treasure had blocked 6 or 7 dark spears, it was only consuming a mere 1 to 2% of his mana. Wu Chang was both furious and exasperated, lamenting that even during a meal, he was interrupted. Following Bu Xian, other celestial beings such as Xiang Hong also took action. Each possessing formidable powers, some even wielding unparalleled divine abilities, with a handful exhibiting rule-based powers. His mind momentarily faltered. Although he understood that Wang Ping'an was appropriating the credit for himself, he struggled to connect the dots between this and the earlier events. This object, while sturdy, could not possibly breach so many barriers, nor did it possess such tremendous force, did it? My scalp tingled. What did Zhu Yunshan mean by this? Wasn't he strictly enforcing the reduction of feudal lords? Wasn't he Zhu Di the very person he wished to eliminate? Why was he now contemplating giving him a favorable position? Uxian achieved a significant victory against the Yellow Turbans on Daxing Mountain, capturing Zhang Liang, the brother of Zhang Qiao, marking the first major triumph of the Imperial Army against the Yellow Turbans. However, Uxian refrained from disseminating the news of Zhang Liang's capture, not even mentioning it in his report to the Ling Emperor. Haha. Summerimo, you have finally arrived, and that outfit suits you well. Deng Zhao's voice rang out. Then please explain, why have the Qin soldiers ventured to the borders of the state of Shen? Ji Gongzan inquired. When Rongqiu was interrupted, her heart skipped a beat. She tightened her fingers together, biting her lip in frustration. How could he speak to her with such a tone? How could he? Mother. Ear is well. As for how Ear became well, I will tell you later. Lonnie smiled brightly, calling out to Lan Ziyue. Zhu Quan not only ordered several of Zhu Di's trusted subordinates into the city, but also warmly welcomed them with a feast, as these generals appeared weary of military life, preferring to indulge in the comforts of Daming City, enjoying food, drink, flowers, and birds. What? Am I not making sense? Do you not love gold? Noticing Xiahou Fei's indignant gaze, Ling Songming leisurely leaned against a soft chair, raising an eyebrow at her with faint seriousness. Chapter 141. I want to see Mei Li. The former city lord earnestly explained, I did not intend to deceive you. The circumstances at that time were not suitable for disclosure. I also wish to use this incident as a test, to discern those who harbor ill intentions and eliminate them. Then the test you speak of includes me as well. Does it not? Jingli smiled, though her smile did not reach her eyes. Ali, how can you speak of your grandfather in such a manner? The former city lord frowned. I did this for your sake. Shiyun despised him. His sorrowful tears marked his most untouchable boundary, one that no one could cross. Only he knew how much he cherished the person before him, who was now sobbing softly. Humph. Both I and the Scarlet Lotus drew our swords simultaneously, cleaving the great tree in half. Yet, in the blink of an eye, dozens of trees came crashing down upon us. At the moment Bai Li sat down, the celestial beings behind him stood and slightly bowed their heads, their faces reflecting respect. The one with the most ferocious aura was the recently ascended Wang Fo, who had a colossal will forming above his head, upon which stood a gigantic demon, its maw wide open, revealing its bone-white fangs, clutching countless bloody heads in its claws, roaring menacingly towards Bodhi. The Gobi Desert is the most conducive environment for nurturing and transforming individuals. Workers in the desert must frequently change positions. A driver here may find several years of work to be a valuable experience. Yes, ancient Buddha. Upon witnessing the anger of the burning lamp, the sunlight Bodhisattva felt a shiver of fear, cold sweat pouring down as he hurriedly bowed and retreated. Classmates, you have all worked hard in training. Today, I present to you a new companion. Come, introduce yourself. The wandering Rue Zi waved his long arms, swaying as he spoke. Cao Cao sent Zhang He into battle once more, with Zhang He wielding his spear to confront Pang De, who showed no fear. Zhang Wei, seeing Chao's troops engaged with Pang De, worried for their safety and quickly sounded the alarm. Hearing this, Pang De charged at Su Chu, and Zhang He declared, hold on. We shall fight again tomorrow. With that, he turned his horse and led his troops back. Her figure blended seamlessly into the night, while Shi Yun and Qian Yudaxian remained fixated on the jade pendant. Just as she reached out to say something, someone covered her mouth with a cloth, rendering her immobile as her consciousness gradually faded into darkness. Tao Wei Yun and her siblings were accustomed to seeing Tao Yangneng carve in the shop during the morning hours. When customers arrived, they would lower their voices. And over time, Tao Qingbai successfully completed numerous transactions. However, while Ling was empty-handed, Xiao Fei wielded a weapon, and the outcome was already evident. Just then, a putrid odor, reminiscent of decaying corpses, wafted in through the door that Yuxing had just left ajar. Hua Xuanji was startled, inexplicably sensing a strangely familiar sensation. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise surged forth, and Hua Xuanji froze, turning to the source of the sound, her face paling and flushing alternately. After all, the demise of Nia Qingyun had cast a significant shadow over the Xiao family, which had previously boasted formidable mage talents on the Qinglong town leaderboard. However, the journey from Qian Mountain to Baichuan would take several days, and if they encountered bandits or robbers along the way, it would all be in vain. Xia Zian and Jin Mingyao followed the sound and saw Shen Linfeng pressing his ear against the rock wall, listening intently. A brief pause ensued as Long Chen's thought stirred, and he swiftly retrieved all 300 and more yellow jade featherstones. Just then, Zhuo Lexing's spirit was severed at the waist, splitting apart, the lower half vanishing instantaneously, while the upper half, though violently fluctuating and unstable, retained its form. And now? Wang Nuath, akin to traversing a sunlit boulevard yet opting for perilous domains, raises the question of necessity. In Chapter 142, the term care as uttered by Xiong Ku almost bursts forth from his clenched teeth, imbued with palpable animosity. Xiong Ku, understanding Mei Li's plight, relishes her fall from the exalted status of the noble city lord's wife to a state of utter desolation, coldly disregarded and neglected, as if he yearns for her demise. Yet, it is merely the loss of everything. Mei Li still breathes, while his mistress has endured years of torment from illness. Rest assured, he intends for Mei Li to undergo all that his mistress has suffered. Thus, when Wu Li posed her question, Shen Tian felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, his breaths quickening as he strained to catch Shen Yuqin's reply. Flesh mingled with the river, drifting in every direction, as the third generation of the plague seeds appeared feeble. Although he anticipated that Wang Hao would offer guidance, given his generosity towards his disciples, the situation remained tense. Ugly Maiden reached for one of the bottles, lifting it with purpose. Very well, you may return for now. Have a servant fetch an umbrella, Sima Zhao remarked before turning to gaze back at the lotus pond. In an instant, Wang Hao sensed a subtle yet tangible resistance. The crowd buzzed with speculation as the young man approached Yu Chifeng. Upon hearing those words, Hui and Yin Xiao paused, following Wang Hao's gaze to finally acknowledge Bai Zhu's presence. As this individual stepped onto the fifth-floor corridor, an overwhelming aura akin to a primal beast permeated the air, more fearsome than that of lions or tigers. What need is there to inquire about presence? As the words escaped his lips, Conan suddenly realized his folly, wishing to chastise himself as Hybra shot him a disapproving glare. With a smile, Vlad showed no signs of discouragement. Flames erupted around him, coalescing into countless fiery spears that surged toward Bahar. Upon entering the Crystal Palace, Zhu Rengong found himself in a secluded room, commencing preparations for his undertaking. Unfolding a piece of parchment, a sudden shift in his expression caused Lu Ping's heart to race, an ominous premonition surfacing. Moreover, this vile entity wielded considerable power. Your soul has been ensnared by it, leaving you with no escape. The bodyguards accompanying you likely face dire consequences. I sensed no vitality within them moments ago. Qin Jin prepared to commence his deception. However, he believed his offer was entirely reasonable. The soil of Whitehorse Manor, nourished by horse manure, proved fertile enough to yield grapes superior to those from Feizhou Manor. Yet he wondered why he did not procure from Feizhou. These individuals transcended the ordinary. Should one intervene, it would be unlikely for anyone to navigate these waters. Such scenes unfolded throughout the Starfall secret realm, where the unfortunate were directly struck by rampaging star element beasts, only to meet their demise underfoot. The golden body undergoing tribulation entails not merely the refinement of flesh and spirit, rather, it allows the golden form to experience the vastness and boundless vitality of the cosmos with each disintegration, leading to a profound transformation of the mind and the acquisition of celestial control. Consequently, they harbored no expectations of Lin Guodong's, intending merely to extract Mu Antong's soul for the purpose of crafting a newly developed soul elixir, which would subsequently nourish the eight-headed serpent. The rotund fighter, amidst the fray, was startled by the emergence of a black flame skeleton, hurriedly alerting Li Yang. Yet, suddenly, Tian Ming caught a whiff of an incredibly rich aroma wafting from the left side curtain, invigorating him as he instinctively ventured inside. There lay the kitchen, where an elderly figure busily toiled. This mighty divine ability was unparalleled internal skill. A single strike could yield an additional 36 folds of after effect. Not equivalent to a 36-fold increase in power, yet akin to a 10-fold enhancement of internal strength. Chapter 143, Protect Our Mistress. Mei Li has taken her own life. Her many misdeeds have led to this deserved fate. Yun Yang faintly heard the orcs, either gloating or reveling, yet there was not a single voice of pity. She glanced back. Mei Li, dragged out for public humiliation, had already collapsed in the prisoner cart. Ultimately, Mei Li could not endure the torment within her heart and took her own life. Although she could not decipher the orcs' curses directed at her, she felt the palpable disdain in their gazes. Yao Tao and another male demon, Wu Tong, fled down the mountain in terror, reaching Wu Shui's side. In this enchanted mountain, various fiends resided. These creatures were inherently brutal and devoid of any semblance of humanity. As Ji Xiaoyu traversed this treacherous terrain, he was acutely aware of countless demonic beings, each a formidable force far surpassing him in strength. In times past, Qin Yin would have gleefully opened the carriage window, revealing his beaming face. Though the body of Tian Qian was ablaze, he performed a mid-air somersault during his descent, dissipating the flames enveloping him and regaining his balance to land safely upon the earth. Today, she and Zheng Qingshui were tasked with escorting Zhou Xingyan. On their return journey, they heard whispers of the Empress Dowager's fears regarding Han Shuoyao's defiance, her reluctance to marry into the Zhou family and comply with their authority, risking the ire of her superiors. Thus, she bestowed upon Yang Lin a family whip as a warning to Han Shuoyao, should she cause chaos in the Zhou household. Yang Lin would wield the whip to discipline the crown princess. The dancer finally grasped the situation, casting a fearful glance at the ground around her, paralyzed with trepidation. No sooner had she spoken than Ouyang Yin surged forth like thunder, her sword akin to the Milky Way cascading from the heavens, its blade transforming into a river of stars, sweeping majestically toward the western mountain moon. The fire dance fairy possessed formidable powers among those present. Only the divine officer from the Temple of Thunder could hope to contain her. Is what you say true? Li Changxing inquired, his expression shifting slightly. Yet his tone was charged with excitement. After a brief period, a dense fog below parted, revealing a deep, resonant voice that echoed like muffled thunder. Seated in the dining hall, Yishao instinctively leaned toward the bed, her gaze fixed on the aircraft that had just taken off. At this juncture, he hesitated. For everyone was acutely aware that Xiao Jingwu was unlikely to survive. However, as long as he still drew breath, none would dare utter words of treachery. He cast a glance at Qin Yu, pondering the expression that would grace the right chancellor's face upon learning of the identity of the Empress Qin Yu intended to establish. Originally, Xiao Ran had little fondness for the aristocratic heirs, yet hearing that the carriage was crowded, he found himself compelled to make an exception this once. Having grown accustomed to solitude and tranquility during his time with Wan Mingwei, Xiao Ran shuddered slightly, momentarily frozen, his usual calm demeanor vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of uncertainty. The surroundings seemed to fall into a hushed silence. She inhaled deeply, feeling an unparalleled lightness within her, as if each step would send her soaring. Regardless, my affection for you will remain unchanged. I only wish to make amends, though I require your opportunity to do so. He spoke with a bittersweet tone, gently brushing against Qian Qian's heart, as his inner resolve seemed to crumble. Only those close to him held the privilege to present gifts, and only Xiao Wu could solicit them from him directly. Over the years, she had diligently cared for 2 children, fulfilling her duties as a wife and mother while expertly managing her role as Lady Lei in the outside world. Should they be expelled by the princess's residence today? It was likely they would become even more brazen in their dealings with her beginning tomorrow. Simultaneously, she was grateful for the bamboo tube of wine she had brought along, which was now proving quite useful. Jing Yi was resolute this time, employing shadow techniques to suppress the restless power within Tongli, should she awaken her eyes now. The benefits would be too meager. Chapter 144. A small favor, boss Jingli. You previously mentioned a desire to collaborate with our civilization village? Upon hearing Yun Yang's voice, Jingli refocused, bringing the matter to the forefront. I have heard from He Qi about the situation with civilization village. I wonder if village chief Yun Yang would be interested in partnering with our Silverwing shop. What kind of collaboration do you have in mind? Yun Yang inquired. I presume village chief Yun Yang would like to see the products from your civilization village sold, correct? Our Silverwing shop can assist with that. There are indeed too many goods, all acquired at the last moment from Long Xiaodian and Huang Xing reluctantly. Xing Luo and Zhang Shiyu finished their grooming and departed for breakfast. However, as they left, Tao insisted that Xing Luo purchase more beef, prompting the man to roll his eyes in exasperation, nearly losing his temper. As Jinyan harnessed her celestial energy to initiate an attack, the Qi Yuan acupoint appeared unchanged. Yet she could distinctly feel it gradually being unblocked. The acupoint, having been warmed, was now capable of withstanding the force of the impact. However, upon witnessing the appreciative gaze of the elderly Mr. Lu directed at him, Huang Yin could only bluff his way through. Yu Tian felt wronged. He had not instigated these troubles. Yet, he possessed a particular trait. He did not provoke conflict, but when trouble arose, he would never back down. It was as if the two sides had completely exchanged places, with an absolute overpowering of the Gu brothers in terms of strength. The Muley Oasis was a crucial strategic location spanning 3,000 kilometers, through which nearly all trade routes passed. Precious commodities such as tobacco and spices from the desert could only be exported through the Muley Fortress. The governor of Sheju Star's construction of a permanent fortress here was undoubtedly a masterstroke. Fangchen sat cross-legged, needing to refine their essence. This practice, long deemed sinister by the world, held its greatest peril in the inability to assimilate the internal energy, which could lead to a backlash, the lighter consequence being madness, and the sever resulting in fatal hemorrhaging. Zhang Yi acquiesced to her request, though he felt odd holding her hand. It was an oddly comfortable sensation. Having completed his own tasks, Siyu felt a sense of relief, yet recalling Huang Hai's peculiar request for assistance, he found himself in a bit of a predicament. Upon hearing Ni Yexin bring up old matters, Mu Nanning instantly lost his composure, glancing anxiously at Lu Yin. Lu Yin, however, maintained a calm demeanor, his expression as tranquil as ever. The so-called fire seed was, in fact, a crystallization formed over years from exotic flames, possessing a certain sentience of fire, once tamed. It could be integrated into the Wheel C. Mu Yang frowned as he regarded the alluringly sinister Song Yuqing, then glanced at Li Yin on the ground, his brow furrowing even deeper. While he loathed having such a silent rival, he understood Li Yin's heart, which was genuinely fond of Li Yu. As the servants gathered the final poetic works of the guests, the esteemed figures seated in the pavilion began to critique the compositions. The individuals present refrained from speaking loudly, engaging instead in hushed whispers regarding the ultimate victor. The implication from the opposing party was unmistakable, compelling him to choose between himself and Gu Yu. Before long, the group found themselves in another location. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that they remained in the same valley, merely having undergone a short-range teleportation. Young Master Yu was playfully teased by Ni Yexin, leaving him speechless, his eyes wide with a simmering intensity, as if one more word from her would provoke him to leap forth in a fierce confrontation. Zhu Qinshan was nothing more than a wolf in human guise, his heart solely occupied with self-interest. disregarding any familial or romantic bonds in pursuit of his own ambitions. Qilong merely sought to mask his true intentions with a gesture, attempting to project an image of simplicity and sincerity. However, the execution was misguided, rendering it rather peculiar in the eyes of others. Chapter 145. The overthrow is not to be regretted. Jing Li's pupils constricted. Yun Yang comprehended the reaction of Jing Li, realizing that she was aware of the circumstances. With a sigh, Jing Li acknowledged the truth. Since I commenced my venture with the Silverwing shop, I have traveled to numerous places. The demon immortal continent was something I learned about from the Sea Clan in the southern region. At that time, he was negotiating trade with the Sea Clan, selling their unique fish silk to various locations. The two continents were separated by a perilous expanse. Wang Angshi, however, had grown increasingly audacious, exclaiming with wild abandon, "Are you trying to roast me over an open flame? Ha! You dare not do what you were asking me, Wang Angshi, to undertake." Once more, the question arose regarding the differences in grammar and pronunciation between American and British English. Last year, Wang Yun's film Spider-Man astounded the world, reaffirming his prowess as a genius director and his omnipotent reputation, leaving everyone eager to witness the film's brilliance at this year's Oscars. She squeezed her hand, still resilient and proud in his palm, showcasing her untouched delicacy. The employees in the office were taken aback when they saw her emerge from the branch manager's office. Her eyes reddened, half of her face swollen, and her hair disheveled. "Damn it," she muttered under her breath, watching as Tian Pai Shui had long departed, the increasingly pungent odor invading her senses, causing a momentary daze. Di Shai's expression shifted, realizing the urgency, and quickly sat cross-legged, directing his focus to expel the impurities he had inhaled. This village, filled with ordinary people, should have constrained a Taoist's actions from the outset. The fish spirit had never considered that a Taoist would sacrifice the villagers as bait, laying traps to attempt to exterminate it. Witnessing the scene, Bao Zheng chuckled heartily, dismissing the concerns of Zhang Gongyang as utterly unfounded. A boy with a childlike heart, no matter how mischievous, could hardly go too far astray. His eyes had seen countless treacherous souls, and he felt confident in discerning their true nature. Li Yun and Wang Fei's whereabouts were public knowledge. Upon their arrival at the airport, they were besieged by reporters. Mike and Ross had returned together, quietly departing from another direction, and after a brief call with Wang Yun, they headed to his seaside villa. However, this only heightened Sunny and her companion's curiosity as Su Qinjun remained silent, and Pani also refrained from discussing matters, complicating their approach. After a night of intense torment, the impurities within Jingtang had mostly been expelled, and a familiar energy began to resonate within him. Regardless, this battle had solidified Jingtang's reputation throughout the Outer Academy. To have defeated a warrior with mere martial artist strength within less than a month of entering the academy spoke volumes about his exceptional talent and formidable abilities. Su Fong, reluctant to create complications, retrieved Yin Jinxiu's number, elucidated the collaboration, and passed Chris on to her for further coordination. Fan Shao was ruthlessly kicked away again, tumbling twice before he managed to regain his footing, grinning widely as he glanced at the distant Wu Qing. Wang Ying pulled another table into the forefront area, retrieving Harlow Lewin's spiritual tablet from his backpack. Now that the factory had been sold, had she not lost her job? She cast a glance at Su Fong, who was still diligently working, and dared not interrupt. "Boss, what is happening? Have you sensed something amiss?" Ergo noticed Han Guang's peculiar expression and became alert. Typically, when the boss exhibited such a demeanor, it signified that something significant was about to unfold. Chapter 146. Brother, I will take you to find hope. Jing Li met with the patriarch of the Niu family, and after a period of conspiracy, they reached a consensus. Although the Niu family exhibited some traits of an established clan, they ultimately aligned with the City Lord's faction, despite their eccentric behavior over the years, which appeared honest but was primarily motivated by greed. They adhered to certain principles and had not committed any heinous acts. Moreover, they had aided him significantly in dealing with Inchi. Suddenly, an unseen force struck Li Chuli's face, sending him flying unprepared. Ziyuan's heart raced as she swiftly moved to shield him, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. At that moment, the child stirred, turning towards his mother's bosom, clearly seeking nourishment. Dong Ru's face flushed crimson, frozen in place, as she realized the awkwardness of nursing in the presence of strangers. Chong Kong Xingyu felt an unsettling intuition, sensing an elusive meaning in the unfolding events, leaving him perplexed. Upon hearing Yimo's words, he detected a deeper implication, prompting Pandora, arms crossed, to instinctively inquire. Smiling, Kim Tion sat not far from Du Yojia, mimicking his posture against a tree, gradually inching closer until they were side by side. In the eyes of cultivators, there was little distinction between mortals and ants, yet Yang Shan, relying on his boasting prowess, had rendered significant service to the abandoned Heaven sect, compelling Yulao to intervene rather than stand idly by. Du Yojia, embraced by Kim Tion, felt less agitated, inexplicably experiencing a rapid heartbeat, her face flushing a deep red. Unsure of where to place her hands, it felt strange, yet not unpleasant. Xin Yang meticulously discerned the direction of the sound, only to find it emanating from all sides, making it impossible to pinpoint its origin. The array on the ship was extensive, intricately embedded throughout, But if someone possessed knowledge of formations, it might be possible to successfully alter the mirror at a crucial moment. This was what Qingxi had conveyed. However, it seemed she was oblivious, continuing to pace restlessly, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. Yet, that was not the end. Imo Fingya's subsequent remarks rendered Imo Lia's complexion ashen, plunging her into a profound abyss of despair. Lin Chifeng couldn't help but suggest, "Perhaps we should call it a day and reschedule for another time." He appeared somewhat distracted, hardly thinking about the live broadcast, wishing instead to simply leave. His gaze was tranquil as he cast a fleeting glance at the leisurely white orb beside him, uttering not a word. There was no need for the orb to explain anything, for she had already perceived everything during the trial. "Very well, I shall be obedient," and Sia murmured softly, nodding, displaying an uncharacteristic docility. Finally, as she ascended the 16th step, an imperceptible transformation occurred within her, akin to the first colossal gate. Her internal spiritual energy, having endured such fierce trials, had become even more formidable and sharp. Hesitating whether to rouse Yi Shuli from his slumber, She could not help but let out a soft sigh, her drowsy eyes glistening as if on the verge of shedding tears. At that moment, a wounded chicken limped to the doorway, clutching its bruised face, and upon hearing the master's words, it could not suppress a spurt of blood. Simultaneously, the commotion from the Tsong family reverberated throughout the vast world, astonishing countless factions, for the Tsong family was a time-honored titan of the ancient realm, feared by all. This seemingly incongruous response left Shen Junyu momentarily bewildered. He pondered the statement repeatedly but remained perplexed about its meaning. Just as he was lost in thought, several figures hurried toward him. Chapter 147. The Wolf Clan siblings. The beastmen scrutinized the wolf youth, questioning, "But it seems you have yet to reach adulthood. Do you not have family? Would they consent?" The wolf youth's eyes dimmed. "I am still not of age. My family would never allow them to join the civilized village." The beastman scratched the back of his head, gazing at the pallid female. "Here's what we'll do. I shall fetch someone. My sole responsibility is to guard the civilized village. Those wishing to join must be properly vetted." Meanwhile, Li Dong squinted his eyes, observing as Qin Yubing's head swiveled back and forth. He knew she was lost in her own thoughts. Even if she were to inquire, he had much to say. "One day, if your Tang family declines, and you find yourself in this plight, what will you do?" Luo Hao retorted bluntly to Tang Wanru. Jiang Jining winced, tears shimmering in her eyes. And when the sack was removed, unfamiliar faces swam into view. She had also issued an announcement declaring that no organization named Shadows existed, and any impersonator would be met with lethal retribution, effectively quelling the trend of impersonation. However, under Su Yi's command, the four beastmen returned home with remarkable composure, retreating to replenish their strength in the wilderness. A single strike landed upon the dragon's body, shattering a scale into fragments that scattered across the ground. Alexander gradually raised his head, his gaze fixed upon the emperor, who donned a robe of indeterminate fabric, white as snow. As he glanced at the combat records, he finally noticed that the opposing fire dancer, known as One Sword, was indeed the one who had led him to victory in the previous match. The system's rewards were exceptionally generous, including a new martial art, the 8 Extremes Fist, a formidable technique, yet the task seemed daunting. Lu Yuanhao found little merit in the situation, prompting Shen Enkai to hastily clarify his expression of discontent. Cheng Zili secretly procured one to offer a taste to Lu Yichen. Surely, the young master, raised with a silver spoon, had never savored such a modest ice cream priced at a mere $1. "No, no. Your sister-in-law specifically instructed me to keep this a secret, insisting on rest and recuperation. She constantly reminds me that illness should not be an excuse for corruption." Li Zhongxin exclaimed, slapping his thigh in fervent emotion, his performance impeccable. Duo remained affectionately glued to her, the plump cat nudging her palm, causing Zhao Lishuan's heart to nearly melt. He was astounded by what had given him the courage to entrust the competition to himself, as it was evident to all that he harbored no fondness for the contest. Ipushin understood all too well that if not for some pressing matter, Wei Tang would not have approached him so easily, compromising his pride. The dragon bat was the progenitor of all bloodlines. Although Vicky had yet to fully awaken its ancestral potential, its purity alone was enough to subjugate all lesser bloodlines. Su Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief, stating, "I will simply pose a few questions, and you may respond succinctly," as she powered on the computer on the desk. Upon receiving the orders, a dozen henchmen surrounded Qing Yi, escorting him as he retreated step by step toward the exit. Xiaowu refrained from charging into the courtyard, instead keeping watch at the entrance. Upon seeing his leader compelled out, he rushed over to provide cover, demonstrating his loyalty. "Mom, Su, Qingxian, and I are dining out. We will be home shortly, so please don't worry." Su Haoshuan and Su Yu, engrossed in conversation, hurried home together. Miao Shui wore a bewildered expression. She had not heard of the old lady's return, else she would not have been entangled in this confrontation with the young lady. When they returned from the swimming pool, night had fallen, and after showering and changing, Yin Lu served a generous helping of dishes into Gu Chi Yue's bowl. If even Lang Xiaoxiao could not restrain him, whether taking him away would be beneficial or detrimental remained uncertain. Chapter 148. Intimidation. Jing Li added, "However, rest assured, I have discreetly persuaded many of the smaller families within Beast King City. They will soon send representatives to investigate, with the allure of the civilized village. Retaining them should not pose a challenge. Yet, many families are proud and haughty, and truly winning them over will require time. Jingli aimed to gradually undermine Beast King City. Should those old-timers in Beast King City remain oblivious to the situation, then the city would be rendered non-existent without consequence. Only the large, expressive eyes of Tang Do stood out, making her appear endearing. Yifeng found it difficult to imagine the expression on Qing Wei Sword Saint's face upon learning that the immortal herb garden had been set ablaze. However, one could be certain that after today, the entire cultivation world of the eastern lands would be shaken by this event. Lin Yanwu's initial confusion and anxious anticipation transformed into delight, his face lighting up with joy, a smile as radiant as ever, his cheeks visibly flushed. Ding dong. The treasure space system announced, teleportation completed, closing the portal. Subsequently, the shimmering white portal within the cave vanished. Although Zhao Yan's intentions were noble, the affairs of Earth remained unresolved, rendering it impossible for him to seek out the sword in Blade Valley. To facilitate management, the two had secretly divided these disciples into batches to forge them into corpses for their control, while they pretended to have also been transformed by the sect leader into immortal beings. However, Li Shouyuan overlooked Han Shue's determination, declaring that since Li Shouyuan was unwilling to meet her, she would simply choose a location and come to find him. Lord Yun, presently, within these troops, there exists only the simplest light leather armor, with limited quantities of heavy Xian iron armor. I fear we cannot outfit our ordinary soldiers. Han Xian remarked with a troubled expression. In a university, many individuals gathered to discuss the matter, their attention fixated on the upcoming battle. Thus, they also procured the London Comic Weekly for discussion. Nia Mei Qin, with an air of seriousness, concluded her remarks yet deliberately turned away, avoiding the sight of Zhao Jingdong's embarrassment. While she nonchalantly advanced with a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips, secretly reveling in her amusement. At that moment, Zhao Jingdong comprehended that although his master had been jovial and seemingly idle these past few days, he had been meticulously observing his every word and action. Qian Jinbao attempted to glance back, but as he did, the mischievous elder let out a loud fart. A humiliating affront that compelled Qian Jinbao to bury his head in embarrassment. It was well enough, but it would have been even better without the bothersome pests. Luo Yi was unrelenting in her remarks. Everyone had come to Dan City to participate in the alchemist competition. Victory would grant them entry into the Dam Mansion, where the greatest advancements could be achieved, the finest alchemical techniques obtained, and superior elixirs concocted. Zhu Yan shrugged, dismissing the doubts, and addressed the group. If you do not believe, then so be it. For those who do, bring your herbs and money and come find me. With that, Zhu Yan walked over to a clear spot by the mist and sat down. Meanwhile, the aspiring scholar in white had friends waiting for him to take his seat, and his incessant chatter had begun to irk those nearby. They urged him to leave, lest he destroy everything in his path, and with a fierce demeanor, he returned empty-handed, only to face the mockery of the foolish. When the class bell rang, Ouyang suddenly realized that the entire morning had slipped away. Enough with the chatter. I want you to comply without question. Do not ask so many whys. The old trickster found the incessant inquiries bothersome. Moreover, his time was limited. Otherwise, he would miss a golden opportunity to counter the bandits' advance. Chapter 149, Silver Moon Today. Not only did my grandfather leave guards for my cousin, but also mentioned the civilization village in his letter. It stated that my brother aimed to deal with me. Inchuan sighed, noting that they were still considering an assault on civilization village alongside me. Had it not been for the brother's historical candor and unwavering trust, he might have genuinely fallen for their schemes. The guards beside Jingli were, in fact, his own doing. Jingli had not desired them, believing that he posed a greater threat than himself. Lu Qianyu grew increasingly apprehensive as he sensed that Ba Ji was concealing his true strength. This feeling intensified. Had emotions been inscribed on his face, Gu Ning's expression would undoubtedly have been one of profound negation. Shui Yanwei, momentarily distracted, dodged Yuan Songwei, rendering Zhuang Hao dazed, and she found herself retreating. The shot descended. A spindle-shaped bullet was chambered, striking the heart of the aberrant being. Although it was an interrogation, Sky managed to extract considerable information from Fitz, uncovering the reasons for Fitz's current state. You can't, can you? I knew you were useless, he laughed heartily. Having long wished to express this sentiment but lacked the opportunity, as you always spoke to him from a superior vantage. Cheng Bin veered off topic, only to quickly redirect himself. However, with the Skeletal Legion's departure, the area was left unguarded. Was the Mother of Dark Gold still safe here? Shui Yanwei did not turn to look, merely sensing a gaze upon her as she stepped out of the courtyard, following the maid to another room. The old Taoist by phone was in a flurry, having finally organized the evacuation of the injured, allowing himself a moment of relief. Louis shuddered, letting out a cry, while the usually taciturn Jia Ren Yang also trembled, evidently startled. The shockwave radiated from the explosion's epicenter, an endless surge of energy fracturing the air and compressing the currents into waves that lashed outwards. Both were wary, and fighting at such heights made it difficult to inflict damage on the ground below. The Zhu Rong clan worshipped the fire deity, although this cave was not his own. It was a meticulously crafted sanctum of cultivation. But could Hong Lian truly be trusted? If she were merely a pawn placed beside Wan Tongdian by the Fusong players, it would spell disaster. Hulan advanced, executing a shoulder throw that sent Lei Hai tumbling to the ground. You all wish to avoid this, don't you? He was unaware if such actions would incite significant troubles, nor did he know if he could safeguard the Phoenix Chain. They faced not only the orc warriors charging from across the river, but also 100-strong ambush lurking in the dark forest. Here, he did not see any disciples from Lingxiao Palace. It seemed the entire Star Domain remained under the control of the Red Emperor Palace. Meanwhile, in a secluded area, the merciless Broken Army was engaged in battle, facing the sun, pondering in stillness, while behind him knelt 2 servants, the Foul Monk and the Ruffian. Yet, Du Bing could faintly sense that Lin Lei did not take matters of safety or conflict with others too seriously. She was curious about the true nature of this enigmatic boss. Upon seeing Ma Chao's fearsome visage, Zhong Yo felt no trepidation. He thrust his sword fiercely, fully aware that his martial prowess paled in comparison to that of the 17-year-old before him. Conversely, within Xiangyang City, unlike Sun Jian's troubled deliberations on how to breach the city, Liu Biao and his companions were in remarkably high spirits. Zhang Yueling, you are quite the schemer, finding a scapegoat to silence everyone. But this matter will not conclude so easily. Chapter 150. Such a thoughtful little lamb. Ashu looked at Inyu with confusion. Is there something you need? Inyu opened her mouth but fell silent for an extended moment. Ashu furrowed her brow. Miss, I'm quite busy. If there is nothing, I shall take my leave. She had recently taken on work in Civilization Village and was quite occupied. With a blush, Inyu lowered her head and softly said, Ashu, you are right. Ashu's face was a mask of bewilderment. What? She was momentarily at a loss regarding Inyu's words. Beneath the immense quantity of gunpowder, its power was astounding, yet its cost was equally exorbitant. The first encounter with it occurred aboard a hot air balloon, where he, along with his monk companion and the companion's sister, witnessed it hunt and slaughter a mighty fire dragon. At that time, it transitioned its elemental state from lightning to fire through elemental transformation. After much shaking, Duan Xiaolong finally regained consciousness, his pallor indicating a sense of desolation and melancholia. But when you witness a beggar who struck it rich with $1 million gold bowl, begging beneath your very eyes with that bowl daily, how would you feel? Lu Qin could envision that outside the West Wing, Jing Lan was valiantly expending her life to gain precious moments. Meanwhile, Tang Jia finally grasped the vast chasm that separated him from the robust youth before him. Surrendering all resistance as he furrowed his brow in response, Tang Ming did not withhold the truth, recounting his resurrection in the past 6 months of secluded cultivation to the assembly. Surrounding waters, at that moment, formed an impenetrable barrier, deterring all from approaching. The ethereal blue currents shielded a solitary peak, untouched by any daring hand. Upon hearing this, the divine maiden's delicate features marred by a flicker of disdain. She regarded Qinting with a cold, mocking smile. The preparation of the ghost god Tang Yuan was deceptively simple, akin to ordinary Tang Yuan, yet distinguished by its unique flames and distinct ingredients, endowing it with extraordinary effects. Han now signaled to the coach to prepare for a substitution. The opposing team's death-defying 5-shot play left Whiteside in an awkward predicament. Wang Jun, bewildered, turned away, attempting to articulate a defense. But Yi Shao unceremoniously delivered a kick to his backside. Zhang Yin withdrew her hand, sighed, and rose to her feet. Yang Qingyi promptly stood as well. Yet Zhang Yin suddenly approached the window, gazing longingly at the enchanting scenery outside. Alas, everyone could only open the window, unable to escape the depths of this well. From the ranks of the Night Order emerged Lance, a rare familiar face among the attendees. Cerber naturally followed Lance into the armored knights formation, with Lewis subsequently positioning himself beside Cerber. Lady Shin, who ought to have been confined in a prison awaiting execution, now lived unscathed. Even her revelations could not obscure the truth that Xiao Song had abused his power to extricate her from her cell. Glaring at Yang Dingdi's cunning smile, Yu Xiao felt an overwhelming urge to land a punch upon him, inwardly cursing, "You scoundrel, what treachery is this?" Despite such sentiments, when Takagi Naohito extracted a gleaming needle from its packaging, Hashirama swallowed hard, closing his eyes. Only later did she realize that Nan Minji refrained from eliminating her because he recognized the depth of her devotion. The grave in the courtyard was unadorned. Apart from an exquisitely crafted tomb, there was not even a stone marker. Xiao Jini remained silent, and even Song Qinga was unaware of her name. Such an athletic regimen exerted an impact on the human body, far less significant than the effects of an X-ray, leaving the average person utterly oblivious. The Blood Shadow Zombie, a variant among the alien undead, evolved from a purple blood dragon, boasting power that surpassed that of a 9th-tier zombie. Upon reaching the intermediate stage, it could assume human form. Chapter 151. Immediate action. The howls of the beastmen echoed outside, proclaiming their intent to soon trample upon our civilized village. Yun Yang was already aware of their impending arrival, as Jing Li had dispatched orcs to deliver the message long ago. Let us proceed and observe. After all, their meeting has concluded. When Yun Yang arrived, the cacophony of orcish cries echoed outside, with numerous orcs surrounding the area. Listen well. It was your tribe that first abducted our young. If you seek to blame someone, you cannot evade your fate. At last, the cat and mouse game came to a close as Lu Su cornered Mu Yi in a dead end, advancing step by step. Not bad at all. Next comes the target for our assault, Dun Mei confidently declared, as though she had never tasted defeat in this phase. Deep within the lush jungle, faint wolf howls reverberated, followed by countless crimson lights igniting the dim forest. Upon hearing this, Yin Wu involuntarily lowered her head. What Xia Yi had stated was entirely true. For over a decade, she had aspired to study under Di Jun, yet despite her relentless efforts, she remained unable to master the art of extinguishing the flames of destruction, an unfortunate predicament. Zhou Tian's gaze swept over the Zhang family's entourage, momentarily lingering on the Zhang family patriarch, known as the Smiling Tiger for his warm demeanor, before finally resting upon a young man clad in black. He bore an ordinary appearance, yet his eyes were sharp, and a confident smile graced his lips, exuding a comforting aura. While he remained acutely aware of the tears glistening on the cheeks of those around him, Xiao Yin was fervently seeking to release his pin-up frustrations. His mask firmly in place. Who dares to trespass upon the Eastern Emperor's bell? Jian coldly inquired as two disciples approached from the distance. Di Jun addressed the Golden Pool Holy Mother, saying, Golden Pool Holy Mother, I shall not meddle in the affairs of your sect. However, I do wish to advise you. Since my counsel has proven futile, I shall say no more. Please, proceed. With a graceful gesture, Di Jun invited her to continue. Take good care of me. If, as you claim, we find ourselves in opposing factions, ensure you do not wander alone. I assure you, I will not go easy on you. And will certainly cleave you in two, Ouyang-ju remarked, harboring thoughts of eliminating me while envisioning a grand scheme. When Yuko pressed her hand against her heart, slightly bewildered and curious, attempting to discern her feelings in that moment. Earlier, the two had merely exchanged covert signals, but now, Xin needed to confirm their understanding once more. However, he was, after all, the legitimate son of the late Empress. His sudden demise, if conveyed by a malicious party, could lead to dire consequences. At this moment, Lord Yun let out a long sigh of relief. He finally comprehended why he had become the target of Xiang San's attacks. Fortunately, his eyes were unlike the strange pairs surrounding him. They were ordinary. However, when Sima Luo burst in, all he could see was Murong Jing's figure, draped in a long robe, swiftly darting out through the window, sending chills down his spine. Not far away, Zheng Minjing trembled with delight, chuckling as she spoke. Hai Guanyu and Feng Mangji were astute observers, well aware of Feng Wufan's thoughts. Yet, they understood that Feng Huanyu's presence was tightly entwined with those old princes. Such formidable beings surely had counterparts of similar strength to restrain them. Otherwise, how could one individual dominate the dragon god realm? Ao Tian jested. Tang Mei sat down opposite him but did not immediately begin her meal. She pondered the peculiar circumstances surrounding the original Tang Mei's demise. What could have possibly caused her death? An apology implied that Tang Ying had indeed committed such a despicable act. The Lu family had not intended for this. But since Tang Mei had forced Tang Ying to confess, denying it any longer might irreparably damage the relationship between the two families. Before their eyes, a segment of the army diverted, blocking their path northward. Chapter 152. You didn't die? Outside the village of civilization, a dark mass of wolves, bears, and lions gathered, beasts from several prominent families, united to assault the village. Among them were the bears, expelled months ago by the former city lord. To regain access to Beast King City, they allied with other families. Listen to me. Surrender now, and we shall spare your lives. The chief priest sighed, unaware of the situation within the glazed pavilion, but he could ascertain that the occupants were still alive for the time being. Even so. My lord would not heed their commands, Qian Shui retorted, having met those princes and found them unworthy to overshadow Jingguo. If that were the case, it would make sense, for curses are invisible and colorless. One might not even realize they were cursed until it was too late. And to be marked by a curse is tantamount to awaiting death. Emperor Taijun bid farewell and turned to leave through another path, only to encounter a raucous group approaching. When the 3 minutes, purchased at the cost of 3 months of lifespan, expired, Miller still hesitated. Yi Feng, however, did not mind. He merely wished to witness the significant discoveries of Su Yun. Lin Zijing moved closer, observing the insufferable fellow holding 2 boxes, craning his neck to peer up at something. When she could only search for Bai Tongxi through the wall of people in front of him, but she suddenly turned her head, presenting her back to him. Moreover, when Chu Feng integrated this technique, he did not shy away from them. He displayed it openly. For these lower-tier disciples of Frost and Snow sect, this alliance of 3 sects against Qianju sect was undoubtedly the best opportunity to earn merit. The upper echelon merely stated that merit would be counted by human ears, without specifying that children should be spared, implicitly allowing them to take no prisoners. Although this person had previously disgusted him, the original owner of this body had indeed worked in several film crews, earning a modest living. Why had only the last row remained today? Mu Yulan glared at her brothers, who were laughing and chatting around Mu Nin, filled with frustration. The elder's words are akin to parting the clouds to reveal the sun, instantly awakening me from my confusion. I shall remember this. Chu Xing promptly rose and bowed respectfully. Nanxi, having consumed some wine, felt the bitterness of red wine on her lips, yet Xiao Jingyue's kisses grew sweeter, making her reluctant to let go. Huh? Mu Yinin stared blankly at Mu Shixing, momentarily unable to grasp his meaning. Now that Su Qing claimed he wanted to eliminate Zhou Zining, Lin Xiao had no doubt about Su Qing's capability. However, considering the long-term development with Chu Yin, Lu Fengming had to contemplate for a moment. Although he was unaware of Chu Yan's origins, he was certain that befriending him would not be a mistake. Sheng's health was poor, In the cold of Shijing, she dared not venture outside, spending her days lying in her room, while Shang Xiaoyin found it challenging to visit her. In the palace, Mu Xuanye observed the four individuals huddled together, whispering, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Yet, at that moment, Jiajun had lost all rationality. Jia Rong's behavior reminded him of the disgraceful Jia Yun, both deserving of punishment. He had no means to deal with Jia Yun, but Jia Rong was still within his reach. Nonetheless, as this was a joyous occasion, both parties were delighted to further their connection with Qin Tian, openly exchanging extravagant gifts. Sun Chang presented Qin Feng with a custom wristwatch, while Yimin gifted Qin Shui with jade earrings. Go Yinli stood up to push Hao Jun, who immediately stumbled sideways, causing her to hurriedly support him. Though her stance was awkward and unable to bear his weight, prompting her to call for Ho Ba's assistance. With such formidable strength, even when facing masters at the peak of the Qi condensation realm, he felt no trepidation. Chapter 153, The Beast God Hall. The black-robed beastman's eyes glimmered with complexity. Facing the gaze of his elder wolf, memories flooded back. Once, they were very close brothers. Despite the age difference of 7 or 8 years, he had treated him well. However, as he awakened his cultivation talent and his family began to prioritize him, it bred imbalance and resentment within him. As the elder wolf passed away, the beastmen of several prominent families grew anxious. The vast body of a ping bird soared majestically through the sky for a moment before rapidly descending. What do you take me for? I only need Lord Xian, Mu Qingqing exclaimed, filled with yearning. Do it, but not by me. Tomorrow someone will come to help you prepare a full Manchu Han banquet. The monk's voice reached Zhao Zixin's ears. Over the years, the Chinese people have felt a sense of frustration not only in the automotive industry but across numerous fields. Compared to other nations, we lag significantly in certain core technological domains. Come on, you think you're charming and suave? Spare me the flattery. Li Yuyang scoffed dismissively. In the quiet room, only their breaths and his distinct murmurs filled the air, the sound of a zipper becoming increasingly pronounced. After Zhao Zixin split into two, he found himself in a state of bewilderment, perceiving both halves of himself and viewing everything from dual perspectives, struggling to adapt to this sudden change. Li Chen nodded, not haggling, wrapping the two items and arranging for Lu Juqing to deliver them to the vehicle. Seeing this, Negong Yunyao also decided to be straightforward. She reached for the grill and picked up a striped fish, heading toward the palace exit. Generally, foreigners coming to China fall into two categories, tourists or international entrepreneurs. Zhao Zixin had never heard of any foreigner coming to China to work for money. Well, thank you, second senior brother, Yang Mu said, feeling quite embarrassed for second senior brother's financial losses. Xin Yuan suddenly understood why Bai Cheng and Chen Shi had been so timid earlier. They had been following Yu Zhang's lead, fearing the justice court's scrutiny and potential reckoning. Cheer, what mischief are you instigating among your siblings now? Mu Qiu's cold voice rang out, causing Mu Yishi to shiver involuntarily. Suddenly, Mu Qiu and Su Zhe appeared, with Long Yin approaching. The soundproof barrier created by Mu Yichen could only fend off cultivators below the foundation establishment stage, proving ineffective against someone like Mu Qiu. Observing closely, the disciples of this sect were evidently distinct from rogue cultivators. The disparity in cultivation resources was palpable. Little did he know that most of these resources were acquired by Mu Qiu in secret realms and ruins, affirming that Mu Qiu was indeed a person favored by fortune. Lin Jingzhu spoke with utmost ease, while Li Yinyang found himself both amused and exasperated, recognizing that Chairman Lin was unwittingly sabotaging her own interests. Yang Hao squeezed 2 drops of blood from his fingertips. At the moment his essence melded with the twin hammers, he felt an inseparable bond with them. Ding Shou's large hands danced energetically, as he affectionately kneaded the dog, which lay lazily in his embrace, content and immobile. I see now. By the way, senior sister Mingwei, will you and your husband Lang He and Qingyu join me in the Moonwave continent? Ling Shimao had likely conveyed her circumstances to Long Mingwei, along with introductions to the various continents, speculating that Mu Qiu and the others had been transported to different realms. Ming Jun silently chuckled, finding this fellow rather intriguing, yet felt a twinge of embarrassment at the disdain from his subordinates. This was indeed quite intolerable. In the midst of battle, Yi had no means of evasion. As his cultivation surged to its peak, he faced off against a formidable peak-level wolf, one whose power was on the cusp of transcending the late first stage, drawing perilously close to the strength of a second-tier beast. Previously, when idle, he would have preferred undertaking tasks. However, the present circumstances were different. With her at his side, he cherished her company far more than any mission. Chapter 154, Crimson Radiance. The Crimson Fox held a piece of nightmare bone in its mouth, glancing back at Yunyang before darting away. That fleeting glance made Yunyang feel an uncanny familiarity with the fox. It was undoubtedly a beast man, and of considerable cultivation, for otherwise, it would not have evaded her perception. Stop. Yunyang furrowed her brow and dashed out. The agile Crimson Fox swiftly squeezed through a hidden crevice in the Beast God Temple, vanishing from sight. Yunyang unfurled his wings, and so, if one day in the future you transcend the heavenly laws and cosmic principles, standing atop the pinnacle of the universe, how do you intend to proceed? Yichen turned, gazing at the sacred figure enveloped in light, and spoke softly. According to Zhu Tianping's knowledge, Shen Gongbao was not dead. Rumors in the mortal realm suggested he was suppressed within the abyss of the North Sea, if that were indeed the case. Then the god of misfortune could not be far from Bai Zhu Luzhou. The group nodded and, after several transmissions, arrived at Taohua village, proceeding westward upon exiting the village. I am unsure of my own merits. Since you are so determined to love me, I shall love you in my own way, Fang Yi chuckled. Husband, you are awake. Sun Shangxiang exclaimed, her face aglow with joy, tinged with a hint of crimson, perhaps due to her hasty departure. Though the dark circles beneath her fair complexion were quite pronounced. As Xiao Feng unleashed a powerful punch, his aura surged dramatically in an instant. The celestial elites gathered in Tianjin showcased numerous prodigies from unknown sects, who, though typically inconspicuous, now radiated an extraordinary power, undoubtedly. They would incite an unprecedented grand battle upon the violet arena of Tianjin. Sun Shangxiang wore an expression that warned anyone against further persuasion, leaving Huang Yuqing at a loss. She could command anyone to follow her plans, except for this fearless princess of Jiadong. On ordinary days, it was manageable, but when she was in a temper, it was utterly beyond her control. Just as old Zhu prepared to engage once more, a golden dragon surged toward him, its claws descending rapidly upon his head. Ah! That mysterious space still exists, Xiang Hao marveled, realizing that merely by observing the dragon vein within him, he could see the ancient gate, the origin and structure of which remained a mystery. Yet, he harbored no concerns, for the officers were already undergoing their third round of training in a few years. These graduates would permeate the ranks of every regiment as mid-level officers, and these officers were not merely from any family. They approached and settled beside Qin Yin. Led by Su Ming, forming a circle with Su Ming, Qin Yin, Xueling, herself, the steward, and Black Goose. Elder Huang, upon hearing this condition, recognized his inability to make a decision and glanced back at Yan Xiong. Just as Tang Cheng activated the absolute defense, Salo hesitated, given Salo's current strength. He certainly recognized the skill. Speaking of which, what have I been doing these past 2 years? Observing the nearly completed sports venue from his floating vessel. Xian couldn't help but smile bitterly. The DJ urged him not to approach, but Guizheng paid no heed, advancing with a smirk. The time for the judgment of wind and thunder was but 10 seconds, yet those 10 seconds captivated all, with nearly everyone gazing in astonishment at the swirling tempest. Brother. The police station is now under our control, and our power has nearly doubled. No one in Dongong dares to challenge us now, Chen Lihai thought to himself. His eyes flashing with a cold light. Having spoken, Xian Yuan smiled and turned to leave. He understood little of matters of the heart. While he could convincingly act in a play, he was devoid of any genuine feelings. Tang Cheng and Jiao Erke were both taken aback, yet curiously, Jiao Erke suddenly smiled, regarding the scene with keen interest. Rest assured, host, the system had just instructed her to release the fox. Host, he is not mistaken. Once you venture to the demon immortal continent, your cultivation will be sealed, even for females. That fellow is quite strong. Perhaps he can assist you. If cultivation will be sealed, why does the system claim one can eventually cultivate to the Crimson Core stage? Because once on the demon immortal continent, although one cannot utilize beastly power, one may still engage in mutual nurturing. The higher the cultivation level, the easier it will be to recultivate. Regrettably, the school gates were closed today, and they would have to wait for security to arrive before entering. Shen Burong glanced at the tightly shut school gates, expressing a sense of melancholy. Subsequently, a beam of purple light erupted from Princess Jiaoyu, soaring into the cosmic expanse. Xiadong's car was none other than his own Bugatti Veyron. Luo Chao felt a wave of nausea. Having just washed the car today, it would need another wash tomorrow. What do you intend to do, Fuan? Kuei AI sensed something amiss but could not fathom Fuan's intentions. Instantly, Yu Tianjin was infuriated, his lungs nearly bursting. These two insufferable security guards dared to disregard him, a distinguished young master of the Yi family. Such insolence was intolerable. Xiao Shua wore a rather unfriendly expression. His exquisitely chiseled features set in an icy demeanor that exuded an air of dominance. Wani's instincts warned her that they were bound to meet a grim fate. This fellow was truly insufferable. Mei Sanbu was green with envy, as no one was more eager than him to seek the spotlight. Director Zhang did not rush to visit but instead sat in the office contemplating which individuals to invite and who merely required a courtesy call. During profitable times, it was clear that Rongwei Steel's production capacity promised substantial profits. However, when prices fell, it was a different story, especially with Qian Shu predicting a continuous price drop, which would likely lead to numerous challenges. Zhang Jun assumed that Zhuo Jiang was merely jesting and did not take it to heart. That evening, Zhuo Jiang indeed delivered a box of Zhonghua cigarettes to his home, accompanied by a case of Matai liquor, leaving him utterly bewildered. Despite repeatedly insisting that he had only jested during the day, Zhuo Jiang insisted on leaving the gifts behind, but that is a tale for another time. Exiting the building and walking a few hundred meters along the broad avenue, a newly constructed steel structure appeared before Li Ming, detached from the punitive artillery. The Xianyuan Grand Duke's flying vessel concealed itself beneath the dragon's bubble, which, though not particularly fierce, could still easily attract attention. Yi Shuihan had no intention of destroying the ship. However, circumstances compelled him to part with it, as the battle plan required a lightning-fast strike to catch the enemy off guard. The fire had been brought under control, yet a strong, acrid smell of smoke lingered in the air, causing Zhao Mingtao's eyes and nostrils to sting intensely, with fair weather prevailing. And observing that Madame Ower was in good spirits, Xia Ruishi sought an excuse for Ower Qi Jing to accompany her to view the courtyard. Thus obtaining an opportunity to venture out, Qin Morong remained silent. How could he admit that he had felt a twinge of jealousy, thinking she was preoccupied with someone else? Once more, silence enveloped them. At this moment, Feng Xiaoxiao comprehended the entire situation, silently cursing its cunning nature. Should Jing Feng persist in his refusal, it would undoubtedly lead to a loss of faith among the people. The significance of such intangible assets was difficult to fathom, which is why no one dared to cast them aside carelessly. Though the routine days might seem monotonous, they signified persistence in the levels of both individuals. Along with their martial arts, internal power, and agility, steadily improved through this unwavering dedication. As time flows, the world continues to develop steadily. The airplane circled in the sky before heading directly towards its destination. In a brief moment, the situation below unfolded before everyone's eyes. At last, before the sun ascended the horizon, the forward troops relayed the news of a smooth operation. Upon receiving this uplifting tidings, Li Ming felt a wave of fatigue wash away, and he hastily issued the command for the main forces to depart. Chapter 156. Unusually harmonious, the snow season gradually waned, and the village of civilization grew increasingly tranquil. With the major families in Beast King City no longer causing turmoil, the implementation of policies proceeded relatively smoothly. However, chaos still lingered, and a complete transformation of Beast King City would require considerable time. The snow on the ground began to show signs of melting, with water droplets trickling down. Yun Yang stood at the entrance of the civilized village. She had spent several months here, and it was time for her to leave. Jing Li's gaze was filled with secrets, born from a past life burdened by illness and a lack of reliable kin or friends, which forged her independent character. A single ink blot transformed into a pine tree leaning on the mountaintop, its deepest ink mark connecting to the steep cliff, beneath which flowed a narrow river between the towering walls. From a production standpoint, flypaper and rat glue boards differed only in the adhesive. Otherwise, they were identical. Su Yang observed the living weapons conjured from the flesh and blood of the two individuals, unable to tear his gaze away for a while. If two disciples shared similar cultivation talents, practiced the same techniques, and reached equivalent realms, the outcome would be intriguing. At this moment, Yi Hongling, Ji Yusen, Hua Qingfeng, Yuan Mingyang, and Huangfu Xiaojue were engaged in solitary battles on the blood-red wasteland. The situation had not yet been fully disclosed, thus, no one knew whether Lin Jianxing lived or died. However, compared to his brother, Junjie was more attuned to the times, a fact evident to the older generation. So he could not be blamed for failing to decipher His Majesty's actions. Lu Mingxing opened the passenger door and forcefully pulled Song Qin out, not releasing her until they reached his doorstep. Bowman, clad in a fitted white professional suit, exuded the quality of a Longding Pharmaceuticals employee. Her slender legs adorned with black stockings, which held a peculiar allure for men. Xue Li's death was merely a catalyst. Even had he lived, the Xue family would eventually face decline. Jiang Wuxue was indifferent to him. Upon realizing it was Duan Jiajia, he felt a wave of embarrassment. She intended to reveal to Mu Tang that her true name was not Tong Xiangyu when suddenly, a ringing phone interrupted. It was Mu Tang's communicator. From Lu Yan's words, Bai Lei seemed to grasp their intent. It appeared these individuals planned to venture out in search of opportunities, much like Liang Changhai. Bai Lei's explanation eased Ruo Shui's concerns slightly. Regarding Bai Lei's confusion, Ruo Shui chuckled and called him foolish before divulging her insights. Moreover, many praised Jiajia's ordinary dishes for their delightful taste, reasonable prices, and fresh ingredients. Some even claimed that despite typically having a poor appetite, they felt ravenous upon entering the restaurant, albeit this was purely anecdotal. With these words, he turned away, his figure fading into the darkness of the iron cage, ceasing communication with Li Mi. Furthermore, Luya had once been a wandering cultivator, nearly being led to the west by a sage before managing to escape. Kong Xian had been trapped even longer than Luya, yet he too seized the opportunity presented by the Hope Project's bug to escape. If you don't provide me with a suitable reason today, you'll be confined for half a month, Lung Yu stated with annoyance. As the split divine technique activated, Yi Chen's mental power within his consciousness was thoroughly awakened, gradually filling the entire realm. After 3 days, Yi Chen was nearly prepared to perform certain spells, no longer incapacitated as before. Splendid. Let us find an uninhabited place and exchange a few moves. Upon hearing the Sword Saint's words, Master AI felt invigorated. The Sword Saint's strength only heightened the challenge for him. I had no conditions back then, but now their circumstances are so favorable. With abundant spiritual energy and numerous elixirs, plus our guidance, how could it compare to my time? At the mention of this, Yi Fei's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Chapter 157. Return to the civilized village. Yun Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since the Beast Master treated her with such sincerity, she felt compelled to reciprocate their genuine affection. For the sake of familial harmony, she must assume the role of a considerate head of the household and a master of serving others. The host sensed the presence of the nightmare bones. Yin Yang was taken aback and immediately inquired of the system, "Where's the dream bone?" The system opened the map, projecting it before Yun Yang's eyes. Following the upgrade, The map could now transform into a real-time view. How long until the tide recedes for Qin Sima? Zhang Yong asked the naval commander, Qin Liang, beside him. The military commander, Zhao Bing, was positioned akin to a modern chief of staff, responsible for formulating battle strategies, gathering intelligence, assisting in command, managing troops, and providing sound advice, an essential aid to the military leader. Are you not referring to me? Bourbon looked up in surprise, exchanging glances with Hai Se-in through the rearview mirror, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. A white dove delicately adorned her with a light and soft gown, while starlight illuminated the path ahead. She was the embodiment of beauty, a being that created beauty itself. Why did Danzo sacrifice himself for the village? How does his sacrifice serve the village? Mido Gate, Yin questioned Ba Qi with a somewhat sullen demeanor. So it turns out you are the remnants of the Hanming clan. Since you seek death, we shall oblige you, he declared. Brothers, form the formation. As the words of that powerful Tian, Yin clan warrior fell, 5 supreme emperors arranged themselves into an invincible formation, the 5 directions flame array, capable of refining all things in heaven and earth. Then I must inconvenience you for a few days, Ba Qi stated, not granting the first and second generations any freedom, but directly summoned a coffin to seal them inside. Lu Jin set down his pack and retrieved a device, swiftly attaching it to the muzzle of his sniper rifle. He replaced the bullet within the rifle with one of his own before lifting it again, taking aim at the rear of the enemy boat. With a pull of the trigger, a black grenade was launched, striking the vessel with a thunderous explosion. Oh, I have been remiss to ride with my 5 brothers and 2 gentlemen, Lu Su chuckled awkwardly. Others were unaware of the formidable power of the candy bullet pistol, easily deceived. Yet, affection is affection. Before her time in Los Angeles, every time Deng Qingye encountered a suitor, she instinctively compared him to Li Guijie. Fully aware that such behavior only added to her woes, yet unable to resist, confronted with the scene before her, Dongfang Yiping felt an overwhelming sense of futility akin to the great sage's quest to obtain scriptures while battling monsters. A tornado swept through the land, cutting everything in its path, while a ghostly visage roared through the void, its voice resonating for miles. The clash between both sides was imminent. The ghostly face lunged at the tornado with a feral intensity, its menacing posture as if to swallow the wind whole, causing the tornado to momentarily retreat. Indeed, I am the father of Fong Long. You have slain my son. Prepare for blood for blood. Ma Tianxiong glared fiercely at Lin Feng, his eyes ablaze with fury. As Hu Jiao made his move, Shou Houzi and De Han followed suit, delivering a flurry of blows that sent the pure-hearted Gong Shuejian crashing to the ground. Clutching her head in anguish. Very well. Do you desire for me to become a failed lowly like you, merely to enjoy the benefits of maintaining a golden ratio figure? The crowd gazed down the mountain. Atop the hill, a newly opened formation stood in stark contrast to the godless killing array, as if something were greedily devouring the fortune of the godless to nourish itself. A potent aura of demonic blood surged forth, with a wave of his hand. A true dragon's roar erupted, transforming violently into a rushing blood-red dragon phantom, charging toward the monstrous being that gazed upon him with brutal ferocity. Chapter 158. Would you be willing? The White Wolf tribe's Yun Yang murmured. What happened to the Tiger Tongue tribe afterward? Qing Heng looked at the nearby village and said to Yun Yang, village chief, we have arrived at our civilized village. Let us return first, and later my father will inform you. I do not know much myself. Yun Yang gazed at the buildings below, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features. It had been merely half a year since she left the civilized village, yet significant transformations had already unfolded. From her lofty vantage point, as Xue Chuan unveiled what seemed like an absurd tale, Zhang Huaishan's countenance bore a knowing expression, one that he attempted to mask. Yet the discerning eye of Xue Chuan caught it effortlessly. The Long Men would indeed navigate through this tumultuous period, seeking to grasp matters they could adeptly manage. Lin Xiao felt attention seize her, her eyes rolling back as she was no longer merely salivating but was instead confronting the sordid secrets that should have remained whispered in private, now laid bare in public. The dialogue between the two lacked any semblance of decorum, triggering an involuntary flow of tears. However, one truth resounded clearly. If the internal affairs of the Yan Huang Empire were faltering, chaos would ensue. Consequently, they clashed, engaging in numerous rounds of combat until exhaustion enveloped them. Gao Qing retrieved a simple map procured from a merchant caravan in the western regions, confirming his location with a sigh of relief. Even a body brimming with vitality like his felt wearied after traversing thousands of miles. Yet as he glimpsed the 4 tokens within his package, a smile crept upon his face. As the evening approached, Yin Xiaoxiao's phone rang abruptly. In a flurry, she silenced it and stepped into the corridor to return Jin Guangyan's call. Yes, it erupted as the pressure from the bull-headed creature concentrated upon him. Wielding a spear that had vanquished countless malevolent spirits, the overwhelming force felt as though the heavens were collapsing, evaporating Xue Chuan in its wake. Could it be that another cultivator acquainted with Yin Sheng Daoran had ventured into this realm? Xue Chuan speculated. Qing Yang now held a measure of confidence in Fang Shiji, allowing him to indulge in reckless antics upon her face until her shoulders stiffened. At which point Fang Shiji presented her with a mirror. Open all channels for me. I must return to Taiping Mountain, commanded Nan Yu Yen through the communication device. flooring the accelerator as the vehicle surged forth like an arrow, swiftly departing the blood-soaked battlefield towards Taiping Mountain. He had encountered spirits before and witnessed throngs of them congregating. Just days prior at the apartment in Longkou Bay, a dozen malevolent spirits had obstructed Su Zhao's path. After all, what regrets could one harbor after listening to their most revered idol's performance up close? Where could one find such a young and capable general like General Li? As a businessman, I am utterly reassured. Xiao Cheng responded with a grin. Report, sir. Due to the extreme distance, the energy index cannot be measured accurately. However, it is certain to exceed 3,000 degrees, reported the extraterrestrial. Individuals like Qin Fuhao, Zheng Yicheng, and Zhang Weiqing, all part of the second wave entering the company, lamented their unfulfilled romantic aspirations, clutching their chests in anguish. This elucidates why, when the capital fell, only a few scholars perished. Whereas Li Ziqing was swiftly cast aside after a single defeat, receiving no gratitude from the Confucians who had initially been somewhat cordial towards him. I have heard of this matter. Mr. Song excels in acupuncture, and many veteran physicians in hospitals hold his medical skills in high regard, replied Vice Dean Zhao to Song Xiaodong. Chapter 159. The Tiger Tengu Tribe. After suffering a flood, the White Wolf Tribe prepared to join the Tiger Tengu Tribe. During negotiations, the female chief of the Tiger Tengu Tribe was unexpectedly attacked and killed by a mysterious nightmare beast. Consequently, the tribe's priest perished from a collapse of his spiritual awareness. Upon the White Wolf Tribe's integration into the Tiger Tengu Tribe, they were initially the weaker party, but after a winter season, the Tiger Tengu Tribe's chieftain was replaced by a beast man. What troubles you, Yak? Are you resigned to your fate? Shelley sneered at the closed-eyed Yak, intensifying her grip to sever the weapon from his hands. Wonderful, wonderful. Upon hearing that Qin Guyu could indeed craft the cooling cold jade and promised a steady supply, Ji Sai's frown lifted, though the pang of losing a lucrative ally lingered. Very well, if there is nothing else, find a place to rest, and do not bother me again. This is both your first and final warning. Lu Xian glared coldly at Yang Lily. If this letter is meant to lure Tsang Yun away, Zhao Hong is in grave peril, someone remarked. Indeed, with your current detachment, it is impossible for you to eliminate us, and you know it, Yifeng retorted. Moreover, the 5 newly appointed commanders hailed from various military districts, each a maverick, often deemed problematic leaders. Their capabilities were one aspect, but their temperaments posed a greater challenge. Given their average age of under 40, they were undeniably formidable, regardless of their backgrounds or strengths. A steady voice of a middle-aged man resonated within the room, unremarkable yet unforgettable to those who had witnessed his prowess in battle. Simultaneously, more skilled artisans and entrepreneurs found sustenance, whether through trade or crafting essential gear for adventurers. Even skilled tailors managed to scrape by. Could it be that the esteemed predecessor who bore a blue divine sword belonged to Haojian Mountain Manor? Ouyang Guangming pondered aloud. The general merely glanced over, confirming that the simulation training room was beyond control, and thus resolved to dismantle it forcibly. The atmosphere among the three grew somber, as Hong DeLiang's words had evidently created a rift between them. Having spoken, Qin Mou strode directly towards and bustling with patrons, leaving only a solitary vacant table. Just a long-surviving specter, devoid of a name, long forgotten, answered a weathered voice. Is the trial here presided over by a predecessor? Tang Chen surveyed the surroundings, noting that upon the voice's emergence, the water spirits submerged themselves, disappearing from sight. Call for a doctor. Ayin instructed as Yiting escorted Roland to a room for examination. As Wang Qing's voice faded, a luminous barrier enveloped him, completely encasing him before he was instantly transported away. Perhaps due to its proximity to the sea, the trees here exhibited an artistic inclination, leaning at peculiar angles. Yet Luo's words resonated deeply with Su Yuping, who understood their implications and the unspoken invitation to confront her past. Yet, despite the shattering of previous barriers, she found herself unable to muster the courage to proceed. He felt utterly at a loss. He had reiterated this point numerous times, yet those around him remained skeptical. Yen seemed resigned, directly opening the door. As it swung wide, Yen Bing appeared at the threshold, peering in at Yen while anxiously scanning the interior. Chapter 160. He seems to have escaped. Mo Hen grasped Yun Yang's hand, proposing, how about this? Let us, as serpentine beasts, slip inside. Yi Chi nodded in agreement, deciding it was prudent to ascertain the situation before proceeding. Very well, Yin Yang replied, please exercise caution. She exchanged some purification pills within the system, instructing them to exit promptly should anything seem amiss. Rest assured, we are both orcs of the white pill realm, Yi Chi reassured with a smile. We shall be fine. Zhang Shuqie was the last to emerge. He lingered in the hall for a moment, engaging in brief conversation with Yang Shiran. Today, shortly after Zhang Zhu ascended the city tower, he noticed a plume of dust rising in the distance, accompanied by tremors from the earth. Even if it's the same insignia, how can you be certain it was your child who swallowed the shard? The old doctor pressed on. I merely said we were intercepting the Tianluo Legion. How could the Shadow Legion so generously provide 2 thunderstorm battle vehicles? It was all a trap. The god of thieves wore a baffled expression at first, but soon comprehended the situation, feeling the deathly aura that was unbearable to those in the qi refining stage. Everyone fixated on the area enveloped by the Dragon Phoenix town's heavenly seal. After forging a bond, they encountered one another again in the Bai Zhu realm, thus establishing a genuine camaraderie with Sha Tongtian. She inwardly reproached Yi Fan, casting her gaze upon Meng Yao, as if seeking her counsel. Are you trying to intimidate me? We have committed no crimes nor engaged in any murderous deeds. Ai Diane remained unperturbed by He Hui's threats. However, when the butcher reached out to take the bag, she ignored him, leading him to retract his hand in disappointment. It was then that he realized they were amidst the woods, having fled in panic without discerning their surroundings. Perhaps this was indeed the elusive grove spoken of by the cattle herder. Nonetheless, as Yang Yi still had significant matters concerning the annihilation of the Feathered King's palace to attend to, their discussions were limited to preliminary arrangements. Undoubtedly, her concerns did not materialize. The night she had longed for to rescue her had finally arrived, filling her heart with a sweet sense of fulfillment. Though the tumult of emotions lingered as she felt uncertain about how to confront Li Qingjie, since Master Ziying possesses such confidence, shall we entrust the crucial task of ambushing the Zhao army's rear and severing connections with the Han dynasty to his command? What do you all think? Wang Jian inquired of the numerous generals within the tent. Cheng Xiuli was an exemplary supportive spouse, never meddling in his career affairs, always silently backing him, which made him feel fortunate and content. Thus, after several years of returning to the homeland, Kublai had not yet wed. Although Korea had been conquered, the marriage of a princess was indeed a reality. Who would dare propose such a union with a princess, fearing the downfall of their own house? The nearby passengers, witnessing his demeanor, hastily changed seats, concerned they might be encountering a madman, inadvertently granting someone in the vicinity a moment of peace. They had journeyed far from their homeland to this mysterious and foreign land of Huaxia. What could their purpose be? Yang Yi barked a command, an invisible thread shooting forth, piercing through layers of air, aimed with lethal precision at Song Sandao. While Pingyu was undoubtedly the ideal candidate for persuading the surrender, Ziying feared that should any unforeseen events arise leading to the loss of such a prominent general from the early Han, it would be a grave misfortune. The name Wuyo fruit may not sound particularly peculiar. Among myriad spiritual herbs and fruits, it might only be considered a superior variety, dispensable in the eyes of the powerful. Yet, the Wuyo fruit possesses a significant characteristic. It has a long history of cultivation. Chapter 161, The Corpse of Baishan. Upon hearing this, the orcs of the Tiger Tang tribe immediately parted ways, exclaiming, "My lord, feel free to search." Assisting them in dispelling their nightmares was advantageous for all, and they had no reason to object, nor dared to do so. Yin Yang has checked in at the Tiger tribe, where a detailed map allows for a clear view of the locations imbued with ominous energy, enabling the discovery of all concealed orcs with precise accuracy. She arrived at a site thick with such energy, where an orc immediately remarked on the appearance of Nuabao, who today donned a dress of a gentle yellow hue, accentuating her fair and delicate complexion, with her large eyes sparkling enchantingly. As for whether the loss in the game truly correlates with LeBron James, opinions on that matter vary greatly. The Houston Rockets were the first to host the Portland Trail Blazers, who were vying for the 8th spot in the Western Conference. "That's great, sis," Pan Kishi exclaimed with joy, as he was the one most eager to take revenge on Su Song. However, without Ingjia, he felt insignificant. Previously, he had been troubled over the amount of rare resources required to elevate his combat device to a 9-star artifact. To his surprise, after merging a substantial amount of life essence, he attained a profound understanding of the cycle of reincarnation. "Mr. Mo, where are you headed?" Zheng Ming, the assistant to Shang Xiaoan, timely intercepted Mo Jinhua. The man's voice was low and icy, emanating a chilling aura that made Feng Ru shudder in fear. Lawrence was aware that Sun Feng had abruptly announced her retirement, yet she was oblivious to the specific reasons behind it. A single strike unleashed 5 crimson arcs of energy, piercing through the throats of 5 individuals simultaneously. They collapsed, clutching their necks, struggling in agony yet unable to utter a sound. Moments later, as their blood drained away, silence enveloped the scene. Jiangqing felt a cold sweat break out beneath her feet, realizing that she had become a target. At the climactic moment of battle, the Navy, Air Force, and various supplies were in place, and the combat plans had been disseminated to the Army's command, yet the main attacking forces had yet to be confirmed. The diverse armors of the Luo River Sect's warriors indicated a unified standard, with each design representing the private army of a particular Hunyuan Golden Immortal. The Qinglian Tranquility Technique, a water-based restorative spell, could restore one's consciousness and enhance resistance to certain illusions. Shui Yin glanced at Gao Huaiyuan, who nodded slightly, prompting Shui Yin to drag his slightly limping leg and follow Li Tong to the side door to fetch a carriage. Just as the two were conversing, a series of 3 loud bangs echoed, revealing Su Xiling gripping Niu Lushua's left shoulder with his right hand, while his left hand struck forcefully beneath Niu's armpit. After 3 strikes, Niu Lushua felt as though his entire shoulder was rendered useless, devoid of strength. "Please, don't kill me. I will agree to any condition you set. Just spare my life." The instinct for survival compelled Zhu Lin to shout desperately, laying bare all his limits in a negotiation that seemed foolish, yet he had no alternative, as he possessed nothing to deter Shen Tsong, rendering him the prey. This substance, when consumed in excess, could lead to reckless behavior. prompting acts one would normally shy away from, perhaps even awakening a different self from the depths of one's subconscious. Get lost. How can a man break his word? I promised to go with Brother Gao, and I shall. Zhou Hao retorted, it was just my mother pulling me to cry for half the day that delayed me. This guy, Huang Yin, is better than me. No one reprimands him. As China Xingyue then realized that Su Xiling was not observing her, but rather that she had misconstrued his intent, leaving her with a sense of guilt. Though Su Xiling's earlier words were mostly pretense, the ninth prince, Zhao Yin, bellowed in fury, launching an attack, clad in armor adorned with a lion motif. His strength evidently rivaling that of the old eunuch, delivering a powerful punch. Chapter 162. The old shoulder is quite cunning. Yunyang opened the map, and the system commenced a more comprehensive scan. Soon, it located his traces within the misty forest. He had now returned to the Azure Dan realm. Yunyang gazed at the map, feeling an unsettling premonition. It appeared he was engaged in the slaughter of fallen beasts, seemingly intent on furthering his cultivation. We must hasten to stop him, Bai Zhu exclaimed immediately. Fortunately, Yang possessed a system map. If he were truly concealed by ink to enhance his power, it would be a dire situation. Arrange for a vehicle at once. I shall remember this, and next time, you shall see how I deal with you. Qin Feng stated coldly. What do you mean? The Guardian of Light, sensing something amiss behind him, swiftly turned his steed and demanded angrily. Though it was his first visit, from the empty expanse above, Bian Kong had already gleaned a general understanding of the peculiarities of Tai Tian. Is there still a matter with the ninefold armor? Tian Sheng now held his master in the utmost admiration, utterly captivated by his mystique, pondering the multitude of secrets he had yet to unveil. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light appeared as Tian Sheng's long dormant hands, sharp as blades, struck mercilessly against the neck of a winged demon. Along the journey, the maids and servants cast various scrutinizing glances their way. Yao Xiao, unwilling to look and daunted by the scene, pressed his forehead tightly against Nia Peixiao's broad shoulder. Tears uncontrollably streaming down, this time soaking into the man's shoulder. Meanwhile, Xinyu remarked, I have met the lady. He refrained from addressing her as Sister Xiao, which did not escape Yin Xiangrong's notice, causing her complexion to pale momentarily before she regained her composure. In the cave, shadows flickered, and without a discernible motion, he vanished into the depths. Although Tian Sheng and the others were utterly perplexed, under the subtle cue from the Red Boy, they had no choice but to adopt an air of indomitable confidence, striding boldly past the enchanters. Chen Hongyu dared not meet his gaze, feeling akin to a wayward student fearful of being discovered by a teacher. The homeroom teacher, Wang Fei, was well acquainted and quite admirable, a seasoned educator named Lu Hongtong, boasting over 3 decades of experience. Li Chen? What is it? Is there some joyful news? Suwei, rarely witnessing such a heartfelt smile from Zhou Li Chen, could not help but inquire. The dimensional seal could not be without reason. If it were the gateway to the divine universe, then everything would make sense. In the air, spiraling bullets whirled, leaving trails behind. Arthur was enveloped